At the welcome party, your song Fulfillment moved everyone present to tears. All because you have liked your childhood sweetheart for 7 years and wanted a public confession. But when you publicly confessed before the party, she heartlessly rejected you. Only after your repeated inquiries did you find out that the man had returned. Everything you did for her over the past 7 years was just wishful thinking on your part, and she said you should let them be together and stop bothering her. Hearing this, you laughed at yourself and thought, maybe I'm just a substitute for that man. Having come to terms with it, you felt much lighter. Okay, I won't bother you anymore in the future. After speaking, he walked past his childhood friend Lu Ruyan without even a glance. The duo performance that was supposed to be with Lu Ruyan could only be performed by you alone. You walked up to the stage with a straight back, sat down at the piano, and the host hurriedly announced that due to unforeseen circumstances, this performance would be completed by this student alone. The applause below the stage abruptly stopped upon hearing this. They had come for the school flower Lu Ruyan, not caring at all about your performance. So, many people deliberately booed to make you leave the stage. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan thought that if you apologized to her, she might still give you face to perform on stage. However, you ignored the jeers from the audience, took a few deep breaths, lightly touched the piano keys with your fingers, and let out some melancholic notes from your fingertips. Lin Xuecheng looked at Su Yan in surprise. When did he know how to play the piano? Su Yan slowly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the music granted. His heritage from another time gave him a lot of rudimentary skills on the instrument, but the piano and guitar, which he knew in his own right, he had been secretly learning since his junior year. When he learned that Lin Xuecheng liked music, only at that time, Lin Xuecheng's eyes could only see another person. Deciding to give up on something he'd held onto for 7 years wasn't so easy, and his heart still ached. It just wasn't as torn up, but at least, there's progress, isn't there? Lin Xuecheng, you let me fulfill you, okay, I promise you. Su Yan won't like Lin Xuecheng anymore, watching you and him, walk up to me, smile and say to me, it's been a long time, if I hadn't made it happen in the first place, is it still hovering in place today? Su Yan's singing voice wasn't that perfect, but it was very clear. So clear that it could easily move the heart. The booing from the stage came to an abrupt end, and many people heard it and their eyes went to the stage. This brother sings quite well. It's not much of a trick, but it does sound pretty good. But I don't think I've heard the song before. I've never heard of it either. So listen down the line. And in the back, a girl wearing a black mask who was about to leave suddenly stopped and looked at the stage. Not for grudging, ridiculous dignity. All the sadness is left on the day of the breakup. It may not be forever to be fully loved. Better one man's fulfillment than 3 men's entanglements. Su Yan's nose was a little sore. The song was called Fulfillment, a song sung by a female singer surnamed Lu on Earth, which had since been covered by a number of singers. Among them, he liked the version by the male singer surnamed Lin the most. His heart pumped hard when he heard the song in his dream, that he knew that the song didn't fit him and Lin Xuecheng that well. After all, he had never owned Lin Xuecheng, but this song today, he wanted to give it to himself, to his old, very silly, yet stubborn self. The moment Su Yan opened his mouth, Lin Xuecheng froze in place. She never knew that Su Yan sang so well. It's better for one person to be made whole than for 3 to be tangled up. What did Su Yan mean? Did he really want to give up on her? No way. Absolutely no way. How could Su Yan give up on Lin Xuecheng? Lin Xuecheng's heart panicked for a split second, looking over the messages Su Yan had sent her before, trying her best to pacify herself, and that's when the chorus arrived and Suin's song continued. I've given so many years of my youth to you, in exchange for a thank you for making it happen, fulfilled with panache and adventure. Fulfill my blue sea and blue sky. He slowly opened his eyes, emotion stealing the upper hand at the moment. His eyes slightly red. 7 years. He gave 7 years. How many 7 years does a man have? It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. Su Yan turned his head and steeply looked in Lin Xuecheng's direction. Chapter 3. This song is good, but it takes a lot of tears. Meeting Su Yan's gaze, Lin Xuecheng's body involuntarily trembled, and in the next second, she turned her head to avoid it. She was also, for some reason, inexplicably weak in this moment. The stage was silent, and the students all looked at Su Yan on the stage as if they were frozen. There were those who empathized from it, tears slipping unconsciously from the corners of their eyes, and most of the rest of the people were also red-eyed. A school leader sitting in the front row was even biting his lips so tightly that his fingers were about to gouge the armrests of his chair. The girl in the back row with the black mask took a few deep breaths to adjust her emotions. Su Yan's song continued as he looked in Lin Xuecheng's direction, bitterness flooding his heart. Look how well he knows Lin Xuecheng. He knew clearly that Lin Xuecheng wouldn't run far, and he also knew that Lin Xuecheng was used to standing on the left side of the stage every time she got off the stage, so he could easily find it. He also remembered that when he was in high school, Lin Xuecheng had run away from home once. That time, he went to the provinces to compete in the finals of the National Mathematical Olympiad for secondary school students. The night before he entered the competition, He received a call from his uncle Lin to learn the news, and 8 hours had passed since Lin Xuecheng ran away from home. Even the police had been mobilized. And still Lin Xuecheng had not been found. He was so anxious that he took a cab back to Uixian without thinking, after realizing that Lin Xuecheng was so angry that she ran away from home because she was prevented from wanting to learn music. He panted and ran to the mountain behind the school. And sure enough, he found Lin Xuecheng, who was crying with red eyes. In a small pavilion, Lin Xuecheng's appearance at that time was still engraved in his mind. She was wearing a thin white dress, her face pale and her figure so thin it hurt. Upon seeing him, Lin Xuecheng rushed over and hugged him tightly. She said, "Suyin, why aren't you him? Why?" He listened to his liver and didn't know how to respond. While Lin Xuecheng spoke again, "Su Yen, I give up. I really give up. Will you stay with me all the time in the future? Please, stay with me all the time in the future, and I will stay with you all the time, okay?" Lin Xuecheng, at that time, cried as if she was going to break, and he carefully held her and told her, "Su Yen will always stay with Lin Xuecheng until the police and the Lin family's parents found them." And Lin Xuecheng pestered him not to leave. He couldn't refuse until today. Lin's parents still feel guilty about this matter, knowing that if he had participated in that competition, he would have had a chance to be guaranteed admission to Beijing University, but at that time he was willingly. He even gloated over the fact that he was the only one who could find Lin Xuecheng, thinking that there was no one else who knew Lin Xuecheng better than him, and, even though he missed the game, he got a promise from Lin Xuecheng, and now, looking back, he felt ridiculous. Yes, he knows Lin Xuecheng too well, and should have known that Lin Xuecheng has already forgotten the original promise. Even though Lin Xuecheng averted her gaze, Su Yan still looked at her with unblinking eyes as he stopped playing and sang cleanly, word by word, "I've given my youth to you for so many years. In return, thank you for making it happen. Lin Xuecheng, I give up. You want fulfillment. I'll give it to you. I in the future. I will no longer be an accessory to anyone. I'm just Suyin." He promised you vows and honeyed words. "I have only one sentence of no regrets to fulfill. Fulfillment of your today and tomorrow, becoming my next summer." The song is over. The entire event center was silent. Su Yan let out a breath as he wiped the tears that overflowed from the corners of his eyes, and after adjusting his emotions, he got up and made a deep bow towards the stage. The stage fell silent for a moment, and after a few moments there came the sound of suppressed sobbing. Snap! The applause came first from the right side of the stage, and the rest of the students, immersed in the music, finally shook themselves. This was followed by thunderous applause. "Senior, you sing so well," a female student shouted with red eyes, instantly driving the atmosphere of the room. "Man, that was so good. I broke my defense as a big old man. I'm going out for a smoke. It's a great song. It just costs tears and is so sad. Ooh, what on earth has Senior been through? It hurts me to hear it. What's the name of this song? I really haven't heard of it. I'll go back and search. I want to listen to it on loop. Is all the singing in the journalism department so awesome?" Sure enough, I was right to enroll in Jiangchuan. The applause endured as the music from Earth gave this time and place a jolt. The host, Zhang Yan, also heard her eyes redden. She took a deep breath and controlled her emotions and walked onto the stage. "Thank you for our Su Yan seniors loving singing. I gave you so many years of youth. But in the end, I only got a sentence of thank you for fulfillment. Fulfillment of you guys, but also fulfillment of myself. How saddening." Zhang Yan looked at Su Yan. "Here, I would also like to ask on behalf of our students, may I ask what is the name of this song? I think that quite a few students should want to play this song on a loop when they go back today." The stage immediately erupted in agreement. Su Yan's voice was faint, and he didn't say much. "The song is called Becoming. The whole thing?" After getting the name, many students on stage immediately took out their cell phones and started searching for the song. "Searched it? How come it doesn't seem to be the same song? I didn't search for this one either. And searching the lyrics didn't even turn up the same song. Oh my god. This song can't be the senior's original, can it? Is the journalism department this good? Can't search. Must be his original. My god. Talented, handsome and melancholic. I must talk to one like that before I die. Elder, don't cry. It breaks my heart to see it. If you want to cry, come and cry in the arms of your schoolmate. It's okay to be in your sister's arms. Your sister's arms are more comfortable." Su Yan couldn't hear the crowd's murmurings clearly. There were still the rest of the people to perform behind him. He nodded towards the crowd once again and turned around to get off the stage. "Suyin," the girl with the black mask murmured, and as if she had made some kind of decision, she got up and left. On the other hand, Lin Xuecheng stayed in place with a pale face. With Su Yan's song just now still echoing in her mind. A drop of wetness suddenly stained her hand, and she froze, reaching up to touch her cheek, only to realize that she had long since burst into tears. It was as if she felt a void somewhere in her heart. And it was so hard that a wave of aggression came over her. She had also rejected Su Yan many times before, and Su Yan had accepted them all silently, and then continued to stay by her side as before, treating her with obedience. How come today? It feels a little different? Su Yan, didn't I just reject you? Is it necessary for you to write such a song to deliberately cause me grief? I really won't forgive you easily this time. Lin Xueqing wiped her tears and was about to leave. Jingle bells. At that moment, her cell phone rang, and when she saw the caller, her eyes instantly lit up a few points. I'm at school today. Bridge West Bar? Okay, I got it. Backstage, Zhou Wan was completely relieved, and when she saw Su Yan get off the stage, she busily walked over. Su Yan, this time it's really thanks to you saving the day. If I had known you were so good at singing, I would have arranged for you to be the last one on stage. She had been worried that the school leaders would come after her after the show, but when Su Yan's song, Becoming Complete, came out, not only did it maintain the face of the school in front of the graduating seniors, but it also raised the standard of Zhangchuan in front of the new students. Even the journalism students were so accomplished in music. Wasn't that enough to show the strength of Zhangchuan? She got away with it this time. Overpraise. Su Yan said. Zhou Wan smiled and shook her head. I'm not exaggerating. I've been organizing the party for the past 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a reaction from the students on stage. Other than that, your song made my eyes tear up. Did you really write the song yourself? Su Yan hesitated and finally replied. In this world, I am the original singer. If he were to mention anything about Earth to Zhou Wan now, he was afraid that he would be treated as a psychopath. Zhou Wan didn't think much about it, and only assumed that Su Yan had admitted it, and looked at Su Yan with more than a hint of admiration in her eyes. Suddenly, she remembered something and picked up the iris on the table next to her, wanting to say something. Flowers I picked up for you. You don't feel bad. In fact, we girls have discussed privately. You are very good. Good grades, good character, good looks. If not, you have been chasing Lin Xueqing. You must be the school's meat and potatoes. Su Yan froze and smiled to himself as he took the flowers. Yeah, I thought I wasn't supposed to have a good reputation at school. Didn't they all call me Lick Dog One? Zhou Wan immediately retorted. You don't listen to their nonsense. Why should a person who is deeply in love still need to be ridiculed? The people in our dormitory all have quite a good impression of you. We all say, if you cut a broken hair and cut your bangs a little shorter, you will definitely be the existence of a male god level. Hearing this, Su Yan didn't hold back a laugh. I didn't expect that apart from things related to Lin Xueqing, a transparent person like him would also be discussed. Zhou Wan reacted with a slight reddening of her face. Anyway, don't get ahead of yourself. Thank you for this time. You've worked hard too. Go back and rest. Well, thanks for the reassurance. Su Yan nodded towards Zhou Wan and left from backstage. Hao Feng had been guarding the doorway, and when he saw Su Yan, he threw the mineral water in his hand over. Finished listening. Really give up? Su Yan took the water and gulped a few mouthfuls. His eyes complex. Well, give up. It took him 7 years. Enough to afford his obsession. From now on, all he wanted to do was be good to himself, and to those who truly loved him and were good to him. Hao Feng's nose was inexplicably sore, and he held back his emotions as he hooked Su Yan's shoulders. Kid, this is the oldest of our hot-blooded men's nest. 141. Look at you before. For a woman who does not know what to do. What have you become? Let's make a deal this time. If you're a licking dog again, I'll be your real father from now on. Fuck you. Su Yan laughed and kicked him. Want a drink tonight? Drink. I'm going to make a call and have both Old Rabbit and Old Four come back to celebrate you finally figuring out that you want to be a human being. Hao Feng made a snap decision. 2 black lines crossed Su Yan's forehead. Suyin, stop. Why aren't you answering my calls? While the two were talking and laughing, Lin Xueqing walked over with an unpleasant expression on her face. Chapter 4, Lin Xueqing. You're still so self-righteous. Seeing Lin Xueqing, the smile on Su Yan's face instantly faded a little and he stopped in his tracks. Anything? You? Lin Xueqing was aggrieved. Can't I look for you if I'm fine? Su Yan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. In the past, Su Yan had always spoken to her with extreme gentleness and patience. When had he ever been so cold? What she had said before might have been over the top, but wasn't she coming over to him of her own accord now? She had taken the initiative to hand over the steps, but Su Yan even treated it as invisible. Hao Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't it you who said that Su Yan should not pester you in the future? Now you're saying he's changed? What? Is it a crime not to be your licking dog? Lin Xueqing ignored him, biting her lip and staring intently at Su Yan. And you let him talk about me like that? And what was the meaning of that song you sang? Are you regretting what you gave to me before? Have you forgotten that you promised me that you would always guard? Jingle bells. Just then, the cell phone in Lin Xueqing's hand rang. Su Yan glanced at the word Lang on the collar, and a coldness crossed his eyes. He had guessed correctly that the man had returned from abroad. Hurry up and answer the phone. It's not easy to come by after all, Su Yan said indifferently. He no longer paid attention to Lin Xueqing and stepped away. Lin Xueqing's eyes instantly reddened. Su Yan, I just rejected you. Are you so petty? I'm about to go to special training, so don't regret it if you don't see me afterward. This time, I'm really angry. With that, she took her cell phone and ran away. Su Yan sniffed and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xueqing, you're still so self-righteous even now. In the past, I cared about you, so I was willing to be held by you, but now that I don't like you, what does it matter to me if you're angry or not? Lin Xueqing ran forward without looking back. In the past, when Su Yan messed with her, she would get up and leave quickly even if she had done something wrong. As long as she used this trick, Su Yan would definitely compromise and silently follow her, waiting for her anger to subside before apologizing to her. Then, like a princess, she would ask Su Yan to carry her back to her original position. The sound of rustling came from behind her. Lin Xueqing's eyes brightened a few points, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She knew it. After feeling the person behind her getting closer and closer to her, Lin Xueqing stopped her footsteps and resumed her previous condescending demeanor, turning around as she spoke. Su Yan, do you know it's wrong? It's not like you don't know how long I've been waiting for Brother Lang. You should support me before, Zhang Rong. How could it be you? The words came to an abrupt end, and Lin Xueqing's face turned gray in an instant. The one standing in front of her was not Su Yan as she thought, but her roommate Zhang Rong. Yukari, why do you look so bad? Zhang Rong pulled Lin Xueqing's hand, looking concerned and then excited. By the way, let me tell you the good news. Mr. Ching is too good. He really let me into the creation practitioner, but I'm definitely going to be your sidekick this time. Xueqing, it's really thanks to you. Lin Xueqing only felt that her entire body was confused at this moment. Where is Su Yan? Zhang Rong froze and frowned. Su Yan, I just saw him walking with Hao Feng. I know what happened backstage today. Su Yan really don't know what's good for you. You're so good. Where does he deserve it? I heard that he went on stage alone and sang. Ha, a journalism student. This is not to be a clown. Zhang Rong spoke at length, but Lin Xueqing couldn't listen to any of it anymore. Her eyes stared blankly ahead. Tears instantly welled up, and she didn't even care about the constantly vibrating cell phone. On the other hand, Hao Feng had already informed the remaining two of 141. Fu Lei and Yang Meng, the two had only just finished their part-time jobs, and after hearing that Su Yan was going to be a new man, without saying a word, they immediately made a reservation at the newly opened Xiaoxi bar across the street from the school. It's a new week-old clear bar and business is just scraping by, leaving a few tables empty every day. When Su Yan and Hao Feng arrived, Fu Lei and Yang Meng had already arrived. Yoo-hoo! Here we are. Lao San, I hear you've cleaned up your act and are going to be a human being? Fu Lei, who has never had a proper form, rushed over and hooked Su Yan's shoulders, throwing winks at him. Fu Lei's height is 172. Not high, but his looks are handsome and dashing, and he is usually the most flirtatious one in the 141 dormitory. Every time he goes out, he gets his hair done and has some fangirls at school. He was second in line, but second was not good to hear, and in the end, after he fought for it, the guys called him Old Rabbit. Two black lines crossed Su Yan's forehead. Your fangirls will cry if they know you are this way in private. Fu Lei ruffled his bangs in a pretense of sadness. Ugh, I'll maintain my public image for their sake. It's so hard to be handsome. Yang Meng rolled his eyes on the side. Fu Lei ruffled his hair again. Like this kind of trouble, our Meng won't have it. I really envy you. Yang Meng instantly showed his teeth. If you call me Meng again, I'll strangle your intestines. Fu Lei bitchily swished. Mo Janmon exploded and jumped up from his chair to punch after him. Su Yan and Hao Feng looked at each other and both couldn't help but laugh. Yang Meng is 1.75 meters, wearing a glasses. Looks like the kind of creamy young man's appearance that people often say. A small round face is very white. His looks as a child were in such a style that his grandfather named him Yang Meng. A big old man called Meng. Can imagine how depressed Yang Meng heart. The first time he changed his name after he got into college. As a result, when he was divided into dormitories, his bed was still written with his former name Yang Meng, which was seen by Fu Lei on the opposite bed, and was occasionally taken out to make fun of him. However, Fu Lei still knows how to behave in front of outsiders, or a mouthful of brother Meng. Hao Feng was big and carried the fighting duo away with one hand. Alright, today is Lao San's home turf. You guys make less of a fuss. Hurry up and toast Lao San one by one. Congratulations Lao San for being a man. Fu Lei and Yang Meng immediately straightened up and took a glass of wine each. Third brother, congratulations on being a man. Suin, it's so tempting to punch them. A few cups of wine. Four people chatting more and more cheerful. How Feng will Su Yan today's feet set out? Listening to Fu Lei and Yang Meng stared round the eyes. What? Lao San got up on stage and sang the song all by himself? You still have that ability? I have heard. This welcome party invited a lot of former graduates. The school is intended to be used to do a wave of publicity. Very important. They dare to let you a journalism department on stage? And you're singing a song you wrote yourself? Boss, third brother, you guys are telling jokes, right? Su-yen smiled. He understood the duo's shock. After all, he was always one to stay out of the way when he could, and usually didn't talk much. If it wasn't for the sudden inheritance of his memories, he wouldn't have had the ability or the guts to perform on stage alone. Hao Feng, as the only person in the dormitory who witnessed the scene, looked smug and cleared his throat as he was about to talk about it, when Fu Lei suddenly got up and slapped the table with a shocked look, lighting his cell phone in front of several people. Crap! You guys, look at this! Chapter 5, the relationship that cost him half his life. Su-yen and the three of them were all startled by Fu Lei. Yang Meng was even more frightened, and the wine glass in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Are you sick? Scared your father? Hao Feng gave Fu Lei a blow to the back of his head without any good humor. Fu Lei's face reddened with excitement as he stared intently at Su-yen. Stop beeping. You guys, go into ShakeCloud and look at our school's account. Lao-san, you're really hot. ShakeCloud is one of the top short video platforms in China today, and is also known as the incubator of netroots. And nowadays, ShakeCloud is becoming more and more diversified, with more and more groups of people on board, and many universities have then opened accounts on it for the purpose of promotion and enrollment. And now, the latest entry from Jiang Chuan's Shivering Cloud account was actually a video of Su-yen singing on stage. The accompanying text reads, "The new orientation party, the journalism seniors original, becoming whole, sang and cried." Su-yen froze and hurriedly took his cell phone to look at it. The video wasn't complete, and the stage picture wasn't as clear as it could have been. But despite that, it had only been uploaded for half an hour, and the likes were already over 70,000, and the comments had reached more than 7,000, and they were still going up. Why don't you play the video recorded from the beginning? Why not? What? I'm crying. Is this handsome guy sure he's from the journalism department? It breaks my little heart to hear that. I'll testify. This is Su-yen, the senior of our journalism department. He's handsome and sings well. I was on stage today, crying my eyes out. The youth I've given to you for so many years, in exchange for a thank you for making it happen. It's so damn solid. You can't sing like that without being a lickspittle for a few years. Don't ask me why. I know. I'm going for a smoke. I'm still recording there today, and my hands are shaking from my brother's singing. Don't say anything. If you want to, you can lean on my sister's chest. I'm on my knees begging for the full song now. I'm begging for the whole song. 10,086. Most of them were favorable reviews, and some bad reviews that said the song was average and that Su-yen had no skill in singing were flushed out by the alumni. I'm in the music department, and this song is good, but this guy doesn't sing with any skill at all. It sounds average to me. It's clearly a lickspittle song. So maybe I don't have the experience to appreciate it. I'm a music major too. Our professors say that emotion is the main thing. Technique is the only thing you know. You don't even have a chance to be a licking dog if you damn well want to. So get lost if you can't experience it. Support Mr. Su-yen. Su-yen scrolled through some of the comments and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had always been a little transparent, not realizing that one day he would contribute to the promotion of the school. Hao Feng. Several people have long taken out their own cell phones to look through. This will be a straight stare at Su-yen. Eyes are in the green light. Su-yen was stared at and put her cell phone away. What for? Fu Lei got up with a miso, picked up his wine glass and rushed to Su-yen's side. Lao-san, you're so deep in hiding. The school is using your singing video for publicity. Let's talk about it. I'll accompany you to class these days, and I'll take care of your worries if any of your sisters harass you. I'll drink to you first. Janmon didn't have the heart to kick him out of the way. Is that you trying to share your worries for third brother? That's you craving the bodies of your schoolmates. You're cheap. After saying that, he came over to Su-yen. Third brother, while you have time now, you bring me around more. You also know that I'm still maternally single until now. You have the nerve to talk about me. You're still trying to use Lao-san as a wingman. Fu Lei gritted his teeth. The two of them exchanged glances and looked at Su-yen in unison. Lao-san / San. Who are you helping? Su-yen's forehead jutted straight up. Those two dogs. You guys can just die and take you to class. I'm bound to fail this semester. He refused without hesitation. Although they are in a dormitory, the four of them do not have the same major. He and Hao Feng are both from the journalism department, but Fu Lei and Yang Meng are from the acting department. I don't know if it's because the acting department has to practice their lines, but these two usually like to fight in their dorm rooms, on the road, and they don't suppress the volume. That he's out of his mind to bring these two conspicuous bags along to class. Fu Lei and Yang Meng instantly wilted. Sango ah! The two wanted to say something else, but Hao Feng gave them a blow on the head to put out the fire. Believe me this time. He looked at Su-yen. Lao-san, quite a few people in our school have created accounts on ShakeCloud to suck up the fans. You're also a junior now. Take advantage of this wave of heat. You also create an account and become an internet celebrity to go ah. Yeah. Lin Xueqing created an account on Shivering Cloud as well. Lao San. You hurry up and create one and press her over. See if she's still arrogant. Fu Lei agreed. Yang Meng nodded. Yes. Hearing Lin Xueqing's name again, Su Yan's eyes dimmed a few points. You can't just undo all the feelings you've invested in over the years. He knew deep down that he was bound to go through a tormenting time. But even if it took a layer of his skin off, he didn't want to go back to the past. He didn't like Lin Xueqing anymore and wouldn't hate her for everything about her. He didn't want to care about. He shook his head. I'm not interested in being a Netflix star. Hao Feng glared at Fu Lei. Which pot is not boiling? Fu Lei touched his nose sheepishly, and busied himself with digressing. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink another cup. This time to celebrate Lao San's success with his song. Young Meng immediately picked it up. Yes. Cheers. Third brother. I'll toast to you first. Let's discuss what we just said about going to class. Yang Meng, you're so inclined to steal from me. Aren't you? Fu Lei rolled up his sleeves. Hao Feng held his forehead, looking at the noisy few people. Su Yan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth as a warm feeling flooded his heart. He knew that these three were doing so, and that they were trying to amuse themselves, from freshman year to now. They had witnessed how they had poured out their hearts to treat Lin Xueqing, and naturally, they knew that this relationship had almost cost him half of his life. Don't you have fun with your brothers? What's the point of falling in love? Achoo! Xiaoxi bar. In the sidemost box, Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong sat in a row, and across from her sat a man wearing a mask and hat. Haruka, are you okay? Got a cold? The man took his hat mask off and touched the top of Lin Xueqing's head with concern. His name was Qin Lang. He was 23 years old, and he signed with Starlight Entertainment 5 years ago after becoming popular on the internet with his song Dream. In the same year, he was admitted early to the Conservatory of Music in Rice, and Starlight Entertainment spared the talent and covered the tuition in full. During this period, Qin Lang did not remain silent, and with the help of Starlight Entertainment, he was abroad but repeatedly released songs on domestic music platforms and created a Weibo account to interact with his fans. He occasionally returns to the country for events and also took home Male Vocalist of the Year 2 years ago. Nowadays, he is already a little-known star in China, and his popularity is already considered to be one of the best among the stars of his age, and he, too, was Su Yan and Lin Xueqing's former neighbor. Looking at Qin Lang in front of her, Lin Xueqing's face instantly reddened a few points. I'm fine. Brother Lang, will you really stay in the country from now on? Lin Xueqing asked eagerly. Qin Lang's gaze was deep. Can I still lie to you? I've finished my studies abroad, and I've been active in the country since then. Moreover, you know that there are people in the country that I miss. He sized up Lin Xueqing and a satisfied look floated across his eyes. 5 years have not seen. Lin Xueqing really did not let him down. After the drawbar, it is more beautiful than before, and there are a few more rhymes. It is a special thing. Lin Xueqing's face flushed and the corners of her mouth pursed up involuntarily. Zhang Rong took the opportunity to interject. Xueqing, I really envy you. I really didn't think that you and Mr. Qin were childhood friends, and as soon as he came back here, he arranged for you to get a spot on Creation Practitioner. This program's ratings are high now, and as long as the exposure is high enough, no matter if it ends up as a group or not, you can accumulate a group of fans. And the starting point can be high. Lin Xueqing's fingers trembled slightly as she picked up the wine cup. Brother Lang, thank you for your help. This cup, I toast you. Qin Lang laughed and pressed down on Lin Xueqing's wine glass with one hand, while drinking the wine in his own glass with the other. Haruka, girls, drink less. I ordered you juice. Qin Lang's looks belonged to the group of Sven and Handsome, giving off the feeling of a rich son with a warm aura around him. It was very easy for someone like him to hold a girl like Lin Xueqing's age. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but look stunned, her eyes slightly reddening. 5 years. She had waited for him for 5 years, and today, finally, she saw him again. God knows how excited and thrilled I was when I received his message yesterday, and now he appeared in front of him, and he was still as gentle to himself as before. He never changed. Unlike Su Yan. Thinking of Su Yan, Lin Xueqing's face did not look good anymore, and she looked down at her cell phone. It was already 10 o'clock. And normally by this time Su Yan would have messaged her and her roommate to ask about tomorrow's breakfast arrangements, and he even pissed himself off today. And up to now, he hadn't even sent a single message just because he rejected him in public. He's so petty that he won't even come to him now? Lin Xueqing gently bit her lip, and her heart suddenly became difficult. Zhang Rong and Qin Lang were still chatting. Teacher Qin, I'll toast you too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get into Creation Practitioner. Don't worry, I know my place. I went in this time to be a green leaf for Xueqing, and I can't steal her limelight. Qin Lang smiled and looked at Lin Xueqing with deep affection. Of course no one can steal the limelight from Haruka. You're Yukari's good friend. Of course I have to take care of that. Right, Yukari? Lin Xueqing came back to her senses and suddenly became a bit distracted. Aha, right. Zhang Rong arched her elbow over Lin Xueqing and squeezed her eyebrows. Goo. Now I can be considered to know what it means to love a house. Xueqing, I really envy you. Mr. Qin is handsome even if he is, but also so gentle and considerate. Su Yan and him can't be compared at all. It's really wise for you to reject Su Yan today, Teacher Qin. You don't know. Su Yan even proposed like someone else, kneeling down on one knee, and the flowers ended up being lifted by our Xueqing. Laughed me to death, and he had the nerve to go on stage and sing afterwards. It was really ridiculous. Lin Xueqing's rejection of Su Yan was seen by many people, so naturally someone spread the word, and when Zhang Rong found out about it, she told Qin Lang about it at the first opportunity. Qin Lang revealed a smile. In the past, he and Su Yan didn't deal with each other, and he couldn't stand to see his look of pretending to be cool, especially when the night before he left for overseas, that kid even ran and fucked him over Lin Xueqing. Oh, what's the point of paying so much? Isn't it still me that Lin Xueqing misses in her heart? Zhang Rong was gushing out bad words about Su Yan. In the past Lin Xueqing would only listen silently and not say anything. Today, however, she was listening to her heart and couldn't help but chortle. Okay, stop it. Zhang Rong froze. Xueqing, what's going on? Doesn't Yukari usually listen quite happily when she says this? Lin Xueqing was having a hard time at the moment. Now that I think about it, there were indeed a lot of people surrounding her today, and she rejected Su Yan, threw Su Yan's flowers, and told Su Yan to leave her alone. Seems like it was done a little too much. Su Yan was also a boy, and was trying to save face. Lin Xueqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and her complexion changed from cloudy to sunny. Yeah, it must be because he was rejected by himself in front of so many people and hurt his face that Su Yan was so cold to her today. They boys care most about this useless face. Forget it. She would just give Su Yan another chance and wait for him. She just didn't want to be a couple with Su Yan. She didn't say she couldn't remain friends. Qin Lang observed Lin Xueqing's expression and smiled. Su Yan, he and I haven't seen each other for a long time as well, so we can make an appointment to have a meal together afterward. But the thing I'm looking for you today is really related to him. Chapter 6. Are you talking about me? Lin Xueqing was slightly stunned. What does it have to do with him? Qin Lang took out his cell phone and flipped through it, handing it to Lin Xueqing. The song Suyin sang on stage today set off some sparks online. You should have heard the full song live. How did you feel? Lin Xueqing's heart moved slightly as she took over her phone, and when she saw the number of likes and comments, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Surprised. Has such high traffic? Qin Lang nodded. With no promotion, the fact that the number of likes has already reached over 500,000 in a short period of time, and is still rising, is proof enough that this song is going to be the toast of the town at this stage. As you know on Shaken, traffic is fickle and that wind doesn't always last for a few days. I want to buy the rights to the song, and after that I'll give you the rights to sing it. Qin Lang stared closely at Lin Xueqing. As you know, your first stage is very important, and I think this song is very suitable for you. By the copyright of this song, Lin Xueqing was a bit hesitant. Su Yan should be very serious about this song. Xing Cheng. Qin Lang interrupted her and continued. I've just returned to China now, and I also need a song to stabilize my position. Su Yan is from the journalism department, and doesn't have much interest in music, so this song won't be able to maximize its value in his hands. He's in his third year of college now, and it's time for him to be exposed to work. So I'll buy the song and it can serve as his first pot of money, and I can introduce him to work afterward. Besides, if we perform the songwriter will be discovered, and it won't be a new opportunity for him. Lin Xueqing was still a bit hesitant with her understanding of Su Yan. If she knew that it was Qin Lang who wanted to buy it, Su Yan would not necessarily agree. Qin Lang smiled as if he had heard Lin Xueqing's heart. I know what you're worried about, and that's exactly why I asked you to step in and communicate with him. Just say you'll buy it in your name and give me the contract afterward, and I'll sign it. Zhang Rong also persuaded on one side. Xueqing, I think Mr. Qin is right. Su Yan doesn't want to be a singer either. How wasteful to put the song in his hands. Why don't you fulfill your first stage? Haven't you always been afraid that you can't help Mr. Qin? Isn't this an opportunity? But it's lying to him. Lin Xueqing frowned. Anyway, Su Yan likes you so much, so if you apologize to him afterward, won't he be fine? Zhang Rong said without a care in the world. Lin Xueqing pondered. That's right. Suyin wasn't interested in being a singer, using this song to make the first bucket of money and get a job offer. This deal was not a loss for Su Yan. It was even a profit. She was also thinking about Su Yan's future. Su Yan studied journalism and the best place to go after graduation was a TV station. However, television stations have high professional requirements and fewer places to recruit each year, so most journalism students go on to become real estate editors with Brother Lang's help. Su Yan's chances of getting into TV would be much better. Moreover, when she became famous, she could also help Su Yan, couldn't she? Thinking about this, Lin Xuecheng nodded. Good. Then when Su Yan brings me breakfast tomorrow, I'll mention this to him. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth hooked into a smile. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you. The two of them continued to catch up a bit, and before long, Qin Lang received a message, and the corners of his mouth lifted up. Zhang Rong hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, is there any good news? Qin Lang smiled and nodded. I've returned to China this time, and the company wants to arrange a judge's position for me on The Strongest Voice, and it's now finalized. The Strongest Voice. Zhang Rong was dumbfounded. This is the most nationalized audio talent show. Lin Xuecheng was similarly stunned. So that hidden judge this year is you, Brother Lang. You're too good. Qin Lang touched Lin Xuecheng's head and smiled. That's right. It's me. The remaining 3 judges all have high nationalities, so announcing me now will inevitably be attacked by the netizens. So at the beginning of next month on the new songs chart, I need to have a song to take over the chart and secure my spot. Ching. Becoming is very important to you and me. I leave it in your hands, and I believe you won't let me down. I look forward to having you beside me all the time when I perform afterward. Lin Xuecheng blushed. I know. When you release a new song, I'll chart for you as well. Alright. The agent has rushed me back to take care of things. The snacks that I ordered aren't on yet, so you guys can finish them before you go back. Qin Lang looked at Lin Xuecheng with concern. Send me a message when you get to your dorm room and don't worry me, okay? Lin Xuecheng nodded her head, and Qin Lang said goodbye to her before leaving. Looking at Qin Lang's back, she felt some reluctance in her heart. She took out her cell phone again and looked at it. There was still no message from Su Yan on it. Tomorrow morning, I'll make an exception and accompany him to class. Lin Xuecheng let out a breath, feeling much better this matter. Not only could it help Brother Lang, but it could also help Su Yan. So let's consider it as her taking the credit for the crime. On the other side, Su Yan and a few others drank a few bottles of wine and all got a little high. Fu Lei put his arm around Yang Meng next to him and scowled behind him. You guys, look at the sister in the Cheongsam there at the bar. She's the owner of this bar. Looks, it's a bandwagon. Yang Meng was the first to look over. He nodded vigorously. At least 8 points. Fu Lei gave him a blank look. Sure is short-sighted. Is 8 points so easily typed? This sister is at most 7 points. Yang Meng got upset and grunted lazily. Ignoring him. Su Yan wasn't interested in this kind of scoring for girls and didn't even bother to look at it. Hao Feng gave Fu Lei a little bit of a hand. Behave yourself. Girls nowadays are not normal. You grade them with your mouth. They dare to grade you with a ruler. Be a man you. Fu Lei was a bit vain. I'm just getting high, and I have a basis for my scores. I'm using Song Qingyi as a benchmark. I'm not trying to belittle them. Hao Feng froze, then actually nodded in agreement. If we were to use Song Qingyi as a benchmark, then scoring 5 would be considered beautiful. Hearing the always serious Hao Feng say this, Su Yan couldn't help but ask, who is Song Qingyi? The moment he said this, 3 gazes landed on him in unison with shocked expressions. Su Yan was a bit bewildered. Did I ask something wrong? Fu Lei was so shocked that his eyes went round. I'll go. Lao San. You don't even know Song Qingyi. He immediately squeezed to Su Yan's side and gave him the science. Song Qingyi, our senior sister in the music department of Zhangchuan. When she was a sophomore, she just followed her tutor on stage once, and her photo went viral all over the internet, and was worshipped as a divine face. Later she went to participate in The Strongest Voice, took first place, and was signed by Starlight Entertainment. And back then, Ms. Meili commented that she was a diva candidate, and was hailed by the media as the new hope of the Chinese singing world. So bullish? Su Yan was a bit surprised. Ms. Meili was a national treasure singer in China. To be critiqued by her in such a way meant that this person's strength was indeed extraordinary. But how come he had never heard of it before? With Jiang Chuan's pissy nature, with such a powerful student, shouldn't he be hanging on his lips every day for publicity? Fu Lei sighed. It was also just a cow for those few months. And also because she was so good looking, it was too easy to get into showbiz. So she just didn't go the right way. After signing with Starlight Entertainment, she only released 1 song, and after that it was all about marketing her beauty, and going to acting casting shows, and actor hype. So now she's become a recognized vase, and her popularity is not so good. Su Yan, however, was concerned that on the other side, 2 girls were getting closer to them. Fu Lei turned over the phone while saying, but the entertainment circle die stuff well. Understand, all understand. Come on, brother, give you to see the photo of Song Qingyi. Really god face when the vase is also to have capital. Excuse me. At that moment, a nice voice came, and a few people sniffed and looked as 2 girls walked over. One of the taller girls wearing a black mask. Even so, it is difficult to hide her body temperament. A pair of beautiful eyes is as full of autumn water. Looking at the light, the tall girl took off her mask and smiled towards a few people. Introduce myself. I'm Song Qingyi. May I ask if you're talking about me? Chapter 7. Needless to say, this person must be a maternal single. Song Qingyue took off her mask and slightly hooked her lips, her cheeks with shallow pear swirls. The moment she removed the mask, several people actually had the illusion that the originally dim environment had suddenly brightened up a few points. All the people are sweet to pass a glance, and the color of the earth is like dust. Su Yan's mind instantly floated to this line of poetry. Fu Lei is not exaggerating this time. Song Qingyue can indeed be called a divine face. Su Yan was stunned by this kind of character, and Fu Lei's trio was even more stunned. Yang Meng reacted, his eyes rounded, crouching, just as the word groove was about to be uttered. Song Qingyue frowned slightly and put her index finger to her mouth to shush. Hao Feng immediately understood and covered Yang Meng's mouth with his quick eyes and gritted his teeth. Don't shout. Yang Meng made a few noises and nodded his head in a hurry. Fu Lei, people are numb. Squeeze out a smile. Light language, sister. Why you also come here to play Before Song Qingyue could speak, Lin Weiwei, the little assistant beside her, grunted and glared at him. What? Adults coming to a clearing bar aren't following the right path anymore either? Suyan's few people turned their heads and stifled their laughter. Fu Lei's face turned red. Go to the bathroom. With that, he got up quickly and left. Pissed off, Hao Feng coughed. Light whispering, sister. It's been a long time. My brother is talking without a handle. I apologize to you on his behalf. Look, why don't we punish ourselves with 3 cups? Song Qingyin shook her head and smiled at Su Yan, who was eating squid whiskers. Apologizing isn't necessary. I'm here for him. Swish. The 2 questioning gazes at his side instantly focused on Su Yan. Su Yan held the squid whiskers in his hand and was confused. Song Qingyi is here to see me? The surroundings instantly quieted down, and Su Yan only felt the 2 gazes around him burn even more. Song Qingyue's brows curved, her eyes like a vast expanse of clear water, silently gazing at Su Yan, not disturbing his thinking. Su Yan shook his head and said doubtfully, looking for me? Senior sister, do we know each other? You don't know me, but I know you, and I'd like to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Song Qingyi inquired. Lin Weiwei's eyes flicked over Hao Feng and Yang Meng in the next second. Hao Feng covered his stomach and pretended to look uncomfortable. Ouch. I'm stuffed. I'm going to the restroom. Yang Meng also pretended to pick up his cell phone. I have a call from home. Third brother. I'll go pick up a call. The 2 old sixes looked at each other and rushed to Fu Lei, who had already opened the rest of the decks on the side. With fast footsteps, the 3 of them stared intently at Su Yan, their eyes burning with the fire of intense gossip. Song Qingyue nodded towards Su Yan and sat down with a flourish, her voice clean and pleasant. I saw your show today, Becoming, and you sang it beautifully. Su Yan couldn't make sense of it. This pretty girl didn't come to me just to compliment me, did she? Thanks. So is there anything else you want? Song Qingyi was stunned. Lin Weiwei even looked at Su Yan with eyes like he was looking at a monster. All along, the men who encountered Sister Whispering were eager to stick up the whole person, and had no words to find words to chat for a couple of sentences. This guy was different. Sister Whispering took the initiative to look for him. He even looked like he was trying to rush Sister Whispering to talk and leave. No need to think about it. This guy must be a mom and pop single. Song Qingyue took out a contract and placed it on the table and smiled. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy the license to sing Becoming. A yearly license fee of $300,000. I don't know if you're willing to do that? Lin Weiwei added. You probably don't understand the prices in our circle. At present, the license price for a good lyricist's work is only between $200,000 and $500,000. You're a newcomer composer. $300,000 a year is already very high. Su Yan nodded. This price might not be high on Earth, but on Blue Star, it was indeed high. Although he studied journalism as a student of Jiangchuan, he had heard of some of the price ranges in the entertainment industry, and Song Qingyue hadn't lied to him that he didn't want to become some internet sensation or star with Becoming at the moment either. So if the song could earn him some licensing fees now, why not? Just this song, I can authorize it out. But before that, I need to listen to your recent audio works before deciding whether or not to authorize it. Su Yan said unapologetically, having just heard what Fu Lei had said. He now had doubts about Song Qingyue's strength. Becoming was the first song he took out of the other world, and it also had a special meaning to him. Even if he was going to license it out, he wanted to find a good buyer, one who had the chops to perform the song. Song Qingyun was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but laugh out softly. Classmate Su Yan, you're really quite special. She pulled out her phone and tapped it a few times, handing it over. Here's a demo I recently recorded. Su Yan put on his headphones and listened, and soon, his eyes flashed in awe. Fu Lei said Song Qingyue hadn't released a song in the past 2 years, but her strength in singing shouldn't have diminished. Her vocals, emotions, and skills are very well mastered, and this demo should also be her original. Just this small section alone, it is actually able to squeeze a lot of songs on the charts right now. Su Yan exhaled and put the headphones down. Song Qingyue winked at him. How is it? Does my singing satisfy you? Su Yan nodded. Very nice. But I don't understand. You obviously have songwriting skills. Why don't you sing your own songs? And by becoming, with Song Ching Yue's popularity, coupled with the quality of the song, he believed that if it was published, the song would definitely have the power to explode in Blue Star. Because I don't have time. Song Ching Yue's eyes dimmed a few points. I desperately need a song for the new song chart competition at the beginning of next month right now. And I want to take the #1 spot. Su Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. First, Song Chingyin shook her head and stopped talking. But Lin Weiwei beside her couldn't help but continue. Sister Whispering isn't at all like what's rumored on the internet. She's always focused on music. And she's even been praised by Ms. Mary by name before. It's just that after joining Starlight Entertainment, the old boss and the others wanted to use Sister Whisper's looks to get resources, to get her to go to the banquet and use her to hype public opinion. When Sister Whisper didn't want to cooperate, the company snowballed her. Not only did they not give us the resources, but they also gave the song that Sister Whisper wrote to Qin Lang. Qin Lang, hearing this name, Su Yan's eyes moved slightly. You guys didn't explain? Lin Weiwei sneered. Explained, but it's useless. The company personally stepped in, bought water armies to bring the rhythm, and also created a yellow rumor about Sister Lightly Speaking, causing Sister Lightly Speaking to be scolded by netizens all the time. This time we are going out on a limb and have signed a betting agreement with the company. As long as I get to #1 on the new songs chart early next month, I'll be released from my contract with the company without compensation. Song Qingyue took Lin Weiwei's words, her beautiful eyes quietly looking at Su Yan. So, Suyin-san, I very much need to wrestle with your becoming right now. Chapter 8. How could Su Yan reject Lin Xueqing? The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and Su Yan was the first to avert his gaze, sighing in his heart. No wonder there are fewer and fewer powerful people in the entertainment industry today. These entertainment companies that value traffic over prowess and squash talented people to go down some crooked path? Don't they know clearly that people with traffic and popularity alone and no strength will eventually be abandoned by the times? Thinking of this, Su Yan froze, the corner of his mouth mocking. Nope. They must be well aware of it. That's why they train one batch of flow kids after another, just so they can be updated in time. What happens if you lose the bet? Either you lose money and terminate your contract, or you honestly obey them. At these words, Su Yan opened his mouth, but for a moment, he was somewhat unable to speak. Although Song Qingyue didn't pick it out, since she had come to him, he could guess that the default payment Song Qingyue probably couldn't afford to pay back in the middle of the day. Su Yan opened his mouth. According to you, even if you have becoming, you won't necessarily get the #1 spot. Starlight Entertainment will find a way to block your way. Song Qinyin lowered her eyes. I know, but I have no other way right now, and becoming will at least allow me to take a shot. Lin Weiwei clenched her small fists in indignation. Sister Whispering sings so well, but it's like the company can't see that, favoring that Qin Lang and tricking Sister Whispering into signing a 5-year lyric contract. This time, Qin Lang will also participate in the new song chart, and the company has found someone to write songs for him, 5 at a time, wanting him to take the top spot at the beginning of the month. That's why they made a bet with Sister Whisper at this time that Qin Lang is the company's real son and we are the ones raised by our stepmother. Su Yan, don't disbelieve us. I'll show you how the company is forcing Sister Light language. Before Qin Lang returned to China, he had robbed Song Qingyue several times of the songs she was going to release, even the songs that Song Qingyue had participated in creating. This time, when he just returned to China, Starlight Entertainment planned his development afterward and found him excellent musicians to write songs. The new song chart at the beginning of next month is to build momentum for Qin Lang. The more Lin Weiwei thought about it, the more angry she became. Her eyes reddened a few points, and she clicked on her cell phone album and handed it to Su Yan. Su Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Not his own son, but close enough. He took Lin Weiwei's cell phone, and on it were several screenshots of the chat logs. Song Qingyue, what kind of innocence are you pretending to have? When you enter the company, you have to obey the company's arrangement. Others can accompany the wine. Why can't you? Whispering with this face of yours, as long as you give in, the company will still vigorously promote you. Song Qingyue, don't give your face away. You're full of black information now. Only we can save you. Looking at a threatening message, Su Yan's face sank. Lin Weiwei wiped her tears. I thought about sending these messages out before to let the public know that Sister Whispering was slandered, but the account they used wasn't a working account, and if they really sent them out, they'd definitely have to backtrack and say that Sister Whispering had started a rumor, and that they're capable of doing anything disgusting. It was clearly something that had happened to her. But listening to this, Song Qingyi's expression never changed, only raising her eyes to the empty residence stage in the middle of the bar. Actually, that's her dream now. She grew up in an orphanage in a small county. When the director, Song's mother, found her at the door, she had a silver lock around her neck with the word Whisper engraved on it. Song's mom then named her Song Qingyue. Not many people pay attention to orphanages in small counties, And not many subsidies can be applied for. A mama song is a compassionate heart. Ever since a boy in the home was once adopted for 3 months, the foster mother became pregnant and gave the boy back. Song's mother has not given up her children easily. Because of this, the financial conditions of the orphanage have become even more difficult. So, when she was 13, she defied Mother Song's obstruction to work and study. She has served dishes, set up stalls, delivered food, and participated in various music talent shows in order to earn money. She aspires to the stage, loves to sing, and has the talent to win prizes and awards for the orphanage. She relied on herself and got into the Central Music Academy, one of the top music academies in China. But she ultimately chose Zhang Chuan, who waived her tuition fees and gave her 10,000 yuan a year for living expenses during the time when there was no pressure to live. She worked hard on her singing voice and entered competitions, wanting to contribute more funds to the institution. Finally, in her sophomore year, she became popular with her win on The Greatest Showman. That day, she cried tears of joy. She called Dean's mom and cried that she could make a lot of money, she could renovate the orphanage, and she could get her music heard by more people. As a result, stepped into the fire of starlight. Song Qingyin retrieved her thoughts. Classmate Su Yan, what do you think? Su Yan was silent for a while and picked up the pen on the table. Song Qingyi was sincere, and he had his own selfishness. This contract, he signed it without any loss. Song Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and was about to thank her, but Su Yan stopped moving. What would you have done if Becoming hadn't gotten to the top of the charts? Dump my family's money and go into debt. I'll also terminate my contract. Song Qingyi said without hesitation. The money can be earned again, but music is her dream, not to be desecrated. Song Qingyi's tone was calm, but it carried an undeniable sharpness, and the waves of light in her eyes were brimming and turbulent. Su Yan stared at her for a few seconds and put down his pen. If you believe me, I'll give you a new song tomorrow that'll take #1 on the charts. Song Qingyi was stunned. Tomorrow? Lin Weiwei frowned. Su Yan student, I know you're great, but writing songs isn't that easy. You studied journalism and it's already God's reward for you to be able to write a song called Becoming Complete. A lot of people can't write a good song for decades, so don't play with us. Su Yan smiled. You guys decide, and if you don't believe me, I'll sell you the rights to Becoming right now, so feel free to take the fight. Lin Weiwei urged. Okay, then you sign. At this time, Song Qingyi stopped Lin Weiwei, her gaze lingering on Su Yan's face for a moment, gently opening her lips. I believe you. Lin Weiwei became anxious when she heard this. Sister whisper, this matter can't be fooled around with. Don't you remember how much the liquidated damages are? Song Qingyin raised her hand and interrupted her. Su Yan student, add the contact information. Su Yan nodded, and the two added contact information, and the few people sitting on the other side of Hao Feng hated to strain their ears to listen. I'll go. Song Qingyin is scanning Su Yan's QR code. They've exchanged contact information. Fu Lei's eyes were red. Yang Meng gritted his teeth. Third brother did his best to hide the fact that he knew beautiful women from us. He's the real old six. Hao Feng circled around behind the duo, and with both fists down, he delivered 2 more pops. Don't talk. It would have been hard to hear. On the other hand, Qin Lang had already left for a while. Lin Xueqing didn't like bars too much and didn't want to stay here much longer. And after having some snacks with Zhang Rong, the two of them got up and left. Xueqing, Teacher Qin is also too good to you. When you're done with the program, you'll definitely be a hit. Zhang Rong said enviously. Lin Xueqing was silent for a moment and looked at her cell phone again. Su Yan hadn't contacted her until now. Rong, what do you think? Will Su Yan really agree to sell the copyright of Becoming to Brother Lang? Zhang Rong laughed. Xueqing, why would you ask such an outrageous question? He's Su Yan the Su Yan you're at your beck and call. As long as you ask, not to mention selling, he will absolutely give it to you directly. Don't you remember what happened in the cafeteria? Lin Xueqing's thoughts instantly flowed back to her sophomore year. That day, Su Yan wasn't feeling too well, but still ran to bring her breakfast, so she didn't ask him to take her to class after class at noon, when she and her roommate arrived at the cafeteria. But she didn't see Su Yan's figure either. In the past, Su Yan would have gone to the cafeteria first to take her place and help her and her roommate with their meals. By the time they walked slowly to the cafeteria, they were just in time to get a hot meal. However, that time, because Su Yan didn't arrive, by the time they went over, the cafeteria was already crowded and they couldn't find a seat at all. When she called Su Yan, he was surprisingly still sleeping. She was so angry that she spoke to Su Yan and told him to reach the cafeteria in 5 minutes and then just hung up the phone. And Zhang Rong and the girls all said that Su Yan definitely wouldn't arrive in 5 minutes, but in fact, Su Yan arrived on time. He was wearing pajama slippers and his hair was a bit messy, making Zhang Rong and the girls laugh. That day, she still ate a hot meal, and Su Yan spent money on ordering takeout for the 4 of them in the dormitory in order to make amends. Thinking about this matter, Lin Xueqing revealed a smile. Zhang Rong was right. He was Su Yan. How could Su Yan reject Lin Xueqing? Wait, Shueching, look, is that Hao Feng and the others? Suddenly, Zhang Ron's voice sounded again. Chapter 9. The goddess has amazing fighting skills. Zhang Ron lightly pushed Lin Shueching's arm, and from this angle, she couldn't see Su Yan's position. Looking over in the direction Zhang Ron pointed, the corners of Lin Shueching's mouth lifted. Hao Feng, Fu Lei and Yang Meng were all here. So Su Yan should also be here. No wonder he didn't message her. Looks like he's sad that she rejected him and is here to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look. Lin Shueching smiled and walked over there with a lofty expression. On the other side, Su Yan had already added Song Ching Yue's contact information. As he added, he only felt an inexplicable shade behind him, and when he turned his head to look over, Hao Feng and the three of them all gave him a small thumbs up. Suyin, Song Ching Yue's charm was really great. Hao Feng had shared his brain with those two douchebags. I sent you a locator, and tomorrow, I'll meet you there. A pleasant voice came. Su Yan returned to his senses, and after seeing the location, he looked at Song Qingyue in surprised. Soundscape recording studio. She really believed in herself enough to make an appointment directly to the studio. Song Qingyue smiled. Or, do you need me to wait a few more days? Su Yan shook his head. There's no need to wait much longer. I'll find you tomorrow after my second big class. Song Qingyue put on her mask, extended her hand, and smiled. The second big class. Ah, okay, I know. Su Yan followed and got up, shaking her hand. It's so soft. The moment he touched Zoe, these two words popped up in Su Yan's mind. His ears immediately reddened and secretly cursed himself. LSP. All brought down by Fu Lei. Su Yan, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Su Yan turned his head to look. Lin Shueching stared at him with a sulky expression. The first instant Lin Shueching appeared, Su Yan was alarmed and subconsciously had to draw back his hand, wanting to explain, and at that moment, he suddenly felt his hand being pinched, and when he turned his head to look, Song Qingyi shook her head at him. Su Yan immediately reacted, and immediately revealed a self-deprecating smile. You've been a bitch for so long. You've even got the nerve reflexes to bitch out. A clown like him. Batman doesn't even want to fight, does he? Lin Shueching's gaze was dead set on Su Yan and Song Qingyue, who were still holding hands, and her heart suddenly welled up with anger and sourness. She thought that Su Yan was drinking away his sorrows with Hao Feng and the others when he didn't take the initiative to look for himself for such a long time after being rejected by himself. She had thought that she would be merciful today and give Su Yan a little face in front of his roommate, telling him that she had already disregarded today's incident. However, when she walked to this neighborhood, she realized that Su Yan was actually drinking and chatting with the remaining two girls, and even holding the hand of one of them. Su Yan, you don't answer my calls and are here drinking with other girls? Are you deliberately antagonizing me? Lin Shueching was cold, her tone almost questioning. Su Yan's face showed a sneer. Sure enough, it was the Lin Shueching he knew. How can you take it so for granted that everything I do is because of you? And since when did it become a big mistake for me not to want to answer your calls? Now, he really wanted to go back and ask his old self how he had liked someone like that for 7 years. The things she says and does are clearly offensive. Su Yan looked at Lin Shueching indifferently and slowly opened his mouth. Does it matter to you what I do? Lin Shueching's entire body instantly froze, and her gaze towards Su Yan was filled with disbelief. The person in front of her, was it really Su Yan? Su Yan, how could he speak to her in such a tone? Zhang Rong rushed over aggressively and pointed at Su Yan. Could you, Su Yan? Shuecheng only rejected you at night, and now you're coming to the bar to find another woman. Su Yan, you're doing things that are too disgusting. You're really a big slag. Su Yan's face was cold, and before he could speak, Song Qingyue on the side naturally took his arm. Brother Yan, this is the girl you used to like. Not bad looking. Her beautiful eyes carried a smile as she looked towards Lin Shuechengji. In the past 2 years since she entered the circle, Song Qingyue had been in and out of important occasions many times, and coupled with her own personality, she exuded an elegant and noble temperament all around, and this kind of temperament couldn't be compared to Lin Shuecheng, who spent most of her time in school activities. Brother words, hearing such an intimate address and looking at the arms of the two holding each other, Lin Shuecheng's heart seized with pain. That's right. She did get angry when she saw Su Yan getting close to this girl, but she was still certain in her heart that this girl would never be Su Yan's girlfriend. Su Yan has been glued to her for 7 years, most of the time with her. Whether it's middle school, high school or college, nearly half of the people on campus all know that Su Yan loves her. Lin Shuecheng loves her so much that she can't help herself. In just a few short hours, could Su Yan change his mind? She doesn't believe it. But if it was staged, why could Su Yan allow this person to take his arm and call him Brother Yan? Moreover, Lin Shuecheng looked carefully at Song Qingyue. She realized that the girl was very good-looking, tall in stature. A simple long dress was worn by her with a customized look, although he was wearing a mask. His eyebrows and eyes were extremely bright, and together with the aura around him, his beauty was very flamboyant. Lin Shuecheng suddenly panicked in her heart. She thought that if Su Yan had looked for an ordinary-looking girl, she might not have felt so bad in her heart, because she had the confidence that she would compare that person. But now, Lin Xueqing only felt panic clogging her chest. She took a deep breath and tried her best to show indifference. Su Yan, really congratulate you but I really did not expect. You change your heart so fast. You and the school to create can be infatuated with the man's persona I do not know this girlfriend of yours. If you know how you used to be begging me to be with you, will not mind? As soon as the words were spoken, Lin Xueqing regretted it. She should have acted more indifferent. But for some reason, seeing Su Yan with another woman, she couldn't help but be repulsed in her heart and subconsciously said such vicious words. It was as if she could only maintain her face if she stung Su Yan. The atmosphere instantly froze. Zhang Rong silently took a step back. This time, even she felt that Lin Xueqing's words were a bit excessive. Su Yan remained expressionless. Only that heart still could not help but throb. Suyin, take a good look. You gave your heart and soul and chased Lin Xueqing for 7 years. In her case, it's a weapon to sting you. Luckily, though, a heart of his had long been full of holes and was no longer afraid. How Feng and the others had gotten up and walked quickly towards Su Yan as early as when Lin Xueqing appeared. It was just that Song Qingyue had preceded them and stood up for Su Yan. So they stood back, but hearing Lin Xueqing's words, the three of them couldn't hold back completely. And Fu Lei drew his legs and rushed over, and this time, Song Qingyi was one step ahead of them again. Her eyes were icy cold as she approached Lin Xueqing step by step, blocking Su Yan behind her. So you think, too, that it's a shame to like you? Lin Xueqing choked and unconsciously took a step back. Hao Feng and the three of them stopped in their tracks, their eyes rounded, and then, they all looked at Song Qingyue with a touch of admiration in their eyes. The goddess is not only good looking, but this fighting power is also very human. Lin Xueqing clenched her teeth tightly and spoke only after a long time. I'm talking to Su Yan. What does it have to do with you? Song Qingyin stared straight at Lin Xueqing. She is a great lover of music and besides loving to sing, she also writes, and one of the most important things to create is to learn to observe. To observe the people and things around you and use them as inspiration. Today, she was watching Su Yan's performance from the stage, and the loneliness and despondency in the song was so loud that she nearly lost control of her tears. There were obviously so many people in the activity center, but when Su Yan played on the stage, there was a strong sense of loneliness in him, as if he had been abandoned. Song Qingyue wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business, but this time, she couldn't help but step in to help. Song Qingyi spoke slowly. Of course it's relevant. I'm courting Brother Yan. Speaking of which, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for your refusal, I wouldn't have been able to get close to Brother Yan. You know, I've been crushing on him for a long time too. Although Brother Yan hasn't agreed to be with me yet, he is willing to give me a chance. And what you don't cherish, there will naturally be someone to cherish for you. But I'm curious. What Brother Yan lost was just someone who didn't love him, while what you lost was someone who loved you. Lin Xueqing student, what are you so proud of? Chapter 10, because you don't deserve it. Lin Xueqing's face would pale a few points with every word Song Qingyue said. She wanted to refute Song Qingyue, but she didn't know how to do so. Her teeth were clenched extremely tightly. Her eyes still couldn't help but moisten as she looked towards Su Yan. And in the next moment, her heart went cold again. The other party didn't care about her at all. His gaze at the moment was all on Song Qingyue's body. Su Yan looked at Song Qingyue who was standing in front of his eyes, and his dull and lifeless pupils were as if they were lit up by stars at this moment. In the past, it had always been him guarding Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing was harassed at school and he rushed over to fix it. Lin Xueqing was reprimanded by Uncle Lin. Auntie Lin, who held Lin Xueqing back. At Lin Xueqing's command, he appeared in front of her with all his might. He had protected others for 7 years and never thought that someone else would stand in his defense as well. Su Yan took a deep breath. His nose indisputably a little sour. Perhaps it was because he had suffered too much from Lin Xueqing before, and a little sweetness from others made it a little hard for him to top it. Lin Xueqing's tears were already welling up in her eyes. Suyin, what the hell are you doing? You clearly promised that you would always be by my side, protecting me and loving me, but now, I'm being bullied right in front of your eyes, and you're ignoring it, even siding with someone else. Suyin, I only rejected you, but I didn't ask you to approach other girls. What the hell is wrong with you? Lin Xueqing tried to control her emotions and pointed at Song Qingyue. Su Yan, without further ado, I have something serious to discuss with you. You let her go back. Su Yan said indifferently. There's nothing she can't hear. Lin Xueqing's heart throbbed once again, her nails digging out marks in her palms. Alright then, let me get this straight. I'm going to be on the show soon, and I want Becoming as my first stage song. So send me the audio and lyrics tonight. I'm going to get a band to record it out. So please move fast. Su Yan didn't say anything and looked straight at Lin Xueqing. Seeing his eyes fall on himself, Lin Xueqing felt much more comfortable in her heart. God knows how hard she felt in her heart just now when she saw Su Yan staring at Song Qingyue with such a gentle gaze. Her expression cleared a little and she clenched her fists. You know, my dream is to debut as a singer, And haven't you always struggled with not being able to help me before? Now, you have a chance. Sun. I admit that my words today went too far. But we are still friends, aren't we? Lin Xueqing looked straight at Su Yan's Suin. I came over and bowed my head of my own accord. It's your turn. Not you've had a long falling out over a little thing. And you've even gotten another woman to come over and piss me off. I can forgive all that. Now it's your turn to behave. Su Yan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Xueqing, how can you still be so self-righteous? Without even asking me what I think. You take it for granted that I'll give you the becoming? Besides, who are you doing this aggrieved look for? Do you think? You've bowed down by saying that you admit that what you said today went too far? Lin Xueqing, you're really a princess. Without being moved to tears by Song Qingyi. At this moment he was laughing out of the corner of his eyes because of Lin Xueqing's words. It's so funny, isn't it? Lin Xueqing frowned slightly. Su Yan, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing. You're still so self-righteous. Su Yan's face showed sarcasm. You're the one who said that all I caused you was misunderstanding and trouble. You're the one who said that I should not pester you in the future. You're the one who told me over and over that you'd be better off without me, kicking me out of the way when you don't need me, and condescendingly ordering me around when you do. What do you take me for? One of your dogs? Lin Xueqing's entire body froze. Her pupils widened, and for a moment it was as if she had lost her soul. Her figure was somewhat unsteady. Those words just now, did they really come out of Su Yan's mouth? Hao Feng on one side was also shocked by what he heard, and each of them looked at Su Yan dumbfounded. Lao San branched out. The oldest three bulls. Zhang Rong was busy holding Lin Xueqing and shouted angrily. Su Yan, you're the one who changed your heart, betrayed Xueqing, and let your girlfriend bully Xueqing. Xueqing has held back and only talked to you about business. How can you talk about her like that? Lin Xueqing's body trembled as tears finally slipped from her eyes uncontrollably and she cried out. Su Yan, just because I rejected you, are you bullying me like this? Bullying you? Su Yan smiled. So I'm bullying you by telling the truth. What about you? Lin Xueqing? You implied that I confessed to you, and then trampled my face underfoot in front of everyone for the sake of that man, and then I stopped pestering you. I made you whole, and then you couldn't see me spending time with other girls, and brought your roommate over to accuse me of being a scumbag, and call me disgusting, and you didn't do any more than that? After saying these words, Su Yan realized that his heart was much freer. It's been repressed for too long. Why did he not realize until now that Lin Xueqing was so irritating, selfish and self-righteous? He really had to admit at this moment that he had been blind before. He looked at Lin Xueqing, who was already crying into tears, and spoke word by word. Lin Xueqing, I will definitely not sell you the song fulfillment because you don't deserve it. After saying that, he took Song Qingyue's hand and walked straight out. Yoo-hoo! Fu Lei whistled, and the two of them, Hao Feng Yang Meng, followed Su Yan with a big smile. As he passed by Lin Xueqing, Hao Feng revealed a mocking smile and turned his head towards the Fu Lei duo. Let's go and meet our third sibling. Lao San is really powerful. The third sibling's sister looks that is called a water spirit. Not any cat or dog can be compared to the department flower counts for a ball. My third sister-in-law and my third brother. Just call it a groom and a daughter. The three of them purposely amplified the volume so that Lin Xueqing could hear clearly and left while chatting. Lin Xueqing was completely unsteady on her feet as she crouched down, her arms hugging her knees as she cried out in pain. Wrong. Did I really do wrong? Did I really go that far? She asked with teary eyes. Zhang Rong was heartbroken and reached out to gently pat her back to comfort her. Xueqing, don't listen to Su Yan's nonsense. It's Su Yan who wants to chase you. It's not like you asked for what he did before. It's what he willingly did. So who is he to blame you? Besides, he's a boy and you're a girl. Boys are supposed to give in to girls. He accused you of being unmanly today in front of that girl. You've known each other for 7 years. Xueqing, you were right to refuse this morning. How can Su Yan compare to Mr. Qin? He changes his heart so quickly. If you're really with him, you're sure to split. Zhang Rong was indignant, and the more she talked, the angrier she got in her heart. Lin Xueqing was the flower of the department, as well as talent, which is a Su Yan can match. Lin Xueqing sniffled, her emotions easing a little. Yes, we're 7 years of hair. Su Yan, do you really have to be so desperate? And at this moment, Su Yan's few people had already walked out of the Bridge West bar, looking at the streets of traffic. Su Yan took a few deep breaths and for the first time felt so free. That, Suin-san, Song Qingyue's voice sounded, and as soon as Su Yan turned around, he was met with a pair of clear and beautiful eyes. How long do you plan to hold it? Song Qingyin raised the hand she was holding upwards. Su Yan was embarrassed and was busy loosening his hand. Sorry, by the way. Thanks for your help today. Song Qingyi winked wryly. Consider me a heroine for once. If you really want to thank me, help me write a song that will get to #1 on the charts. Su Yan smiled at his words. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I'm looking forward to it. At this time, Lin Weiwei drove the car over. Song Qingyue nodded towards Su Yan, and then left. Su Yan had just retracted his eyes when he was hooked by the duo of Fu Lei and Yang Meng to hold his neck. Good, you thick-browed Su Yan. Say, when did you hide the goddess we know? Third brother, honestly, what did Sister Whispering talk to you about? Hao Feng was also gleaming, and all three of their eyes were ablaze with the fire of gossip. Su Yan couldn't struggle away, crying and laughing. What's with that? She just saw my show today and wanted to buy Becoming from me. Crap! Fu Lei's eyes lit up. Lao San, it looks like you're really going to be on fire. Song Qingyue is even going to buy your song. Yang Mengshan chattered. No wonder it is said that there is no woman in the heart. Drawing the sword is naturally divine. Third brother is going to rise. Ah, the words you said to Lin Xueqing today really shocked me. That's right, Lao San. At last I see you branching out. Do you know how touched I am? Second brother? Fu Lei put on an appearance of wiping his tears and was about to hug Su Yan. And Yang Meng was not willing to show weakness and also reached out to hug Su Yan. Black lines rose on Su Yan's forehead, and his two hands tightly stopped these two people's faces. Hao Feng hesitated, but still asked, Lao San, that person you told Lin Xueqing about. Who exactly is that? Chapter 11. 2 years of relationship is no match for a dog you just met a few months ago. The originally rowdy few were instantly quiet. Fu Lei and Yang Meng also let go of Su Yan. Fu Lei coughed and glared at Hao Feng. And you say we're talking about the pot calling the kettle black? Look at yourself. You think we're not curious? But can it be asked? Hao Feng's face went black and he wanted to slap himself. Are you out of your mind? Why ask so many questions? He coughed twice in embarrassment. Lao San, I'm just asking. Say it or not. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan slowly opened his mouth. It's someone Lin Xueqing has been waiting for 5 years. 5 years? Yang Meng's eyes widened. Sango, so you know this person well too? Su Yan smiled gently. Well, it's very familiar. Yang Meng still wanted to ask something, but Fu Lei covered his mouth and whispered, Stop beeping, can't you see that Lao San is out of sorts? Yang Meng looked at Su Yan, who was still calm, but the atmosphere around him had become much more oppressive. Su Yan didn't say anything more. Only a cold smile spilled out from his lips. How could he and Qin Lang not be familiar with each other? Speaking of which, he and Qin Lang had also been neighbors for a year. At that time, he had already been neighbors with Lin Xueqing for 2 years, and in the eyes of the rest of the people, the two were inseparable. Although Lin Xueqing had a bit of a princess temper, she was obedient and clingy in front of him. She regarded herself as all hers, and if any girls expressed their affection for her, Lin Xueqing would even tell them that there was a marriage contract between them, declaring her sovereignty out if a boy harassed her. She would call out to herself to be a shield. Su Yan believed that at that time, Lin Xueqing had wanted to be with him all the time, but during the second semester of their junior year, Qin Lang's family moved in next door to them. He was 3 years older than them and transferred to a high school near them. On the day he moved in, Lin Xueqing dragged him to visit his neighbors and happened to meet Qin Lang, who was playing the guitar and singing. Lin Xueqing, who had always liked to make a lot of noise, quieted down at that moment as she listened to the song and looked at Qin Lang, mesmerized. At that time, he didn't notice the difference and didn't realize that the young girl's heart had, at that moment, strayed. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes dimmed. From that day on, Lin Xueqing would mention Qin Lang in his ear every day. She said, Su Yan, you should really learn how to talk from Brother Ron. Talking to Brother Ron is much more interesting than talking to you. She said, Suyin, I heard Brother Lang sing again today. It's a new song he wrote. He's really good. She said, Brother Lang just came to school. He became the man of the hour in school. Sunny and generous. Handsome. This is the prince. Su Yan, look at you. How can you compare with him? Every time Qin Lang was mentioned, Lin Xueqing had admiration written all over her eyes. Even comparing him to Qin Lang many times, initially, he was simply uncomfortable listening to it, and his attitude towards Qin Lang was a bit colder. But then after experiencing some of Qin Lang's tawdry maneuvers, his view of Qin Lang had turned into disgust. He had also thought about getting along with this neighbor, but Qin Lang's behavior in front of Lin Xueqing was completely different from how he acted in front of him alone. When facing him alone, Qin Lang never hid his inferiority. Lin Xueqing went to Qin Lang more and more days, and the time she used to spend with him, she went to Qin Lang. He even changed his volunteerism and dragged him to the same high school as Qin Lang. On the day the school year started, Lin Xueqing rushed to the senior department to look for Qin Lang, but she saw Qin Lang and another girl holding hands and talking and laughing. She ran home, disoriented, and locked herself in her room, crying. Uncle Lin they found themselves to comfort, and he was at the door of Lin Xueqing's room, comforting her and exhorting her. He tells her that Qin Lang has only been enrolled in school for a few months and has already changed his girlfriends a few times, and is a notorious playboy in the school, so there's no need to be sad for him. He thought that Lin Xueqing would come to her senses after hearing this. However, Lin Xueqing opened the door and slammed him with a book. glaring at him viciously. Su Yan, I forbid you to say anything bad about Brother Lang. Get out of here. Lin Xueqing doesn't blame Qin Lang. Instead she blames herself for not trying hard enough. She observes the girls Qin Lang likes, learns to dress up, puts on makeup, and becomes elegant in her speech. Lin Xueqing's efforts were not in vain. Qin Lang noticed the changes in her, and although the two did not establish a relationship, they were getting closer and closer. The result was that Lin Xueqing's grades fell apart in the monthly exam. Uncle Lin found him again to persuade Lin Xueqing. He tells her that Qin Lang is entangled with a lot of girls in school, so don't waste your education for such people. He still remembered the way Lin Xueqing looked at him at that time. Disappointment. Dislike. Brother Ron has told me that it's all those girls who are pestering him. He just doesn't want to do too much and affect those girls' high school entrance exams. I think you're just jealous that Brother Lang is more popular and talented than you. If you say one more bad word about Brother Lang after that, we won't be friends anymore. After hearing those words, he died. A 2-year relationship is no match for a dog you've known for a few months. He didn't bother about Qin Lang and Lin Xueqing anymore, and focused on his studies, only to hear that Qin Lang was on fire and had signed with Starlight Entertainment. It wasn't until the final exam of his first year of high school that Lin Xueqing suddenly found him one night and hugged him and cried. Lin Xueqing cried and told him that Qin Lang was going to go abroad for further study, and Qin Lang's family was moving away, so they wouldn't be able to see each other in the future. He couldn't bear it in his heart and hugged Lin Xueqing tightly, softly comforting her. After Qin Lang left, Lin Xueqing fell ill and didn't go to school for half a month. Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin had something to do on a business trip, and he was the one who took care of Lin Xueqing for that half a month. And after Lin Xueqing recovered from her illness, she never mentioned Qin Lang again, and as if she had figured it out, she began to study hard, and the two of them resumed their previous mode of getting along. He thought that Qin Lang's gloom had finally passed until her sophomore year of high school. Lin Xueqing used running away from home to force her aunt and uncle to enroll her in music classes. Thinking of this, Su Yan looked mocking. Lin Xueqing, whether it was then or now, you chose Qin Lang. So again, did you react so strongly to the fact that I was with another girl? Want to be with Qin Lang, but don't want to lose me as a lickspill? Lin Xueqing, what you're thinking? It's so beautiful. When the four of them returned to the dormitory, it was already 11:30, and the next dormitory even turned off the lights. Jiang Chuan's dormitory is a suite model. 2 suites on the first floor, a suite with 2 dormitories. Each dormitory is a quadruple room with a top bunk and a bottom table, while the bathroom and the toilet are in the common area of the suite. As soon as they came back, Fu Lei and Yang Meng grabbed 2 bathrooms, while Su Yan opened his computer and searched for Song Qingyi. Admittedly, there were a lot of King Bomb songs on Earth, but he wanted to find one that matched Song Qingyi a little better. Therefore, he needed to know more about Song Qingyi. The web page quickly jumped out, and only after glancing at the content on it, Su Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 12, Pure Boys, one pinch away except for the top line of the wiki, which describes Song Qingyue's age, and the information that she won the greatest voice. The following lines of phrases do not have friendly titles. Song Qingyi's late-night bar hopping and self-destruction of her innocence. Flower vase. Song Qingyi explodes in another scandal. Fans are collectively off the hook. Song Qingyi enters the gynecological hospital, suspected of being close to good things. Explosive. Qin Lang is about to return to China. Netizens demand Song Qingyi apologize in person. The first page, after all, is filled with lace news. Su Yan's brows furrowed. Although he had already heard Lin Weiwei say that Starlight Entertainment had taken Song Qingyue out to speculate about the scandal, but he was still shocked to see so many black reports at this moment. If he hadn't listened to Song Qingyue's song and known about the bet between Starlight Entertainment and Song Qingyue, or maybe he would have been led astray by these rumors online. Moreover, he had his own selfish reasons for helping Song Qingyue. Lin Weiwei had said that Starlight Entertainment was going to hold Qin Lang to the top of the new songs chart at the beginning of next month. He, then, was going to let Qin Lang's expectations fall through. It wasn't for Lin Xueqing, but he simply loathed Qin Lang. Yoo-hoo, seeing Song Qingyue springing to life? As soon as you come back, you search her name. Su Yan's bed was on this side of the door, and when Fu Lei came back from the shower, he saw him searching for Song Qingyue and immediately revealed a lewd smile. Upon hearing this, Hao Feng was also happy and turned his head to flirt. Is that so? Lao San, you were also shocked by the beauty of school sister whispering? Black lines rose on Su Yan's forehead and he blankly glanced at Fu Lei. Do you have to be so goddamned fast in the shower? Fu Lei dashingly flicked his hair. The main thing is that there is no mirror in the shower room. Small wash 2 minutes. Big wash 5 minutes. Fine wash 8 minutes. Look at the mirror. Master can look at half an hour. Suin. Hao Feng couldn't help himself and picked up his slippers and smashed them. Don't you fucking slut. Fu Lei rested his arm on Su Yan's chair inside. Lao San, although I appreciate your vision, I still have to remind you that Song Qingyue, this person, can only be viewed from afar. You've also seen her popularity on the internet. Innocent little boys like you, She's a pinch away. Janmon wiped his hair and entered the house. Third brother, don't listen to this bastard's fart. I've seen Song Qingyue's black materials. None of them have actual hammer. They are all those marketing numbers looking at the picture and telling the story. Just for the fact that school sister Qingyue stood up for you today, I'll recognize her as my sister-in-law. Fu Lei gave him a blow to the back of the head without any good humor. You want to recognize your sister-in-law and want to go crazy, don't you? If, according to you, Song Qingyue is being targeted by so many marketing numbers, that's all the more reason not to be with her. Or will there be any peace in the future? Su Yan's eyes jumped as he listened. What the hell are these two guys brainstorming about? He's just checking out Song Qingyue's information. How did he even get involved in living a life? He didn't bother to pay attention to these two people and clicked on the edited video of Song Qingyue's participation in the strongest voice to himself. In the video, Song Qingyue wore a bright smile and made a deep bow towards the audience before she began to sing. She was happy as a bird after getting the clearance approval from her 3 mentors and thanked her mentors and the audience profusely. Thank you, teacher. Thank you all. I will definitely not let you down. My name is Song Qingyue. Su Yan was a bit surprised. The Song Qingyue in the video was a different person from the one he saw today. Fu Lei also froze. I haven't seen the strongest voice. I didn't even know that Song Qingyue used to be so lively. I've seen her on the program before. She said very little. Do you know why I never hacked the Light Whispering Sisters? Hao Feng walked over and patted Su Yan's shoulder, sighing slightly. During the first semester of my freshman year, I was involved in the school's poverty assessment meeting, and Sister Whisper is an orphan. Su Yan was stunned, and Fu Lei and Yang Meng's eyes rounded. Orphans? Hao Feng nodded. Sister Whispering grew up in an orphanage, worked hard to get into college, and she initially got into Central Sound because our school gave her a full waiver of tuition and subsidized living expenses before she came over. You all know how expensive it is to learn music. In addition to learning it at school, you also have to spend money to find opportunities to go outside to learn it. And you also have to buy musical instruments. Her 10,000 a year living expenses are actually just enough, but she donated half of it to the orphanage. And because of that, the school allowed her to participate in the assessment of needy students again. Su Yan was silent for a moment. So did she rate? Hao Feng raised an eyebrow. It was rated, but she didn't want it. She was able to fend for herself by that time and wanted the school to leave the spots for those who needed them more. In the dormitory, the air was quiet, especially Fu Lei, whose face was green. At that time, Sister Whispering was still a very cheerful person, and it wasn't long before she went to participate in the strongest voice. And I had secretly congratulated her for finally keeping the clouds open. But it turned out, Hao Feng paused and raised his foot to kick Fu Lei. In theory, I shouldn't tell you guys about this, but Fu Lei, your brat has too much prejudice against school sister Qingyue. She's not as bad as you think. Alright, I'm going to take a bath. What I just said, all 3 of you rot in your stomachs. The 3 were silent for a moment. Pop. Fu Lei raised his hand and gave himself a slap in the face, his intestines going green with remorse. I'll be damned. Yang Meng sighed. I didn't realize that a saint would be by my side. I have even more admiration for school sister Whispering. Su Yan took a deep breath, closed the computer, got up and walked out. Yang Meng hurriedly called out to him. Third brother, it's so late. Where are you running off to? Go to the music room and come back over the wall later. Su Yan left without looking back. He knew which song to give to Song Lightning. That song. It suits her. On the other hand, Song Qingyue had already returned to the hotel. She had just entered the room when Lin Weiwei came over with a huff. Sister Lan just called me. The company dismissed me. Dismissal is dismissal. I don't want to stay in that shitty place anymore. Song Qingying smiled and handed her a cup of water. Take it easy. You're getting hamster angry. I'll pay you afterward. Lin Weiwei sighed. Sister Whispering. You know I'm not talking about this. Sister Lan just asked me to relay to you that Qin Lang's side already has a song. And it's Mr. Yuan himself who composed the lyrics and music. Aha! Song Qingyue nodded perfunctorily. Picking up a book on the nightstand and flipping through it, Lin Weiwei simply sat directly next to her. Sister Whispering. I think we'd better go and buy Becoming Whole. I just saw that Becoming Whole still has no traffic to promote it in Shivering Cloud. And I think I know that there must be a singer who has taken a liking to the song and pressed the traffic, but even in this case, the number of likes has reached 500,000. It's only a matter of time before the song catches fire. So if we don't get it first, watch out for it. Song whispered lightly. Didn't Suyin say that he would give me a song that could take the #1 spot? Lin Weiwei was furious. You believe him just because he says so? We just met him today. Song Qingyi put down the book and blinked at her. Wrong. It's you who just met him today. Chapter 13. Boiling sheep must be handed a cigarette when they come here. Ring ring ring. At 6 o'clock in the morning. Su Yan turned off the alarm clock in a daze and subconsciously quickly grabbed his jacket and put it on his body. He had just stepped on the stairs to his bunk bed when Fu Lei, who was sleeping directly across from him, Rolled over, disoriented. Lao San, up so early again. Going to buy breakfast for Lin Xueching? Yeah, and her roommates. They have class today at 8 a.m. I have to hurry. Halfway through his words, Su Yan reacted. Habit was really a terrible thing. He had already decided to give up on Lin Xueching, but the residual muscle memory of his body was not that easy to forget. Whoever said that being a lickspittle would end up with nothing. At least they are experienced. Look at him. How fast are his nerve reflexes? Boiling Goat has to hand me a cigarette when he sees me, right? Su Yan laughed to himself and took his jacket off, covering the quilt and continuing to sleep. It's so nice to finally get a good night's sleep. On the other hand, Lin Xueching and Zhang Rong had already gotten up. There were 4 of them in the dormitory before, but one of the roommates, Nana Zhao, found an internship some time ago and went out for an internship after applying with the school, and another roommate Wen Jing, and their majors are different. Read the Department of Dance. Studying classical dance. Very hard work. Is always 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning to get up to practice morning work. Lin Xueching got up at 7:15. Her face was a bit haggard, and her eyes were a bit swollen at the moment after crying for a long time last night. Yukari, are you alright? You look like you're in poor spirits, Zhang Rong said with concern. Lin Xueching breathlessly pulled out a smile. I'm fine. She sat down at the table and looked at her haggard self in the mirror, her eyes reddening a little again. Last night she had been thinking about what Su Yan had said to her, and the hand Su Yan and the girl were holding tightly, and thought about it until 4 in the morning before she fell asleep. She wanted to send a message to Su Yan, but she didn't know what to send. Could it be that she wanted to apologize to Su Yan? Zhang Rong sighed and held Lin Xueching's hand soothingly. Xueching, don't be sad. It's Su Yan who's too careful, all disregarding your 7 years of friendship. However, you might as well compromise for Mr. Ching for once. He even begged you like that yesterday. Well, I know. I'll give Su Yan a good look when he comes over later. Lin Xueching combed her makeup in the mirror, carefully covering her tiredness. If Su Yan knew that he had been hurting all night for him, he would have gotten even more carried away, right? She was Lin Xueching, yeah, the princess of Su Yan. Princesses were all high and mighty. How could she show weakness to a knight? It's really aggravating. Zhang Rong glanced at her cell phone and frowned. But it's already 7:30 now. Why hasn't Su Yan sent the meal over yet? Also, he didn't even ask us yesterday what we're having for dinner this morning. Xueching, hurry up and hurry him up. Don't make us late. He's really getting more and more clueless. Lin Xueching glanced at the time and her eyebrows wrinkled. Since her sophomore year of high school, Su Yan had been in charge of her breakfast almost every day, especially after she went to college. She didn't want to eat in the cafeteria all the time, so Su Yan would ask her what she wanted to eat a day in advance, and then go out to the restaurant to buy it for her and deliver it to her. After Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana saw it, they also wanted Su Yan to help them buy it, so she agreed on Su Yan's behalf as far as a side trip was concerned. Up until yesterday morning, Suyin had done a great job and made sure to have breakfast delivered by 7:30 on days when she was on the morning 8. And today, Suyin was late. Had he forgotten that she had an early class today? Lin Xueching tightened her face, picked up her cell phone and dialed Suyin. The phone was quickly picked up, and the corners of Lin Xueching's mouth lifted. Suyin, why aren't you here yet? I'm going to be late. Before she could finish her sentence, a short busy signal sounded, followed by a series of beeps. Suyin unexpectedly hung up on her again. Lin Xueching froze, her face white and bloodless. He must be getting close already. That's why he's not answering my calls. I'll go out and check. Lin Xueching bit her lip and forced a smile of indifference, desperately consoling herself. She had just gotten up when Jing finished practicing her morning work and pushed the door and seeing the duo. When Jing froze, aren't you guys on morning 8 today? Why don't you go out yet? Zhang Rong grunted. It's not because of that Su Yan. He used to bring the breakfast by 7:30. Today he hasn't come until now. I don't know where he died. When Jing looked strange. Didn't you guys see the circle of friends Hao Feng posted? They're already eating in the cafeteria. Ha! With that, she tapped the circle of friends to display it in front of the duo. A minute ago, Hao Feng posted a dynamic. Xiao Yanzi rarely follow the brothers to eat a breakfast. No class in the morning. This leisurely the accompanying picture was a picture of Su Yan eating his meal, and Su Yan's cell phone, which was placed in his hand. Lin Xueching was struck by lightning. Her entire body froze in place, followed by bean-sized teardrops rolling down her face. She picked up her books, pushed open the door and rushed straight out. Zhang Rong hurriedly went after him. Yukari, wait for me. When Jing looked at the duo's backs and only felt ridiculous from freshman year to now, she had watched how Su Yan had treated Lin Xueching with no regard, and she had also seen how Lin Xueching had trampled on Su Yan's true heart. How many people in the world can deliver breakfast for 2 years, come rain or shine? How many people in the world can do that? Even parents can't do that, right? Lin Xueching, on the other hand, took Su Yan's kindness to her for granted and yelled at him for the slightest thing. Because of Lin Xueching's attitude, Both Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana treated Su Yan as a servant who came when called, when Jing had once looked away and reminded Lin Xueqing that if she missed Su Yan, she would never be able to touch anyone better than Su Yan for her, but at that time, Lin Xueqing just gave her a strange look and smiled in disbelief. When Jing, Su Yan has been chasing me for 7 years. There's absolutely no way he would leave me. Zhang Rong and Zhao Nana also chimed in from the sidelines, even insinuating that she was jealous of Lin Xueqing's status as the departmental flower, and intentionally trying to push Lin Xueqing into the fire pit that was Su Yan. After that, she never advised Lin Xueqing again and kept her distance from the remaining 3. When Jing smiled and shook her head, after seeing Lin Xueqing become more and more condescending and selfish by Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong's flirtations, she knew that Lin Xueqing would definitely suffer a backlash. And at this time, Su Yan was still eating in the cafeteria. Hao Feng looked at his cell phone and couldn't help but smile. "Did you just use my cell phone?" Su Yan asked as he glanced at the lit-up screen. Hao Feng didn't hide it and tried. "Lin Xueqing called and I hung up on you." "Oh," Su Yan responded and continued to bury his head to eat. Hao Feng breathed a huge sigh of relief. As a good brother, his greatest fear was that Su Yan would not be able to think of going back to contact Lin Xueqing again. He wasn't sure about those 5 years in the past, but in these 2 years, it was really hard for him to watch Su Yan being trampled by Lin Xueqing. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and the corner of his mouth lifted. "Boy, congratulations on your new life." The corner of Su Yan's mouth twitched. "This one owes a beating again." The journalism department only had one mandatory class today, news writing, which didn't start until 9:50. Hao Feng went to help out at the student union, and Su Yan walked slowly towards his dorm room alone. He was going to catch up on some sleep after giving up on Lin Xueqing. Today was the first time he tasted the taste of sleeping in. One word, cool, and he was a little more tired than usual after working in the music room until 1 a.m. yesterday. If he could, he would love to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights in a row to make up for all the sleep he hadn't gotten in the past. And before he could get to the dormitory building, he heard a clamor coming from the front, and in front of the dormitory building's gate, there were about 10 other people, mostly girls, gathered around. Su Yan froze, and before he could figure out the situation, an excited female voice suddenly sounded. "Look guys, is that Senior Su Yan? Chapter 14. Do I look like your girlfriend to you? What the hell?" Su Yan was shocked by the shout. Before he could react, he saw the group of people surrounding the doorway with green eyes, staring at him like hungry wolves. Then, in unison, they ran toward him. 2 girls in ultra-short skirts bore the brunt of it. "Senior Su Yan, I'm an elementary school girl who just enrolled in school. I heard you sing on stage yesterday. I especially like you. May I ask if you can give me an autograph?" "Senior, I want an autograph too. You can sign my shirt directly." Another elementary school girl tugged at her shirt at her chest and opened her mouth with bravado. Su Yan was so shocked that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, and it was only at this time that he realized that the rest of the few people had also rushed over, and he at the moment, he's surrounded by these elementary school girls. "Senior, I'm also your little fan. The school didn't play the first view of you singing, and there's no full version of the video. Can you record it? I really want to hear it." "Yes, yes, yes, yes. This is super important. Ooh, I cried for so long listening to it yesterday that I can't even loop it when I go back and try to reminisce." "Senior, what on earth have you been through to be able to write such a song? Hearing people's little hearts break." Oh, Su Yan experienced this kind of scene for the first time. He didn't know what to say or how to deal with it. He forced himself to be calm and took these people's pen and paper and signed for them. The whole time it would just repeat, "Thanks for the support." The schoolgirls watched his ears go red and giggled, wanting to tease him even more. "Senior, you're so innocent. Do you have a girlfriend? Do I look like your girlfriend?" "It's okay not to be a girlfriend. Senpai, I'm not greedy. A hug is enough." "Senpai, I'm thick. It's more comfortable to cuddle with me." "Crap, what is all this talk of tigers and wolves?" Su Yan's eyes were horrified. Is he out of touch with society? Are all schoolgirls so wild these days? No need. He sped up his hands and signed the last book before scurrying away. Another round of laughter ringing out behind him. Su Yan's face was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to give himself an earful. Unseen guide. "I'm embarrassed in front of my schoolmates." He had just returned to his dorm room when the cell phone in his pocket rang with an unfamiliar incoming call. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, but still picked up. Soon, a familiar voice came from over there. "Su Yan, I'm Zhou Wan. You still remember me, right?" "Chao Wan." Su Yan froze. He then and Zhou Wan had only come into contact at the orientation party yesterday. How could she have his phone number? Remember. Do you have time to come to the school's milk tea store now? I have some things to discuss with you." Zhou Wan asked. "Free is free. But," thinking of those raw schoolgirls at the door, Su Yan's heart palpitated. Zhou Wan smiled. "Don't worry. I was just downstairs in your dormitory. The girls have already dispersed, so wear a mask." Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'll be right down. Although he didn't know what Jo-won was looking for him to do, he still remembered that Jo-won had comforted him yesterday, and just for that, he had to make a trip today. He took out a mask and put it on, and quickly arrived at the milk tea store, where Jo-won was already sitting and waiting for him. Suin, come and sit. Seeing him, Jo-won hurriedly got up to greet him. Suyen nodded and just sat down. A cup of milk tea was pushed in front of him. Lemon black tea. I don't know if you like it. Su-yen took the milk tea. Thanks a lot. You called me out. What's the matter? Jo-won didn't answer his words at first, laughing and teasing. Su-yen, you've become a big name in our school now. How does it feel to be surrounded by schoolgirls? Su-yen cried and laughed. That's a feeling that can't really be described. Only schoolmates who haven't heard of my past would be so enthusiastic. Still, a big celebrity isn't so bad, is it? Jo-won was happy. You wouldn't have failed to add our school's student group, would you? The freshmen were in there yesterday for New Year's Eve, all talking about the song you sang. Becoming, early this morning, a few other students reached out to me, wanting me to provide a full video of you singing from your personal perspective. And others wanted to ask for your contact information, but I told them I didn't even have your contact information myself. Jo-won blinked her eyes and made an innocent face. Su-yen lost his smile. Then do I have to thank you for blocking a wave of peach blossoms for me? That's not necessary. I'm naturally a good person, and I don't want to be rewarded for doing good. Jo-won laughed, then took out her cell phone and placed it in front of Su-yen. Take a look. This is the video the school posted on Shake Cloud yesterday, and it now has 600,000 likes. By all rights, reaching that number of likes should have pushed the video to the top of the hit list by Shake Cloud, but it didn't. But on a side note, it's still an incomplete video without promotion that gets so many likes in one night's time. Su-yen, you've been able to overpower a group of stars in the entertainment industry. Inside the comments, nearly half of them are our Jiangchuan students. Do you think you've become a big celebrity? Su-yen smiled. His biggest reputation in school before was Lin Xueqing's licking dog. Now that so many of his classmates appreciate and like him, it would be a lie to say that he is not happy. He had to say, he had always thought that he didn't care about outside judgments, but now, he realized that being complimented was something that could lighten the mood. It was just that in the past, he had experienced more mockery from Lin Xueqing and the rest of the people, and that's exactly why. Jo-won finally chatted about business as she took out a document from her bag. Some of the sponsor families that our literature and arts department had polled before also noticed you, and 2 of them were recently going to have a commercial show and wanted to invite you to participate. So I looked for Fu-lei to ask for your contact information just to talk to you about this matter. Commercial? Su-yen froze. He took the document in Jo-won's hand and looked at it. It was 2 contracts. One was an invitation to a Western restaurant, and another was a business show at a shopping mall. The prices are $30,000 and $50,000 respectively for a star. This price is naturally low, but for a college student who can make $30,000 to $50,000 for one song, where can you find such an opportunity? Don't you see that the price is not high, but only with you singing a song? Most of our music department students go over there. Most of them won't be more than $100,000. And they have to sing a few songs, and, without fame, they won't even be invited. Jo-won coughed. I'm not hiding it from you. These 2 are also the big head of the merchants we cooperate with the Department of Arts and Culture. They said, if you go to participate, after the Department of Arts and Culture of the school festival performance, they also wrapped up. Su-yen, you look at it. Do you want to answer? I promise. Su-yen replied without hesitation. Come on. That's 80 grand. It's not like he's a rich and famous person. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful to the money, okay? Moreover, it is very normal for students of Gangtran to participate in commercial shows. Most of all, their school's student government looks for cooperative businesses that are carefully screened, so he can work with them with confidence. Jo-won's eyes instantly lit up. Miso got up and held Su-yen's hand. Then you've really done me a favor. I'll go back and talk to them, and they'll send you an invitation email afterward. Don't worry, if you get more famous in the meantime, I'll go raise your price. Su-yen smiled and nodded. Then I thank you in advance as well. At the end of a lesson, Su-yen packed up her things and was ready to leave when Fu-lei rushed out from the classroom next to him with a whoosh. Lao-san, listen to Jo-won say, today there is an elementary school girl blocking you? Quickly, is there any contact information? I will help you appreciate. Not, I will help you palm your eyes. The corner of Su-yen's mouth twitched. You are well informed in this regard. Fu-lei flirtatiously poured his hair back. Other than that, half of the beauties in our school are my suitors. Are you going to die if you don't brag? Yang Mang walked over and gave Fu-lei a blank look. Now third brother has more fangirls than you. Thanks to the fact that you spent 2 years not as good as third brother for one song. Fu-lei's face collapsed, and one of his hands rested on Su-yen. I don't care. You have to treat yourself today. The bar keeps going. My fragile soul needs sweet girls to comfort it. I'm not greedy. 7 will do. My limit. Su Yan rolled his eyes. Hear thou. Do men speak? I have something to do today. Another time. Fu Lei immediately made a heartbreaking gesture. Lao San. Have you also learned the perfunctory routine of the scum? Suyin. You be a human being. The three of them laughed and laughed and laughed. And it just so happened that Fu Lei and Yang Meng were also going to go to a part-time job. And the three of them put down their books and walked out of the school door together. Not long after leaving the school gate, a white minivan stopped in front of Su Yan. Chapter 15. Coincidentally, I do know how to play the guitar. Su Yan's path was blocked by the sedan, and he was about to make a detour when the window rolled down halfway, revealing an exquisite face. Its song whispering, "Get in the car and I'll take you there with me." Su Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't realize that Song Qingyue would make a special trip over to pick him up today, but he didn't make a fuss about it, and just pulled open the door and sat in the passenger seat. The destination was some distance away from the school, and with a pretty girl in a nice car. Why would he say no? I thought you'd wait for me at the recording studio. Su Yan fastened his seatbelt and looked at Song Qingyi. Song Qingyi smiled. That was the original plan. But, you'll just have to assume I can't wait to hear the new song. After saying that, she kicked the gas and took off, leaving Fu Lei and Yang Meng standing in place, flaxen and frozen. Meng, am I right? Just now Lao San got into the car of school sister light language, right? Fu Lei swallowed hard. Well, Yang Meng choked and opened his mouth. Moreover, it seems that school sister Whisperer came all the way here to pick up Sango. The two of them were silent for a while and looked at each other, both gritting their teeth. Suyin the dog On the other hand, Lin Xueqing's morning class had ended, and her face looked bad. She hadn't even taken a sip of water since she woke up. You should know that people who are used to eating breakfast will have an extra hard time in their stomachs if they suddenly don't eat it one day. Of course, it wasn't as if the rest of the male students didn't slip her food in the middle of the course, but she refused them all. Lin Xueqing looked at her cell phone. Since last night, Su Yan hadn't given her a single call or sent her a single message. Su Yan, if you don't bring me breakfast, I won't eat anything in the morning. I'm having a hard time now. You really won't be heartbroken? She covered her chest and just felt the pain in her heart. Zhang Rong comforted. Xueqing, don't feel bad. Giving up on you is Su Yan's loss. You haven't eaten all morning. You have to eat lunch. There are still classes in the afternoon. Let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Xueqing adjusted her emotions and headed to the cafeteria with Zhang Rong. The two were usually used to having Su Yan help them take their seats, and their walk remained unhurried. By the time they reached the cafeteria, it was already crowded. The seat they had been sitting in was occupied by a couple, and there was a long line in front of every window where they were hitting the food. Zhang Rong froze, her face ugly. Su Yan is really necessary to do so desperate? Xueqing, what do we do now? Lin Xueqing stiffened for a moment, then took a deep breath. Come on, let's get in line. She resumed her old haughty demeanor and straightened her back as she walked toward the line. Isn't it just a queue? What's so hard about it? Su Yan, since you don't care at all about the old friendship, then I will prove to you that without you, I, Lin Xueqing, will only be better off. Those little everyday things that I can do myself. I'm Lin Xueqing, the junior music department flower of Jiangchuan, a music blogger with hundreds of thousands of followers. I have a bright future ahead of me, and it's your loss if you give me up. You'll never touch a wonderful woman like me again. Lin Xueqing bit her lip tightly and led Zhang Rong in the crowded line. It just didn't take long for her legs to get a little sore, and Zhang Rong also had a hard time standing. Xueqing, otherwise, let's eat somewhere else. It's so hard to wait. My legs are numb. Lin Xueqing shook her head, her voice firm. No, I'm going to eat at this cafeteria for lunch today. Zhang Rong had no choice but to endure the discomfort and accompany her, and at this time, the people in the queue next to them noticed Lin Xueqing. All of them looked surprised and whispered, "Look guys, Lin Xueqing, yeah, she even came to line up in person. Isn't it usually Su Yan who lines up for her? What's going on? Su Yan doesn't like her anymore? It can't be. Su Yan likes her so much. He used to rush out of the classroom as soon as he got out of class. There were so many people on the road. He didn't care about running forward to come to the cafeteria to give Lin Xueqing a meal. I was touched to see it. Didn't you guys hear about what happened yesterday? Lin Xueqing rejected Su Yan in public at the activity center. It must be that Su Yan doesn't have the face to come back to Lin Xueqing anymore, licking a dog until he ends up with nothing. Ha ha ha. But Su Yan is also blessed by the misfortune. Only yesterday after singing, today there are a lot of elementary school girls blocking him. Should say no. If I were, I would not lick it. Lin Xueqing looks really beautiful, or else I'll give my place to her. Or forget it. I don't want to be like Su Yan and eat cold food every day. The murmurs of the crowd more or less reached Lin Xueqing's ears. Lin Xueqing closed her eyes and tried to hold back her tears. She was Lin Xueqing. She absolutely could not let others look at her as a joke. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xueching finally hit the meals. But within these dishes, there wasn't a single thing that she wanted to eat. She was glad, however, that Jiang Chuan's meal card and her student card were tied together, and she was in the habit of carrying her student card with her. By now, there were empty seats in the cafeteria. Too, she sat down at the somewhat dirty table and forced a small smile as she looked at the scraps of food in front of her. Suyin, look, I can still have lunch and a hot meal without you. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, and tears finally spilled out of her eyes. It's cold. The food was already cold. Suyin, I can't even have a hot lunch without you. Zhang Rong patted her back. Xueching, don't be sad. Otherwise, let's go out to eat? Lin Xueching shook her head and continued to endure, eating one bite at a time. She couldn't stop. If she did, it meant she'd lost. How could Lin Xueching lose to Su Yan? It's absolutely impossible. On the other hand, Su Yan and Song Qingyue had already reached their destination. Looking at his surroundings, Su Yan froze. He originally thought that the recording studio Song Qingyue brought him to wasn't high-end, but it should be a big store anyways. Song Qingyue was also a star, so she shouldn't be in dire straits, but now, the place where he was very shabby. Like an urban village in Jiangcheng, Song Qingyue brought him to the entrance of a small store. The wall skin of the store's facade had fallen off, and the sign with the words "Sound Encounter" was hanging on the side. Shaking. Who? A knock on the door was followed by a muffled voice, and a man in his late 30s or so shuffled through his slippers and opened the door with a yawn. His hair disheveled and looking like he'd just been woken up. Su Yan looked at Song Qingyue in dismay. Sure you're not in the wrong place? Song Qingyue smiled and greeted the man. Brother Chen. Long time no see. Upon hearing this, Chen Hai rubbed his eyes and grinned. I said, who is it? So it's little Song. Come on in. Song Qingyue nodded her head and brought Su Yan into the house with her. The house wasn't too big, and it was still a bit cluttered, but there was a staircase leading down to the basement. Su Yan mused that the instruments and recording studio should be in the basement. Chen Hai poured 2 cups of water and handed it to the two of them. Xiao Song, you haven't been here for a long time. I read the news on the internet. It's been a hard enough time. The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth were bitter. It's not bad. It's better than before. At least there's a chance to make money. Chen Hai glanced at Su Yan and raised his eyebrows. In love? Kid, you're quite blessed. Su Yan's face was expressionless. No, you've misunderstood. He and Song Qingyue had only known each other for 2 days, and there were already 3 people who misunderstood their relationship. Brother Chen. He's a classmate I hired to help me out, and he's the lyricist for the song I'm recording this time. Song Qingyue said. Lyricist? Chen Hai's brows furrowed as his eyes sized up Su Yan. Just him? Xiao Song, have you listened to the songs he wrote? Don't be fooled by this kid. Su Yan pulled the corner of his mouth with a leathery smile. This big brother. He shouldn't have been beaten up much in his life, right? Song Qingyue smiled. Thank you for reminding Brother Chen. I know in my heart. Chen Hai grunted and took the lead towards the basement. Song Qingyue nodded towards Su Yan, and the two of them followed downstairs. On the way, Song Qingyue introduced Su Yan. The one just now is the owner of this place, Chen Hai. He used to be a musician too, so don't mind his attitude. He's always been like this. He won't change his attitude unless he truly recognizes you. Su Yan raised his eyebrows lightly and didn't care much. Those who make music have more or less personalities, like the music professor at their school, who was also eccentric, but this is the kind of guy who can pull out his heart and soul for you if you convince him to do so. After going downstairs, Su Yan was shocked. The basement is completely different from the upstairs. It's huge and divided into 2 recording studios and 2 control rooms for 2 people to record at the same time, and this equipment. It was even better than the music classroom in their school, some of which Su Yan couldn't even name. After debugging the equipment, Chen Hai teetered on a chair in the control room and lifted his chin toward Song Qingyue. You can audition for the song first. Which one of you will go first? Su Yan took out the accompaniment that he had simply made yesterday and handed it over. I'll go first. Chen Hai sneered, picked up a guitar aside and threw it over, raising his chin provocatively. Kid, don't make so much trouble with the song you wrote for Xiao Song. Don't you know how to write songs? Surely you can play the guitar, right? And let me see the strength of Jiang Chuan's students. He didn't believe for a second that such a young kid could write any good songs, and don't think he hasn't observed that songwriters' fingertips get thicker and their joints get bigger because they have to touch their instruments so often. But this kid's fingers are still very thin, although the fingertips are a bit calloused. But that degree of glance is that he has not learned for a few years, or did not insist on practicing. Someone like that deserves to use his studio? Su Yan took the guitar and couldn't help but smile. Okay, then. As you said, I'll sing it straight. Chapter 16. A day to write a song like this? Chen Hai froze. Su Yan agreeing so quickly was beyond his expectations. Is it because you don't want to lose face in front of the schoolgirls and you're trying to be tough on purpose? He kicked the chair on one side to Su Yan. That's a bit interesting. I'm all ears then. Song Qingyue glanced at Su Yan with some concern. Mr. Suin, how about switching to the piano? Su Yan shook his head. Coincidentally, he does play the guitar. He sat down in his chair with his guitar in his arms and spoke slowly. The song? It's called Diao. Tegu? Upon hearing this song title, Song Qingyue and Chen Hai both froze. What's the meaning of the word Ashio? Su Yan closed his eyes. His fingers gently plucked the guitar strings, and the melodious and low music sounded. Chen Hai raised his eyebrows. It's not quite a burnout, but it's not bad as soon. Su Yan closed his eyes, immersed himself into the mood of the music, and began to sing. Dio, living somewhere in Tibet, vulture-like, perched on a mountaintop. Dio, the sunlight is spread out in front of the gate of the Dizhao temple. Make a pot of sweet tea and we'll talk about the past. The song, a song by the singer Zhao Lei on Earth, the Eye and the Aftermath. On a program, Zhang Xiaohan forcefully covered the song, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she wowed the audience. And the song had a wider audience. Earth commented that Zhao Lei sings about Diao, while Zhang Xiaohan sings about herself. Two ways to sing it, each with its own flavor. And the one thing that remains the same is that there will always be someone who will be moved by the song. After listening to Hao Feng talk about Song Qingyue's experience yesterday, Su Yan thought of this song, Song Qingyi, could also be Diao. This was also why he didn't give Song Qingyi the Becoming. When Becoming is placed in Song Qingyue's hands, it won't necessarily be able to fight Starlight Entertainment's backroom maneuvering, and he believes that Diao can it is important to realize that a person is most infectious and miraculous when they sing about themselves. Take Earth's Angela Chang, for example. Song Qingyin froze slightly, then sat up straight. Chen Hai also put away his teasing expression and looked serious. They now knew that Dio was a human being and Su Yan was telling his story. Dio, you're always dressing up like boys. Like that can be more tenacious than Gershon. Dio, a cunning man has 1,000 laughs. When are you coming down the mountain? And remember to bring the dromedary knife. Dio will not have his edges smoothed by reality. You're not from this world. There's no need to care about the truth. Su Yan closed his eyes. He was completely immersed in the song at the moment. It was as if he saw the girl called Diao, wearing a fox-skin hat, pinning a zhuama knife, riding a horse with abandon and spontaneity. She has had many difficulties and her skin is rough from the wind, but she is as brave as a female eagle. Diao will not be smoothed out by reality. Song Qingyue's eyes burned a little, and she lowered her eyes to hold back her tears. She was listening to the song for the first time, but she could see herself in Diao. She had been as simple and brave as Diao. Because of life's constraints, she stepped into society at a young age, studying and working at the same time, carrying plates, washing dishes, sweeping floors. She is not afraid of the dirty work. She is only afraid that the orphanage can no longer hold on. Only afraid of the little ones cannot eat tomorrow's full meal. I'm just afraid I can't repay mother. Song. She was luckier than many, gaining fame and making in a short time what many people make in a decade or more. She knew that if she was willing to listen to Starlight Entertainment's manipulations, she would become famous faster and make money easier, but she won't. Just as Diao won't have her edges smoothed out by reality, she has her own principles to uphold. Chen Hai took a deep breath, his heart clogging up. How is he not Diao? Faithful and obsessively bland. Wave goodbye to your youth and count the stations, resigned to mediocrity but not to the decay of mediocrity. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His pitch was drawn up, and in his eyes were expectation and encouragement. You're Dio. You're a free bird. Wow. As soon as this sentence was sung, Song Qingyue suddenly raised her eyes to look directly at Su Yan, and there were already crystals flickering in her eyes, but the sharpness was even more prevalent. Yes, she would never let her soul be imprisoned. She, for one, would never admit defeat. Chen Hai even closed his eyes to calm down. He's also very similar to Diao, and if it weren't for his unwillingness to sharpen his edges, he would have taken his place in the music industry by now. The control room was quiet after the song. After a long time, Song Qingyin calmed down her emotions, her voice still a little choked. Suin, did it only take you one day to create this song? Su Yan nodded. Well, what do you think? When his words came out, Song Qingyin and Chen Hai looked at each other and both sucked in a breath of cold air. They were certain that this song, once released, would be an instant hit, pushing all the songs on the charts down. However, it was such a song that Su Yan had actually spent only one day creating it. Song Qingyin exhaled, her gaze serious. Su Yan, thank you. I really like this song. I only have $300,000 on hand right now, but I can sign another share contract with you. The share of the proceeds from this song, I'll give you half of it as well. See if you can accept it. Su Yan hadn't intended to raise the price in the first place. $300,000 for the right to use a song is not low enough now. Song Qingyue even took the initiative to add a 50-50 split, a price that many well-known lyricists in the circle couldn't get the corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted. No problem. Chen Hai was silent for a moment and bowed deeply towards Su Yan. Hello, my name is Chen Hai. I apologize for offending you more just now. Su Yan hurriedly took a step to the side to avoid this worship and reached out to support Chen Hai. Brother Chen, Not so much. Chen Hai got up and looked at Su Yan with admiration in his eyes. It's me who's dog-eared. You can write such a song at such a young age. And it only took you a day. I'm sure there's no one more talented than you in the music industry today. Su Yan was embarrassed by the compliment. Thank you. You flatter me. Chen Hai reached out and patted his shoulder. I'll go print out the contract for you. Su Yan. In the future, you can come to my recording studio anytime. After Chen Hai left, Song Qingyue winked at Su Yan. It seems that Brother Chen is completely convinced of you. You know, his place. It's not a place where you can come just by paying money. Su Yan smiled and took out his cell phone and operated it a few times. I sent you the lyrics and the backing track. The version you're singing, the lyrics will be a little different than what I just would have done. Check it out. After Song Qingyue finished reading, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and a pair of pear swirls were exceptionally moving. Suyin, thank you. Su Yan stiffened for a moment and immediately averted his gaze. You're welcome. It's not like I didn't receive any money. Finished. Song Qingyue is just too good-looking, being stared at by her with such a gaze. He felt his heart skip a beat. Surely, the term breathtakingly beautiful was not invented at random. Song Qingyue was a bit surprised why Su Yan turned his head, and just as he wanted to inquire, he saw the boy's reddened ears. She froze at first and turned her head, a bright smile on her lips. After the contract was signed, Song Qingyue practiced a few times and went into the studio to record Dai in the recording studio. Su Yan's goosebumps rose as soon as her song started. True to form, Ms. Mary's endorsed diva candidate was able to go right along with it, just by comparing it to the lyrics and sheet music. Moreover, Song Qingyue's singing voice was truly amazing, gentle and penetrating, so that people couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. After the recording was over, Chen Hai also couldn't help but praise. Xiao Song, your singing voice is in the circle. Not many female singers can beat it. I think it's perfect. Song Qingyue put on her headphones to listen to her own singing. Her eyebrows furrowed as she put the headphones down and shook her head. I always feel like something is missing. Brother Chen, I'm going to have to work hard for you today. Chen Hai was happy. I don't know you well. You ninny, which time didn't I record with you from dawn to dusk? Alright, for this song today, I'll accompany you to the end. The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth lifted as she turned her head to look at Su Yan. Su Yan shrugged. I don't have class today either. Su Yan, sitting is sitting. It just so happens that the shed next door is empty. Why don't you go and record your version yourself? Chen Hai proposed. Yeah. Su Yan's eyes lit up. He hadn't recorded a song in a studio yet, and it was just the right experience. And didn't a lot of people at school want the full version of Becoming? It just so happens that he did the soundtrack for Becoming yesterday as well, so he can record it while he's at it. Okay, thanks Chen. Closing the door to the control room, Su Yan opened the recording studio next door. He put on his headset and went into the recording booth and recorded Diao first, but when it came time to record Becoming, he ran into problems. He didn't know which button he had touched by mistake and the microphone went silent. It wasn't as if Su Yan hadn't been exposed to recording studios, but he would only be able to operate those devices in a music classroom. Chen Hai's equipment here was so advanced that he hadn't even seen it before and didn't dare to act rashly. Su Yan looked at it for half a day and was still confused. He opened the door and wanted to go question Chen Hai, but at this moment, the door to the control room where Chen Hai was located was closed, and Song Qingyue was recording. Su Yan didn't want to push the door in and disturb, so he could only observe while searching for Earth's memories to see if he could find a solution from it. What's the problem, little brother? Just as Su Yan was pondering, a voice rang out from behind him. Chapter 17. Join my studio. Su Yan's heart thumped. He had just been immersed in his thoughts and had involuntarily shielded himself from the outside world, and at this time, when he was suddenly disturbed, he could easily be startled. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a man in a black hat and black framed glasses standing right behind him. The man looks a little familiar. I'm sorry, did I scare you? The man apologized. Su Yan shook his head and didn't bother to think about when he had seen this person. It's okay, you're here to record a song, aren't you? Chen is in the shed next door, recording. The man smiled. I knew that when I came down. I just saw that you seemed to be in trouble and thought I'd come over to help. I often come here to record. I'm familiar with the equipment here. Yes? A bright light crossed Su Yan's eyes and the corner of his mouth lifted. Then I'm in luck. Please help me out. The microphone suddenly went silent. The man nodded and walked over to the recording booth to observe the microphone, then moved to the control booth to work on the computer for a moment. The mic itself is fine, so it's a faulty line or sound card. It should be fine. Try it again. Su Yan tried the sound. The microphone is really good. Busy to thank the man. Thank you. Or I don't know how long I would have gotten it. The man waved his hand, signaling that it was okay. It just so happens that I'm free at the moment, so record it and I'll watch from the control booth. Okay, then, please. Su Yan nodded thankfully at the man. It would be easier for him to record with someone willing to help. Moreover, those who could come here to record must have been recognized by Chen and have trustworthy character. Furthermore, He is recording Becoming this time and the copyright was registered as early as last night. The man put on the headphones, quickly adjusted the machine, and gave an OK gesture towards Suyan. Nodded his head, and the soundtrack played at this time. The man was surprised for a moment when he heard the prelude to the tune. It's good. Suyan took a deep breath, sank into his emotions, and began to sing. Watching you and him walk up to me, smile and say to me, it's been a long time. If only, in the first place, I hadn't made it happen. Will it still be hovering in place today? Upon hearing his song, the pupils of the man sitting in the control room suddenly shrunk and looked at Suyan in surprise. He adjusted his posture, looking much more serious than before. A few minutes later, Suyan finished singing and calmed his breathing. The song Becoming means something different to him, and he can still feel the heartache when he sings it again. He looked to the man at the controls, who took a deep breath and gave him a thumbs up. Only then did Suyan take off his headset and head out. He had just stepped out of the recording booth when the man came over to him looking agitated and grabbed his hand. What's your name, little brother? What kind of work are you doing now? May I ask if you composed that song by yourself just now? A series of questions slammed down, and Suyan was directly confused. The man responded by slapping himself on the head and laughing. Look at my brain. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. After saying that, he took off his glasses and took out a business card from his top bag and handed it to Suyan. My name is Shui Jifei. I'm a musician. First time I've met you. This song, you sing it so well. The moment he removed his glasses, Suyan froze. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, he was aware of some of the powerful singers and actors in the circle. Shui Jifei, a powerful musician in the Chinese music industry, known as the Prince of Sentimental Love Songs, with tens of millions of fans, is very well known, and is also the resident mentor of the Chinese music talent show Star of Tomorrow, now only a few years old. He has opened his own studio and has trained a small but strong group of artists. Suyan hurriedly took the business card. Hello Mr. Shui. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. My name is Suyan. I'm a student of Ching Media University. He went to a media college and still has respect for these types of powerhouse artists, and based on age alone. Shui Jifei was also his elder. Shui Jifei's mouth grinned. If I can make you recognize me, is it still called going out in disguise? Suyan, good name. What was the name of that song just now? Did you compose it? Suyan nodded. It's called Becoming. Shui Jifei staggered. To be able to write a song like this when you're still a student. Suyan, you're really a musical genius. I'm ashamed of myself for the lyrics of this song. How about it? Do you want to join my studio? I'm confident that I can make you famous. He reached out and patted Suyan's shoulder, his eyes burning. Suyan hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Shui, I don't have this consideration for now. Shui Jifei frowned slightly. You're from the Communication University. You should be entering the circle in the future. This is a good opportunity. Do you want to stop thinking about it? Excuse me, Mr. Shui. Suyan revealed a smile with an apologetic expression and still refused, not to mention that he doesn't want to be a singer in front of the curtain just yet. And even if he did, there's no way he'd join someone else's company or studio. He had inherited memories from Earth, and if he really wanted to do it, he naturally wanted to do a big job. Shui Jifei still wanted to persuade, but seeing Suyan's firm demeanor, he could only sigh. Alright, I'm not going to try to persuade you. It's not too much to ask for an additional contact, is it? In case you change your mind, contact me right away. I really appreciate you. Suyan smiled. Of course there's no problem. It's my honor. The two had just finished exchanging contact information when the door to the next control room opened. Old Shui, why did you come over today? Seeing Shui Jifei, Chen Hai walked this way in surprise. Shui Jifei said without any good humor. You didn't see the message sent to you again, right? But it's good. If you didn't forget, I wouldn't be able to meet such a good musician. Chen Hai looked at Suyan and raised his eyebrows. Didn't agree to go into his studio? Did you? Suyan nodded. Didn't promise. Chen Hai was happy and patted him on the shoulder. Well done. In my mind you're much better than him. He doesn't deserve to be your boss. Get lost. Shui Jifei kicked over and said with a black face. Hurry up. The theme song of my program hasn't been recorded yet. Got it. Hyperventilating. Chen Hai looked at Suyan. Xiao Song is stuck in a bottleneck over there. She's still grinding her emotions at this moment. You go over and keep her company. I'll accompany this old guy to record a song. Soon. Saying this, he suddenly thought of something and revealed a meaningful smile. Or, if you want me to show up slower, that's fine. The recording booth. No one else. Oh. After saying that, he squeezed his eyebrows at Suyan and led Shui Jifei into the recording studio. Black lines rose on Suyan's forehead. It's true. People can't know each other for long or their image will easily crumble. Before he was a musical tug with personality. He turned into a sleazy uncle. He walked over to the recording studio next to him and glanced in. Song Ching was sitting in a chair looking at the lyrics. Her brow furrowed as she sang a line every now and then. then sighed and started over again. Su Yan's hand that wanted to push the door open stopped and turned toward the upstairs. In the recording booth, Song Qingyue finished recording again. She took off her headphones and walked over to the control room to listen to the recorded audio. As she listened, her brow furrowed. What's going on? Or not? She clenched her fists. A little annoyed. Her heart clogged. In fact, this song, she will send out according to the version recorded now, as long as the Starlight Entertainment does not make a mess. She is very confident that she can win the top of the charts. She was even confident that even if Starlight Entertainment was operating in the dark, she could still stand out with this song. She, however, is just not happy with her current singing. It had nothing to do with the singing voice, or the pitch. She always felt that something was missing from the emotions she sang, but she couldn't figure out exactly what. This is the kind of situation that disturbs her the most. It's so annoying that I want to scratch my hair. At this time, the door to the control room was pushed open, and Su Yan walked in. Chapter 18, What did I do to piss this sister off? Su Yan walked in carrying a bag. Seeing him, Song Qingyue pulled out a smile with difficulty and lowered her head. Her eyes a little red. She didn't really like to show that emotion in front of people. Su Yan blinked and sat down beside Song Qingyue, taking out a bottle of water and handing it to her, clumsily comforting her. Don't be in a hurry. I bought some bread. I haven't eaten since lunch. Take a break and go on. There's still plenty of time. Thanks. Song Qingyue took the water, but she was in no mood to drink it, and her nose was sore. It was clear that she hadn't wanted to cry before Su Yan came over. How is it that the tears are a bit uncontrollable after being suddenly concerned? Can I hear it? Su Yan asked, pointing at the headset, though he was certainly not as professional as Song Qingy when it came to music, but anyways, he had heard the rendition from Earth in his head, so he might be able to provide some help to Song Qingy. Song Qingy sniffled and handed the headphones to Su Yan. At this moment, she was too frustrated to speak. After putting on the headphones, Su Yan pressed the play button. Song Qingy's song rang out. Dio, living somewhere in Tibet, vulture-like, perched on a mountaintop. Her voice was gentle, different from both versions on Earth, and Su Yan couldn't help but sink into it. No matter how many times he heard Song Qingyue's song, he would never get tired of it. Ethereal and powerful, as soothing as a trickle of water. This kind of singing voice is the legendary god's reward, right? Su Yan closed his eyes, somewhat mesmerized. You are a tree, you will never wither. When the song ended, Su Yan opened his eyes and took off his headphones. He pretty much knew what Song Qingy was unhappy about. Song Qingyue's almond eyes flickered slightly as she looked at him with some anticipation. It's already sung well. You'll have no problem taking this version and taking it to the charts. At those words, Song Qingy was a bit disappointed. Sure enough, if she can't find the problem herself, how can she expect others to? But at that moment, Su Yan spoke again. However, if you can express the emotion more fully, this song will be more amazing. You're singing so much less brave and spontaneous? He thought for a moment, and the two words came to him. It's not as precise, but it's not far off. Song Qingyue's singing voice was indeed amazing, and he could also hear that while singing. Song Qingyue substituted herself. However, it doesn't have that soul-shattering feeling emotionally. There still seems to be a bit of trepidation to fully let go. The reason why Zhang Xiaohan became a hit with this song, besides her amazing voice, is also because she put all the emotions she wanted to express in this song. She was screaming with all her might, telling everyone that she was not resigned to her fate. She was Diao. She was the free bird, and no one could stop her. And the feeling of Song Qingy singing is that she wants to be Diao. She wants to be that free bird. That's the difference between the two. Brave, spunky. Song Qingyue's eyes lit up, as if she suddenly realized, yes, it's all about bravery and spontaneity. She immediately got up and went to record it again. However, it turned out to be a disappointment for her. Song Qingy took off her headset, the corners of her mouth lifting up in bitterness. Suin, I probably won't be able to record well today. I can't control myself from thinking about the new song charts. Although I don't want to admit it, I'm really afraid of losing. I'm not as spontaneous as I thought I was. The atmosphere became silent. Song Qingyue had a hard time in her heart. She wasn't really a fragile person, nor was she easily emotionally agitated, but not when faced with music. Music is a career she aspires to, a dream she has, and she holds herself to a high standard when it comes to both songwriting and singing. She couldn't help but get annoyed and frustrated if she never achieved what she wanted. Su Yan looked at Song Qingyue. The girl lowered her head, biting her lower lip tightly, her body trembling slightly, as if she was about to cry out in the next moment. It wasn't like he hadn't seen girls hold back their tears before. Such an expression he had seen often on Lin Xueqing's face, but what was different was that Lin Xueqing was mostly so for her face, and Song Qingy is chagrined at her inability to interpret the ideal state. I have to say, the latter left him in some awe. Whispering sister, Su Yan shouted. Song Qingyue turned her head to look over, a pair of almond eyes with a slight mist of water. Again looking at Su Yan's heart trembled. He secretly took a few deep breaths to stabilize his mind and looked at Song Qingy. Tomorrow morning, do you have time? Song Ching was stunned and nodded. Yes, she made a deal with the company that it had no right to force her to participate in any work during the time she was betting with the company. Suyen pondered. Well then, tomorrow morning at 7 you come to school and I'll take you somewhere. So early? Where to? You'll find out tomorrow. Suddenly thinking of something, Suyen hastily added a sentence. Don't bring your little assistant. She tends to ruin the mood when she talks. Song Qingyue's originally poor mood was suddenly amused by Suyen's words, and she wiped her tears. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. You still look good when you smile. The way you looked just now. You don't even look like the Song Qingyue I remember. The corner of Suyen's mouth lifted up as he picked up a loaf of bread and nibbled on it. Song Qingyun couldn't help but lightly glare at him, obviously. He had only met himself yesterday, and made it sound as if they had been getting along for a long time, but it had to be said that the events of today had really brought them a lot closer together. Song Qingyun glanced at the time and was surprised for a split second. I thought I hadn't been recording for long. But I didn't realize it was 4:30 at this point. She was still thinking of treating Suyen to a midday meal after the recording. But now all she could do was eat dinner. Song Qingyue was a little chagrined. Slipping her cell phone into her pocket and getting up to snatch the bread from Suyen's hand. Crap. The tiger's mouth. Suyen looked at the empty palm and stared at Song Qingyue in a daze. What did I do to piss this sister off? He coughed and spoke tentatively. There are still unwrapped ones here if you want them. Song Qingyue blushed a few times. She hadn't thought too much just now and subconsciously brought the bread over. But what was this guy thinking? How could she eat the bread he bit into? Wouldn't that be? Indirectly. Song Qingyun's face turned even redder, shaking these confusing thoughts away. Don't eat this. I'll take you back to school now, in about half an hour, and I'll buy you dinner. What do you want? Suyen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It's been a long time since you've eaten around the school, so just go near the school and this one's on me. Are you kidding? He's the one who made $300,000. The IT hadn't arrived yet, but he had the money for a meal. Song Qingyue didn't push back. Okay, then I'll treat you next time. Let's go. After greeting Chen Hai and Shui Jifei, the two of them drove to Jiangchuan. Shui Jifei regretfully said, "What a good seedling. How come he doesn't want to enter my studio? It's the same as you." Chen Hai looked at him. Is your studio made of gold? Does anyone want to go there? Shui Jifei sniffed happily. If that's the way you'll be willing to come into my studio, it wouldn't be out of the question for me to try to cram a little more gold in there. Chen Hai sighed. I'll forget about it. If this kid is going to be in showbiz, you help him out. He's a talented guy. Shui Jifei smiled. Other than that, when I'm done, I'm going to have to turn out the song Becoming. It's such a good song. It can't be buried. He had just watched the video posted by Jiang Chuan, and after spending so much time in the circle, he could tell at a glance that the video's heat had been suppressed. Such a good song. He didn't want it to be taken and wasted by those flow singers. It was 10 minutes after 5 p.m. when the junior music department finished its last class. Lin Xueching was in a trance all day, always a good performer in class. She even played the wrong note today when the teacher pointed her up to play the guzheng, although the teacher didn't say anything serious. She was having a hard time with it. She has always been the standard bearer in her guzheng class, a presence admired by her classmates. The astonished stares of her classmates and teachers after today's mistake were like flames that burned her face. It's so humiliating. Yukari, it's okay. People don't make mistakes. Zhang Rong comforted. You didn't eat breakfast today, and you didn't eat well at lunch, so of course it will affect your play. We're going to special training tomorrow afternoon, and next Monday we're going to Zhahai to participate in the talent show, so we have to regulate our mood before that, and we still have to go to Su Yan to ask for success. Lin Xueching bit her lip. Su Yan won't even answer my calls now, and he'll still give me Becoming complete? Is it hard to believe that without successful, I won't be able to make my debut? Su Yan had done this to her. How could she possibly lower her head to him to ask for the song again? If she bowed down to Su Yan, wouldn't that prove her choice wrong? Zhang Rong sniffed anxiously, but on teacher Qin's side, Brother Lang will understand me. If you bring this up again, then I'll go back first. Lin Xueching coldly interrupted her and stepped away as Zhang Rong stomped her foot in a hurry and busied herself with catching up. Xueching, don't be angry. I'm also anxious for you. This way, you didn't eat well in the morning and at noon. Let's go out for a good meal in the evening, just for a change. On me, so don't be angry. Lin Xueching took a deep breath to calm down, and when she saw Zhang Rong's appearance, she was also a bit intolerant. It's okay, I was the one who spoke a little too harshly just now. Let's go. I'll treat you. Xueching, do we still need to talk about this in our relationship? Today must be my treat. Just go to the Western restaurant on Commercial Street. Zhang Rong squeezed out a smile and took Lin Xueching's arm as the two of them walked out of the school gates. The two were waiting for the green light to cross the street when a small white sedan pulled up across from them. The appearance of the small sedan was very much in line with Lin Xueching's aesthetics, and she subconsciously glanced at it more. In the next second, she blushed. Suin? Chapter 19, a good stall. Must be the flavor of a candlelight dinner under Su Yan's directions. Song Qingyue parked her car in front of a large stall because of the heat. There were a lot of people sitting outside the big stalls. She was a little surprised. Eat here? She's not very well regarded online. But she's a public figure in the end, especially since Starlight Entertainment had gotten the paparazzi to stare at her in order to make her submit. Trying to take her handle and rule her, there were so many people in this place. If she and Su Yan were photographed eating together, those marketing numbers would definitely look at the pictures and make up stories again. In the past you wouldn't have had too many concerns. But there were only about 10 days until the beginning of the month. During her participation in the new songs chart, she didn't want to have too much negative news that could easily affect the chart ranking. Don't worry, there's a box inside. We'll eat inside. You put your mask on first. Su Yan took out the mask from the passenger side storage compartment and handed it to Song Qingyue. This one is inexpensive and has great flavor. The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth lifted. Said I'm looking forward to it now. She'd worked part-time at a big stall before and kinda liked the smoke and mirrors of it. It's just that after being an entertainer, you don't eat at places like this very often. For one thing, it's easy to be photographed. And for another, she has to control her weight. And maintaining her image is part of her job as an entertainer. It's Su Yan, isn't it? As Lin Xueching was looking at the little white car, she happened to see Su Yan getting down from the passenger side, and also walking quickly in her direction. Xueching, Su Yan is heading our way. He's definitely coming to apologize to you. Remember to look for him to ask for the becoming later. Zhang Rong's eyes lit up as she grabbed Lin Xueching's arm. Lin Xueching's pretty face was delighted, followed by a cold snort as she quickly put away her smile. He apologizes and I have to accept it? Su Yan. What? Have you finally realized that you still can't leave me? I won't forgive you easily for making such a mess this time. The red light turned green. Lin Xueching raised her chin condescendingly and waited for Su Yan to come over and apologize. She had already thought that after Su Yan apologized this time, she would also temper her temper a bit. Otherwise, if Su Yan made such a mess from time to time, it would delay her quite a bit. However, in the next second, Su Yan walked around the front of the car and didn't come towards her side, but instead walked to the driver's seat position and pulled open the door in a gentlemanly manner. Immediately afterward, a girl with a mask and a nice figure walked out. Lin Xueching recognized with a glance that this person was the same girl who had left holding hands with Su Yan at the Xiaoxi bar yesterday. Her haughty demeanor froze, and her face went pale for a moment. Looking at Su Yan gently talking to that girl, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Xueching for a moment actually looked like she had lost her soul. Standing still and unable to move, the pedestrians passing by all looked at her strangely. Hey, the light's green. Don't walk or get in the way. A girl shouted in dissatisfaction. Only then did Lin Xueching come back to her senses, moving a step to the side as the crowd pushed past her. When she looked forward again, Su Yan's figure had already blurred. Zhang Rong carefully shouted, Xueching. Lin Xueching's eyes were filled with tears, and as soon as she wiped her tears, she chased after Su Yan in the direction of Su Yan with quick steps as if she had lost her mind. As Zhang Rong was helpless and could only follow again. With Yukari's temper, she was definitely going to be furious this time. Entering the restaurant, Su Yan led Song Qingyue around the counter and directly towards the very back. Is this the box you were talking about? Seeing the environment, a flash of surprise surfaced at the bottom of Song Qingyue's eyes. At the back of this restaurant, there was surprisingly a large open space, also set up many tables and chairs. And at this moment there were already quite a few people seated, and on the far right, 2 rows of tents were placed, with tables and chairs inside them, and small wooden lamps placed on the tables for a sense of ambience. Su Yan nodded and led Song Qingyue into a tent, dropping the curtain down and smiling. It's the first time I've sat in here and eaten, too, and the girls at our school do like it here. Ever since their dormitory room discovered this stall, Fu Lei has been inviting his schoolmates to eat here from time to time. When they went back, they complained that on such a hot day, those girls didn't want to sit outside with the wind blowing and jerk off. They preferred to eat in the tent. A good stall has to be made to look like a candlelight dinner. Song Qingyin raised her willow eyebrows lightly. You're paying a lot of attention to your female classmates, Suyin. This puritanical focus. He didn't bother to explain anything. His cell phone scanned out the menu and handed it to Song Qingyue. See what you want to eat? Song Qingyue ticked off and selected a few dishes. Su Yan added some more, and then directly placed the order. While waiting for their food to be served, the two of them chatted as they ate the snacks the waiter gave them. There are still 10 or so days until the beginning of next month. Your song is almost ready. The next thing you need to prepare is the publicity. In this regard, will Starlight Entertainment prepare it for you? Su Yan asked. They can't wait for me to lose the bet, and I'm thankful if they don't harm me. After I left this time, my agent took my Weebly account straight away and advertised on it for people they were going to promote. I heard that it will be Qinlang's turn soon. The corner of Song Qingyin's mouth hooked up in mockery. The company knew about the entanglement between her and Qinlang and still wanted to use her account to promote Qinlang. There was no need to think. Once she publicized for Qinlang, There was bound to be a sea of curses under her Weibo. A dark color crossed Su-Yan's eyes. Qin Lang, is he already in the country? Well, it's been 2 or 3 days since he came back. The company thinks highly of him and is preparing a new song list for him. And it seems like they've also connected him to a heavyweight program. But other than Qin Lang's team, no specific news has been revealed. Song Qingyue took a sip of water and looked at Su-Yan with a smile. But don't worry too much. The songs that participate in the new songs chart will be played together on the 3 platforms of KK, Penguin, and NetCloud. And there's a month of settling time in the first 3 days of entry. The platform will rotate traffic recommendations. And I'm certain that our songs will catch fire once they're on the recommendations. I turned the music in at the end of the month, registered the copyright, and there was nothing they could do to me. With all 3 platforms co-broadcasting, that should be relatively fair. Sui nodded. You'll definitely be able to get out of your contract without any problems. A bright smile blossomed on Song Qingyue's face as she raised her cup to Su-Yan. I'm borrowing your advice. Su-Yan also smiled and clinked glasses with her. Song Qingyun suddenly thought of something and reached out to search in her bag. By the way, I have one more thing for you. The Greatest Showman is coming soon. Wow. Right at this moment, the tense curtain was suddenly lifted by a hand, and Song Qingyue hurriedly turned her head away. Lin Xueqing stood in the doorway. Her lips tightened, and her cheeks were tinted scarlet from her anger. Suyin, you, before she could finish her sentence, Su-Yan quickly pulled the curtain shut, stopping her outside. Lin Xueqing's body trembled violently, and tears of disappointment pooled in her eyes. She took a deep, calming breath and pulled back the curtain once more, and the scene in the curtain made the blood run cold throughout her body. Chapter 20, Hold on to my clothes. I'll escort you away. Su-Yan got up and walked over to Song Qingyue, his 1.82 m height blocking the girl out. His tone concerned. Scared? Where's the mask? Song Qingyun shook her head and pointed down to the mask that had fallen to the ground from the wind when the curtain was lifted. Although the attendant had cleaned it, there were still grease stains on the floor, and the inside of the mask was next to the floor, obviously unusable. Su-Yan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xueqing, his voice cold. Can I help you? If nothing, please get out. Lin Xueqing's heart jerked hard and tears welled up in her eyes. Suyin, you left me alone all day just for her? Her voice was choked, the volume unconsciously amplified by her anger, and the students eating around her heard the noise and cast concerned glances. What's the situation? Caught in the act? So powerful. Good looking. This girl looks so familiar. I'll go. Isn't this Lin Xueqing from our school? Yes, it's Lin Xueqing. She just shouted for Su-Yan. Right? What's going on? Su-Yan isn't licking her anymore? Su-Yan? Oh my god. Isn't that the Su-Yan who sang Fulfillment? Quickly let me Kong. I want Kong too. The crowd got excited. All of them perked up their ears and stared intently at Su-Yan's tent. And there were also people who pretended to get up to get a drink and purposely looked into the tent. Su-Yan's gaze lingered on Lin Xueqing for a moment, and suddenly became a bit confused. No one knew better than him how much he had liked Lin Xueqing in the previous 7 years. No matter how excessive Lin Xueqing was, he would silently endure it, even pooh himself and make excuses for her. Obviously I liked it so much at that time. I liked it so much that I was humbled to the dust. But why did he not feel anything at all when he saw Lin Xueqing's difficult appearance now? It even felt as if her behavior was repulsive to him. It's really annoying, seeing Su-Yan staring at himself. Lin Xueqing's heart moved. She no longer forced herself to hold it back, and tears rolled down her cheeks like broken beads. Big ones. Su-Yan, every time I cried in the past, you would feel worse than me and try to do everything to make me happy. Look, I'm crying so hard now. Can you really be heartless and leave me alone? But what happened next was again unexpected. Su-Yan's gaze moved away from her face without hesitation and turned his head to look at Song Qingyue. A lot of people are looking over, so it might not be convenient to eat here today. It's fine, and there's a chance afterward. Just, how am I going to get out now? Song Qingyue glanced at the students gathered outside with a worried expression. Su-Yan used his back to face her. Grab my clothes. I'll block you. Song Qingyue was stunned. Meeting Su-Yan's eyes, she gently nodded her head, got up and grabbed Su-Yan's clothes at the back. Her head lowered, her cheeks slightly red. Seeing this scene, Lin Xueqing's heart trembled, and she only felt a buzzing in her head, as if everything around her was silent. Su-Yan escorted Song Qingyue and squeezed past her without stopping for a single glance. Lin Xueqing panicked and turned to subconsciously order, Su-Yan, I forbid you to leave. Su-Yan, on the other hand, acted as if he hadn't heard it and left with Song Qingyue without looking back. Lin Xueqing's tears instantly welled up as more and more people cast their eyes on her. Zhang Rong defended her and glared at the people around her. What are you looking at? Eat your food. Shay. A girl rolled her eyes and muttered, acting bitter here and not letting people watch. The rest of the people also showed expressions that seemed to be laughing. Lin Xueqing wiped her tears and after calming down, she swept her eyes back at the girl who had spoken, her voice cold. I've met most of the school's best students, but I'm new to you. So before you laugh at me, Let's see if you're good enough. Saying that, she completely ignored the girls' ugly faces and stepped out. She was Lin Shueqing. Even if she lost her temper, it wasn't something these people could laugh at. Su-yen escorted Song Qingyue to the car before letting out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry for almost exposing you. Song Qingyue shook her head. You didn't know she would suddenly appear. What about those dishes you ordered? Su-yen smiled. The dishes shouldn't be done yet in such a short while. I'll just talk to the boss here. Song Qingyue smiled. Okay, then we'll see you tomorrow. The two said their goodbyes and she stepped on the gas to leave. The car just drove out. Song Qingyue suddenly reacted and looked at the bag next to her. Never mind. I'll give it to him tomorrow. She glanced at her hands on the steering wheel, and the corners of her mouth pursed up. It looks tall and thin, but the back is still very wide and thick. Also, very warm. After explaining the situation to the owner of the stall, Su Yan returned to his dormitory, and Lin Shueqing called him a few times, but he didn't answer. He lay in bed, looking at the ceiling, his thoughts running. Last night, he still had some hatred for Lin Shueqing, and was resentful for what he had given in the past, but when he saw Lin Shueqing again today, he didn't hate it at all. Not that he liked her again, but didn't he care anymore? Of course, the heart is more or less sad, but it wasn't for Lin Shueqing anymore. It was for her old self. After 7 years of liking it, pulling out wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. He smiled to himself. It's good to give up now. To die. So you won't have to worry about falling back into the pain and struggles of the past. Su-yen closed his eyes and the corners of his mouth lifted. That's so nice. Hey, San. Wake up. Feeling his arm being pushed twice, Su-yen opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the time. It was already 7:30. It was dark. He didn't even know when he fell asleep. He yawned and sat up, turning his head to look at Fu Lei. What's wrong? Lin Shueqing is at the gate, saying she's looking for you. Looking for me? Su-yen frowned. What does she want with me? Who knows? I saw her when I first got back, and I heard she's been standing downstairs for half an hour. Fu Lei looked excited. The dormitory group messages in our building have all exploded. Look. There are a total of 15 dormitory buildings in the main department of Jiangchuan, of which there are 6 male dormitories, located in the compound called Bamboo Garden. Each dormitory building has a building manager and a corresponding group of buildings, and Su-yen and the others lived in the 5th floor of the Bamboo Court. Su-yen took out his cell phone, and the Bamboo 5 group had already been swept away. I'm going. Lin Shueqing is still waiting at the door at Su-yen. Go check it out. We've been waiting for half an hour. What's going on? Has she figured out that she wants to be with Suin? Did you see that Yanko is on fire at school, and that some elementary school girls are coveting him, creating a sense of crisis? It's a rare opportunity. Why don't you go now? Tonight is a great time for you to lick Lin Shueqing at Su-yen. For living in a building that is only 5 stories high, the students of Bamboo 5 had more or less come into contact with Su-yen, and the relationship was not bad. When so many people had mocked Su-yen for licking dogs before, they hadn't fallen on their sword. They only felt that it wasn't worth it for Su-yen to do that. At this moment, when they learned that Lin Shueqing had come over to look for Su-yen, each one of them got excited and frantically at Su-yen and the group. Someone else secretly took a picture of Lin Shueqing and Zhang Rong at the entrance of the Bamboo Garden and sent it to the group. Chapter 21. It's impossible. Lin Shueqing, I don't like you anymore. Fu Lei's eyes were glowing. Lin Shueqing is 80% here to beg for peace. You should go now, just to avenge her public humiliation of you. Su-yen lost his smile. Come on. I don't want to get entangled with her anymore. Go tell her that I'm sleeping and don't have time to see her. If Lin Shueqing had taken the initiative to look for him in the past, he would have immediately bounced out of bed and couldn't wait to see her sooner, but right now, he really didn't want to see her. It's only been less than a day, but it's really nice to be at ease without having to care about Lin Shueqing's life. He even felt that Lin Shueqing's frequent appearances from last night to today were kind of disturbing to him. Don't, even if it's for the sake of peace and quiet in the future, you should go there and make it clear to her. You don't want Lin Shueqing to always pester you. Do you? Fu Lei nudged his mouth towards the window. And you're also aware of how fast our school spreads gossip. If you don't go down there today, I can guarantee that 80 different versions will come out tomorrow. And hell knows how long Lin Shueqing will have to wait down there. Su-yen had a headache. Never mind. I'll go down and check it out. Fu Lei immediately and thoughtfully handed over the clothes and followed closely behind. Su-yen turned his head to look at him, and Fu Lei firmly raised his claws. I swear, I only want to read a handful of gossip. Never outside. Su-yen lost his smile, and after putting on his clothes, he walked out of the dormitory. At this time, Lin Shueqing was at the entrance of the Bamboo Garden and had been standing there for more than half an hour. In the boys' dormitory, a number of people poked their heads out, surprised. It's really Lin Shueqing. She actually came over to look for Su-yen. Hasn't she always come to look down on Su-yen? I'll go. Su-yen, this licking dog, wouldn't really have licked a goddess, right? I'm not jealous when he licks it. Think about what he did before. Delivering food, fetching water, and washing Lin Xueqing's clothes, and being scolded by Lin Xueqing in public, not daring to say a word. I can't do that anyway. Do you guys remember what happened in the cafeteria last year? What a disgrace to our men. Xueqing, after waiting for so long, Su Yan definitely won't come out. Or else let's go back? The gazes of people staring at her made Zhang Rong feel uncomfortable and reached out to pull Lin Xueqing's arm. Lin Xueqing shook her head and stubbornly said, "No, I must ask clearly today." Tomorrow afternoon she was going to start her closed training. And next Monday, the recording of Creation Practitioner started. And she was going to Zhahai for a few months. Before leaving, she must ask Su Yan why she could be so desperate. She didn't believe that after 7 years of feelings, Su Yan could let go so easily. The stares of the people around her were not harsh to her, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had to get things sorted out today, and she didn't want to let these emotions affect her race afterward. Su Yan is here. At that moment, there was a shout from the boys' dormitory. The crowd was in an uproar, their gazes converging on Su Yan, who came out from the dormitory building. Even the hostelani couldn't help but sneak in and open the window a crack. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up as she took a deep breath and straightened her hair at the phone before turning to look over. Before coming to Su Yan, she dressed up carefully, greeting the gazes of the crowd. Su Yan and Fu Lei walked to the gate of the bamboo garden. Lin Xueqing smoothed her hair behind her ear and revealed a decent smile towards Su Yan. "Su Yan, you finally came out. Do you have time? I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea." Fu Lei should come along too. Su Yan was a bit surprised with Lin Xueqing's character. He should be furious and condescending at this moment, questioning him over the afternoon's events. "I didn't realize that she could talk properly." Fu Lei was also stunned by what he heard and looked at Su Yan in confusion. As Su Yan's roommate, it was also the first time he had seen Lin Xueqing smile and speak to Su Yan. However, Su Yan still refused. "It's not early. If there's anything, let's talk about it here." "Suyin you." Zhang Rong frowned tightly and was about to reprimand, when Lin Xueqing reached out and stopped her, gathering the courage to speak. "Suyin, I'll ask directly then. Are you really with someone else?" That was the thing she wanted to know the most. Even she wasn't sure why she cared so much. She couldn't even sleep well all night because of it. She also knew that asking meant she cared, but after seeing Su Yan gently protecting that girl, she couldn't hold back any longer. "No," Su Yan answered quickly. Lin Xueqing breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her clenched fists. The corners of her mouth slightly upturned. "In that case, we can still go back to the old days, right?" Su Yan looked calm. "There's no going back." Lin Xueqing's heart clenched violently at the words, and she forced herself to hold back her tears, squeezing out a bland smile. "Why? Have you forgotten your promise to me? You said you'd take care of me for the rest of my life. Or are you still mad at me for yesterday?" "Su Yan, I can apologize to you. I was the one who said the words heavily yesterday, but you also did it in a desperate way, didn't you? Do you know that I didn't eat in the morning? There were no seats in the cafeteria at noon. My legs got sore from standing in line, and I ended up with cold food. Even now, I haven't had dinner. And besides, you're not answering my calls to go be with another girl. I can get past all of that. I want to know how about you are willing to go back to the past. We've been best friends for 7 years, and I'm willing to be the one to speak up first to preserve that friendship." Lin Xueqing choked back a sob, suppressing the aggravation that welled up in her chest, deliberately blinking her eyes and saying in a flirtatious manner, "Or do you like that girl? That's why you're distancing yourself from me? That girl is pretty when she's wearing a mask, but we've also been good friends for 7 years, haven't we? There's no need for it to come to this, is there? And I'm starting closed training tomorrow afternoon, so the next time I see you will be months from now." After saying this, her tightly clenched fists unclenched and she took a few deep breaths. "She's Lin Xueqing. What a proud person she is." It took all her strength to say those words. "So, Suyin, I've taken the initiative to give you the steps. Isn't it time for you to walk them down?" Su Yan looked at Lin Xueqing, and suddenly felt funny, and a sense of absurdity. "Lin Xueqing, do you think you're bowing down to me?" Lin Xueqing looked straight at Su Yan and pursed her lips. She doesn't want to recognize the word bow. Su Yan still couldn't help but laugh in mockery. "I find it strange that you seem to have come to apologize to me, but then you say that I went overboard, causing you to miss breakfast and a hot lunch. Lin Xueqing, what makes you think that all of this is what I should do?" Lin Xueqing's figure was a bit unsteady as she spoke with difficulty. I didn't mean it like that. It's because you've always done it before. That's why So you take it for granted that I bring you breakfast and take your seat?" Su Yan interrupted her, his tone flat. "Lin Xueqing, when you said those words, did you ever think about how I've been living all these years? Waking up at 6 o'clock, running out to bring you and your roommates food, and getting your bags, and walking you to class, and not being able to care about myself at all whether I had class in the morning or not. I had to run to the cafeteria at noon, take your place in line for 3 and wait for you to come over to eat before I could get back in line for food. When you complained to me about not getting a hot meal for lunch, did it ever occur to you that I've been eating cold food for the past 2 years? Thinking back to the past, Su Yan was simply disgusted with Lin Xueqing to the point of disgust. At the same time, he also loathed the self that liked Lin Xueqing so much that he abandoned his dignity at that time. Lin Xueqing, do you think that no matter what you do to me, even if you trample my heart on the ground, as long as you take the initiative to look for me, I'll surely come back to you again like the old days with my ass on the line? Su Yan shook his head, his expression firm. It's impossible. Lin Xueqing, I don't like you anymore. Chapter 22, Who the hell are you? Hearing Su Yan's words, Lin Xueqing's face paled bit by bit, and when she wanted to open her mouth, her throat choked. Before this, no matter how cold Su Yan was to her, she only thought that he was gambling, that he was jealous of Brother Lang, and that he was deliberately trying to make her feel bad, but now she felt as if that wasn't the case anymore. She panicked in her heart and reached out to grab Su Yan's arm tightly. I don't believe you. You're lying, aren't you? You've liked me for 7 years. Su Yan didn't pay any more attention to her, breaking her fingers apart one by one, with a surprisingly calm expression. He withdrew his arm and turned to leave. Lin Xueqing's entire body felt as if she had lost her strength as she stumbled back 2 steps. Tears welling up in her eyes, she held back her emotions and spoke with difficulty. Su Yan, do you hate me very much? Su Yan stopped walking and looked back at her. No, I don't hate you. I just don't care about you anymore. After saying that, he left straight away without looking back. Lin Xueqing was completely unsteady as she leaned against the wall. Bean-sized teardrops falling down in a series. Zhang Rong supported her and didn't know how to open her mouth to comfort her. Meh, Fu Lei, who had been leaning against the wall watching the show, let out a laugh, his mouth sneering. Lin Xueqing, I thought that you had finally come to your senses and knew that you had done wrong in the past and came over to apologize. I didn't expect you to be selfish to this extent. 20 years old, eat bad meals, also think it is the old three's fault, but also said what? You cannot even count. Ha, you count a thing? The damn meal are spent Su Yan's money, but also bring your roomie who wants to eat. Lin Xueqing pursed her lips tightly and didn't speak. Zhang Rong couldn't help it. Fu Lei, what does what's going on between Shui Chang and Su Yan have to do with you? Is that how a big man like you talks to girls? Fu Lei's gaze suddenly turned cold and he directly cursed. Damned to be a man? Born to give way to women? I haven't said anything about you yet. Yanzi likes Lin Xueqing and is willing to be a licking dog, counting himself as deserving it. You're a halberd bully and you're yelling at him? You and Nana Zhao, the 2 dogs, hold Lin Xueqing's stinking feet every fucking day. See what a thing it's done to her. Fu Lei had always held himself as a gentleman and was still very tolerant towards girls. This was the first time he had spoken to a girl with this attitude. I can't stand it. Su Yan's roommate and second brother. He watched Su Yan take care of Lin Xueqing in every possible way, and watched Su Yan being yelled at by these pussies. The most disgusting thing was that when Su Yan thought that he had finally kept his promise, Lin Xueqing had backtracked for the sake of someone else, and even humiliated Su Yan in public. Look how much of a gentleman he is. He didn't even make a move, completely ignoring Zhang Rong, who was scolded and cried. Fu Lei looked at Lin Xueqing and fired again. Yanko is a decent person and won't say heavy words. I'm not. Lin Xueqing, do you remember what happened in the sophomore cafeteria? Yanko had a fever of 39 degrees that day and ran outside with a high fever to buy you breakfast and deliver it. When I got back, I couldn't look away, gave him a cold pill, and turned off his alarm clock after he fell asleep so he didn't make it to the cafeteria to take your seat. When he received your call, Yanko was quite happy, thinking that you came to care about him, and then you come up here and you fucking chastise him for not taking a seat and you order him to be in the cafeteria in 5 minutes. His mother is also a brain pump, hard to get up, put on a jacket, wearing slippers and ran over. I was running after him. Lin Xueqing, do you remember what you said then? Lin Xueqing's body trembled violently as she looked at Fu Lei in panic, even with some begging, wanting him not to continue. Fu Lei stared straight at her and spoke slowly. You said, see, I knew he'd be on time. He still remembered that day. After Lin Xueqing proudly said this, Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong covered their stomachs and laughed, mocking Su Yan for running out without combing his hair. That time, there were a lot of people in the cafeteria, and all of them looked at Su Yan as if they were watching a joke. He wanted to go up and speak for Su Yan at that time, but he flinched. It was also after that time that Su Yan got the title of the first licking dog of Jiangzuan. Until now, Fu Lei felt guilty, and he wondered if he hadn't forced Su Yan to take that cold medicine and hadn't turned off Su Yan's alarm clock. Su Yan wouldn't have been so embarrassed that day. Speaking here, Fu Lei's eyes filled with red blood and clenched his fists. Lin Xueqing shook her head, wriggling her pale lips laboriously. He didn't say he had a fever. I thought he was just not feeling well. She really didn't know Su Yan had a fever. If she knew he had a fever, she wouldn't have blamed him so much, just a little discomfort, she thought. Moreover, She didn't expect that Zhao Nana and Zhang Rong's ridicule that day would be so loud, causing the entire academy to mock Su Yan. When she mentioned this to Su Yan later, Su Yan also said it was okay. Oh, so in your eyes, it's only a small thing that he's uncomfortable, and it's a big thing that you're eating? Fu Lei stood up straight and sneered. Lin Xueqing, what makes you so arrogant? Just because you have some popularity? Just because you've been honored as the department flower? Yanko used to treat you like a princess. Do you really think you're a princess? I've heard that you secretly want to compare yourself with Song Qingyue, whether it's your outward appearance or musical quality. Which point do you compare to her? Song Qingyue is 100 times better than you, but I haven't seen her as crazy as you are. They're both from the music department. Why are you just the flower of the department? Aren't you clear? Also, the girl who likes Yanko looks better than you with her mask off. Please, leave him alone in the future. We, the entire 141st dormitory, feel that you don't deserve him. After saying that, Fu Lei left with his hands in his pockets. Just a few steps out, he stopped and looked back at Lin Xueqing with a nasty smile. By the way, there's one more thing I can't figure out. Isn't there someone else you like? Why can it be so hard for you when Yanko was with another girl? Fu Lei turned around and left in style. A few lousy is really deep in his heart. Lin Xueqing stood in place. She crouched down. Her hands clasped her knees. Her eyes already blurred with tears. She was also confused. Yeah, it's obvious that she likes brother Ron. So why wouldn't she want to see Suyin with another girl again? Xueqing, they are really too much. Zhang Rong was so angry that her eyes turned red. Lin Xueqing wiped her tears and took a deep breath to get up. Zhang Rong, let's go back. She was so dizzy now. She needed to go back and think. Back in her dorm room, Lin Xueqing quietly lay on her bed. Her head groggy, obviously. She smacked Su Yan for being annoying before obviously the person she was expecting and waiting for with all her heart was brother Lang. Why was it so hard for her to hear Su Yan himself say that he didn't like her? It was a question that puzzled her, but one thing was clear to her, that is, she really couldn't stand Su Yan's disinterest in her. She frantically wants to go back in time. Lin Xueqing opened her cell phone and flipped through her and Su Yan's chat records. The first few pages were almost all messages from Suyin, to which she replied briefly with a few sentences. Su Yan, Xueqing, the seat is taken for you. When will you arrive? Su Yan, Xueqing, are your words tonight true? I'm so happy. I'll definitely practice hard. Su Yan, Xueqing, I feel like I'm practicing okay, so I shouldn't be dragging you down. Can you listen for me? Suyin, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's performance. Yukari, thank you. And the latest page of chats are all from her. Suyin, why did you hang up on me? Suyin, I'm looking for you. Call me back immediately. Are you that jealous of Ron? You purposely find a girl to come over and piss me off? I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me tomorrow morning. Su Yan, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the bamboo garden. Can you come out for a moment? She now realized that Su Yan really looked forward to yesterday, yet she guilt-stuffed her entire chest. Lin Xueqing gripped her cell phone tightly as tears continued to fall like broken beads. She seems to have really overdone it. Suyin, I admit I've wronged you. I admit I was wrong. Please, bow your head one more time. And this time, I'll make amends. 2. Xueqing, don't be sad. You'll be closed for training tomorrow. Missing you is Su Yan's loss. Zhang Rong carefully consoled Lin Xueqing. Closed her eyes. I guess that right? If that's true, why? Now, is she the one who's having a hard time? After a while, she found Qin Lang's contact information and dialed it. Chapter 23. Su Yan, it's about time we met. Starlight Entertainment. For the moment, was bright. Qin Lang sat in his office, and his agent Hong Lan sat across from him. Mr. Qin, the strongest voice will have its final audition in Wujiang City next Monday, after which you'll have to go and participate in the recording before it airs. Viewers sign non-disclosure agreements, so don't worry about the fact that you're the mystery guest being revealed. Hong Lan said respectfully. Qin Lang slid his mouse and nodded. Well, it's a bit tight, but the most important thing at the moment is the promotion of my return. Have you arranged that? It's arranged. The first publicity shot will be airborne tonight at 10 o'clock. We'll keep buying heat. And the other companies don't have any breaking news at the moment, so no one should be able to affect our headlines. Well done. The heat must be maintained until tomorrow morning and the gap with the second most searched for hot search must be closed. Okay, Mr. Qin, there's one more thing. The songs of several music teachers have been sent over, and Mr. Yuan's song is the best among them, but it's really quite a bit worse than the one you're looking at. Successful. If you had successful as your return song, the publicity would have been doubled. Look, when can we go to negotiate on this matter? Hong Lan asked. Qin Lang frowned slightly and glanced at the time. At this moment, there was still an hour and a half before 10 o'clock. That's not right. According to his investigation, Su Yan had always liked Lin Xueqing. This matter should have been resolved this morning. How come Lin Xueqing hadn't returned his messages until now? Originally, He had planned to record Becoming today and promote it together. Now it looks like it will have to be put on the return stage. I'll follow up on this matter tonight. You first let Song Jingyue publicize for me. Her current traffic is no lower than mine. It's not low. A large part of it is black fans. Hong Lan's mouth grinned. Don't worry. Her account is in my hands. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes flashing. Actually, I kinda like Song Jingyue, but it's a pity that she doesn't listen. It's fine. Go ahead and arrange it. Buzzing Hong Lan had just left the office when Qin Lang's cell phone vibrated, seeing the caller. A bright light crossed his eyes and he immediately picked up the phone. Haruka, why are you calling me back now? Are you busy today? On the other end of the phone, Lin Xueqing was silent for a moment. Brother Lang, I don't want to go to closed training. Did something happen? Qin Lang got up with his cell phone and faced the window. Lin Xueqing's voice choked slightly. It seems like I've done a lot of things to wrong Suyen. I want to stay at school to make it up to him. Make up for it? Qin Lang frowned out. He thought Lin Xueqing had called to tell him that Suyen had agreed to sell the copyrights of Becoming Complete. Listening to this, Lin Xueqing not only didn't get the song, but also fell out with Suyen? That's pretty rare. Ching, you are now an artist of the company. You have signed a contract to go to creation practitioner. The closed training is to prepare you for the stage afterward. At this juncture, you can't be capricious. But, Lin Xueqing bit her lip. Tears still couldn't help rolling down her face, but she was afraid that if she just walked away, she would really lose Suyen forever. This was something she couldn't say, but she had to admit that she really couldn't stand living without Suyen. It's been less than 2 days and she's already having a hard time breathing. So strange. Obviously she likes brother Ron. She waited for him for 5 years. Hearing her whimper, Qin Lang rubbed his sore brow with some impatience. Haru, I can help you with the rest of the things, but there's really no way around this. Haven't you always wanted to stand on a bigger stage? Such a good opportunity. Is it hard for you to miss it? Lin Xueqing pursed her lips, her thoughts like a mess. Qin Lang followed the instructions. Haruka, I've always known that you're different from other girls. You're ambitious, and that's why I like you. Don't people in your school always compare you to Song Jingyue? Don't you want to surpass her? And I'm just now getting back into the company and I'm under a lot of pressure. And I need someone to help me share the load. And I think you can if you give up such a good opportunity for Suyen. Are you sure you won't regret it? Lin Xueqing bit her lip. Struggling internally. It has always been her dream to stand on stage as a singer. This casting is the best chance for her to realize her dream, and because she and Song Jingyue were both from the music department. A school flower and a department flower, even though the grades are different. Someone always compares the two of them. They would say that Lin Xueqing was great, but she was still inferior to Song Jingyue back then. Even though Song Jingyue had now flopped, the music teacher would still occasionally say in class that Song Jingyue was the most talented student she had ever had. Each time, she heard it with extreme harshness. Obviously, she was the best student in the music department now. Why did the teachers and classmates still mention that infamous Song Jingyue? She had to admit that the reason she was working so hard right now was also because she wanted to surpass the Song Jingyue from back then. But if she goes, she and Suyen. I'm sorry Suyen. I can't give up my dream for you. When I'm famous, I'll come back to help you. By then, you should have forgiven me. After a long time, Lin Xueqing made a choice. Brother Lang. I know. I will listen to the company's arrangement. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth curved up into an arc. I knew you were different from the others, but you still need to find a way to fix your relationship. Even if it's not for Becoming, it's for all the years you've been together. I've decided to schedule the return stage on Sunday, at your school, and when it happens, I'll invite you on stage to build up your momentum. You can stay at school that night until the bus ride the next day. Haruka, I've done my best. You know, I need you now, right? His tone was gentle to the extreme, and Lin Xueqing's heart felt like it was being brushed by a gentle warm breeze, and she felt much better. Well, I know, brother Ron. Thank you. It's a good thing you're here. Of course, I'll always be there for you. So be good. After coaxing Lin Xueqing to hang up the phone, Qin Lang's face instantly turned cold. It's also a useless thing to be so sure you'll get the Becoming yesterday. If Lin Xueqing wasn't still useful to him now, he wouldn't have been so tolerant of her. Qin Lang took out his cell phone and flipped through the video of Suyen singing, his eyes flashing with an imperative light. He's a professional singer and is well aware of the gold content of the song. If he hadn't paid to talk to Shivering Cloud's side to keep the song's exposure down, it would have exploded. A song this good is only going to catch fire in his hands. Suyen, it's about time we met. Did the oldest really say that today? In the dormitory, Hao Feng and Yang Mang also returned, and Fu Lei hurriedly told them about Suyen's feat today. His heroic deed of disliking Lin Xueqing wildly was even added to the story. Hao Feng and Yang Mang heard a big sigh of relief. Yang Mang is so cool that he got up and tapped the table. Sango is awesome. Suyen came out after taking a shower and saw the scene. Filled with speechlessness, Fu Lei rushed to him, scowling. Well, brother didn't embarrass you, did he? Suyen smiled skinlessly. Tell a joke. I only read a handful of gossips. Never outside. Fu Lei got embarrassed and coughed. Our dormitory is all our own people. I don't say it out. That? Really can't say it? Su Yan lazily ignored him, turned off the computer and prepared to go to bed. He and Song Qingyue had an appointment to meet at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, and he had to go to bed early today. The main character didn't want to talk about this, so Fu Lei and the others also had the sense not to talk about this. Yang Meng sat back in his chair and suddenly thought of something, busy turning his head to look at the three. Sango. There's something I almost forgot to tell you guys. Chapter 24, years of practicing hand speed finally comes in handy. As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the three immediately looked at Yang Meng. The corners of Yang Meng's mouth grinned as he took out his cell phone and shook it. I'm joining the fan support group of School Sister Whispering. Should I pull you guys in? I'll just talk to the group master. It's easy to get into the group now that there are so few people. Fu Lei's eyes instantly lit up. Pull me, pull me. Ever since he heard Hao Feng talk about Song Qingyue's deeds yesterday, he was filled with guilt towards Song Qingyue. Now he had to participate in any activity that could support Song Qingyue. Hao Feng scanned the QR code of the group directly and shook his phone. Thanks, third brother. Do you add groups? Yang Meng inquired. Su Yan shook his head. He wasn't a fan of adding groups. Too many group messages would be annoying, and he was so OCD that he couldn't help but press that red dot. Nah, I'm not interested in this kind of group. I'm going. They're posting a photoshoot of School Sister Whispering's fresh debut. She's so pure. At this moment, Yang Meng cried out in surprise. Ahem. Su Yan was serious. Pull me. Instantly three eyes focused on him. Fu Lei patted his shoulder meaningfully. Lao San, congratulations. Not only have you become a man again, you will also become a man. Suin, when does a knife person stop breaking the law? The group owners sighed, quickly passed their application to enter the group, and Song Qingyue's fans were exchanging the beautiful photos stored in their cell phones, and Song Qingyue's singing videos. Su Yan lay on the bed, ready to brush up on the group messages before going to sleep, and just then, a message was released. You guys go look at Weibo. Our language is being scolded again. Song Qingyue was scolded? Su Yan froze. He hastily downloaded the Weibo. Just clicked in. His face cold for a few minutes. At this moment, Weibo hot search number 1, hashtag music talent Qin Lang returns. Hot search number 2, hashtag stars blogging to welcome Qin Lang. Hashtag hot search number 3, hashtag Qin Lang sings dreams again. Hot search number 4, hashtag Song Qingyue. Qin Lang hashtag. The first 4 entries of the hot search were all filled with Qin Lang's news, worthy of being Starlight Entertainment's own son. 4 hot searches in a row. Starlight Entertainment is really willing to shed blood for Qin Lang. Su Yan sneered and clicked into the 4th topic. The first item on the topic page was a tweet from the official Starlight Entertainment microblog. Starlight Entertainment, official announcement broadcast. Warmly welcome our artist at Qin Lang back to China. You became famous at a young age, but you have not been overwhelmed by fame and fortune. With 5 years of further study, we have witnessed you grow from a teenage talent to the best male singer of the year, long awaited and officially set sail. The future is still promising. Hashtag music talent Qin Lang returns. Hashtag underneath the text, there is a video. I am the video. Qin Lang plays the piano and once again sings his hit song Dreams from 5 years ago. At the end of the video, Qin Lang's eyes were moist and he revealed a gentle smile. Waves. I'm back. Waves. A title given to Qin Lang's fans. Second on the talk page, Qin Lang retweeted the tweet with the caption, long time waiting. I'm back. The waves were blown out instantly. Was I wrong? Was I wrong? Ron is back in the country. Ooh, hot tears. All waves welcome Ron back. Ron's eyes are red in the video. He really loves us super much. Ron, we will always support you. Ron, don't cry. You haven't treated us poorly these past 5 years. You've been interacting with us and posting great songs. You're the best Ron in the whole world. Ron has grown up to be Ron. Ooh, the feeling of watching a child grow up. Ron, mommy loves you. I'm looking forward to Ron's return concert. I'm looking forward to Ron's return concert. Su Yan clicked on what was clearly the 4th topic, but the first few entries on the homepage continued to publicize Qin Lang's return. In addition to the first 2, the following consecutive items were all Starlight Entertainment's artists retweeting the tweets welcoming Qin Lang back to China. He scrolled all the way to the 6th entry before he saw Song Qingyue's name. A new tweet has been added to the Song Lightning homepage. Songlight language. Hashtag welcome the musical talent Qin Lang back to China. Hashtag welcome Qin Lang home. Appreciate your music. Look forward to future opportunities to work together. Oh, it had only been posted for 3 minutes, but the number of comments displayed underneath this Weeblet was not less than those under Qin Lang's Weeblet. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on the comments section. Song whispering, why aren't you dead yet? Song Balian is out to rub it in again? Cooperating with Nima. Are you worthy of cooperating with our brother? Oh, my ass. You want a face? You don't think you're cute like that, do you? I'm going to puke. You see a man and you rub up against him. You rotten bastard. Song Baekryun doesn't think we've forgotten that you've slandered Xiao Lang for stealing the song, does she? You're still pretending? Song, I have your mother's ashes here. Apologize to Qin Lang immediately, or I'll raise your mother's ashes. Ask Song Qingyue to apologize to Qin Lang. Hashtag Song Charming get out of showbiz hashtag. Ask Song Qingyue to apologize to Qin Lang. Hashtag Song Charming get out of showbiz hashtag. Dense profanity, insults, personal attacks one after another. There are also fans of Song Qingyi to help Song Qingyi to speak. But how to beat the army of black powder? Even though Su Yen had already prepared himself mentally before clicking on it, he was still shocked. The comments were 100 times worse than he could have imagined. No wonder Song Qingyi wasn't as lively as before. Anyone who suffers such a cyberstorm can't be vivacious. And worse, may not even want to continue living in this world after being blackballed by the entire internet for almost 2 years. He was still able to hold on to his dream without giving in to Starlight Entertainment. Song Qingyue was the strongest girl he had ever seen. After exiting Weibo, Su Yen pondered for a while and picked up his cell phone again. At this moment, Hao Feng and the three of them also saw the comments on the Weibo, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, what gives these dogs the right to talk about school sister whispering like that? Yang Meng cursed, his round face red with anger. As soon as Fu Lei poured his hair, he quickly struck the keyboard. The hand speed that I have been practicing for many years has finally come in handy. The duo looked at Hao Feng, who was eating chicken fillet. Hao Feng raised his hand in surrender. Okay, I'll rush with you guys, but not too late. I have an interview tomorrow. On the other side, in the hotel, Song Qingyue had just finished her shower and was sitting on her bed listening to the music she had recorded today. The door to the room was opened. Lin Weiwei had only returned at this moment. She changed into her slippers and came in with a roar. Sister whispering. Sister Lan. Bah! This dog Hong Lan is also too shameless. Using your account to promote the rest of the artists is just a matter of using your account to promote the rest of the artists. But he even promoted Qin Lang, causing you to be scolded by the netizens again. I'm really going to be furious. Song Qingyin took off her headphones, her expression flat. Of course they'll use my account to publicize Qin Lang. The more people who curse me, the more people who feel sorry for Qin Lang. Disgusting. So disgusting. Lin Weiwei was so angry that her little face turned red. What exactly is Qin Lang's relationship with the company? They're so hyped up about him? Sister Light whisper. Your singing and songwriting is obviously much better than his. How come the company can't see it? Song Qingyi's face was expressionless. She knew very well that Qin Lang's relationship with Starlight Entertainment was definitely not ordinary. The song Dreams is really good, but it's only moderately good. If Starlight Entertainment hadn't spared no effort in putting the song on the entire network to publicize it, Qin Lang wouldn't have been a hit. And after that, he even bore the entire cost of his study abroad. Because of this incident, Starlight Entertainment won a lot of praise back then, saying that they respected and cherished talents. Unlike the rest of the companies, she was at that time after her debut on The Greatest Showman. Many companies threw their arms around her. She had also chosen them because of this reputation of Starlight Entertainment, and had thought she had found a good proprietor. Now that I think about it, it's so silly. Song Qingyin shook her head. Let's not talk about this. How did you do with leaving your job? Lin Weiwei took the certificate of separation out of her bag. It's already done. Hong Lan even came over to Yin and Yang for a few moments, saying that she's waiting for you to go back. By the way, sister whispering, I saw the contract that you sent over. Is the song that Su Yen gave you today really even better than Success? The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth were slightly hooked, and two small pear swirls were visible. Not better than Becoming, but better for me than Becoming. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up and she immediately jumped on the bed. Really? Then quickly give me a listen. Ding dong. Just then, the cell phone on the table rang. Song Qingyin took the cell phone, and a flash of surprise crossed her eyes. Why did Su Yen send her a message at this time? Chapter 25, Sister Whispering. You have a man? Ignoring Lin Weiwei, who was clamoring for a song, Song Qingyue clicked on the message. Su Yen, take an early break today. Don't play with your cell phone. Seeing the content, Song Qingyin was stunned, and then, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. It was already 10:30 now, and she had thought that Su Yen sent a message over at this moment to remind her not to be late tomorrow, or to change the time tomorrow. I didn't realize that this would be the one he sent. I think he's seen it online too. Lin Weiwei smelled something unusual and immediately came forward, staring straight at Song Qingyue. Sister whispering, why are you ignoring me and smiling so happily at your cell phone? Could it be that you have a man? Show me. Song Qingyin slapped her little head. What does the little brain think about every day? Go back to your room. I have something to do. The more Lin Weiwei looked at her, the weirder she became. Sister whispering, you're reacting a bit too much. It's not right. It's not right. Song Qingyin cried and laughed, pushing her out of the room. In the dormitory, Fu Lei's few people were still sweating hard on the keyboard. Propaganda for your master. And you still curse. Have you eaten sanguine brain pills? Treadmill. Profile of a high school student. Did you finish your homework? Just spraying on the internet? I set 3 years of college entrance exams, 5 years of simulation to smash you. You've collected a lot of money for all those sprays, haven't you? I'm really touched by your dedication. Little sprayer. Yang Mang was the most agitated and cursed while tapping the words. Fu Lei and Hao Feng were also infected by him, and one by one, they cursed like flies. Sun lay in bed, not waiting for Song Qingyue's message. He silently put on his earplugs and prepared to sleep, and just at this time, his cell phone rang, and the caller showed. Song Qingyue. Busily got up and was just about to pick up the phone when he glanced at the 3 people who were knocking on the keyboard and silently got up and went to the balcony, closing the balcony door behind him before he pressed the connect button. Song Qingyue's nice voice instantly traveled over. I got your message. Still not resting? Suyin smiled. Well, I thought you were already asleep. Well, it's ready for a break. Did you see the news on the internet? Song Qingyi asked. Well, looked a little. After thinking about it, Su Yan still consoled. Don't be affected by those remarks, and when the song comes out, ruthlessly punch them in the face. Song Qingyue blinked. There are so many people. If they fight one by one, I'm afraid that my hands will hurt. And looking at the way Starlight Entertainment is holding up Qinlang, I'm not sure that I'll be able to stand out yet. At the end of her sentence, there was a hint of despondency in her voice. Su Yan was silent for a while. It's not like you can only post one song on the new charts, right? If this one doesn't work, the next one will. And I'll help you. Song Qingyue froze at his words and couldn't help but laugh out loud, deliberately teasing. Okay, little brother. Then I'll rely on you wholeheartedly. When she said this, she didn't feel anything wrong. But Su Yan heard some ambiguity and coughed in embarrassment to change the topic. You take an early break today. Don't pay any attention to what's being said on the internet. All 3 of my roommates are fighting back against blackmail for you at this point. Or I'd like to give you a listen to it. The cursing is pretty dirty. Song Qingying couldn't help but laugh out loud. There's no need to listen. Just help me thank them. Su Yan. Thank you too. Thank you for choosing to believe in me. The girl's voice was as clear as a spring and her tone was sincere. Su Yan's mind suddenly popped up in the recording studio today. Song Qingyue gazed at him, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a beat. You're welcome. So get an early night and I'll see you in the morning. See you in the morning. The call ended. Su Yan looked at his cell phone. A slight smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. He inexplicably understood why Song Qingyue would call directly after he sent a message. Those who have not been treated kindly tend to recognize kindness the best and value it the most. This feeling was just like at the Chaoshi bar. When Song Qingyue held him back and stood up for him, the fact that he trusted Song Qingyue so much nowadays and was willing to help her was also because of the goodwill he felt from Song Qingyue, and at that time, Song Qingyue was nothing more than a stranger to him. Kindness from strangers is more likely to strike a chord anyway. Now that he had the inherited memories of Earth, why not take them to help the people he wanted to help and provide himself with an income in the process? Su Yan put his cell phone back into his pocket and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. He had just turned around when 2 large faces were pressed against the glass door of the balcony. Fu Lei and Yang Mang staring straight at him with their eyes. Crap! Su Yan exploded in fear, and without any good reason. He opened the glass door and gave one person a kick. Do you know that people scare people to death? Yang Mang looked at him strangely. We've called out to you a few times. Didn't you hear us? Honestly, which beautiful woman are you chatting with? Chatting so intently? Fu Lei he laughed, hooked his shoulder, reaching out to pull out his cell phone. You go ahead and go anti-tan. I'm going to bed. Su Yan rolled her eyes and lazily ignored him, taking her cell phone and leaving. Hao Feng laughed. Don't make fun of Yanko. You guys still don't know him. How many girls does he know? Fu Lei's eyes were resentful. Then boss, do you know that Song Qingyue came to school today to pick up Su Yan to go out and play this matter? Crap. It's not a big deal if you don't have a hit. It's a big deal if you don't have a hit. Hao Feng instantly popped up and stared. The chicken fillet in his hand suddenly not smelling good. The state of the trio also changed from a passionate frenzy of dislike to a dislike spew filled with resentment and anger due to this episode. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Lin Xueching woke up. The music department didn't have classes in the morning, and both she and Zhang Rong had to go to closed training this afternoon, and had already asked the school for a leave of absence, so they didn't have to go to the classroom during this time. Yukari, why are you up so early today? Zhang Rong was woken up and rubbed her bleary eyes. Go buy breakfast. Lin Xueching replied back, putting on her clothes and going to the bathroom to wash up. Then I'll keep you company. Zhang Rong forced herself to get up with sleepiness. When we go to Zhahai, I guess we all have to get up this early to buy breakfast. Xueching, you're so smart. We should adapt in advance. Lin Xueching didn't answer her and immediately headed out after washing up. Zhang Rong hurriedly increased her speed and followed her out the door. It's September, when it's hot in Zhangcheng, and although the mornings will be relatively cooler, The humidity in the air still gives a sense of stifling heat after walking for a while. Fine beads of sweat broke out on the two men's foreheads. Yukari, are we going to eat off campus? This isn't the way to the cafeteria, is it? Zhang Rong said breathlessly. Well, go eat off campus. Lin Xueqing looked at the road ahead and bit her lip slightly. She was in a much better mood after talking to Brother Ron yesterday. But it also solidified the idea that she had to make it up to Su Yan. She was leaving this afternoon. And before that, she wanted to do something for Su Yan. Even if it was just a small thing, the closest door to her favorite breakfast place was the south first door. And it was the one door students didn't want to go through, for it is the dormitory closest to the south gate that is a kilometer away from it. She usually left the school through the west gate, which was close and near the shopping street. She only thought that she was going to buy a breakfast for Su Yan today. But she never thought that the way to her favorite restaurant to buy breakfast would be so difficult. Lin Xueqing's nose turned a little sour, but it was this road that Su Yan had traveled for 2 years. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Song Ching's little white car arrived at the entrance of Bamboo Garden on time. Most of the boys weren't up at this time of day. And even if they were 8 early, as boys, they weren't afraid they'd be late if they got up at 7-40. When Su Yan got on the bus, no one noticed. Good morning, where are we going? Song Ching said as she held the steering wheel. Su Yan fastened his seatbelt. Exit the school gate first. I'll show you the way. Song Ching nodded her head, stepped on the gas, and walked out of the school gate, arriving in front of a breakfast restaurant. The car stopped and Su Yan unbuckled his seatbelt and got out. I'm going to get 2 breakfasts, so wait for me for a while. Okay, I'll wait. After getting out of the car, Su Yan quickly walked into the restaurant. He often came here. Lin Xueqing used to love eating breakfast here, nutritious and not greasy. It's great for entertainers. Su Yan, you're here too. And just then, a surprised voice rang out as Lin Xueqing and Zhang Rong appeared in front of him. Lin Xueqing was holding 2 breakfasts in her hands, and when she saw Su Yan, her eyes lit up, and her tiredness from walking for almost 20 minutes to buy breakfast seemed to dissipate. Su Yan was slightly stunned, and with that came a sense of helplessness. In the past, when he wanted to see Lin Xueqing, it wasn't that easy to see her. Now he doesn't want to see her, but he runs into her every day, out of politeness. He nodded towards Lin Xueqing and walked quickly to the front desk. Boss, buy breakfast. At the sound, the fat boss in the kitchen immediately poked his head out, his mouth grinning. Xiao Yan, why didn't you come yesterday? Su Yan smiled and paid the bill. Thank you, uncle. This time is quite busy. Also, you're a junior. Come on. The usual, 2 breakfasts, soon. 2 hot breakfasts were placed on the counter. Or 2, the corners of Lin Xueqing's mouth lifted. She knew that with 7 years of affection, how could Su Yan easily put it down? I must have felt that yesterday's words were heavy-handed and I was going to buy her breakfast today to make amends. Lin Xueqing directly walked over and picked up a breakfast, happily saying, Su Yan, I knew that what you said yesterday was a gas. Thank you for the breakfast. I came over today. I was also going to buy breakfast for you. Look, this one is for you. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yan snatched the breakfast from her hand with a slight frown. I'm sorry, this breakfast isn't for you, and I don't need the breakfast you bought me, so don't do it again. After saying that, Su Yan turned around and walked out of the store. Chapter 26. One should stay where there's no ceiling. The smile on Lin Xueqing's face instantly froze. Su Yan, Xueqing ran out to buy you breakfast in the morning. Is it necessary for you to be so cold? Zhang Rong didn't hold back her shout. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted into a cold smile. He brought Lin Xueqing breakfast for 2 years. Ray to shine, but Lin Xueqing never felt that he was working too hard and even let him bring it to Zhang Rong and Zhang Anna sometimes, when the breakfast that Lin Xueqing wanted to eat was not available and he temporarily replaced it. Lin Xueqing would still lose her temper and even throw the breakfast into the trash can in front of him. What? Lin Xueqing just bought him breakfast once and he should be grateful? Moreover, Lin Xueqing's behavior was just touching herself. Su Yan didn't stop and left straight away. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but redden her eyes as she clenched her fists and picked up her breakfast and jogged out. Since she had said she would make it up to Su Yan, she would not be defeated by this setback. She was leaving in the afternoon and time was running out. She must give this breakfast to Su Yan. Suin, before she could finish a sentence, she stopped and stared blankly ahead. Yukari, what's wrong? Zhang Rong chased her out and followed her gaze. Su Yan opened the car door at the entrance and handed breakfast to the girl in the driver's seat, although they couldn't see the girl's faces clearly from outside. The car. They knew it well. It's that girl again. The little white car sailed away, and Lin Xueqing stood frozen in place. A sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. Zhang Rong was so angry that she waved her fists. What, not in love? Not together in the morning to ask out to meet? Why? Su Yan is just moved on. Still there to find excuses for themselves. Really disgusting. Wrong. Stop it. And I'm not wrong? Su Yan must be seeing that bitchy woman rich and backward, so he fell in love with her. It is not possible to say that they were together last night, or else why so early? Stop it. Lin Xuecheng raised her tone and angrily rebuked. The surrounding passers-by cast strange gazes, and Zhang Rong was shaken by the yell and hastily silenced herself. Lin Xuecheng stopped talking and expressionlessly threw one of the breakfasts into the trash can and turned to leave. Arrived. An hour later, the car reached its destination. Su Yan got out of the car and opened the door for Song Qingyue. Song Qingyue put on her mask and came out. Seeing her surroundings, she froze. This place was very remote. Belonging to the far city of Jiancheng, there was a high school nearby, but there weren't many stores around, only a few noodle shops, and there weren't even a few tall buildings. Is this where you're taking me? She asked suspiciously. Su Yan stretched and smiled. It's the only place that's convenient for parking, so let's walk over and you'll see in a minute. Song Qingyue revealed two small pear swirls and blinked her eyes. It's an hour trip over here, and you'd better be taking me somewhere nice, or you'll have to give me a free song afterward. Okay? Won't let you down. Su Yan snorted. In fact, he didn't know if Song Qingyue would like it there, but it's just one song. Nothing to be afraid of. Su Yan led Song Qingyue for 10 minutes, and the two of them came to a path. The grass on both sides was in the shape of a ladder, and along the bottom from the road, it formed two slopes that were quite high. As far as the eye can see, a large area is covered with grass, and there is a creek below the grass, which makes for a very beautiful setting. Song Qingyue's breathing stopped for a split second as she stared blankly ahead. Is this where you're taking me? After seeing her expression, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and the corner of his mouth lifted. Yes, this is where I've been before when I was sketching. It's beautiful, isn't it? Song Qingyue's eyes looked ahead, as if she thought of something, and the corners of her mouth rose lightly. Yes, it's beautiful. Tired of walking? Sit down and rest for a while. Su Yan took out a picnic cloth pad from his book bag and sat down on the lawn, patting the spot beside him and signaling Song Qingyue. Song Qingyue was happy and walked over to sit next to him. So well prepared? Su Yan didn't answer her words and looked at the sky. Look over there. Song Qingyue turned her head sideways and followed his gaze. And in the next second, the light in her eyes lit up. The sky on that side was colored by the sun in large swathes of orange-red. And of these, the splash of red trailed by the sun's halo attracted the most attention. Su Yan lamented. They say the sunrise is beautiful. The sun at 8 o'clock in the morning is actually very beautiful. It's just that there are too many high-rise buildings in this city and the pace is too fast, so it's hard to pay attention to it. Yes, it's been a long time since I've appreciated the sun like this. And you brought me here today because you wanted to show me the sun? Song Qingyue hugged her knees, her pearly whites shallow. Yes and no. Su Yan turned his head to look at her. I read a quote in a book that people should stay where there is no ceiling, not be stuck in a square corner fighting internal conflicts. I could hear in your singing yesterday that you were too tightly wound, and I thought that this place might relax you a bit. One should stay where there is no ceiling. Song Qingyue murmured, her gaze sweeping across this vastness, and said softly, the place where Jiao grew up should be even more expansive than this place. Su Yan didn't reply to her words and simply lay down directly. He knew that Song Qingyue was having an epiphany right now, and he didn't want his thoughts to affect her. Just as there were 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people, he would not be the same as Song Qingyue's imagined Diao. Song Qingyue didn't intend to listen to Su Yan's reply either, as she gently smiled. Anyway, what she aspires to is surely to be in this wide world. Free. Su Yan, if I sing now, will I disturb you? Su Yan immediately became interested and busily sat up. Looking at her expectantly, Song Qingyue stood up, walked to the middle of the grass, looked into the distance, and slowly opened her mouth. A show, living somewhere in Tibet, vulture-like, perched on a mountaintop. Su Yan only felt his heart fluttering, as if he was being brushed by a summer breeze. The beautiful maiden sang a beautiful song in a green field. Su Yan couldn't help but take out his cell phone to record, wanting to save this scene. A show, love is a seed of sorrow. You are a tree and you will never wither. When the song ended, Song Qingyue's eyes faintly flashed with tears. She looked at the sky, her gaze tough and stubborn. She, Song Qingyue, would not give in. How does it feel? She wiped her tears and looked back at Su Yan. Su Yan had long since heard Goosebumps, and his mind was carried up and down by the song. Song Qingyue sang with a feeling different from Zhao Lei, and different from Zhang Xiaohan. She sang her unique style, not losing to that duo style, tough, unafraid, and importantly, she sings about herself. She's Diao. Su Yan didn't say anything and silently gave a thumbs up. If he sang in this state, even if Starlight Entertainment messed up, he believed that Song Qingyue would be able to break through and take the top spot. The power of music should not be underestimated. The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth lifted up in a smile. The sun was just right, and the two of them chatted and lay down on their picnic cloths, squinting in comfort. Su Yan, I saw Lin Xuecheng today. You really like her, don't you? Song Qingyue suddenly asked. Su Yan closed her eyes. A little sleepy. Once I liked it so much that I didn't have myself anymore. What about now? Not anymore. It's too tiring to like someone, and I've found that when I stoop to the dust to love someone, No one likes the dusty knee. Then when you meet the right person in the future, will you still treat her with sincerity? Song Qingyue blinked her eyes and looked sideways at Su Yan. Will. Su Yan answered without hesitation. Lin Xueqing had influenced him for 7 years, and he wasn't going to make that influence last. If he met someone he liked again, he'd still do his best. Only this time, he'd love her in the context of loving himself. The atmosphere was silent. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked sideways at Song Qingyue, just in time to meet Song Qingyue's watching gaze. The distance between the two quickly closed, and they could even feel each other's breath. No one had anticipated this situation, and both of them froze. Chapter 27. What kind of family is this? You don't even want $1 million? After reacting, Song Qingyue busily turned her head, her small face reddening into a blush. Su Yan also did not expect this situation to occur. After adulthood, he is also the first time on a girl of the same age to lean so close. Those all woke up most of the time, but Song Qingyue's eyelashes, flickering, are really long. Su Yan shook his head vigorously to shake away all these thoughts that shouldn't be there, stood up and coughed awkwardly. Well, it's after 10, and I have class this afternoon, so why don't you go back? Song Qingying got up and ran her hair in a pretense of calmness. Well, I'm going to the studio today to record the song while it's hot. Because of the little incident that happened, the two were so embarrassed that they didn't even speak a few words on the way back. Rather, when waiting for the red light in the middle, Song Qingyue glanced at Su Yan, saw the other party's still red ears, and couldn't help but purse her lips. You're so innocent, aren't you? This time of day was rather jammed with traffic, and it was nearly 12 o'clock when the duo arrived at the entrance of Jiangshuan. Song Qingying rubbed her sore neck and looked at Su Yan. The news of Qin Lang's return should be hanging on the hot search for a while. I need to avoid the wind. It's crowded at this moment, so I won't send you to the entrance of your dormitory. I was going to treat you to a meal at noon, so I'll have to wait for another time. And the $300,000. It'll be here this afternoon at the latest. Okay. Su Yan nodded and comforted. Don't pay too much attention to the news on the internet. It will fade after a while, and when the song comes out, everything will get better. Thanks. The corners of Song Qingyue's mouth rose slightly as she nodded towards him. Su Yan was just about to get out of the car when Song Qingyue suddenly remembered something and busily called out to him, taking out a flyer from his bag and handing it over. Wait, you take this? I got the news. The last audition of The Strongest Voice will be held in Jiangxing next Monday. I suggest you go and participate. I think you have the strength to get the championship. The Strongest Voice is China's most nationally acclaimed audio talent show, with a zero-threshold program that allows famous singers or grassroots singers to apply for participation. 3 of the resident mentors are well-known musicians and veteran singers in China. Since last year, The Greatest Showman has also added a mystery mentor seat, which won't be announced until the first installment of the show airs. Last year's mystery mentor was the king of the music world, Zhou Xiuhua, who sparked a sensation across the internet when he showed up. As a result, netizens are paying more attention to this year's The Greatest Showman, with some predicting that this year's The Greatest Showman will have the highest ratings ever. There are also more singers heading to the show than ever before. Su Yan didn't take the flyer and honestly said, I'm currently not ready to enter the entertainment industry. There's no harm in trying. I don't think your talent should be buried. Upon hearing this, Su Yan only smiled and didn't say anything, but his attitude already indicated everything. He had obtained the inherited memories of Earth, so naturally he would not waste this golden finger. It's just that he's not used to being in front of the curtain, but he could be a behind-the-scenes lyricist with Earth songs, couldn't he? Isn't there a revered musical genius on Earth, Mr. James Wong? Alright then, Song Qingyue sighed, and didn't force herself. I still want to find a champion for Ms. Meili, and this year's Strongest Voice has a $30,000 prize for the regional champion, and the overall champion even has $1 million prize. Since you're not interested, even if you're not. Shoo. Before the words were finished, Song Qingyue only felt an emptiness in her hand, and the flyer she was originally holding had now fallen into Su Yan's hands. Song Qingyue's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, consternation written all over her face. Su Yan coughed awkwardly. I'll think about it, Song Qingy. She had always felt that Su Yan was a quiet but steady and mature young man. I didn't realize there was a side to this. Then, elder sister whispering, I'll leave first. Su Yan couldn't stay any longer, and after saying hello, he immediately left on his feet. After the car door was closed, Song Qingyue couldn't help but let out a pft and laughed out loud as she leaned over the steering wheel. Elementary school brother. It was more interesting than she thought it would be. Su Yan's face was still a little hot. He only knew that the Strongest Voice was hot. He didn't know that the winner could have such a high prize money. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is that he wants to challenge himself. Ahem. Well, I just love money. What kind of family is that? You don't even want $1 million? He put the flyer in his pocket and was about to enter the school when a blue Lamborghini pulled up in front of him. The car window rolled down. Qin Lang took off his sunglasses and hooked his lips as he looked at him. Su Yan. Long time no see. Su Yan's complexion instantly turned cold. Qin Lang smiled. How can I say that we haven't seen each other for 5 years? Aren't you a bit cold? Let's go. I'll buy you a drink. Let's catch up. There's no need. We don't know each other that well. Su Yan returned with an expressionless face and turned to leave. Qin Lang got out of the car and stopped in front of him, seemingly smiling. Su Yan, after so many years have passed, why are you still as annoying as before? I'm looking for you today for something serious. It concerns your future. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Su Yan laughed at this. Relating to my future? Duke Qin's ability is getting bigger and bigger. Qin Lang pretended that he didn't hear his yin and yang and shrugged his shoulders. Not bad. At least, better than you. Su Yan smiled, the corner of his mouth sneering. Okay, then I'll listen. Qin Lang hooked out a smile and made a pleased gesture. The duo soon arrived at a cafe across the street from the school. 2 blue mountains, 2 steaks, and watch for dessert. After handing the menu to the waiter, Qin Lang pulled the curtain of the box closed and took off his mask. I searched online. The most authentic cafe near Jiangchuan is here. The Blue Mountain coffee is very good, and it's only $300 a cup. Qin Lang sized up Su Yan, contempt flashing in his eyes. Looking at you like this, I don't think you've started working yet. $300 for a cup of coffee is a bit extravagant for you, and your family conditions can't support your high spending. But it's okay, it's my treat today. Su Yan quadrupled his words. Many thanks. Sure enough, it's still the same Qin Lang. Self-esteem and arrogance, even lunch has to be settled at a cafe. And you feel superior by having a cup of coffee. Qin Lang unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. I still remember before. Slightly provoke you. You have to be angry. Now is a lot of calm. Not bad. Grew a lot. After speaking, the corners of his mouth grinned as he deliberately said, speaking of which, Xiao Yan, you should also be thankful for my workout, right? Now that I think about it, time flies really fast. I really miss the time when I was there. A trace of coldness crossed Su Yan's eyes after he moved into his neighborhood. Almost all of his neighbors loved the polite, articulate, and talented kid. Only he knew the evil in Qin Lang's bones. He had known this since his junior year. Only, at that time, no one believed his words, including Lin Xueqing. Chapter 28. I have principles. I never work with dogs. During Su Yan's junior year, there was a boisterous bullying incident at Qin Lang's high school. It happened to be that time that he traveled to Qin Lang's high school as the school's outstanding student to visit and learn. While going to the office with a few classmates to get the registration form, he saw Qin Lang standing in front of the homeroom teacher with his head hanging down, blaming himself. Teacher, I've persuaded them. I didn't think they'd do it again, and I can't afford to keep an eye on them all the time at this critical time in high school, but this matter also has something to do with me. I go to apologize to Yitingting. The school has any chastisement, I admit. I really feel guilty. I did not expect them to. At that time, Qin Lang's eyes reddened and tears hated to fall out. The class teacher sighed and patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Good boy. This matter has nothing to do with you. You've done well to disregard your own safety, to persuade in time, and to leave only when you thought you'd succeeded. Don't think too much about it, and study hard. Qin Lang wiped his tears and bowed towards the homeroom teacher before leaving. Originally, Su Yan thought that everything was like what Qin Lang said. That was until he heard Qin Lang and a group of punks chatting in an alleyway when he returned home in the afternoon. Oh, the class teacher, that's stupid. He believes whatever I say. Those few who did it are also stupid. I pretended to be righteous and want to take the blame for them. They were so moved that they were confused and admitted the incident. Yitingting is also fragile enough, but taking a few pictures, she's going to go jump off a building. Useless thing. Brother Lang, you are too showy. I heard that Yitingting's family even brought something to your house today to thank you. Ha ha ha. They thought it was the group that Ron helped stop. Who knew? It was Ron who instigated it? When he heard these words, he felt incomparably harsh, and as he prepared to leave, he happened to bump into Qin Lang, who was walking out of the alley. Qin Lang's mouth grinned. Su Yan, what a coincidence. Didn't hear anything, did you? But it doesn't matter if you heard it. Spouting nonsense without evidence is called rumor mongering. Oh, he gave Qin Lang a cold look at that time and left. And when he went back, he still told the story, but no one believed him. It's just that since then, Qin Lang never pretended anymore. When he faced him alone, he would intentionally tear up his homework. And when he was furious, he would pretend to be careless in front of Lin Xueqing and the rest of the people, guiltily apologizing to himself. Or stealing the neighbor's groceries and planting them on his head. And the one time Qin Lang went the most overboard, he nearly got their family into a lawsuit. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes darkened and his tone was icy cold. If you're looking for me to catch up, I'm not interested. Qin Lang tapped on his cell phone a few times, then put it down and took out a contract from his bag. Of course I don't have that kind of free time to accompany you here to catch up on old times. Your song Becoming is good. Sell it to me. I'll give you $500,000. It's enough for your family to live on. Su Yan took the contract and flipped through it. looking at it and smiling. $500,000 to buy out the full rights to Becoming? A $500,000 buyout for a song is indeed a high price for the average college student, but no one knows better than him how hot the song Becoming is in the other world. It's not an exaggeration to say that he just doesn't want to work anymore and could eat off this song for the rest of his life. He's out of his mind to sell his subsequent stream of income for that $500,000, and his song, is Ching Lang worthy of singing? Too little? I'll add another 100,000 for you. You're not even a new singer nowadays. A song that sells for $600,000 is already a friendly price I'm giving you. Ching Lang stopped stirring his coffee hand and stared straight at Su Yan. Of course, if you're willing to give up the right of authorship, this song, I can buy it for $1 million. And I can sign you into Starlight Entertainment. Haven't you always liked Lin Xuecheng? Getting into a company with her will give you more chances, right? Moreover, I guarantee that I will make Lin Xuecheng a successful debut. How about it? You won't lose money on this deal, right? He couldn't be more clear about how much Su Yan liked Lin Xuecheng, even when Lin Xuecheng said that Su Yan didn't like her anymore. He didn't take it seriously when they were in high school. Lin Xuecheng and Su Yan didn't have many conflicts, but in the end, didn't Su Yan run his ass back to her? Lin Xuecheng, a winning strategy to pin down Su Yan. Su Yan gave him a strange look. Didn't Lin Xuecheng tell you that she also came to me to buy the Becoming? Ching Lang took a sip of coffee and spoke confidently. I know you're in conflict, but I don't believe you really don't care about her anymore. Hurry up and sign it while I'm in a good mood. Su Yan picked up the contract and turned his words around. You paid to suppress the heat from the video our school posted? The purpose was Becoming? Of course. How am I going to get this song to catch fire before I sing it? Ching Lang grinned. Sign it, and I'll take care of you when you get into my company afterward. Su Yan smiled. Tearing sound. The contract in his hand split in half. I'm sorry, but I'm a man of principle and never work with dogs. Ching Lang's face suddenly sank. Su Yan, I gave you face. Don't do it out of respect. Do you believe me? Even if you don't sign this contract, I still have ways to deal with you. Of course I believe it. You are the Ching general manager of Starlight Entertainment. Su Yan faintly said the day before Ching Lang left the country. He had gone to find him for Lin Xuecheng. It was also that day that he learned that Ching Lang was the real nephew of the old boss of Starlight Entertainment. Therefore, he had never been surprised by Ching Lang's popularity. Ching Lang stared at him closely. You still remember? In that case, behave yourself. If you mess with me, in the future, whether you want to enter the entertainment industry or the TV station, none of them will accept you. And you don't want to be unemployed upon graduation, do you? Yeah, you're capable of so much. Su Yan put away his smile and stared at him. Then we'll see. With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Ching Lang's face was ugly. Su Yan, don't force my hand. Don't you remember what happened in your first year of high school? Your parents should still be living in the old place now. Right. You say, should I go and talk to them again? Without waiting for him to finish his words, Su Yan's face suddenly sank, and with an arrow step he walked forward and grabbed his collar. I'm telling you, it's okay to target me, but if you dare to affect my family again, I'll fight you to the death even if I have to fight for my life. And since you remember that incident, you should know that I'm not joking with you. Ching Lang took a few deep breaths, thinking of Su Yan's head full of blood at that time, not wanting to lose his life. Fear also rose in his heart, but he knew very well that if he really messed with Su Yan's parents, Su Yan really had the guts to fight with him. Suyin, what are you doing? Just then, Lin Xuecheng rushed in, slapping Su Yan's hand away and glaring angrily. Su Yan, are you sick? What are you doing bullying Brother Lang again? Immediately afterward, she looked at Ching Lang worriedly. Brother Lang, are you alright? Ching Lang shook his head, looking guilty. I'm the one who shouldn't have asked Sayan to buy fulfillment. The song should mean a lot to him. Lin Xuecheng reddened her eyes and looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, I know you have a grudge against me, but you shouldn't take it out on Brother Lang. Brother Lang has just returned to China now. The internet is talking about him. If he gets hurt, how can he appear in the movie afterward? You've gone too far this time. What a familiar scene. Su Yan frowned slightly. Strangely enough, he didn't feel bad at all when it happened again. He just found them annoying. He didn't bother to accompany these two here to act out some kind of bloodthirsty love triangle Qiangyao drama, and turned around to leave. And at this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang. A message from Fu Lei. After tapping the message, the corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up slightly as he picked up the phone and waved it in front of Ching Lang. I'm sorry, but you can't take the Becoming. Chapter 29. Topping the Weebly hot topic. Ching Lang's face instantly sank, although he couldn't see the content clearly. He could see that Su Yan's cell phone was displaying a meager interface. He wasn't in the mood to pretend in front of Lin Xuecheng, and immediately sat down and took out his cell phone to look through it. Su Yan didn't pay any more attention to him and had just walked out of the box when Lin Xuecheng chased after him, her voice a little flustered. Su Yan, I didn't mean to get mad at you just now, Brother Lang has just returned to China now and is still so famous. If word gets out that you bullied him, you'll definitely be attacked by his fans afterward, and I don't want you to be prejudiced against Ron's brother because of me. He's a great guy, and if you're willing to engage with him, you'll see how much he is. I don't want to. Su Yan did not hesitate to speak. Lin Xueqing choked, her eyes glittering with crystals. Su Yan, Lin Xueqing, I actually don't want to say anything heavy to you, but in the future, I want you and your brother Ron to stay away from me. I really find it annoying when you guys interrupt my life one after another. I'm too busy to act out any youth pain literature with you guys. After saying that, Su Yan walked around Lin Xueqing and left without looking back. Because of these two, his life was a mess for the previous 7 years. After that, he just wanted to get as far away from those two as possible. But if Qin Lang wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be afraid. Lin Xueqing froze in place, not even daring to look back at Su Yan's back, and after a long time, she crouched down, unable to hold back her tears, and at this moment, in the box, Qin Lang looked at the message on Weibo. His face ugly to the extreme. He woke up this morning with the news of his return still being heavily publicized on Weebly. Those 5 hot searches from yesterday are still occupying the front row, even overpowering the scandals of many famous artists. But at this moment, the first position of the Weibo hot search is clearly written #ShueJifei recommends new songs. The third most searched phrase, on the other hand, is #The Becoming, and after the phrase, it has the word explosion written on it. Just after leaving the Western restaurant, Su Yan immediately clicked on Weibo. Just now Fu Lei sent him a Weibo link. He only read the title and did not click in to see it. He tapped on his Weebly and saw the words on the hot search, which he immediately clicked on. An hour ago, ShueJifei posted a video of their school shaking cloud on Weibo with the caption, "This is really good music, and the creator is a junior in college. I'm ashamed of myself." And after ShueJifei posted it, his studio artists, as well as several well-known musicians, retweeted it. Music producer De Rome, when Lao Shui recommended this song to me, he said that it would be the leading song in the music scene in recent years, and I didn't think so. Too many average, foreign covers and even plagiarized songs have been blown up over the years. What good song could a junior journalism student write? And when I listened to the song inside the video, I knew that I was wrong. The song is a love song, but it's nothing like the crappy, forced melodramatic love songs on the market today. The emotion expressed is pure and passionate, without getting bogged down in mourning. And the arrangement is so original that after it's done, it'll have its own blue sea and blue sky. I haven't gotten tired of listening to it all night, and now I just want to hear the whole thing. It's songs like this that deserve to be promoted. Musician Chenggu, it's been almost a year since I've recommended a song, and I really can't listen to those new songs on the list. Thanks to Lao Shui for recommending this song to me. It's the song that deserves to be on the hit list, and the young man's piano playing is very good, so if you'd like to do so, you're welcome to join my studio. Among them, Rocker Mo had the sharpest words. In this year, 9 out of 10 songs in the charts are inexplicably on fire. Old Mo, I've always disliked those pretentious love songs. This song has changed my opinion. It's much better than the crappy dream that's been buying hot searches for the past 2 days. ShueJifei has been on fire in the circle for so many years and knows all the musicians who have a certain status in the music industry, although their traffic can't compare to those up-and-coming pop singers nowadays. Their nationalities are definitely not inferior to those people. Several people came out together like this to recommend Becoming, and the heat was on. It even surpassed the several hot searches that Qin Lang had bought. And in just an hour, the real-time discussion list had already broken 100,000, with the swarming netizens constantly retweeting and commenting, grabbing the front row. I'll start by saying that this song is a song by Su Yan, a junior at our school. I cried my eyes out while listening to it on stage. The song should have been on fire 2 days ago. And Shake Cloud is like a wind. So many likes and no push. It deserves to be snatched away by Weibo. I have paid for your youth for so many years, only in exchange for a thank you for making it happen. This sentence is too heartbreaking for me to hear. Little brother looks so forlorn, so heartbreaking. I declare that I'm a fan of this little brother from now on. Add me one, or an original song. Kneeling down and begging Su Yan's little brother to hurry up and open the Weibo and upload the single. Mr. Shui personally recommended it. What could possibly go wrong? I just want to hurry up and play it in a single song now. Old Mo is right. This song is much better than that piece of Dog in Dreams. Of course, there were quite a few fans and spammers of Qin Lang interspersed. It was only yesterday that the video of Qin Lang's return to singing Dreams hit the Hot 100. And today ShueJifei is taking the lead in promoting Becoming. It also said something about this being really good music. And even rocker Old Mo name drops Dreams outright. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to antagonize their Ron? You want to rub our brother's nose in it even with a crappy song? Oh. It's really ugly to eat. I hate it when these self-proclaimed veteran musicians come out and talk down to the new generation of singers. Are you half as hot as my brother? He can't even make it to the top of the charts. Old man, after listening to it, it's hard as hell to listen to. And it doesn't compare a bit to dreams. This Suyen student, he must be a rich second generation from some family. Even Shui Jifei can be invited. The power of capital is really bullish. There were a lot of bad reviews as well, but they couldn't hold a candle to Shui Jifei's reputation over the years. And becoming was an instant hit. Suyen's heart fluttered as he watched. He didn't really like playing with programs like Weebly and Shake Cloud for one thing. He wanted to put more focus on his studies. But because in his opinion, most of the information on these programs was pretty useless, unless it's something major. It's mostly to do with celebrity artists. It used to be somewhat watchable, mainly promoting movies and songs, but now, those traffic can be on the hot seat if they dye their hair, say something funny, or throw a wink, whether it's a singer or an actor. The attention is no longer on their work, but on what they wear and what they say. The singer's full open mic is getting compliments from fans, and the comments are all kinds of antagonistic quotes. Suyen didn't like this kind of atmosphere and uninstalled Weibo before, but he didn't realize that now he was actually on the Weebly Hot 100. There's been a lot of unexpected things happening lately. Suyen couldn't help but sigh with emotion and was about to put his cell phone away. Jingle bells. Just at this time, the incoming call rang, and when he saw the name of the caller, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Chapter 30. Don't be afraid. Let's turn ourselves in. Why did whispering sister call him again? Suyen immediately pressed the connect button, and Song Qingyue's voice soon came from the other end. Suyen, did you look at Weibo? You're on the hot search. Just saw that. Wait, Mr. Shui has something to say to you. Song Qingyue handed her cell phone to Shui Jifei, who was also recording here today, and they just happened to run into each other. Xiao Su, don't blame me. I saw those netizens blowing up dreams yesterday, and I just couldn't hold back and sent it out. I didn't bring your name with me either. I didn't expect to be exposed by the students in your school. Shui Jifei coughed and spoke awkwardly. Although he had originally wanted to publicize becoming, he planned to do so after obtaining Suyan's consent. Asa result. Yesterday, when he was surfing on the internet with his trumpet, he saw netizens bragging about dreams there, and he didn't hold back his dislike. Asa result. He was chased and scolded by Qin Lang's fans all night, saying that he didn't know how to appreciate and that he was sour. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He really couldn't help it. And after searching for the video of Jiang Chuan's Shivering Cloud, he asked a few old friends to publicize the song in advance in the morning. Suyen smiled. It's okay, Mr. Shui. I also want to thank you for helping me with publicity. Originally, he didn't want to be active in front of the curtain, but after talking to Qin Lang, he changed his mind. Of course, he didn't make this decision entirely to gamble with Qin Lang. Rather, when Qin Lang threatened him with his parents, he realized that the prerequisite for him to want to live out his life peacefully was to have enough backbone to protect the people he wanted to protect. Qin Lang, you're saying that messing with you will prevent me from ever entering the entertainment industry? Then I'll show you that not only can I get into the entertainment industry, I'm going to turn this world's entertainment industry upside down. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Suyan's mouth, with the entire planet's entertainment culture in his mind. It wasn't too much to ask to create a brand new entertainment industry, was it? As soon as his words fell, Shui Jifei's surprised voice came from the other end. Little Su, do you want to enter the music industry? Where are you? I'm going to find you to sign now. I'm telling you, you're absolutely brilliant. I've promoted songs for other people before, and there's never been a time when they've topped the Weebly charts. If you join my studio, I'll definitely promote you. The corners of Shui Jifei's mouth were grinning. He was originally worried that Suyen would blame him for publicizing becoming without permission. At this moment, when he heard Suyen's reply, he was relieved and saw hope at the same time, and hurriedly made another signing invitation. Excuse me, Mr. Shui. Still the same reply. Shui Jifei had no choice but to emphasize again that when Suyen wanted to sign a contract, he would definitely contact him before returning the phone to Song Qingyue. Song Qingyue had to continue recording, and the two of them hung up after a couple of sentences. Suyen put away his cell phone and walked towards the school. He had just arrived at his dorm room when his cell phone vibrated, and his eyes instantly lit up as he tapped on it. Text message alert. Bank card credited with $300,000, or $300,000 after taxes. It's so fragrant. The corner of Suyan's mouth lifted up. The first bucket of gold was earned. He immediately transferred $200,000 to his family. Mom and dad used to run a noodle shop, and then because Qin Lang was playing tricks on them, they invited a group of people to slander their family's food as unclean. Although it was clarified afterward, it still affected the business of the store. Coupled with the demolition of the office building next to the store, the customer traffic is getting less and less, and it has been in a state of loss. Later, Mom and Dad simply closed the store, morning and evening pushing a cart around. Although it can earn some money, but in the end not as good as in the past. To earn are also hard money. Now that he was capable of earning money, he naturally wanted to make things easier for his parents. Jingle bells. The money had just been transferred. Not a moment before Suyan's cell phone rang. It was his mother Cialy calling. The phone had just been connected, and Shelly's nervous voice came from the other end. Son, something big has happened. I just received $200,000 transferred from your account. Is it a new type of fraud now? Do I have to go to the police now? Su Yan hurriedly said. Mom, that's the money I transferred to you. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and the sound of packing. Son, don't be afraid. Mom will go over to you right away and turn herself in with you. And if anything happens, Mom will take care of it for you. Cialy looked serious, and when she said this, her dad Su Xin, who was sitting next to her wrapping dumplings, was so scared that he bounced in place. What's all this talk about turning yourself in? Something happened to your son? Wait for me. I'll go with you. Su Yan's forehead had black lines rising straight up. Dad. Mom. You guys listen to me? I don't have any. Son, you don't be afraid. You first tell us things clearly. You what character we know best. Let's face it bravely. You brat. I've heard that quite a few people have gone to sell their loins lately. Did you follow them? You brat. It's against the law. Cialy and Su Xin were both flustered by this sudden $200,000. And Cialy was so anxious that her tears were about to fall. Su Yan could only amplify his voice as he listened to his nose and cried. What's this all about? You guys take it easy. This is the money I make from writing songs. Just go check the Weebly and you'll see. I'm not lying to you. There was silence on the other end of the line. Cialy looked at Su Xin, who immediately took out her cell phone and fumbled to download Webtoon. They're a small place, and the two of them are usually busy, so they just watch TV and never play with this new stuff. Su Yan patiently taught them. Where do I click in? How to read it? After 10 minutes of messing around with it, the two of them saw the message on the Weebly and both breathed a sigh of relief. Shelly immediately changed her face and smiled with joy. Goo. It's true. My son is good. Writing songs that so many people like. He's earned $200,000. Su Xin was puzzled. Son, aren't you from the journalism department? Why are you still writing songs? You transferred to Shueching's class? The two of them couldn't be more clear about their son's fondness for Lin Shueching. Ever since I was a kid, I've loved hanging out with Lin Shueching. They can't even look away sometimes, but they can't help it if their son likes it. The smile at the corner of Su Yan's mouth faded. Dad. Mom. I'm done with her. Both Cialy and Su Xin were slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, Cialy laughed even more cheerfully. My son is just great. He can write songs and make money without going to music school. I told you, where did all my artistry go? It was all picked up by my son. Su Xin was dumbfounded. You sing all pentatonic to come? How come I didn't realize your artistic find? Would it kill you not to talk? Cialy glared fiercely, and Su Xin immediately said nothing. Su Yan was happy to hear it. Mom's alright, but she likes to brag. Yes. Mom is right. I just inherited your good genes. Mom and Dad, now that I'm making money, don't go out to the stall. Rest at home. I'll support you. Shelly was so happy she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Ouch. My sweet son. Just sweet. Mom and Dad are still able to work now. Definitely want to save you more money. Future marriage. Buy a house. Raise children. 200,000 which hit. And don't you feel sorry for us? We have hands and feet, and it's no fun to be idle at home. Su Xin also followed. That's right. Son, live your own life. Don't worry about the two of us. You've just set fire to a song. You can't be too impetuous. The old couple's idea was simple. Son does have a song that's on fire right now and making money, but can a song last a lifetime? It's hard to say if you'll be able to write another song in the future. Furthermore, they are not willing to ask their son for food and clothing, even if they can't help him. At least they can't be a burden to him. My son has grown up knowing enough. They're heartbroken. Su Yan's nose turned a little sour now that I think about it. In the past, he ignored his mom and dad for Lin Shueching, so he really wasn't a thing. Dad. Mom, I actually didn't finish with you guys. I actually made $300,000 this time around, and this song will continue to make money for the rest of my life. Literally for the rest of my life. What? $300,000? Before he could finish his sentence, his mom screamed, You're keeping $100,000 on hand? What are you doing with so much money? Hurry up and transfer it back to me for you to save. Suyin, it's the real mom. After hanging up the phone, Su Yan took a long breath and got up, ready to head to the classroom. He had just opened the door when he heard a commotion coming from the building. Fu Lei rushed over from the stairway with an anxious look and pushed him back into the dormitory. Lao San, something's wrong. Chapter 31, A warm man is worse than a dog. Fu Lei glanced outside the doorway and hurriedly closed the door behind him with a sigh of relief. Su Yan stumbled as he was pushed, his brows furrowed. What's up? The elementary school girl you heard come to your door? Bullshit. Fu Lei swore to beat his chest. Bang sound. I've always been on point with my schoolmates and have never done anything to hurt them or affect my image. Su Yan stared at him with a smirk. It's you who can't, right? Crap. Fu Lei felt insulted and was about to raise an example when another loud noise came from the stairway that he rushed forward and pulled the curtains closed. Lowering the volume. Lao San, don't ever say anything. Su Yan was dumbfounded. What's going on? While this was going on, there was a knock on their bedroom door, followed by all sorts of excited, pleading, and frantic voices. Su Yan, are you in the dormitory or not? Yanko, there's something I need your help with. Take a look at the message I sent you. Old Su, help me first. I'll bring you breakfast for a month. I've been a mother for 21 years. Yanko, I want a picture of you together. I just want to pretend. Su Yan heard it as soon as he heard it. These ghostly cries and howls were exactly from his Bamboo 5 housemates. He panicked and looked at Fu Lei with wide eyes. Fu Lei nodded gravely at him. The matter of you being the original singer of success has been raked over the coals on Weibo. And your name as the #1 liquor of Jiangchuan has now been changed. Switched to what? The first warm man of the river rumor. Plus the little prince of deep love. Su Yan's eyebrows twitched. Damn. Warmongers are worse than dog lickers. Fu Lei took a deep breath. There are quite a few schoolgirls gathered at the entrance of the bamboo court now. And you know how many bachelors there are in our building, right? The schoolgirls put out a big offer to give them contact information if they got you out of there. And I was the first to run back by breaking through the layers. Black lines rose on Su Yan's forehead. He had always wondered if the boys in the rest of the buildings were as odd as theirs. I have class this afternoon. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Fu Lei made an immediate decision. You wear my clothes and put on a jacket. There aren't that many impulsive people in our school, so we won't worry about it when we go out. Su Yan was suddenly a little moved and patted Fu Lei's shoulder. Good buddy. After saying that, he put on Fu Lei's jacket, put on a hat and mask, and opened the door of the dormitory. Saw Lei, where is Su Yan? Building elder brother asked excitedly. Su Yan lowered his head and pointed towards the door and quickly left, before this group of people reacted. Fu Lei put on his heightening shoes and rushed out of the dormitory in a swift manner. I'll go. Su Yan. Wait. Words. Just help old brother this once. People are scattered. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and put on the mask and went downstairs. Just as he arrived at the gate, he saw Fu Lei, who was surrounded by his schoolmates scrambling for him. Elementary school brother. Are you Su Yan? Handsome looking. How is it not quite like what I've seen before? Senior. Say something. Fu Lei was in the middle of the crowd and revealed a bright smile towards Su Yan. Suin. The dog. In the afternoon, Su Yan went to class as usual. The class was not immune to the gossip and flirting that came over between classes, but it wasn't as exciting as the group of Hanyu from Take 5. After finishing his afternoon class, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and returned to his dormitory alone since Hao Feng had taken a leave of absence early in the morning to go for an interview. On the way, many students cast excited glances and murmured, "You guys, he's Su Yan, right?" "Yes, that's him. The newcomer recommended by Shui Zhifei is him. Becoming whole really sounds good. How on earth did he write it? You guys don't know about Su Yan and Lin Xueching? Sister Lin. Is there a story between them two? Tell me about it." Someone else boldly shouted in Su Yan's direction. "Suin, when are you going to record a full version of Becoming for us?" The first person spoke up, and immediately someone else chimed in. "Yeah, Senior Suin. Looking forward to your song. Schools don't do people. They don't play the full version. We want to hear your song. Being recommended by Mr. Shui. Su Yan, you've given us too much face." The students also didn't want to disturb Su Yan and didn't gather around and shout across the room. The corner of Su Yan's mouth revealed a smile as he nodded his head towards them in greeting. "I'm ready for the full version of Becoming and it will be online soon." The words were immediately met with cheers and applause, seeing that there were so many people supporting him. Su Yan was also happy in his heart and nodded towards them once again, before he could reach the dormitory. His cell phone rang with a message from Zhou Wan. "Su Yan, is it convenient to talk now? There's something urgent I need to talk to you about." Su Yan immediately replied with convenient. Not long after the message was sent over, Zhou Wan's phone immediately dialed over. Her voice excited. "Su Yan, you've really become a big celebrity this time. Becoming Complete is directly on the hot search. You're amazing." Su Yan smiled. "Thank you. What's so urgent that you're looking for me?" Zhou Wan slapped her head. "Look at me. I've forgotten about the main event. You still remember the 2 commercial shows I told you about, right? The one at the Left Bank Western Restaurant was originally going to hold it next week, but now that they've seen that Becoming is on the hot seat, they've contacted me and want you to go to the commercial show this Sunday, so see if you're available." "I don't have classes on Sunday. I can go." "Has the appearance fee aspect been changed?" Su Yan asked tentatively. He hadn't been on the hot search before, and the appearance fee given by the Left Bank Western Restaurant side was $30,000. Now that it's on the hot seat, it should go up. Granted, 30,000 seems like a lot to him. But who can be too much money? Zhou Wan smiled. "I was about to talk to you about this. You're on fire now. The left bank side has mentioned $100,000 for your commercial performance fee. Naturally it's not a lot for you, but they really don't have any more funding, and they've hired some internet singers, which cost them a lot of big bucks. After Jo Won's words, Soo Yen didn't even pay attention to them. His mind was full of the word 100,000. His eyes lit up and he couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Call him short-sighted or unseasoned, singing a song for $100,000 would smell too good for him right now. Who's a good guy who thinks 100,000 is too low? However, you are now just read. 100,000 appearance fee is not very low. The commercial show is on Sunday night at 6 o'clock to start. You appear in the time to about 7 o'clock. Since you agree, I and the other side of the docking o? After blah 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 for a while, Jo Won finally finished. Soo Yen nodded. Okay, you send me a location. I'll be there on time that day. Okay, if I have time that day, I will definitely bring my little sisters in the dormitory to see your performance. Jo Won swore. Soo Yen lost his smile. Okay, then I thank you in advance. Hanging up the phone, about a minute later, Soo Yen received a positioning message from Jo Won, as well as an e-contract for a commercial performance offer from the Left Bank Western Restaurant. After carefully checking it, Soo Yen signed the contract, and someone on the Left Bank Western Restaurant side immediately added his contact information. Hello Mr. Soo Yen. I'm the manager of the Left Bank Western Restaurant, and I look forward to your arrival on Sunday at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Handshake. JPG. Soo Yen smiled and replied with a handshake emoji. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. And at this moment, on the Weibo hot search, the topic hashtag becoming has squeezed into the second of the hot search. In addition to Shue Jifei's recommendation and the appeal of the song Becoming itself, the fact that the video posted by Jiang Chuan started from the midway point made the netizens who watched the video obsessive-compulsive disorder, OCD. A large number of netizens swarmed under Jiang Chuan's Weibo account and Shake Cloud account. Hurry up and put out the pure version of the soundtrack. I don't know how to sing in the front. I'm scratching my head. Gangseong Media University, you guys know how to whet the appetite. I need you to do this right now. Immediately. Put all the videos on the shelves. And also, I want the pure audio version or I'm just begging you. Is Shakin out of its mind? A video with such a high number of likes doesn't even know to push. Hurry up and find this little brother Soo Yen for me. Becoming is getting so hot online that it's actually showing signs of being an overnight success. Starlight Entertainment. Qin Lang had just sent Lin Xueching and Zhang Rong to the company's training grounds. Ching, I still have some things to take care of. You and Zhang Rong wait here for the teacher. I'll leave first. Qin Lang's face did not look good, and after saying hello, he left in a hurry. I can't believe that Becoming is on the hot seat. That punk Hong Lan, how the hell does he do anything? And behind him, Lin Xueching clutched her cell phone with a strange expression. Chapter 32, choosing a music platform on the way over. Lin Xueching also saw the content on the Weibo, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. Soo Yen, surprisingly, is on fire. It was reasonable to say that she had already discovered that she actually still cared about Soo Yen when she saw this message. She should have called Soo Yen at the first opportunity to say congratulations, but at this moment, she was not so happy in her heart. And even, it was a little difficult, since childhood, Soo Yen had always been inferior to her. Even though his grades were good, he was just a nerd. And his family was not as good as hers. Her future was destined to shine brighter than Soo Yen's, but now, Soo Yen just relied on one song to easily defeat all her years of hard work? She couldn't figure herself out now. Could it be that she was jealous of Soo Yen? No, absolutely not. She is not used to it. Yes, just not used to it. Lin Xueching's eyes flickered. Yeah, she just wasn't used to Soo Yen changing so much. Music was a career she was proud of. Did she have to be jealous of Soo Yen, who hadn't even taken a professional class? She had also thought about helping Soo Yen when she became famous. Besides, in the entertainment industry nowadays, there are countless bridges where a song explodes in popularity for a short period of time and then quickly dies out. What does she have to be jealous of? Soo Yen, I hope you won't be overwhelmed by the short-lived halo, but don't worry, even if you don't have the ability to stand on a better stage like me, when I become famous, I'll help you find a satisfactory job. Lin Xueching bit her lip, her eyes obscure. On the other hand, in the office, Qin Lang's face was ugly as hell. I thought you said it was all set? Today is only the second day of the promotional period. The bot hits just fell off. And it's also got Becoming on the hit list. How the hell do you do things? Hong Lan spoke stiffly. I didn't expect Shue Jifei to push this song hard on Weibo, and by the time I realized it, the hot search had already been topped. No contact with the Weebly side? Contacted. The Weebly side said it's all live fans, and they can't make it too obvious that they don't want to take the hot search down. Qin Lang sneered. What can't be done is too obvious. They just can't afford to give up this heat. Tell them to take the money and do it right. I'll give them 2 hours to bring down the heat. Got it. Mr. Ching, Hong Lan responded with a difficult look. But, Shivering Cloud side sent a message that they won't accept our cooperation anymore, and have decided to push for success. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang immediately opened the Shivering Cloud true to form. At the moment, Becoming is listed on the Shakin Hot 100 list. He was so angry that his hands were shaking. They're not giving me face anymore? Shivering Cloud side called today, and there was the implication of blaming us for letting this heat be snatched away by Weibo. Now that their platform has become too big, it's not appropriate for our company to get into trouble with them. Honglan persuaded. Qin Lang's face was so dark that it was almost dripping as he closed his eyes and calmed down. Mr. Qin, don't talk, let me think. Qin Lang took a few deep breaths and pondered on a countermeasure. A few moments later, he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving up. Why didn't I think of this before? There's no need to contact the Weibo side. Let them continue to praise Becoming, and praise Su Yan as high as possible. Hong Lan froze. Mr. Qin, are you trying to promote Su Yan? Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, I'm just going to hold him up. The higher you hold him up, the harder you fall, isn't it? Also, I'm changing the format of my return concert at Zhengchuan on Sunday. I want to broadcast it live on the entire network. After saying that, he waved his hand towards Hong Lan. Although Hong Lan was puzzled, he still agreed. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll go arrange it right away. Qin Lang sat alone on the chair in his office with a fierce gaze. Su Yan, do you think I really have no way to cure you? Wasn't it Becoming that appeared early in the public eye? So what? It's the age of traffic. And are there any more examples of originals not being a hit and covers being a hit? And let you be happy for a few days. After that I'll show you what it means to stand tall and fall hard. When Su Yan returned to the dormitory, Fu Lei had already arrived. Yoo-hoo, the big star of our dorm room is back. Fu Lei grinned and intentionally brought the lip prints on his face that he didn't know whether it was imprinted by his senior sister or junior sister to Su Yan. Today is really thanks to you. I haven't been this popular in a long time. Su Yan's eyebrows went straight up when she saw the slutty look on his face, and she pushed his face away without a trace of anger. Play aside. He lazily ignored Fu Lei and opened WeChat while sitting in his chair. Instantly, messages kept bouncing out. From Jukwa's roommates, from classmates they hadn't had much contact with before, and from relatives who had previously seen their family fall out of favor and cut off contact. There was even one friend add message after another. There were a few of these messages that even made Su Yan laugh. Fu Lei came over. What's so funny? Show me too. Su Yan directly threw his cell phone to him. Look for yourself. He doesn't usually talk to many people, and there are no secrets on WeChat. Fu Lei took the phone and looked at it, and his jaw dropped. Holy shit, who are all these people? Come over here on a whiff and come up here to borrow money? Isn't this Lu Yuxing one of Lin Xueching's lickspittles? He was always targeting you before. How do you have the face to let you appear on his live broadcast now? Lao San, how do you know so many crazy batches? Su Yan sneered. Have you ever heard of being poor in the city and not being asked, but being rich in the mountains and having distant relatives? There was no shortage of people among these people who had made fun of him before. He knew full well that the group wouldn't be any happier with his success, and that most of them would just want to capitalize on his current traffic. Can't even wait for him to roll over in a hurry. Poor in the city no one asks. Rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Fu Lei repeated it and sighed. These days, complicated. Really fucking complicated. Or elementary school girl simple. Su Yan no longer paid attention to him, put on his headphones, and flipped out the Becoming that he had recorded. He was already planning to enter the music scene, so the first thing he had to do was to pick a music platform to release a single. At present, there are 3 major music platforms in China: KK, NetCloud and Penguin. Known as the 3 giants of music platforms, all 3 platforms have high traffic, are similarly well known, and each have their own dark stories. He's a journalism student, and he usually listens to songs on the web, so he really doesn't know which one to choose. Su Yan searched the internet for half a day, and the answers given by the netizens were all different, but they all made sense. Watching him get all tangled up, after much consideration, Su Yan took out his cell phone and sent a message over to Song Qingyue. Suin, busy? Not 2 minutes later, his cell phone rang and Song Qingyue called. Chapter 33. He is Su Yan. That fast? Su Yan froze for a moment and immediately pressed the connect button. Song Qingyue's nice voice came over. I just got back to the hotel. Why? Something for me? Su Yan glanced at Fu Lei, who was chatting passionately with his elementary school sister, and took out his headphones and put them on. I'm planning on uploading Becoming, but I'm not sure which platform to upload it to, so I thought I'd ask you if you had any suggestions? Going to upload a single? So, the strongest voice is something you're planning to participate in? Song Qingyi asked. Su Yan coughed. Well, I'm planning to enter the music scene. Song Qingyue's lips rippled with a smile. Good idea. Do you need me to enroll you? I've been in the circle for 2 years and know some people. Then I'll work hard for you. Su Yan didn't push back and thanked him. After providing the relevant documents and information, the duo chatted back to business. Becoming Whole is not signed with a music platform yet. I suggest you can upload a few more platforms. KK, Penguin and NetCloud are all good to try. When it's uploaded, there will surely be platforms that will look for you to sign exclusively, and then we'll filter it at that time. Song Ching made a suggestion. Su Yan suddenly realized, it can still operate like this? Of course, Becoming is gaining momentum right now. More than a few music platforms want to sign you. You're in the active position. What are you worried about? By the way, send me the audio you've done and I'll listen to it. See if there's anything you want to change. Good. Su Yan immediately exported the song and sent it to Song Qingyue. That he's new to the business and it would be a lot easier for him if he had help after a while. The sound of Song Qingyue taking a deep breath came from the other end of the phone. Su Yan, you sang even better this time than you did on stage. And I can guarantee that the various music platforms will contact you soon. Su Yan raised the corner of his mouth. Then I'll upload it now? Song Qingyue pondered for a moment. Do you still have class in the evening? Take advantage of the fact that Becoming is being promoted on Shivering Cloud right now. I'll record a short video for you to draw in traffic and then upload it. It'll be more effective. Su Yan was enlightened. Yeah. ShakeCloud is the fastest lead generation software out there right now. Many celebrities have been discovered on Shaken, and he's all set to do curtain calls. So it's a good time to take Shivering Cloud to get used to it. Okay, I have time. Where are we going to meet? I remember there's a music restaurant across the street from the school that happens to have a piano. How about that? I can get there about 5:30. No problem. Not long after hanging up, Song Qingyue sent a location. Su Yan glanced at the time. There was still more than an hour before 5:30, and prepared to catch up on some sleep in bed.at that moment. Hao Feng came back. The corner of Hao Feng's mouth lifted up. Yoo-hoo! You met our big star as soon as you came back. Su Yan didn't hold back and rolled her eyes. You're also following them? How was the result of today's interview? 2 interviews. The first one is not expected to work. The second one feels pretty good. Listening to the interviewer, that means there is no big problem. Will give me an answer today. What does the second one do? Fu Lei also came to be interested and turned his head to ask. Hao Feng smiled. It's listen to your heart. Crap. At those words, Fu Lei instantly bounced up from his chair. So excited that he wiped the lipstick marks off his face. Su Yan similarly raised the corners of his mouth. Listening to Your Heart is a well-known webcast radio station in China, with many live programs, mainly interacting with the audience with their voices. Even many TV programs don't get as much attention as this platform. Often, celebrity entertainers or business tycoons will participate and tell their stories to the audience, which is very popular, and for the 3rd year in a row, the platform has been voted in the top 10 of the most wanted radio stations by journalism students. Worthy of being my brother. You're so awesome too. Fu Lei trotted over and attentively pounded Hao Feng's back, deliberately putting on a flattering appearance. That place? How many people squeeze their heads to get in? In the future you become a big anchor. Don't forget your little old brother. Old brother give you shoes. Hao Feng cried and laughed, directly giving him a kick. Come on. The interview results aren't out yet. Don't you give me poisoned milk here. Su Yan was also happy. Your major grades are there. You'll definitely get in. Borrow your good advice. Hao Feng cheerfully said. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Long live the boss. Fu Lei immediately took out his cell phone and was about to call Yang Meng. I have something to do tonight. You guys gather first. Su Yan opened his mouth. He had already made an appointment with Song Qingyue, and he didn't want to stand her up when someone else had worked so hard to come over to help stare at the moment he said this. Hao Feng and Fu Lei's gazes fell on him in unison. Su Yan was looked at and his heart fluttered. What's going on? Fu Lei rested his arm on the back of the chair and raised his eyebrows straight up. Lao San, you've been going out a bit frequently these past 2 days. You've got a date for dinner. Honestly, is there a girl? Who is it? Su Yan gave him a blank look. Is that all you have in your head? Girls? I'm going on business. Hao Feng and Fu Lei looked at each other and both revealed a meaningful smile. At 5:30 p.m., Su Yan arrived at the music restaurant that Song Qingyue had mentioned. There weren't many people at the moment. The resident team hadn't shown up, and there was only a piano sitting alone on the stage. How many? Sir? Gentlemen, find a quieter spot. The waiter nodded and led Su Yan to a double seat in the corner and served him a cup of tea. He hadn't been seated for long when Song Qingyue arrived. Been waiting long? No. I just got here too. There are no boxes here, so I chose the corner seat. Do you think you should change? No. There won't be many people here until the weekend. Song Qingyue took off her mask and gave an atmospheric wave. Have you ordered yet? It's my treat today, other than in the video. It was the first time Su Yan had seen her in this little girl look and couldn't help but smile. Looks like she's in a good mood today. No, waiting for you to come over. Last time I said I would treat you to dinner, but it didn't work out. Today you can't rob with me. Song Ching looked at him twice strangely. Don't you love money? Suin. It seems like the scene where he grabbed the strongest voice flyer made a deep impression on Song Ching that he does love money. But he's not that stingy. Seeing him like this, Song Ching couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just kidding. Well, hurry up and order. Then we'll start shooting. Okay. After getting acquainted, the two of them didn't speak with so much formality. And after simply ordering a few dishes, Su Yan walked to the piano and sat down. In music restaurants, it's common for patrons to get up on stage and play, and the waiters have seen it happen. He looked to Song Ching, who put on her mask and adjusted the position of her cell phone before giving him an OK gesture. Su Yan nodded, and soon, the sound of the piano rang out from his fingertips. Watching you and him walk up to me, smile and say to me, "It's been a long time." As soon as his song started, the faces of the customers in the restaurant all changed. You looked at me and I looked at you. The clerk froze too. The melody of this song. Why does it sound so familiar? I have given so many years of my youth to you, in exchange for a thank you for making it happen. Fulfilled with panache and adventure. Fulfill my blue sea and blue sky. Crap. It's the becoming. He's Su Yan. As soon as the chorus came out, the crowd in the restaurant reacted immediately and a shout went up. Chapter 34. Can I borrow your guitar to sing a song? The eyes of the crowd in the restaurant lit up. Oh my god. Hurry up and record it. Finally hear the full version. So he's Su Yan then. Not bad looking. Ooh, that's so nice. Let me go hug my senior. As the song ended, Su Yan calmed down and revealed a smile in Song Ching-yu's direction. Song Ching took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up towards him. Snap. At that point, the restaurant also erupted in applause. Well sung, Senior Su Yan. You sing so beautifully. Senior, a moment after dinner can you give me a signature I love you. Su Yan smiled and nodded his thanks towards the crowd. Walking over to Song Ching-yu. Well, it's pretty good. You're kind of photogenic. Song Ching clicked the video open and showed it to him. There's no need to even edit it. Do you have an account on Shivering Cloud? Upload one directly. Okay, I'll sign up now. Su Yan immediately registered an account on Shivering Cloud, uploaded the video, and uploaded the previously recorded audio to the 3 music platforms. Song Ching glanced at it. Real name authentication takes a little bit of time, and the heat will be up after the authentication is successful. If you still have songs, it's best to release them together while this is going on. And while the greatest showman says that vegetarians can participate, most of the people who are participating right now have some sort of name recognition. It's hard for you to catch up with their long years of heat these days, and you can build up some more fans before you go for it. Su Yan thought deeply. And nowadays, all kinds of audio talent shows. At the end of the day, the competition is actually popularity, whether it's the earth or this world. There are too many stars with popular songs and not popular people. He's not only trying to make the song a hit, he's trying to make the person a hit too. Okay, I'll record it tomorrow. You really have other songs? Ha! Song Ching laughed. But if you're confident in your song, it's not 2 days away from Monday anyway, so you can just sing it when you participate in the audition, and you'll be exempted from a promotional fee. Yeah, Su Yan was enlightened. The corner of his mouth curved up. Then I'll sing directly at the audition site. Thank you. Right. How's the recording of your song going? Song Ching blinked. I think it's great. I'll make a trip back to the office near the end of the month and turn the song in so I don't beat the bushes. Su Yan nodded. Indeed. If Starlight Entertainment knew in advance that Song Ching had a new song, who knows if they would intentionally find some dark information for her before the new song charts in order to keep her song off the charts. The more cautious she was before the new song charts began, the better. The two of them ate and chatted, and when they left, someone else approached Su Yan for an autograph. I'm free for a while, so feel free to call me if you need anything. After getting into the car, Song Ching said through the car window. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted. Thank you. Song Ching waved her hand, stepped on the gas, and drove away. Su Yan stood in place for a while, just ready to leave, and just as he turned around, he was framed by Fu Lei and Yang Meng, who rushed over, one on the left and one on the right. Confession is lenient, resistance is strict. Who was that sister just now? Third brother. Instead of accompanying us to dinner, you're going to accompany a girl, aren't you? You are too much for me to admire. Su Yan's eyebrows jumped, and with difficulty, he broke away from the two. What's this mess? Why are you guys here? Fu Lei hemmed and hawed. We hot-blooded men's nest to eat. How can you be missing? The boss specially let us come over to squat on you. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. How long was the squat? It's only half an hour. Soon. Su Yan was racked by the duo to the Qiaoshi bar, where Hao Feng had already ordered the drinks and was waiting for the three of them. Boss, we were right. Lao San really went to see the girl, and sang to her, but it's a pity we didn't see her face. Once in position, Fu Lei immediately sued. Hao Feng's mouth grinned and patted Su Yan's shoulder. Just walk out. Su Yan was speechless. What's going on here? A few people were drinking and chatting. It's just that Hao Feng's words were much less than usual, and he only smiled and looked at them as if he was hiding something on his mind. You guys look at the girl on the stage. Fu Lei signaled a glance in the direction of the resident stage, and Su Yan. Several people looked over. On the resident stage, a girl about their age was singing a tender love song. It's just that the bar is dimly lit and you can't see the whole picture. Fu Lei pretended to be mysterious. I asked the boss's wife. It's the girl from the next door conservatory, called Shering, or the lead singer of their school's band. It's amazing. Yang Meng disgustedly looked at him. Every day sister. Lead not back to A. All dealt with into a brother. What can be said? Not a brother. His current nickname, friend of women, just can't be a boyfriend. Su Yan added a knife, grinning towards Fu Lei. Fu Lei gritted his teeth. You guys are really my own brothers. A few people laughed and laughed and laughed. And suddenly, Hao Feng got up, filled up the wine glasses for a few people, and let out a breath. I have something to tell you guys. The three immediately quieted down and looked at him. Hao Feng pulled the corner of his mouth. Before I came here, I got the news that the interview passed. I'll go. This is good. Boss, let me stick it and suck your oomph. Fu Lei and Yang Meng immediately staggered, and Su Yan was also happy and said congratulations. Hao Feng pushed Yang Meng out of the way. I'm not done yet. The office location assigned to me over there is in Zhahai.so. I have to leave tomorrow morning and don't expect to be back until graduation. The table was instantly quiet at those words. Yang Meng's nose soured, took off his glasses and turned his head, and Fu Lei was also unable to speak for a moment. Hao Feng kicked the two of them and scolded them with a laugh. What are you doing? It's a good thing I got a job, and it's not like we won't see each other again. So cheer up. With this kick from him, Fu Lei's eyes immediately turned red. Su Yan's heart was also quite unfavorable. In fact, they all knew very well in their hearts that they were already juniors. And in the school of media, juniors, many of them would leave school early to go on internships. Graduation is a point in time, but separation is not. Hao Feng is the boss in the dormitory, usually the one who takes care of them the most, and the one they rely on the most in the dormitory. How could they not be sad that such a person was leaving early? Moreover, it also reminds them of the future. 141 people. All of them will leave the dormitory one by one and go their own way. After a while, Su Yan took a deep breath and raised his wine glass. Boss, here's to you. Fu Lei and Yang Meng held back their tears and both raised their glasses as well. Boss, we toast you. Hao Feng's eyes instantly glowed, and he pulled out a smile with difficulty. Okay, as previously agreed, tomorrow morning, no one is allowed to send me. Fu Lei clenched his teeth and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Why are you so good? Suddenly you're leaving without giving us any preparation. This meal is on me. To honor you, Yang Meng inhaled. My newly bought shoulder and neck massager you take. Sitting live. Easy to get occupational disease. Usually wear more. Hao Feng smiled and nodded. Yeah, you agreed so quickly? Fu Lei deliberately made a look of heartache. Bah, I should have known not to order so much today. It's a loss. Several people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Yan looked at them as if he had made some kind of decision, got up and walked towards the resident stage, addressing the girls who had just finished singing. Hello, please, may I borrow your guitar for a song? Chapter 35, he really owes this man so many favors. Shering looked up at Su Yan and immediately lowered her head, her face slightly reddening. Well, it can be. Her voice was small and tinged with some tension. It was only at this time that Su Yan was able to get a good look at Shi Ying's appearance, which was very clear. But this girl, she's quite easily shy. Her ears are red. Shering handed the guitar to Su Yan with a red face, then walked to the side and sat down. Yang Meng's eyes lit up. Third brother is going to sing? Singing fulfillment again? Fu Lei scat his tongue. Lao San's learned the hard way. Now that he's so hot at school, once becoming is out of his mouth, the big guys are sure to know it's him. Janmon wondered, what does this have to do with learning to be bad? Fu Lei gave him a blank look. Are you stupid? Look how many girls are here. Yang Meng instantly widened his eyes. Crap, Sango this old six. Hao Feng, on the other hand, quietly gazed at the stage with a smile at the corner of his mouth. On the resident stage, Su Yan tuned his guitar. The guitar melody spread throughout the room, and all the people in the bar cast their attentive gazes. This little brother is going to sing on stage. He wants to confess his love, right? Guess so. That's the bridge with the most. The aura feels good. Just can't see the face. Ah, a bit expectant. A few girls at the table on the left whispered about it. After tuning the guitar, Su Yan was silent for a while and spoke softly into the microphone. I have a roommate who is leaving school tomorrow for an out-of-town internship, and we had made a pact that no one would be allowed to see the other off on the day of separation. So today, I'm sending him a song. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 years. and for going out of your way to protect everyone in the dormitory. Su-yen closed his eyes and calmed down before looking at Hao Feng's position again. This song, it's called Bon Voyage. As soon as he spoke, the customers applauded facetiously. Most of them are also students of JCT and have also experienced, or are about to experience, separation. When they heard Su-yen's words, they were all a bit touched in their hearts. On the other side, Hao Feng froze for a moment and looked at Su-yen on the stage. And suddenly his eyes turned red. Yang Meng and Fu Lei clenched their fists and went quiet. Su-yen gently stroked the strings of the piano, and the intro with some sadness floated in the bar. The barmaid leaned over the bar and watched the stage with interest, accompanied by the melodic sound. Su-yan's song rang out. Knew you were leaving that day. We didn't say a word. When the clock strikes midnight and aches for parting, but can't open your deep silence. The song is a song sung by Earth singer Nikki Wu. When they were a team of 3, one went back to school, one went off to the military, and he was the only one left. After seeing one of his teammates off, Wu wrote the song and it was a hit on Earth. Su-yan's song had a faint sadness in it. Hearing the hearts of all the people in the bar clench, Shering was stunned to hear this and gazed at Su-yen with wide eyes. Many of them put their glasses down and began to listen attentively. And some of the sentimental ones even got a little red in the eyes. By this time, there were people who came into the bar midway through the night and heard the songs and stopped where they were, while others took out their cell phones to record. Fu Lei and Yang Meng turned their heads to not look at Su-yen. The two big old men were so hard that they actually wanted to cry a little. Hao Feng gazed at Su-yen. His heart was indescribable. That day sends you to the end. We didn't leave a word when the crowded platforms hurt to send off the people, but I can't squeeze out my deep sadness of separation. Su-yen closed his eyes. He remembered that when he first came to the dormitory 2 years ago, the first person he met was Hao Feng. The first impression of Hao Feng was that the man was really tall. He was a man of few words, very slow to warm up, and at the time, he was full of love for Lin Shuiqingji. It wasn't just Fu Lei and Yang Meng, but the entire Bamboo 5 boys were not very close to him and thought he was strange. But Hao Feng is different. No matter how cold he is, Hao Feng will treat him warmly, find him to chat and talk with him. On his time to run the dormitory activities, close the distance between him and Fu Lei, Yang Meng, and bring him and the rest of the dormitory and Zhu Wu together to communicate and play. And because of that, he has gained a group of friends. Also, Lin Shuiqing had just come to the school not long ago and had become a popular figure in the school with a group of supporters. He would always be targeted by Lin Shuiqing's advocates at the time and called a dog licker. That time, the first person to come out and speak for him was also Hao Feng. When Lin Shuiqing humiliated him in public, the first one to come forward was still Hao Feng. Now that I think about it, he really owed this guy so many favors. Thinking of the past, the corner of Su-yan's mouth slowly raised. Dear friend, I don't have anything to give you, so, have a safe trip. When you put your backpack on and unload that honor, I can only let the tears stay in my heart. With a slight smile on his face and a firm wave, have a good trip. At the bar, there were small sobs, and the girls sitting at the table to the left were already in tears. Even many of the boys, at this moment, were a bit tense and their eyes were redder. Growing up, how could they not have experienced parting? Graduated from middle school, high school, and college. Friends who were once best friends. Friends who made a date to find a chance to meet even if they were apart. Obviously, they used to be so close. At that time, they were so convinced of their friendship that they felt that if they would be able to overcome time and distance. But a lot of people, when they say goodbye, they never see each other again, and they knew very well that in the future, they would surely face parting again. At that point, they had no choice but to wish each other a safe journey. Fu Lei already couldn't help but redden his eyes, and Yang Meng even wept long ago. Hao Feng looked at Su-yen on the stage. His nose was so sore that he patted the Fu Lei duo next to him and choked so much that he couldn't say a word. Su-yen's eyes also moistened as he repeated the chorus part. I know you have 1,000 words and you have 1,000,000, but won't say it out loud. You know I'm so worried, I'm so sad, but don't dare to say it. One of the girls finally couldn't help herself and burst into tears. Her roommate beside her had tears in her eyes and patted her back in comfort, watching from the side. Shi Ying's tears also continued to fall. The boss's wife wiped the corners of her eyes and handed her a tissue, her eyes gazing at Su-yen on the stage. Su-yen took a deep breath, didn't play the guitar anymore, looked at Hao Feng and sang out in a clear voice. When you step on the platform you walk alone from then on. I can only wish you deep blessings, deepest blessings to you, dearest friend. Have a safe trip. Toward the end of the song, his voice choked a little. Hao Feng, have a safe trip. The song ended and the bar was silent. Only a slight sob could be heard. Snap! Applause rang out from the side, and Hao Feng suppressed his tears and smiled as he clapped after him. Fu Lei and Yang Meng also wiped their tears as soon as they wiped their eyes and kept applauding immediately afterward. The patrons all began to applaud, a deafening applause that resonated throughout the bar. Chapter 36, If you're in residence, you name the price. The bar applauded, and a few people even stood up and clapped. That's a great song. Man, I'll open a bottle of wine for you. I'll open a bottle too. This song is so good. Bon voyage. I'm going to go back and play it on a loop. I've never heard this song before either. It's so hard to hear it in my heart. Little brother is not kind. It's not even graduation season yet and it's making us cry. In bars, the way to reward a singer is to pay to open a drink, after which the owner will give the singer a percentage of the drink after Suyen finished his song. A number of customers came up to the bar and opened a bottle of wine for him. Suyen bowed toward the enthusiastic patrons and walked off the stage, returning the guitar to Shir-ing and politely saying, "Thanks a lot." Shir-ing reddened. "That's a great song. Thanks." Suyen nodded at her, thanked her again, and walked back to his own card seat. Hao Feng wiped away the tears in the corner of his eyes and patted his shoulder. "Lao San, have a heart." Suyen didn't say anything more, poured a glass of wine and raised it to him. "Have a safe trip." Fu Lei and Yang Meng also wiped away their tears and raised their glasses with a smile. "Boss, have a safe trip. And don't forget about us three little old brothers when you become a big anchor in the future." "Boss, have a safe trip." In fact, all four had a lot to say in their hearts, but really, like the song says, there are 1,000 words that can't be said. Saying it too much makes it seem pretentious. So many years of brothers. Pretentious? Sorry. On the stage, Shi Ying's song sounded again, but the crowd in the bar was still immersed in Su Yan's singing just now, and for a while there was actually a lot less clamor, especially Su Yan's four people. They didn't know what to say at this moment. Fu Lei eased the atmosphere and deliberately scowled towards Su Yan. "You just saw Shirang, right? How does she look? Is it good looking?" Su Yan seemed to smile and not laugh. "Growing up is not looking like you, Fu Lei." Hao Feng and Yang Meng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fu Lei rolled his eyes and reached out to put his hand on Hao Feng's shoulder. "Boss, then again, you've been mothering single for so many years. Haven't you ever had any ideas? I remember. You and that Wen Jing. TSK. When Lin Xueqing signed with Starlight Entertainment, it seems like she was the one who told you all about it." Su Yan and Yang Meng immediately cast gossiping eyes. Yang Meng heatedly smiled. "I also saw you and Wen Jing, two people in the cafeteria sauce chat last time." Hao Feng slapped the back of Yang Meng's head without a good reason. "I'm in elementary school with her. We're just simply chatting." Su Yan was serious. "I remember her. She was quite nice." Wen Jing and Hao Feng were elementary school classmates and would occasionally eat with them. Moreover, within Lin Xueqing's roommates, only Wen Jing never took advantage of herself and would speak up for herself. Hao Feng had black lines rising from his forehead, and after a long time, he coughed. "She's already passed the audition for creation practitioner, and I don't know if she's going to participate. If not, you guys are at school, take care of her more." Yo. "We're just simply chatting." Fu Lei immediately clamped down his voice and gloomily repeated Hao Feng's words. Hao Feng didn't have the heart to give him a chokehold. There was another round of laughter at the card table. Yang Meng curiously said, "But since you passed the audition, why don't you go and participate? There isn't much time before the official competition, right?" She thinks that she's a dance student. Her singing ability is average, and she's a solo trainee. The probability of elimination on the initial stage is high, so she's worried about wasting her time after she goes. But it's obvious that she's still quite hesitant. Hao Feng frowned. Su Yan winked. "You tell her that I license becoming to her for the first stage, and she can sing it." Hao Feng's eyes instantly lit up. "Really?" Su Yan nodded. "A gift for you. Thanks a lot, brother." The corners of Hao Feng's mouth grinned, and he immediately called Wen Jing about it. Wen Jing was also very surprised, and even asked Hao Feng to give his cell phone to Su Yan, personally thanked Su Yan, and said a lot of words of blessing to Hao Feng when she learned that he was leaving. Fu Lei and Yang Meng naturally took this opportunity to flirt with the duo for a while longer. Straight to Wen Jing's red face, Hao Feng hung up the phone. "Caught these two people as a beating." Su Yan in the side smilingly watched. "A few of you are having a good time." At that moment, a flirtatious voice came from behind. The owner's wife, dressed in a blue cheongsam, walked over with her drink. "Good day, boss lady." Fu Lei immediately straightened his face and gave a greeting. Su Yan's few people also politely nodded their heads towards the boss's wife to greet her. The boss's wife placed the drinks on the table and smiled. "Don't call the boss's wife the boss's wife. It sounds weird. My name is Shang Manru. If you guys don't mind, call me Sister Manru." "Alright, Sister Manru. Then you can just call me Xiao Fu from now on." Fu Lei grinned, not hesitating to go down the slope. Shan Manru was amused and covered her mouth with a light laugh. She was around her early 30s. Her skin was well maintained. Her pair of fox eyes were charming but not vulgar. Her temperament was subdued, and she was an absolute beauty. Shang Manru looked at Su Yan and took out a wad of cash from her bag. "Young man, that song of yours brought a lot of extra revenue to our bar. These drinks are a personal gift from me, and these, a bounty for you from the guests. Please take them." Su Yan froze and took the cash. "Thank you." Shang Manru winked at him and stretched out her right hand. "I searched on the internet and there is no such song. Little brother, you are very talented. May I ask what is your name?" Su-yen politely shook her hand. Hello Sister Manru, my name is Su-yen. Su-yen? Shang Manru froze for a moment. You're the one who sang Fulfillment. When she said this, a few students sniffed and looked over, and Fu Lei hastily made a silent gesture. Sister Manju, keep your voice down. Shang Manru immediately understood and didn't continue the topic, only looking at Su-yen with a burning gaze. Little brother, do you want to come to our bar to reside and sing? The price is yours. Su-yen shook his head. Sorry, Sister Manru, I don't have the idea of a singing residency. Shang Manru was not discouraged, and took out her cell phone and shook it, smilingly. I know, you've got some popularity now and a great future ahead of you, but in case you have an idea in the future, you can contact me. There are many ways we can work together, right? When Su-yen was still hesitating, Fu Lei, who was on the side, directly took out the cell phone in his pocket and scanned the QR code of Shang Manru, and said with a smile, Sister Manru, my buddy's cell phone is out of battery. Let's add contact information first. If there's anything, it's the same for you to inform me. Shang Manru also didn't want to force Su-yen. Smiled. That's fine. In the future you guys come over. Report my name. 20% discount on drinks. Thank you, Sister Manju. Su-yen's few people all thanked him. Shang Manju didn't bother them anymore. Smiled and nodded, and left. Fu Lei scat his tongue. The oldest three is still not enlightened. Add Manru sisters WeChat are hesitant. Young do not know sister good brother to help you laugh. Su-yen gave him a blank look and didn't bother. A few people talked until 11 o'clock at night before they set off back to their dorm rooms. Su-yen several people had just left not long ago. Shering chased after them, and had already lost sight of several people's figures. She stomped her foot with some chagrin. Just one step too late. Back in the dormitory, Su-yen's few people washed up and went to sleep. What Su-yen didn't know was that at this moment, because of him, the internet was once again making waves. Chapter 37, A Letter in One's Blood. Requesting a personal message from a long-legged boy. Weebly #. The hashtag Shuejife recommends new songs has dropped to Hot 10. Instead, hashtag The Fulfillment is straight to the top of the Hot 100. In addition to Qin Lang's push behind this, it was also because of that video Su-yen posted in the afternoon. I'm going. The full version is out. Ooh, little brother hurt our hearts. It's so touching. It's so good. The more you listen to it, the better it sounds. How come the little brother doesn't register a Weibo account? Forget it. I'll download a ShakeCloud to follow him to go. The single For Becoming is now available on Netflix for free. Everyone hurry up and listen to it. It's also available on KK and Penguin, so I can finally loop it. Thank you, little brother Suin. On the other hand, NetCloud, KK, and Penguin had an internal meeting. The director of NetCloud Music directly summoned the top management to work overtime to find Su-yan's contact information. The superintendent frowned. Have you contacted Shuejifei's side? What did he say? Mr. Shue's side said that he didn't have Su-yan's contact information, and I have a feeling it's because he's not willing to give it. The superintendent took a deep breath. This Shuejifei person is just too stubborn to greet everything in advance. It's only been 5 hours since Becoming went live, and it already has 50,000 plays and 20,000 downloads. The numbers are similar over at KK and Penguin, so that's amazing. And, after analyzing the song, it's so high quality that it could definitely be a long-lasting hit. That's why we must grab the exclusive rights. Can't give it up to KK and Penguin. If you really can't find his contact information, you guys go directly to the school and contact him. Yes, superintendent. So what's our budget given? After all, it's a newcomer. For the sake of the quality of the song and Shuejifei's face, let's give it to 1 million. A direct buyout. Yes, superintendent. On the other hand, a similar conversation is going on with KK and Penguin. These three music platforms are the three biggest platforms in China today, and the competition is very fierce, with no one willing to give way to anyone. And in the wee hours of the morning, on Shivering Cloud, someone quietly posted the video of Su-yen singing at the Jiaoxi bar with the caption, "Just entered the bar and found a divine singer. I heard the song is called Wish You a Safe Journey. Can't find it online. Odds are it's an original." The video was shot from the center section and is blurry and initially a bit noisy. Even so, it's been tapped by a lot of people who keep retweeting it. Night Owl internet users became the first victims. I'm going. What kind of person is so brutal? Graduation season hasn't even arrived yet, and they're giving me a blast. The old man's dormitory of 4. The fierce man falls in tears. I just broke up today and I was given this song. Oh, I don't want to wish them well. Why, it's not like you're starting from scratch. 4. What? I've only been waiting for a song called Becoming, and now there's another song that's making me scratch my head. I'm crying again. I miss my ex-girlfriend. How can I sleep at night? Will you be filming? Why can't you see little brother's face? In 3 minutes, I want all his information. Although you can't see the face, but this little brother's legs are long enough. He. I'll write a bloody letter alone, asking for the personal information of the long-legged boy. Knock, knock, knock. In the hotel, Song Chingyue had already fallen asleep, when suddenly, a knock sounded on the door. In the middle of the night. No one would bother her except for Lin Weiwei. Song Qing sighed helplessly and turned on the lights. Come in. In the next second, Lin Weiwei rushed in with her cell phone, her eyes as red as bunnies. Sister whispering, I'm in love. I've found my true love. The corners of Song Qing's mouth rose slightly as she reached out and grabbed both of Lin Weiwei's cheeks. What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Do you know that actresses are supposed to get their beauty sleep? Sister whispering, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Lin Weiwei broke away from her clutches and rubbed her face in aggravation. I'm not crazy. Look at this video. It hasn't been uploaded for long, and it's on the Shivering Cloud hot search. Song Qing clicked on the video, and the song quickly came out. When you step on the platform and walk alone from now on, I can only wish you deep blessings, deepest blessings to you, dearest friend, and wishing you a safe journey. Song Qing immediately sobered up, sat up, and listened attentively. After listening to one song, Song Qingyue took a deep breath and returned her cell phone to Lin Weiwei. Sister whispering, the singing was great, wasn't it? I had tears in my eyes listening to it. How come there are so many talented musicians out now, and, even though you can't see the face clearly, this little brother's legs are so long, sings well and has a great body. Lin Weiwei clicked on the video again, her eyes dying to be glued to her phone. It's a good song. Song Qing glanced at Lin Weiwei and once again pinched her face. But please, be sensible. Haven't you seen enough handsome men in the circle? Still making a nymphomania here. Lin Weiwei was unconvinced. There are a lot of handsome men in the circle, but I just think my husband has the most soul. Song Qingyin was amused and gave her a little. Alright, go to sleep first. A video like this one, in a couple of days, someone will definitely come out to claim it, and by then you'll know who your husband is. Lin Weiwei sniffled, with some crying. But I'm so scared. Afraid of what? Afraid my husband has a wife. Song Qingyin rose unceremoniously and pushed her out, unlocking the door to her room. Back in bed, she watched the video again. Her brow furrowing slightly. Sounded a bit like Suyin, but Suyin doesn't have a bar residency. Who is this man? Really? The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning. Su Yan was woken up by a rustling sound. He tried to turn his head to look, but suddenly thought of something and closed his eyes without making a sound. It wasn't just him, but Fu Lei and Yang Meng as well. Fu Lei clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, while Yang Meng secretly pulled the quilt upwards and covered his face. Hao Feng packed his bags and glanced at his table and the three people lying down, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. See you later, he whispered, and just as he opened the door and was about to leave, music came from the covers of Young Mong. When you step on the platform and walk alone from now on, I can only bless you deeply. Deep blessings to you, my dear friend. I wish you a safe journey. Hao Feng froze and turned his head to look over. The three men had their heads on their sides and were still pretending to be sleeping. He smiled, wiped a tear from his eye, and spoke. Brothers, I'm outta here. With that, he picked up his bags, took the door, and left the dormitory. And in the dormitory, Su Yan's trio sat up from their beds, looking at the closed door of the room and Hao Feng's empty table. All three were speechless. After a while, Yang Meng lay down and put the quilt over his face, but the sound of sniffling still came out. Su Yan's heart was indescribable. He got up and got out of bed and sent a message to Hao Feng in the group. Have a safe trip. Soon after, two identical messages were posted one after the other. At 7:30 in the morning, Yang Meng and Fu Lei got up to go to the morning 8. Su Yan caught up on his sleep and didn't wake up until noon. He had just finished shuffling around when his cell phone rang off to the side with a message from his counselor. Suyin, come to my office. Chapter 38. NetCloud's olive branch. Su Yan was slightly stunned. What does a counselor want with me in the middle of the day? Jingle bells. Just at this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was Yang Meng, Su Yan pressed the connect button, and Yang Meng's excited voice immediately came over. Third brother, you must wear a mask when you go out today. You're on fire. You're really on fire. Wasn't I on fire yesterday? Su Yan was filled with confusion. Today is different. Go and look at the video you posted on Shivering Cloud. And your song. It's on the recommendations of 3 platforms. And on the rookie list, it's already ranked second. Su Yan's heart jolted, and he busily clicked on the Shaking Cloud. On Shaken. That video of his has reached 3 million likes and hundreds of thousands inside the comments. Open the 3 platforms again. Into the hole occupies the homepage. The number of comments there shows 1W+, and there's a hint after the title of becoming that the song is on the music rookie chart. The rookie chart is a list that came out in the last 2 years and is different from the new songs chart. In order to be on the new songs chart, you have to participate in the new songs chart competition in advance. While the Rookie Chart is a list that combines data from music platforms across the web to directly judge singers within a year of their entry into the industry. It's also because of the combination of data from multiple music platforms that the Rookie Chart is so gold. Many new singers have been noticed on this list and have gone on to become famous, and he only uploaded Becoming yesterday afternoon. And now it's already at number 2 on the Rookie Charts, before Suyen could slow down. Yang Meng threw another bomb. Also, the video of you singing at the Bridge West bar yesterday was sent out to you by an old 6. And a lot of people are dangling your information on ShakeCloud. Look at the ShakeCloud's hot list. The rewards are out? Suyen's veins jumped straight up on his forehead, and he clicked on Shivering Cloud's hot search. And on the hot search, a topic was particularly noticeable, hashtag searching for a bar long-legged boy. He clicked in and flipped through a couple of videos, the first of which was of a group of people lined up in front of the Bridgeside bar, with the anchor talking. Upon investigation, this is the bar. The long-legged boy is likely to be a student of Zhangchuan. Now there are already people lining up at the door. Is there any kind person to inform? What time does this place open? Suyin. Even though Bridgeside Bar is a clear bar, it doesn't open until the afternoon. It's worthy of being a cyber society. Su Yan couldn't help but lament. Yang Meng prompted again. That's why you must wear a good mask when you go out now. Moreover, I remember you said yesterday that you wanted to sing this song in the strongest voice audition, so we won't expose your identity lately. Su Yan nodded. Thanks, bro. Hanging up. He let out a long sigh that he hadn't intended to hide the fact that he was going to participate in the strongest voice from these people. Yesterday, while chatting at the bar, he brought it up. Bon Voyage he was planning to sing on The Greatest Showman, figuring he could save a fortune on publicity, but now it seems that the press doesn't need him to publicize it. Tomorrow, Saturday, the journalism department is going off campus for a day of internships and will not be able to return to school. When he gets back on Sunday, he'll go to Chen's and record a version and post it online. Su Yan put on his mask and hat and headed for the office building. Just after leaving the dormitory building, his heart welled up with gratitude to Yang Meng, because at this moment, there were quite a few students surrounding the entrance of the bamboo garden, and even some reporters with equipment. If the hostesses hadn't been doing their job, I'm afraid they would have broken in. Su Yan lowered his head and quickly walked past these people, and could still hear the sound of their conversation. When will Senior Su Yan come out? All my fans want me to get a picture of him. Me too. Now that he's hot, I'd like to have him on my air. I came over to squat on Long Legs Jr. The bar is still open at this hour, so I stopped by to see how easy it is to get in the door of your school. How can you few get such ideas? Unlike me, I just simply like Brother Speech King, the king of words. Hearing this address, Su Yan's legs went weak underneath and he nearly lost his footing. Who named him that? The king of words? The king of hell. Su Yan had a complicated mood and once again accelerated his steps. Soon, he arrived at the office. There weren't many people in the office. And as soon as he entered, the counselor waved towards him, and next to him, sat a man in a suit. Upon seeing Su Yan, the man immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Hello, you're Su Yan's classmate, aren't you? You're really young. Introduce yourself. I'm Tsin from NetCloud Music. Su Yan's heart was clear, being that Song Chingy was right. It was no surprise that this one was the one who came to find himself to sign the contract. Hello. Su Yan politely shook his hand. The counselor spoke. Su Yan. Then you and Manager Tsin will talk first. I'll go outside for a while. Call out to me if there's anything. Okay. After the counselor left, Sinwin poured Su Yan a cup of water. Su Yan student. I didn't find your contact information, so I had to contact you through the counselor. I'm really sorry for delaying your break. Su Yan was busy waving his hand. It's fine. What are you looking for me for? Just say it straight away. Sinwin smiled. I like people who are quick. Our company appreciates the Becoming Complete you uploaded on our platform, and we hope to obtain an exclusive license for the song. Sure enough, the corners of Su Yan's mouth rose slightly. NetCloud was one of the top music platforms in China, and being personally approached by them to sign a contract, he inevitably felt a sense of joy in his heart at being recognized. Since I haven't touched this area before, I'd like to ask what aspects of exclusive licensing are included, and I just need to promise that my songs will be released on your platform, right? Senwin took out the contract straight away. It's not like that. We're looking for you to buy out Becoming, including the adaptation rights, singing rights, etc. But we'll keep the autograph rights for you, so it won't affect your ability to build up your fame. And after you sell us the song, we'll promote it all over the internet and you'll get a big wave of traffic. It's a great opportunity for a new singer like you. The smile on Su Yan's face faded, but he remained polite. And may I ask how much royalties you intend to pay me? How long is the contract? Senwin smiled, a teasing glint crossing the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough, he was a new singer, and he had a knack for taking on kids like Su Yan. You are a new singer. Well, the contract period of 5 years. We can give you $500,000 of royalties, plus free publicity. You can go and ask. This cost in the new singer. Absolutely not low. $500,000? Su-yen laughed at the sound rather. It was the same price Ching Lang had given, but now Becoming is on the hot seat. With Weebly and Shivering Cloud pushing it. NetCloud also offered to buy out all the rights for $500,000? You know, when Song Jinghua had approached him before to buy the singing rights to Becoming Whole, all she had offered was $300,000? He didn't feel that NetCloud's taste in music was that much worse than Song Ching's, nothing more than trying to pull the wool over his eyes as a new singer. Chapter 39. Su-yen, do you know Ching Lang? After hearing Sun Wen's words, Su-yan's tone lightened a lot. So what your company is saying is that $500,000 buys out the full rights to Becoming. And during that time, the split and copyright changes to Becoming are none of my business. And I won't be able to reclaim the rights until 5 years from now? Aha! Su-yen student, you've summarized it comprehensively. You can also consult your classmates. This price is certainly not low for a new singer, and I can promise that when we promote it afterward, we'll definitely bring your big name with us. And we've put Becoming on the recommendation page this morning, which is our sincerity. So if you think it's okay, let's just sign it. Sunwon pushed the pen in Su-yan's direction. Su-yan smiled and directly got up. Becoming is now on the Hot 100 and still number 2 on the rookie chart, which is the best publicity you can get. Further, I won't sell the full rights to the song. I can license the vocal rights and promise to put the song on your platform only afterwards. However, it now seems that your side of the contract is too far from my ideal and there is no need to learn more about it, but still, I appreciate your company's recognition of Becoming. Let's work together again sometime afterward. I have class this afternoon, so I won't stay much longer. With that, he nodded towards Sunwon and was about to leave. He loves money, yes, but he's not stupid. There's no way that $500,000 can buy you out of the aftermath of Becoming. To put it bluntly, with the popularity of Becoming on Earth and the gap with the rest of their songs here, he could totally eat off that song for the rest of his life. Sunwon's brows furrowed at his words, and he immediately got up to stop Su-yen. Student Su-yen, if you are thinking that the price is too low, we can talk again, but what you said about only authorizing the singing rights is definitely impossible. You're just a rookie singer. And even though Becoming is on the hit list, it's an online society nowadays. And it's updated very quickly. A video of a bar singer caught fire early this morning. And 2 minutes before you came over, Starlight Entertainment released a notice that Ching Lang's return concert will be broadcast live on your school's entire network. The heat has been on with the news that The Greatest Showman is having its final round of auditions in Gangnam City on Monday. There are too many news stories to count every day, without us to help you promote it. It won't be long before the public's attention shifts. Our NetCloud Music is currently in China, the music platform with the highest fan loyalty and the best community operation. If you miss this opportunity, I think you will regret it. I'm sorry, Manager Sham, but I'm not going to sell the full rights to the song. In this case, Su-yen student, I'll raise the price to $1 million for you within my authority. With a 5-year contract, how about that? This is enough to show my sincerity, right? Sunwon interrupted Su-yen forcefully, his face not looking good. The company gave $1 million of space, and he originally wanted to save some costs, but he did not expect this kid to have such a hard temper. Saying that he would leave. Su-yen smiled politely. Manager Tsun, it's not a matter of money. I won't sell the full copyright of the song. If you want to buy the right to sing and use it, we can discuss it afterwards. After saying that, he nodded towards Sunwon and turned to leave. Sunwon frowned and grunted heavily. A greasy kid is bound to regret it sooner or later. Su-yen opened Weibo the first time after he left the office building. Sure enough, the number one topic on Weibo's hot search has become hashtag Ching Lang returns concert. Starlight Entertainment posted a message 20 minutes ago. Starlight Entertainment, our artist Ching Lang will be holding his return concert at the Jiangcheng Media University Gymnasium this Sunday at 6 p.m. and will be live streamed across the internet in collaboration with ShakeCloud. Please look forward to it. The number of comments in the live discussion keeps rising. Is Rang going to hold his return concert at Zhengchuan? Can outsiders get in? Why don't you come to our school? I'm so sad. I want to see Ron so bad. Why is it so urgent? We're going to sing the day after tomorrow. I can't even make it if we're notified today. Ha 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 ha. Quietly revealing a piece of news. Brother Lang informed us in advance in the Zhengchang Wave Group. We've been ready for this for a long time. At Ching Lang, it's not fair to notify us in advance. Ching Lang retweeted a reply to this comment. Ching Lang, I'm sorry my waves, because I just returned to China. There are a lot of things to deal with. So I can only arrange the return concert as soon as possible. The reason why the entire live broadcast is also in order to be able to let the fans who are not in Jiangcheng to see my concert without having to run around. There are still a lot of opportunities for us to meet, so don't be sad and upset. Once he posted this comment, fans were instantly moved. Ron is still so considerate, paying a lot of money to broadcast live just so us out-of-town waves can watch. I really didn't fan the wrong people. Such a good little Ron is still being taken out and compared to those so-called veteran musicians, who really have no heart. It's still true. As always, You can fake it at the corner of Suyan's mouth mocked when he heard Sunwon say just now that Qin Lang was coming to Jiangchuan for a concert. He was a bit concerned. I didn't realize that it was going to come the day after tomorrow, just as well. He was going to a commercial show the day after tomorrow, so he could avoid this bad luck, putting his cell phone in his pocket. Suyan set off for the cafeteria. The journalism department is full this afternoon. And tomorrow and Sunday morning, there's an internship interview out with a mentor. And then a commercial show on Sunday afternoon. It's nice to have a full schedule. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Suyan sat in the car in a daze. The messages on his shaking cloud didn't stop all night yesterday. There were private messages from agencies with invitations, private messages from artist teams wanting to buy songs, and small platforms that wanted to advertise with him. He's a little OCD again. And when he sees the little red dot, he wants to click through it. He didn't sleep for a while until his cell phone finally ran out of battery and shut off. Suyan rubbed his sore brow and tentatively opened his cell phone, just as I turned on the computer. Message after message popped up and a private message from KK Music from the backstage. Hello Mr. Su. This is KK Music. We appreciate your uploading of Successful to our platform and would like to buy the exclusive license from you. Our side understands that NetCloud has already approached you. We can promise that no matter what price NetCloud gives, we will add $200,000 on top of that for a 5-year contract period. Do you think it's appropriate? KK's side didn't hide anything and just took out all the conditions. IT seemed to have gotten a little anxious after realizing that NetCloud had approached him. Suyan directly replied, I don't sell full copyrights on my side. If it's just the right to authorize the right to sing and the right to use, it can be negotiated. KK Music headquarters, the manager of the business department, Wang Tong, frowned when he saw the message. Suyan replied to the subordinate next to him asked, Sister Tong, should we fulfill his request? Wang Tong frowned, Of course not. He's just a new singer. The song is more expensive than the person. What's the point of us just having the right to sing and use it? But the data of this song is really amazing. The download rate is high. This has never happened before, the subordinate said weakly. Wang Tong took a deep breath. There's also an element of push from Shueji's group in this, so just ask him how much he's willing to sell the full rights for. The subordinate immediately crackled and chatted the words, and before long, he awkwardly looked at Wang Tong. Sister Tong, he said he won't sell for any amount of money. What should we do? Wang Tong's face instantly chilled. A new singer, quite good at taking Joe, but becoming whole is now highly rated in the industry. Don't offend him for the time being. Rub it in with him. Don't let him take the song off our platform just yet. Okay, Sister Tong. After chatting with KK, Suyan really didn't have the energy to read those private messages and simply turned off his phone again. He had asked Song Qingyue about it, and it was common for musicians to sign split contracts with music platforms, but KK and NetCloud came up and mentioned buyouts. Obviously trying to snub him as a newcomer and trying to pick up the slack at his low price. He's already figured out if both platforms, or Penguin, who may come after him as well, are determined to sign him to a buyout, then he'll change the house. Big deal. Start your own little website with so many Earth songs. He's still afraid he can't bring a music platform to life? Suyan yawned and closed his eyes sleepily. Time passed and soon it was Sunday morning. Over the past 2 days, #The Becoming has been trending online. What drove him was the fact that Qin Lang was coming to Jiangchuan for a return concert. The news that the greatest voice is coming to Jiangqing for the final audition is also a buzz. The topic of #searching for a bar long-legged boy has actually been topped by users on ShakeCloud on Weibo, and is currently on the 6th of the hot searches. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Suyan got on the car to go back to school, and not long after he opened his cell phone, Song Qingyue's phone dialed over. Suyan immediately pressed the connect button, and soon, Song Qingyue's voice came from the other end. Suyan, you and Qin Lang know each other? Chapter 40, he's been very hot lately. He's called Suyan. Suyan was slightly stunned. Other than Lin Xueqing, even Fu Lei and the others didn't know about the fact that he and Qin Lang knew each other. Why would Song Qingyi suddenly ask such a question? Suyan didn't deny it. Well, it's acquaintance. But how did you know? Wait a minute. I'll show you a video. Soon after, Song Qingyi sent a video. I in the video, Qin Lang came out of the company. Qin Lang, why did you arrange your return concert at the Zhengcheng Media Academy? Qin Lang, what do you think about the online comparisons between Dreams and Becoming? This return concert is highly anticipated. Do you have any new songs to release? Qin Lang smiled and took the microphone. I'm sorry, everyone has too many questions for me to answer, but what I can tell you is that I put my return concert at Zhengcheng Media University this time because I have 2 close friends I haven't seen in 5 years who are students of Zhengchuan. It's been years since I've seen them, and I'm hoping to take the opportunity of this job to meet them and invite them to come on stage and perform with me. Reporter, does the fact that they have the strength to perform on stage mean that these two have some popularity as well? Qin Lang smiled and looked at the camera. Then I'll reveal one. He's been very hot lately. Called Suyan. The video ends here. Suyan's eyes sank, and he tapped on his shivering cloud. Sure enough, The number of followers on his Shivering Cloud was only 1 million yesterday, but today it's already close to breaking the 2 million mark. In the comments of the only video he posted, the front row of Qin Lang's fans were already drawing war. Oh, little brother is good at hype. Uniting Shui Jifei and the others to backstab Xiao Lang. It feels good to step on your friends to get to the top, right? Don't be too hostile in the front row. Su Yan little brother didn't say a word from beginning to end. How can we talk about backstabbing? Yo, not a word? Xiao Lang just announced his return, followed by Shui Jifei publicizing Becoming Complete and suppressing hot searches. There's also an influx of musicians coming out to support Becoming Complete and stepping on dreams. If there's no Su Yan's operation in this, I'll eat well. It should be said or not. Qin Lang is really good, obviously being taken advantage of by a good friend, but still intends to invite him to perform on the same stage today. This is the pattern. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Bullying Su Yan's little brother for not having any fans, right? Black fans, get out of the way. Let's not argue. Lang treasures this friend so much. Let's not put Lang in a difficult position. Su Yan, are you on good terms with Qin Lang? Song Ching Yue's voice came over. I can't say it's very good. I can only say it's very bad. Su Yan exited the Shivering Cloud backstage, the corner of his mouth sneering, although he was still unclear as to why Qin Lang had specifically mentioned his name, but he could be sure of one thing. This one definitely didn't have any good intentions. On the other end of the phone, Song Chingy breathed a sigh of relief. Then you have to pay attention. I don't have much contact with Qin Lang, but the fact that he can listen to the company's operations shows that this person isn't a virtuous person either. Su Yan nodded. Good. Thanks for the reminder. On the other side, the car Qin Lang and Lin Xueqing sat together in the back row. Today Lin Xueqing was going to make her debut as an artist of Starlight Entertainment. She hadn't gotten a cell phone in the past few days and didn't know much about the news on the internet. So after seeing it now, she had mixed feelings. Brother Ron, are you trying to sign Su Yan into the company? Qin Lang touched her head, deliberately testing. What? You're not willing? Haven't you always wanted to make it up to Su Yan? Lin Xueqing pulled the corner of her mouth. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that Suyin and I grew up together, and he hasn't done much research in music, and success was a sudden burst of inspiration, and besides, he's too introverted for showbiz. I'm worried about him. A tease crossed the bottom of Qin Lang's eyes. Yeah, I think so too. But we're friends anyways, and I'm giving him a chance at fame. Lin Xueqing had mixed feelings. She only realized today that Su Yan had become so popular during this period of time. She had been operating for a year and had only gained 600,000 followers on Shivering Cloud. And Su Yan had surpassed him with just one song. She loathed Song Qingyue, but how could she say that Song Qingyue was in the music department, and was 1 year older than her, and had been studying music longer than her? But Su Yan, obviously he used to be a small transparent eye after her. Moreover, Su Yan had already been indifferent to himself before. Now that he had become famous, wouldn't he be even less likely to put himself in his eyes? Lin Xueqing slightly bit her lip and stopped replying to Qin Lang's words. At 11 in the morning, Su Yan returned to school, because Qin Lang was coming over for a return concert today. The school had specially set up security personnel and could only enter the school with a student ID. However, there were still a lot of people from outside the school sneaking in, and many of them were holding banners in support of Qin Lang. Su Yan had just entered Bamboo 5, when he met the students who lived downstairs, and as soon as they saw him, they were all excited to strike up a conversation. Old Su, you're good. You secretly know big stars behind our backs. You're hiding deep enough. You can't say that. Our Su Yan has become a big star now too. Remember to give me an autograph afterward. There are still school sisters waiting to get it. A schoolmate has already asked me to go to the concert today. I'll give you a shout out then. A few people were chatting with eyebrows raised when Su Yan's voice came over. I won't be there this afternoon. When these words came out, several people were stunned before they could react. Su Yan nodded at them and walked straight up the stairs. Lao San, back? Just after entering the dormitory, the two people, Fu Lei and Yang Meng, surrounded them with worried looks. Su Yan closed the door and smiled at them. Well, come back and catch up on your sleep. You have to go to the commercial this afternoon. Fu Lei frowned. Don't laugh if you can't laugh. Brother, ask you, is the person Lin Xueqing has been waiting for 5 years? Is it Qin Lang? Yes. Su Yan didn't hide anything and answered directly. Fu Lei directly exploded. Damn. No wonder Lin Xueqing suddenly changed her mind. No wonder Starlight Entertainment signed her. No wonder I didn't hear about her participating in the auditions. Suddenly she took Zhang Ron with her into the creation practitioner. So behind the scenes hides such a halberd bully thing. Yang Meng was also furious with his round face. He even intentionally mentioned third brother in front of the camera. How shameless. Third brother, we'll accompany you to the commercial show this afternoon. Who wants to see that dog's concert? Su Yan's heart itself was in pain, but seeing these two people jumping around in anger, He couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's nice to have friends. After checking that Left Bank West is an hour and a half drive from school. Su Yan slept until 4 o'clock. Simply packed up and left with Fu Lei and Yang Meng together with the traffic jam on the road. The commercial show had just opened when they arrived at the location, and Su Yan's trio was invited to the lounge. Mr. Su, your performance is scheduled later. You need to wait a little longer. There are quite a few of your fans here this time. Su Liang, the manager of the Left Bank Western restaurant, smiled. Yes? Su Yan's eyes lit up. He had only appeared in the public eye for a short while and already there were fans who had rushed specially to support him? Fu Lei quietly groped outside and his eyes went wide. I go. The girls from our school are awesome. They all chased here? Lao San. The schoolmates who surrounded you at the entrance of Bamboo Garden last time are all here. The one in the blue skirt is the one who kissed my face. Her lips are soft. Su Yan glanced at it and a smile appeared on his face that he did see a few familiar faces in the audience. Zhou Wan was also here. On the stage. One after another little-known netizens and anchors went up to perform. And the atmosphere was very enthusiastic as the stage was constantly applauded. Yang Meng started to read it with great interest. But after a while, he got sleepy. These guys sing all those so-called sacred songs. Brainwashing. But there's really no need to reminisce. Fu Lei, on the other hand, was watching Qin Lang's return concert and kept cursing in the pop-ups. What kind of crap? Just these songs back and forth? Male vocalist of the year is now a showpiece. Only you fans think it has any gold, right? I'm going. Lao San. Lin Xueching was also brought on the show. Bitchy man and scum. And what's more, thanks to Ron Gigi, Vomit. Su Yan silently put on his headphones and tuned in on his cell phone. Bon Voyage has already achieved great publicity. He just needs to produce the backing track and upload the single. He'd chosen another song for tomorrow's audition for The Greatest Showman. And he'd have to get another guitar later. After that, he would have to train himself in the same way singers on Earth train their voices. Even if he had the memories of Earth to add to it, he didn't want to go completely dependent on it. And while he had the chance now, he would absorb and learn from it, so that he wouldn't panic if he suddenly didn't have those memories anymore. One day, suddenly, Fu Lei's eyes abruptly widened as he took off Su Yan's headphones. Lao San. Something's wrong. Chapter 41. Don't worry. Let the bullets fly a little longer. What happened again? The girl you've been eyeing is in love? Black lines rose on Su Yan's forehead. Fu Lei has always been the loudest one in the dormitory and loves to make a fuss. Initially he would have been really shocked. Now, he was immune to this kind of behavior with Lei. Fu Lei's face was unsightly as he handed his phone to Su Yan. That part has already passed. You should watch the pop-ups first. There should be a video out in a while. Su Yan took the phone and saw the message on the pop-up screen. His face suddenly sank. 10 minutes ago, Qin Lang invited Lin Xueching on stage to sing a song, which won him a standing ovation during the interactive session. Many reporters took the microphone to ask after Qin Lang. So Lin Xueching is your other best friend. It's been 5 years since we've seen each other. You must miss each other, right? Qin Lang tenderly glanced at Lin Xueching. Yes, it's been 5 years since I've seen her. Xueching looks better than before. I'm glad she's also joining Starlight Entertainment. After that she'll be representing the company to participate in creating trainees. Everyone must support her. Lin Xueching stood in front of so many people for the first time and sang. Her cheeks reddened with nervousness as she nodded gratefully towards Qin Lang. Thank you, Brother Ron. Brother Ron is also going to participate in the new song list at the beginning of next month this time. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope everyone will support him more. A squeal rang out from the stage at the sight of their interaction. The pop-ups were cursed by the OnlyFans, but there were also a lot of people who were straight up stoned. It seems that the two of you do have a deep friendship. Will the other Su Yan student you mentioned be on stage at the upcoming performance? Qin Lang shook his head in mock regret. Unfortunately, he didn't come over today. He's a star now too, so he probably has his own things to do. When these words came out, the people on stage looked at each other with different expressions. Another reporter spoke up. But it's quite a coincidence. The three of you are close friends and both have high attainments in music. Now that completion is so hot on the internet, did Su Yan discuss this song with the two of you when he was creating it? Qin Lang and the reporter looked at each other and made a thoughtful gesture. No, we haven't been in touch in a long time. But this song, it does sound more familiar, like it's related to my high school. At that, he paused for a moment and gave an awkward smile. I think I'm misremembering. When these words came out, the room was filled with clamor. Lin Xueching's eyes widened for a split second as she hurriedly looked at him. Brother Ron. Qin Lang gave her a soothing look and then asked Hong Lan to take her down. The concert continued. But because of that one sentence just now, the pop-ups had blown up. In the lounge, Su Yan looked at the barrage of curses in the pop-up screen, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Lang, is this your backhanded move? Fu Lei was just about to start cursing when Su Liang, the manager of the Western restaurant, came over with an ugly face. Mr. Su, our contract is terminated. Please leave immediately. The rest of the people in the lounge all turned their gazes towards Su Yen. Yang Mang woke up with a start and was not happy to see this scene. What's with the attitude? Su Yen stopped him, his tone calm. Let's go. Su Liang snorted coldly, still a bit of self-awareness. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a student, the breach of contract is designated for you to pay. Pretending to be such a model, but it turns out to be a thief. Yang Mang still wanted to start cursing. Fu Lei pulled him away. Something's wrong. Go back first. The trio walked to the door and were just about to leave when they bumped into some spectators who had left the venue early. He's Su Yen, right? It's Su Yen all right, isn't it? That's the Suin who was outed for stealing songs? I'll go check it out. It's getting a little dark. And a few spectators are wandering over to the side. Fu Lei hurriedly blocked Su Yen and pulled him to speed up his pace. It's really Su Yen. Someone shouted. And several people all ran this way, looking to surround the three. Su Yen frowned. It was fine for him to be alone, but he didn't want to involve Yang Meng and Fu Lei. Just then, a car stopped in front of the three. Song Qingyi rolled down the window and hurriedly said, "Get in." Su Yen made a snap decision and immediately pulled the two of them into the car. A few people breathed a sigh of relief as the car drove out. School sister whispering, "It's fortunate that you came over in time, or else we would have been surrounded by those old dangs." Fu Lei patted his chest with palpitations. Lin Weiwei, who was sitting in the main driver's seat, frowned. Su Yen, what deep hatred do you have with Qin Lang that he slandered you so much? It's blowing up on Weibo. It's a good thing you didn't sign up for a Weibo account. Su Yen looked through his cell phone. At this moment, the first position of Weibo's hot search has changed to hashtag Su Yen steals a song. The first item on the topic page was a video of Qin Lang facing a reporter's question. During this period of time, the heat of becoming was high, and it crushed Qin Lang's hot search a few times. When this news came out, it instantly set the internet ablaze. I'll be damned. I told you. How did a journalism student suddenly write a song like Fulfillment? So he stole it? Su Yen is so damn disgusting. Stealing our Xiao Lang song and blatantly looking for someone to publicize it. How could there be such a shameless person like you? No wonder you pick on our Ron to step on. You're weak-minded, right? You didn't dare to show up at today's concert, and now the truth is coming out. Qin Lang didn't say he wrote successful. You guys are being a bit subjective, aren't you? There's no actual hammer yet. Ronco didn't finish because he was saving face for the thief. And the fans are still washing here? I've already said the song sounds familiar. Isn't that enough? Okay, if you want to prove Su Yen didn't steal the song, then write another song out. After learning what happened to Yang Mang also became angry. What garbage. With his Qin Lang's words, he can decide that our third brother stole the song? Does he have to be shameless? Fu Lei flipped through Su Yan's shivering cloud comments with an ugly expression. I see. The one surnamed Qin is deliberately targeting Lao San. Saying these specious words, seeing as Lin Xueqing didn't manage to get Lao San to buy success, he's playing this trick, isn't he? Yanzi, our copyrights are registered. Let's clarify right away. Compared to their anger, Su Yen was not that angry and smiled. Hold your horses. Let the bullets fly a little longer. He had thought that Qin Lang had some powerful move, but it turned out to be this one. It's all been played out on Earth. Ah, what else is flying? Yang Mang was so angry that the flesh on his face was shaking. Stars are great. No, I can't be angry. I'll go and curse against them. Take me one. Fu Lei was also furious and clicked on his cell phone to frantically dislike each other with netizens. Song Qingyin looked at Su Yen. How are you going to handle this matter? Qin Lang has quite a few fans, and with Starlight Entertainment's hype, even if there's no actual hammer, they'll be able to lead most people to believe that you stole this song. That's how Qin Lang took my song in the first place. Su Yen nodded. I know that they are doing this to wait for me to take the initiative to go over and negotiate after I can't stand the public pressure, and then obediently offer up the full copyright of the song, including the right of attribution. So what do you think? Song Qingyi asked. Tomorrow is the audition for the strongest voice. Let him bounce around first. The higher you hold it, the more painful the fall. If Qin Lang had used other means, he might still have a headache, but if this was the trick, what was he afraid of? The more Qin Lang hacked him like this, the more publicity it gave him. Song Qingyin glanced at Su Yen and suddenly raised a smile. Okay, then I'll wait to see your comeback. At 8 p.m., Qin Lang's return concert officially ended. Lin Xueqing looked at the news on the internet and bit her lips. Brother Lang, just now on the stage. Why did you say something like that? Becoming Whole was obviously written by Su Yen. She admitted that she didn't want to see Su Yen get hotter than her, but she also didn't want so many people to scold Su Yen. Qin Lang sighed. Xueqing, I'm not lying. The melody of Fulfillment does sound familiar to me. Didn't Suin always follow you to my house back then? My bottom copy is on the table. That's precisely why I want you to buy the songs back so badly. Lin Xueqing's face went a few shades of white. But wasn't this song written by Suin because I rejected him? The lyrics are different, but the melody is very similar. Or else how did Su Yen a singer from the journalism department, composed the song? Don't you believe my words? For your sake, I already didn't break my words today. Jean Lang gazed at Lin Xueqing tenderly. Lin Xueqing's clenched fists loosened a bit, her cheeks slightly red. Of course I take your word for it. Yes, that makes sense. Su Yan was from the journalism department, and she could understand if he was the one who filled in the lyrics, but composing music, just like Brother Ron said, Suyin wasn't from the music department, so how could he compose music? Lin Xueqing's heart faintly grew a trace of joy. Suyin, I knew it. We've known each other for 7 years and you've never been a genius. How can a person be so transformed in a short period of time? Jean Lang didn't want to continue this topic. Alright, Xueqing, you'll go back to your dormitory to stay tonight, and someone will come to pick you up for the 1 p.m. flight tomorrow. Got it, Brother Lang. Lin Xueqing nodded and turned to leave, and not long after she had gone out, Hong Lan hurried in. Mr. Qin, look at the Weebly. Chapter 42. How can a miracle happen twice to one person? On the other side, Su Yan and his group had almost reached their destination. Su Yan put on the mask and prepared to get off the car. Fu Lei, who was still cursing, suddenly stared at Su Yan with wide eyes in disbelief. I'll go. Lao San, the flaming band is fucking blown out by you. Lin Weiwei nearly missed the brake on the gas and was dumbfounded. What? The flames? You're lying. Song Qingyue also froze, and the only two who were still in the dark were Su Yan and Yang Meng. They really hadn't heard of the band. Fu Lei hated it and said, do you guys never archaeologize? The Flames, a 4-piece band that broke out 13 years ago, were a hit right out of the gate. Each one of them singled out has extraordinary strength, and after only a year of debut, they were rushed by their fans to hold concerts, which were packed to the rafters. Their songs Breaking Air and Morning Dew were especially popular at the time, but during their period of fame, there were repeated negative rumors of fighting, cursing and playing big names, and less than 2 years after their debut, they retired and have not been heard from since. Song Qingyue took Fu Lei's words, took a deep breath, and handed her cell phone to Su Yan. Su Yan took a look. Several tweets were posted on the topic page that vilified him for stealing the song, The Flames frontman Ocean. It's been a decade or so, and the music scene has finally regressed into what the so-called singers of old wanted it to be. In a word, dirty. I know all about Suyin's songwriting ability. He can't, and doesn't care to, steal other people's songs. Jean Lang? A few years into his career, and not a single song that can be called a masterpiece. What creative ability does a flow singer who can't even understand his own songs and only knows how to play with public opinion effects have? Now you're bringing up the tempo that he wrote Becoming? Does he deserve it? Oh, the music scene is so wasted. Flame band bassist Dashi, I've never heard of Jean Lang, but the song Fulfillment is very good, and I trust Big Brother's judgment. Since Big Brother said Su Yan didn't steal the song, then he didn't steal the song. There were people in the music industry who liked to play this a decade or so ago, and it's still true a decade later. The stagnation of the Chinese music scene is driven by these grandchildren with red eyes. The rest of the duo both retweeted their tweets as well, stating that they believe in Ocean. Not surprisingly, the internet blew up again. #FlamesFraud, #FlamesForSuyin, and similar topics kept going up. I'll be damned. The Flames are out? I was still in middle school when they were on fire. Tears of the Times. The ocean was red through half the sky at that time. You young people are not seen. The old stone talk is also as sharp as ever. Missing the music scene at the time. The Flames have popped up to give voice to Suyin. Could he really be wrongly accused? No wonder Su Yan is so rampant. There really is someone behind him. A bunch of old Biden, already eliminated by the Times, are still talking here, not daring to admit to stealing the song and finding such a bunch of clowns to come out and jump around. Is Su Yan in a hurry? What Flames? I've never even heard of them. Have they won Male Vocalist of the Year? Oh, Ocean was as famous as the superstars, and every song was a hit, so you're comparing him to the best male vocalist, which has no idea how much water it's been mixed with. What's the point of talking about the past? You have to live in the present. You know, the present is that our Ron is a household name, and the Flames have gone out of fashion. In the comments, fans of Jean Lang and the Flames argued back and forth. Fu Lei was so excited that he falsely pinched Su Yan's neck. Lao San, say, when did you meet the Flames behind my back? He has a passion for online archaeology and enjoys archaeology's previous artists in addition to small videos of archaeology's previous work. Also, his dad was a fan of Oceans, and under his dad's tutelage, he had become a small fan of the Flames as well. Su Yan was filled with confusion. I don't remember knowing them. According to what Fu Lei said, he was still young when the Flames became famous, but the song Morning Dew, he heard his dad humming it. But how could a band of such great stature, for no apparent reason, suddenly speak up for him? Su Yan, don't you know? Song Qingyin turned her head and spoke slowly. Ocean, that's Chun Hai. Su Yan's heart shook and he was surprised. Brother Chen? On the other hand, The sound encounter recording studio, Shui Jifei had complicated eyes. Old Chen, do you trust Su Yan that much? Even Dashi and the others have been moved out by you? Chen Hai ate his noodles without raising his head. I didn't move them out, but you know very well that they will certainly support you when you speak out. Shui Jifei stared tightly at Chen Hai. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Qi Lang's relationship with Starlight Entertainment is definitely not ordinary. You've already retired from the industry. Is it worth it to offend them again for Su Yan? And what if the song is really Suyin? Chen Hai put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I've witnessed Su Yan's creative ability with my own eyes. And he has the absolute ability to create success. As to whether it's worth it or not? Old Shui. You know very well that I never talk about that. Shui Jifei laughed bitterly. Yeah, if you cared about that, you wouldn't have ended up in the current situation. I'm just a little ashamed. I pride myself on being a purist in the entertainment industry, but now I don't have the same guts as you. Chen Hai patted his shoulder. You're a public figure, different from me, but I still have to advise you. Su Yan is by no means an idle person. If you help him once now, you might benefit infinitely in the future. Want to bet once? Shui Jifei was silent for a moment and smiled. Who cares? Even if it's just so my own conscience can be at peace. I'll take the gamble. And Shui Jifei's retweet set off another wave of online buzz. In the car. Qi Lang looked at the message on the Weibo and grimaced. What flame band? Something that hasn't scuttled out in how many years? And Shui Jifei, does he have to go against my Starlight Entertainment? Mr. Qin, don't worry, even though they went down. We just need to bite the bullet and say that the song is ours. The water army we bought has already started to bring the rhythm, unless Su Yan comes up with another work that is on the same level as success. This kind of thing, he can't clarify it. Honglan comforted. Qin Lang sneered at the corner of his mouth. How can a miracle happen twice to one person? He studied music professionally, and songs like Becoming are unattainable. Let's just say that Mr. Yuan, now a gold medal lyricist in the biz, hasn't written a song like Becoming rather recently. Qin Lang suddenly thought of something and looked at Honglan. I almost forgot. Becoming isn't the only phenomenal song right now. You saw that bar singing video on Shakian recently, right? Honglan nodded and asked tentatively. See, it's a pity that we didn't have time to press the traffic, but now the netizens' attention has shifted to us. Mr. Qin, do you mean to utilize this matter for proper speculation? Qin Lang smiled. Clever, but the person you have to find for me, this matter, that person, can only stay behind the scenes? You know what I mean, right? Honglan's mouth grinned. Sure. I'll arrange it right away. A bar resident singer. His family must be average. I'm good at dealing with this kind of people. Chapter 43, This Schoolmate. May I have the honor of treating you to breakfast? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yan returned to his dorm room. Fu Lei and Yang Meng closed the door tightly as soon as they entered the house just in case. Fearing that some of Qin Lang's irrational fans would break into the men's nest at night, they should know that when they first came back, there was a circle of people surrounding the gate of the bamboo garden, presumably looking for Su Yan. Su Yan looked over his cell phone half an hour ago. Shui Jifei retweeted Chen Hai's Weibo. The move has created a buzz online. While it's rare to see the flames back on the scene, for many of the younger internet users, they've never even heard of the name, but Shui Jifei was different. He was a public figure with many fans. A veteran singer in China with a certain credibility, after he spoke up for Su Yan. Although the vast majority of people still questioned Su Yan, it was not as overwhelming as before. However, the flames in Shui Jifei drew a lot of flack for it. Su Yan took a deep breath. Ashamed and moved, whether it was Fu Lei and the others, or Song Qingyue, Brother Chen, and Teacher Shuat. After learning about it, they chose to believe in themselves and stand up for themselves without even asking, but he doesn't seem to have done anything for these people. Alarmed, disarmed, Fu Lei retrieved the binoculars and walked in from the balcony. There's no one around the door anymore, and the security uncle is coming over. Saying that, he rubbed up against Su Yan's side and raised his eyebrows. Lao San, when are you going to call Ocean out and have dinner together? Good. Su Yan directly agreed. Fu Lei froze. Ha? What did you say? Su Yan smiled and looked at him. I said yes. I'll bring you to meet him sometime afterward, just so I can treat him to a meal. Fu Lei's eyes abruptly widened and he took a flying step backwards. What demon has gotten into my third brother's body? My third brother is not such a good talker. Black lines rose on Su Yan's forehead. Wanted to punch someone again. The next day, at 7 in the morning, Su Yan got up and washed. The strongest voice had announced the audition location 2 days before. In the central mall of Jiangcheng, an hour and a half's drive from the school. He put on a mask, didn't wake up Fu Lei and the two of them, picked up the flyer for the strongest voice, and walked out of the dormitory alone. There weren't many students on the road early in the morning, and Su Yan had just turned to the intersection of the south first gate when he saw a small white car. Song Qingying pressed down the window and winked. This schoolmate, may I have the honor of treating you to breakfast? Su Yan held back a bit. Of course, I'm happy to. I'm sure it's familiar, the Song Chingwe he knew before wasn't like this. Song Chingin's pearly swirls were shallow as she took out 2 breakfasts and got out of the car. One of which she handed to Su Yan. Why did you come over so early? Receiving the breakfast, Su Yan asked, even if Song Chingwe was trying to send him to the auditions for the strongest voice. It shouldn't be this early? The auditions for The Greatest Showman are at 1:00 p.m. This road at the south first gate is almost deserted at this moment. Song Chinging took off her mask and glanced at him. Then why did you go out so early? Su Yan was slightly stunned, then smiled, since there weren't too many people in the morning. He could avoid having an incident that would affect Fu Lei and the others. He didn't realize that this little bit of his mind had been groped by Song Chingwe. You shouldn't have looked at Weibo yet. Last night, the water army that Qin Lang hired went down. Penguin, KK and NetCloud took down, becoming overnight. NetCloud even released a statement. Take a look. Song Chingin opened her cell phone to the Weibo interface and handed it over. At this moment, the first position of Weibo's hot search is still hashtag Suin steals the song hot search number 2, hashtag Shuejife supports Su Yenhot number 3, hashtag NetCloud announces rejection of plagiarists from membership hot search number 4, hashtag ask Suin to come out and apologize, hashtag. Su Yan's eyes flashed slightly as he clicked into the third topic. The first item on the talk page is an announcement from NetCloud's headquarters. NetCloud Music. This platform prioritizes the personal qualities of collaborating musicians and expresses zero tolerance for phenomena such as music tailoring and music plagiarism. The songs in question have now been taken down, and we ask all musicians to be conscientious and ethical. It's easy to see at a glance who this announcement is aimed at this point in time. Night Owl netizens were the first to click into NetCloud, and sure enough, they found that Successful had been taken down. And then they looked again, and Penguin and KK had also taken down Successful. Qin Lang's fans, at once, climaxed, and one by one rushed to Shuejife and the Flame banned several people's Weibo below to angrily dislike them. See, NetCloud, such a big platform, have issued an announcement. Su Thieves real hammer, okay? Oh, it's a slap in the face, isn't it? How much did you charge Su Yan to wash for him here? Don't even think about it. How can a journalism student write success? He's obviously stealing it from us. Among them, there were also people who spoke for Su Yan. What kind of truth is this? Su Yan hasn't even admitted it, so what NetCloud says must be the truth. Otherwise, let Qin Lang come out and make things clear, and say he's a good friend. Doesn't he know that bringing up the tempo like that will ruin a newcomer? These comments, however, were quickly drowned out by the curses of Qin Lang's fans, and a group of water armies. How much dog food did your master give you to protect him so much? A big platform like NetCloud has come down to speak, and still washes the nifty ground. A bunch of bogeymen. If Su Yan didn't steal it, I'd be upside down. Okay, you want to prove that your master didn't steal the song. Can he write another song that can be on par with Becoming? Can he? Yes, call out to your master to come out and write another song. I'm afraid he's cowering under the covers and wooing at this moment. Su Yan looked at these comments and smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, there are a lot of people, both on Earth and here, who don't understand what it means to claim something and adduce evidence. They clearly know nothing. And on the basis of a catchphrase, they raise the moral flag and criticize and question people who are not related to them. Just a bunch of self-proclaimed righteous keyboard warriors. As for NetCloud Music, meh. Just flip out if you can't work together. The regret will only be theirs. Song Chingwe said as if she didn't care. Are you sure you have a song that can hit today? Otherwise, you can sing it Diao first, and then I'll sing it again afterward when I join the new songs chart. It's the same. We're singing different versions anyway. There are songs that can hit. Thanks. Su Yan handed the cell phone back to her, revealing a sincere smile. Song Chingin's ears reddened slightly, and her voice became much lighter. Thanks for nothing. I only bought the singing rights in the first place too. Are you done eating? Let's get in the car when we're done and go straight there. Su Yan nodded his head, and after Song Chingwe got into the car, he opened the passenger door as well, and just at that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Suin, wait. Hearing the voice, the smile at the corner of Su Yan's mouth instantly faded. Chapter 44. Yes. I'm confident I can crush you. Lin Xueching trotted over. Breathing a little heavily, she looked at the small white car parked beside Su Yan, stiffened for a moment, and still opened her mouth. Suin, I have something to tell you. Su Yan's expression was faint. Well, what is it that you are looking for me for? He suddenly realized that this period of time without seeing Lin Xueching was really comfortable, and now, other than annoyance and helplessness, he felt nothing more for this woman. This is something I need to talk to you about alone. Lin Xueching bit her lip, her eyes falling on the small white car next to her. Su Yan decisively refused. There's nothing she can't hear. Still the same answer as last time. Lin Xueching's heart clenched and she tried to pull out a smile. You guys are already so close. Okay, so I'll get right to it. Su Yan, you can return the Becoming to Brother Lang. Su Yan froze. I've apologized to Brother Ron for you, and as long as you make a statement admitting that the becoming is his, Brother Ron can come out and speak for you. Even he could say that becoming was co-written by him and you. Lin Xueqing gazed at Su Yan with a worried expression. Su Yan, this is the best way to settle this. I know you don't want to see me right now, but you've helped me a lot, so let me help you this once, okay? I don't need your thanks. I just don't want you to live in a constant state of netstorming. She spoke to Brother Lang for a long time last night before he agreed that he could show the public that becoming was co-created by him and Su Yan. One word, one song, this way. Even if the public has a problem with Su Yan taking up the song alone, they don't have that heavy of a grudge. Su Yan froze. You apologized to Qin Lang for me? Lin Xueqing nodded, her eyes reddening. Yes, Su Yan, I can pay for you too. I know. You can get Mr. Shui and the Flames to come out and help, but they can't change the facts that in the early hours of yesterday morning, Penguin, KK and NetCloud took down becoming overnight. And underneath your shaking cloud, it was all curses. Even if you don't think of yourself, you should think of your uncles and aunts, right? They surely don't want to see you get scolded. It doesn't matter if you did something wrong. I'll admit it with you. Let's settle this before I leave, okay? Su Yan quietly looked at her, and suddenly became a little heartbroken. How the hell did he get through the previous 7 years? For such a woman, is really enough not worth it? Lin Xueqing, you've never trusted me, have you? Lin Xueqing froze. In the absence of any real evidence, your first reaction was to take Qin Lang's word for it, to be certain that I had stolen his song, and to apologize to him in my place, and now you come running over here, making a show of trying to save me from myself, wanting me to thank you? Su Yan laughed. Lin Xueqing, I'm only glad now that I've long since stopped expecting you, and now I won't even be disappointed. I'm begging you, stay out of my life. I really find you annoying right now. Lin Xueqing's face paled little by little, her eyes filled with tears. Su Yan, I am caring about you. How can you talk about me like this? And how do you expect me to believe you? You haven't even studied music systematically. Before I leave, I'd like to help you sort this out. I'm begging you. Will you stop? The thing itself is that you're wrong. And no matter how stubborn you are, no one will believe you. No, I believe him. Song Qingyue's voice rang out. Su Yan froze and turned his head to look over. Song Qingyue had already gotten out of the car and walked to his side, and she wasn't wearing a mask. Lin Xueqing, it's your own problem if you don't believe in Su Yan. Please, don't kidnap your views onto the rest of the people. Many of us would like to believe Su Yan. It's just that you don't. Song Qingyue looked at Lin Xueqing with an icy expression. Just now, in the car, she had been holding back for a long time, and now, she just couldn't help it. Who was this woman to belittle Su Yan with such words? So natural behavioral denial, verbal suppression, this kind of thing, in Su Yan's case, should have happened many times. Thinking of this, Song Qingyue's nose turned a little sour, and the moment she saw her, Lin Xueqing's entire body froze. Are you, Song Qingyue? Song Qingyue didn't even give her another look and looked at Su Yan. Get in the car. We'll go over there first and still have lunch together. Good. Su Yan agreed without hesitation, a smile overflowing from the corner of his mouth, watching the two of them get into the car together and leave. Lin Xueqing finally couldn't help herself, tears sliding down her cheeks. So it was her. Surprisingly, it was her. Su Yan, how can you afford me? Thanks a lot, but why aren't you wearing a mask? In the car, Su Yan asked in disbelief. Song Qingyue gazed ahead and downplayed, got off too quickly and forgot. She wouldn't tell Su Yan. She just suddenly wanted Lin Xueqing to know that there were other females appearing by Su Yan's side. Wasn't the reason why Lin Xueqing treated Su Yan so condescendingly because of her high opinion of herself? Well then, I'll show you that there's no shortage of girls like you around Su Yan, and better than you. Yeah, I just have the confidence to crush you. The corner of Song Qingyue's mouth turned up slightly, this kind of subtle feeling that belonged uniquely between girls. If she said it, Su Yan wouldn't understand it, right? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the plaza of the Center Mall. The audition for The Strongest Voice was held as scheduled, and the surrounding crowd of onlookers was almost full. Of the contestants sat on stools and waited. Su Yan put on a mask and followed along. Song Qingyue would have wanted to come along, but Lin Weiwei had something on her side to find her, so she could only leave early soon. The 3 judges in charge of the audition showed up one by one and sat down underneath the erected shed. The judges are 2 women and 1 man. Fan Jin, Zhang Wen, and Hu Qinghe, all veteran singers with some seniority, but not that well known. Okay, everyone mute your cell phones. In a moment when your names are called, you will go over. The staff shouted like the rest of the contestants. Su Yan took out his cell phone and checked it, and just at this time, a message popped up. From Lin Xueqing. Su Yan, you will regret this. Su Yan did not hesitate this time, and directly pulled Lin Xueqing black to delete a dragon. At 10 minutes past 1. All the video equipment was ready. and the contestants whose names were called came on stage one by one. Most of the contestants who came to participate in the competition have a certain degree of popularity. Only a small part of them are pure vegetarians. The scene is very lively. Sun stood in the back row and couldn't see the contestant standing in the center singing clearly. It was one of the bands. On the contrary, that impressed him quite a bit, except that he knows that few bands participate in a talent show of the type of The Greatest Showman. One more thing. The lead singer and drummer of this band are both girls. And, well, neither one is bad. The other guitarist and bassist were slightly young, but played with a great understanding and the verve of their playing, except for one teacher in the center who didn't give them a pass. The other two gave the pass sign and managed to pass. Next, Suin. At that point, the staff member called out with the list. Sun took a deep breath and got up to walk forward, and the moment they heard his name, the surrounding crowd all turned their gazes in unison towards him. Chapter 45, she had a feeling the kid would catch them off guard. Suyen? He's not the Suyen who stole Chin Lang's song, is he? It's hard to see with the mask on, but it looks like the age. Crap. It can't be. If it's really a person, he still has the face to come out for the audition? The crowd of onlookers murmured, and some took out their cell phones and secretly took pictures. On the other hand, Chin Lang had just sent Lin Xueqing to the airplane when a photo was sent to his phone, even with the mask on. Chin Lang could tell at a glance that the person was Su Yen. The voice auditions? Chin Lang froze, and in the next second, the corner of his mouth curved out. Suin, you're really quite funny. On the other side, Su Yen had already walked up to the three judges. He took off his mask and politely greeted the three. Hello, Mr. Judges. And the moment they saw him, the three judges looked different. In the past 2 days, the incident of Su Yan's song stealing was a big deal, and they had naturally heard about it, especially Fan Zhen, who is still working with Starlight Entertainment. Just a second before, Fan Zhen received a message from Starlight Entertainment, and that side directly dumped over the screenshot from the Weibo, telling her to watch. Nothing was said, but the meaning was clear. Hello? Introduce yourself. Judge Zhang Wen spoke as per the flow. She had always been a business person, and even if she disliked Su Yen, she wouldn't show it at work. Sui nodded and picked up the microphone. My name is Su Yen. I'm a junior in the journalism department of Zhengcheng Media University. I'm 20 years old this year. Upon hearing his words, both the contestants and the surrounding audience's eyes widened and murmured, I'll go. It's really that song-stealing Su Yen. He really has the face to come here? Don't they do back tuning for the audition entry? This kind of person can come to the audition? There were those who liked to make a scene and deliberately amplified their voices. How dare the song thief come out? Go down! Go down! Go down! One person opened his mouth, and the rest of the people made a scene, and for a while, they were actually booing Su Yen off the stage. Zhu Zhangwen was just about to signal the staff to maintain order. Fan Jin interrupted her with a direct voice, her tone unkind. Say, what song are you going to sing today? Suin's face didn't change. I brought as my own song. Ha! Fan Jin sneered. Wait, I need to ask, are you sure it's your own song? As soon as she said this, the audience that had been clamoring quieted down, and each of them looked at her with burning eyes. Isn't it more fun for judges to dislike people in public than for them to make a scene? Su Yan's brows cooled a few points. I'm sure. What would a journalism student know about songwriting? Don't steal the song from somewhere again. Hu Qinghe, who was sitting next to Fan Zhen, snorted coldly. He and Fan Zhen are notoriously venomous judges, and were outspoken with no regard for the fact that they were still recording. The surrounding audience looked excited, and boos rang out again, shouting for Su Yen to get off the stage. Two teachers, we're working. Go on with the process. There are quite a few players waiting. Zhang Wen frowned slightly. She was displeased with the duo's attitude of putting their personal emotions on the job. It was just that both of them were older than her, and she could only be patient and reminded, Mr. Zhang, you're making a mistake. This contestant has a black history, and he's now saying he wants to sing an original. What if the follow-up affects our program group? Fanjin looked at Su Yen with an unpleasant expression. It's okay if you want to sing an original. I'll give you a proposition. I'm your judging teacher now, so just look at me and be original in the moment. I'll give you 1 minute. When she said this, the scene instantly fell silent. It wasn't just Zhangwan. The onlookers and contestants froze in their tracks, even the always venomous Hu Qinghe coughed and whispered, Isn't it a bit too much? Zhangwan also disagreed. Mr. Fan, we're recording. It's not good for you to do that, is it? What's the problem? Doesn't he boast that he's an original musician? Then let's have a truly original song. Fanjin leaned back in her chair, arms wrapped around her hands, and spoke impatiently. If you can sing, sing. If you can't, get out. The crowd of onlookers looked different. It's a bit much, isn't it? Isn't that asking him to improvise a song? And this proposition isn't clear at all. It's clearly meant to make things difficult for Su Yen. Serves you right. Who let this kid steal songs? This is retribution. That's right. It's been said on the internet that Qin Lang is the new hope of our Chinese music scene, and this kid doesn't support it. Even if it's not enough, he even steals his songs. This is the way to deal with this kind of person. Good job, Ms. Fanjin. Fanjin slapped the table. Hurry up and decide. Don't delay our process because of you alone. Su Yan was silent for a moment and smiled. Okay, it's for me to watch you create a song out of it, right? Not bad. Don't give me a sneaky look. Fanjin raised her chin slightly, her eyes mockingly looking at Su Yan. The proposition she made wasn't clear, and it would be best if the boy had the sense to leave right away, otherwise, no matter how he sang it, she could find a reason to tell the kid to get lost. Su Yan nodded and picked up his guitar and sat down on the chair. This guitar was picked out for him by Song Chingy in the morning. It cost $20,000 and the sound quality was very good. Knowing that she couldn't change the situation, Zhang Wen only sighed. Just say when you're ready. Aha. Su Yan gazed straight at Fanjin and smiled. I'm ready for the song called Ugly. At those words, Fanjin's face instantly turned ugly. Zhang Wen coughed, and Hu Qinghe was all a bit tense and sidestepped his head. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Ugly? This kid has a lot of guts. Huh? Is he cursing Ms. Fanjin? Ouch. There's a backbone. I suddenly kind of appreciate this dude. Oh, it's just claptrap. I don't believe a song thief can create any good songs. Su Yan ignored the sounds of the outside world and gently strummed his fingers on the guitar. The sad and rhythmic intro sounded. Su Yan closed his eyes, immersed himself into the emotions, and spoke softly. If the world is dark, I'm actually beautiful. Get in and out of love and get consumed at best. What's wrong with irrelevant right and wrong? Doesn't matter. As soon as the simple sentences were uttered, many people at the scene were stunned. The female lead singer of the band that entered the promotion area looked up with a huff, and when she saw Su Yan, her eyes abruptly widened and the corners of her mouth lifted up. It's him. The three people at the judges' table looked at Su Yan with some surprise. Hu Qinghe frowned slightly. Sounds like it's not bad? Fanjin hummed. So what if I improvise a few lines? Who can't hum a couple good lines? These lyrics, they have no deep meaning at all. Zhang Wen ignored the duo and focused all her attention on Su Yan. She had a feeling that this kid would catch them off guard today. Chapter 46. Teacher, I have a favor to ask you. If it's like you, there's always someone to praise. The humility that surrounds me may subside. I don't really care. There are plenty of opportunities. Fearless as a giant. Indulge the ghost in me. But I'm not worthy. Su Yan's song continued as he looked ahead with some sadness in his gaze. The original singer of this song on earth is Shui Jiqian, a very powerful musician. This one came to mind when Fanjin asked him to watch her come in for a song. However, all he responded to Van Zan was the title of the song. The song is called Ugly. But in his opinion, it's not just about appearance. There is also the fact that deep love is not as good as a long con, and that a setup is always a good idea. This is something he knows all too well. When the chorus arrived, Su Yan's voice rose steeply, and he was completely immersed in the emotions of the song at the moment. Ugly, can you not turn the lights on? I want love. Out on the darkened stage. Ugly, in these ambiguous times, I exist like an accident. The noisy square quieted down this song. How does it make you feel all clogged up inside? Most of them are ordinary people who have experienced lost love, injustice and abandonment. At some point, they realized that society favors people with a polished appearance and a smooth talker. There's nothing wrong with those people. It just makes them a little envious. So they wear masks. In order to cater to the other person's likes and dislikes. They begin to become hypocritical, cowardly, and unlike themselves. It's working, but it's really tiring. The heart has been harboring exhaustion and aggravation, but trying its best to please life. Sometimes I really want to be spontaneous and be myself, and in the end, I'm afraid that I'll be an anomaly in the eyes of others. Want to take off the mask, but do not dare to. Really seems to be ugly. Some use a tear and will be red in color. Others lose their title and will be nothing. If you're hypocritical enough, you're not afraid of the devil, are you? If the script is written, who is nobler than who? I can only be silent in response. Beauty is not supposed to be sinful. When desire begins to covet the cup, there are more opportunities. Fearless as dust, who recognizes who when it turns to ash, whether he deserves it or not. Hearing this, Zhang Wen took a deep breath. Her eyes slightly red. She heard Su Yan's questioning, as well as her own inner questioning. Is everything only about the outside? It doesn't matter if what's behind the skin is a wolf's heart or a falsehood, does it? Is it true that if I'm hypocritical enough, I can escape the questioning of my heart? But yeah, so many people have questioned this, but after coming into contact with their desires, it is still hard for them to uphold their hearts. Keep being that hypocritical ugly bitch. She asked herself that she was already considered someone who hadn't lost her beginnings in the fame and fortune of the entertainment industry, but that first heart, and I don't know how much of it is left. Ugly, actually, if you see a lot of it, go to high with abandon. Tread hard. That unbearable whiteness. Ugly, this is our time. Singing the last line, Su-Yen's voice slowed down and a touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. I don't exist before I accidentally. When the song ended, Su-Yen calmed down and got up to look at the three judges. I'm done singing. Fanjin's expression had frozen on her face, and her face was white. Didn't you say Su-Yen was a song thief? Can a song thief just create a song like that? Jangwon took a deep breath and directly showed her pass card. The silence was broken, followed by loud applause all around. Even those who were hacking Su-Yen before didn't hold back their applause at this moment. Su-Yen, great singing. Everyone's reaction has said it all. In my opinion, you have what it takes to be a champion. Jangwon threw her weight around and gave Su-Yen a thumbs up. Ching coughed and was also ready to show his pass card before he could raise his hand. Fanjin held down his arm, her face hard. Su-Yen, your song is good, but you openly insulted the judges. My side won't give you a pass. Su-Yen said indifferently, wasn't it you who first said that I should look at you and create a song? Did I sing incorrectly? You. Fanjin's face went a shade of green and white, although her looks are not considered the good-looking type among the celebrities. But she can't talk about the word ugly either. Mr. Fan, Su-Yen sang this song very well. According to the competition system, we are here to evaluate the song. We should give him a pass. Moreover, it's Mr. whose hand that you're squeezing. Jangwon didn't hold back her words. She really admired Su-Yen, even if Fanjin didn't give him a pass. As long as there were 2 votes to pass, Su-Yen could advance. Chingha also muttered, it's a good song. Fanjin gave him a hard stare. So what if he can sing again? Insulting the judges and having an arrogant attitude, coupled with his online popularity. If we let this kind of person advance, won't it add a tumor to the music scene? Teacher Fan. Jangwon rarely amplified her voice and looked huffy. We're judges. We have to be fair and impartial. We shouldn't be influenced by outside factors. Someone around them couldn't help but speak up as well. Yeah, aren't you guys the judges? He sang better than anyone before him, so how come he couldn't pass? Stormy comments aside, he did a good job with the song, and he composed it in front of the guys, so how could he have stolen it? Ahem. To interject, would he really go and steal Qin Lang's song when he can write such a song? Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Yeah, was it necessary for someone who was so strong with a casual play to steal Qin Lang's song? It was Qin Lang's fans who didn't know what to say and retort at this time. Beads of sweat were spilling out of Fanjin's forehead. It's still being recorded, and she knows that she's going to get yelled at for doing this, but she hasn't had a commercial opportunity in a long time. And nowadays she is supported by her partnership with Starlight Entertainment. She can tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Being scolded by the netizens for 2 or 3 months at the most. And she doesn't have much of a stage herself, but the deal with Starlight fell through. And then she had no source of income at all. Is it hard to get her, a veteran singer, to go on a walkabout? Suddenly, with a flash of light in his mind, Fanjin's tone tightened up a lot. Su-Yen, it's fine to let you advance, but I want you to prove that this song is your original. Writing a song like this in such a short period of time is impossible by any stretch of the imagination. And I suspect that this song is your stock in trade. And I can't believe that it's your work given the way you've taken the internet by storm. Su-Yen laughed at that. How do you want me to prove it? Fanjin coughed. I'll give you one more chance. I'll repropose the song and you'll sing another. Let's see. As she spoke, she searched her mind for all sorts of tricky subjects. She just didn't believe that Su-Yen could create another song. Is this kid a god? Jangwon pressed on, just about to slap the table. At this time, Su-Yen spoke. Teacher Fan, I have something to trouble you with. Fanjin was stunned. What is it? Chapter 47, who the hell are you? Su-Yen looked at her, his tone calm. I need you to prove to me that your dad is your dad and your mom is your mom. Fanjin was instantly enraged. Who the hell are you? Who am I to prove it to you? And who am I to prove it to you? What kind of a thing are you? Su-Yen's complexion went cold as he directly asked back. The crowd at the scene was stunned. No one expected Su-Yen to directly dislike Fanjin angrily. Yes, some people couldn't help but clap their hands immediately afterward. A number of people got rowdy as well. Good point. What makes a judge superior? Why should I prove myself to you? I've long been displeased with this Fanjin. She's the one who likes to nitpick the most. No respect for the players at all. What's that? You. Fanjin breathed in sharply, and only after a long time did he slow down, slapping the case and shouting angrily. You're out. Get the hell out of here. Now. Zhang Wen and Hu Qinghe could not be persuaded, pissing off the judges like that. What else can they say? Zhang Wen looked at Su-Yen and sighed. It's a pity, with judges like you, there really isn't much need for me to participate. Su-Yen sneered, put the microphone down, nodded towards Zhang Wen, and turned to leave. The surrounding audience completely exploded, shouting in unison, shady, 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 shady. The staff rushed to maintain order. Fanjin grimaced. Zhang Wen gave her a look and shook her head. The sis has been in the business for so many years. She still doesn't know how to read people. Su-Yen, Wait, Su-yen had just walked out of the venue not long ago when a soft and sticky female voice came over. He looked back over as Shering trotted his way. Schwing? Su-yen froze slightly. You're here too? Just after running a few steps, Shuying's little face turned a little red. Well, I came over to participate in the audition. You know my name? Su-yen nodded. I heard from my friend. You sing so well. The results of the audition should be good, right? Passed. Two teachers raised their signs. Shuying's voice was sheepish and a little embarrassed. It's very good. Come on. I'm optimistic about you. Su-yen smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Shuying's ears reddened a few points. I want to ask you if, Su-yen, is the audition over? Song Qingyue just came back and saw Su-yen, put on a mask and got off the car and walked over, holding 2 bottles of water. Seeing her, Su-yen froze and was busy welcoming her over to naturally take the water. Didn't you have something to do? Why did you come over again? It's not far away. I'll come when I'm done working. Song Qingyue also noticed Shering at this moment and smiled at her. Hello, Su-yen, is this your classmate? Hello, I'm a student of the Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. My name is Shering. Shering hurriedly replied. Su-yen reacted and looked at Shering. I almost forgot. What was the thing you were going to tell me about? Shering waved her hand and pulled out a smile. Nothing much. You guys go ahead and get busy. After saying that, she nodded towards Su-yen and Song Qingyue, turned around and ran away. Song Qingyue raised her eyebrows. It can't be the peach blossom debt you got from somewhere, right? Black lines rose on Su-yen's forehead. The goddess gradually moved closer to Fu Lei. Just then, the cell phone in his pocket rang with an unknown caller. Su-yen hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Qin Lang's voice came. Su-yen, I heard that you went to participate in the strongest voice audition. How did it turn out? Qin Lang smiled. Su-yen faintly said, is it related to you? We've known each other for many years, so I'd like to care about you once in a while. What a nice offer Ching made today. Why do you think you have to turn her down? Coldness crossed Qin Lang's eyes. Are you now regretting that you didn't know better when I asked you to buy a song? I'm also telling you that you can either run over here right now and serve up the becoming, either that, or I'll make you hold your head up for the rest of your life. So what if you've registered your copyright? I'll still have a way to get you, Su-yen faintly said. I recorded it. Qin Lang's face changed for a few moments and he directly hung up the phone. Song Qingyue looked at Su-yen. Did you really record it? Su-yen regretted. The broken cell phone can't talk and record, so I have to hurry to change it. Song Qingyue couldn't help herself. After hanging up the phone, Qin Lang slammed his fist on the table with a bang, looking furious. Tricked by that kid. He didn't mention his name the whole time, and he used a new number. So even if Su-yen recorded it, he had 1,000 ways to wash his hands of it. I was in a hurry and didn't think about it, so I fell behind. Rao Fanjin desperately asked the strongest voice to cut out the video of Su-yen's audition, but she couldn't resist the enthusiastic crowd of onlookers. Not long after Su-yen left, an enthusiastic viewer posted the video he had recorded online with the caption, Su-yen is in the audition for the strongest voice, #Su-yen steals songs. I doubt the veracity of this anymore, because of Qin Lang's push. The hashtag Su-yen steal song has been high for 2 days in a row. The real-time talk page kept scrolling and soon enough some of you saw the meme. I'm going. Su sneaks in so thick-skinned, and dares to go to the audition for the strongest voice. Wanting to take the black and red route? Oh, song stealing has been actualized. NetCloud has stepped in to speak out. And the brainwashed fans are still washing their hands of the ground here? Wait a minute. You guys watched the video first. What's there to see in this kind of song thief? It must be crouching. Hurry up and open the video. Some netizens clicked on the video and were about to start cursing when they heard Su-yen's song and were shocked, seeing their comments. The rest of the netizens were stunned and all clicked on the video. There was a moment of silence. And moments later, the comments section exploded. What the hell? Su-yen improvised on the spot? You guys listen to this song. I'm numb. You guys are crazy, aren't you? What kind of improvisation would a thief do? It's always not singing becoming nut. Upstairs. Get out of here. Can't you understand a human language? Listen to the song first. I'm in tears. In this ambiguous era, my existence, like an accident. Alas, this sentence is so hard to hear. A pair of stinky skin is so important? I'm a big fan of Su-yen's songs. I'm a fan of Su-yen's songs. At Qin Lang. Say, can you write a song like this? On the other side, Xue Jifei had just finished an interview when he saw the video Chen Hai had sent him. His eyes lit up and he immediately stepped to the side where it was quiet and pulled out his headphones and listened. After listening, he took a deep breath. Bet on it. 3 minutes later, a new tweet was posted on Xue Jifei's homepage. He retweeted the video of Su-yen singing in the audition, with the caption, in this day and age, how many adults are there who can be themselves in style without fear of others' gazes? Who isn't an ugly person living behind a mask and struggling? #Su-yen #this song. Very good at music producer Derong at musician Chenggu at rocker Lao Mo at flame lead singer Ocean. There are a lot of music critics who follow Shuejifei, and it didn't take long after he posted it for a number of musicians and critics to resist going down old Zhang. A music lover, it's no exaggeration to say that I got goosebumps after listening to this song. It's not just the song that's good, it's the word, and I'm going to blow it out of the water. In this fickle society, too many people only care about the surface glamour, but not the inner soul. This phenomenon is actually distorted. Beauty is not guilty, but beauty is not only reflected in a skin. This truth, I believe that many people understand, but still cannot help but follow the example of those who are bright and shiny. Still cannot stop the erosion of desire. How is it not sad that we hate ourselves for being such ugly people, but do not dare, and are powerless to change? Musician Chenggu, I just clicked into Weibo and heard a song like this. I knew old Shui didn't look away that easily. What surprised me even more was that the song was still improvised. Is it necessary for Su Yan, who has this kind of strength, to steal a song? Rocker Lao Mo, without further ado, at Qin Lang, make clear what you didn't say. What new generation of singers? Learn all the dross in the circle and improve yourself first. At Fanjan at the biggest sound program, look at what kind of shit you hired as a judge. And those F***king netizens. Who the F***ck says journalism faculty can't write good songs. Chapter 48. The master has brought you medicine. You scurry. It wasn't just the three of them, but several other music critics couldn't help but come down and speak, all praising the song ugly. These music critics are known to be fair and dislike many of the biggest artists as they should. They all came out to speak, and for a while, the group of fans Su Yan had accumulated before, as well as the fans of Shuejifei and the Flames, all branched out. They had been disliked by Qin Lang's fans for the past 2 days, and now was the time to fight back. Those who said Su Yan stole the song, come out to me. Would someone who can write a song like this go and steal your rightful owner's song? Why don't Qin Lang's fans come out to speak? Are they naturally not talkative? Where's the one who said he'd go upside down? I've brought you some medicine. Why don't you do it? At Qin Lang, your fans say only Su Yan can clarify himself by writing another good song. Now it's your turn. Write a song that can be compared to ugly too. There was also a rebuttal from Qin Lang's fans. Even if he wrote a good song, it doesn't mean that his becoming wasn't stolen from us. Xiao Lang, yeah, who knows if he stole this song from our Ron too. But those words were quickly washed away. You guys are so great. How come you don't have a single masterpiece now? The only famous one is Dream. Oh, it's you guys who said to let Su Yan write a song to clarify. And it's you guys who wrote it and denied it. Are your mouths all grown on you people? Qin Lang, get out here and apologize to our old Shui. Don't forget about Fanjin. She eliminated such a great song, and she used to bully many contestants. Don't worry, it's already spraying. 3 numbers in a row. NetCloud Music Office. Pop. The superintendent slammed the table with an ugly face, pointing at Sinwin and cursing angrily. Who gave you permission to press the price initially, and to go directly to the propaganda department, without my permission, to make this kind of announcement? Do you know how we've been cursed online? A large number of users have already let it slip that they're going to uninstall it. Sweat broke out on Shemu's forehead. The director did initially offer him $1 million, but he didn't think a new singer was worth that much. Moreover, he was very upset with Su Yan's lack of understanding, which was why he wanted to teach him a lesson after blowing the whistle on him stealing the song. How could he have known that Su Yan would turn over so quickly? Superintendent, don't be angry for now. I'm going to look for Su Yan. I already have his number now. I'll go right away. Sinwin wiped his sweat and picked up his cell phone to contact Su Yan. Slow down. Director NetCloud glared at him fiercely. Doing things so impulsively, do you want to eat the loss this time again? No rash actions until this is completely over. Don't delete any tweets sent out now either. And when the dust settles, apologize and find someone else. The next time something like this happens, your position as business manager, someone else will take it. Your bonus for this quarter, all deducted. Senwin's heart went cold and he assured himself, got it. Surely there won't be a next time. KK Music and Penguin Music, on their side, are also taking a wait-and-see attitude. Penguin Music's business manager was very glad that he didn't have time to contact Su Yan, and only took down fulfillment after the song-stealing fiasco afterwards, unlike the NetCloud side, which has already offended people. Su Yan also saw the online news at this moment, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. He would like to see, on Qin Lang's side, what other actions there were. Song Ching took her headphones off and took a deep breath. Did you really write this song at the time? Su Yan coughed. Not really, I've heard it in my head before. He wasn't lying, he did hear it in his head. He didn't steal the song. He's just a mover and shaker of Earth's culture. Sorry makers. Song Qingyue gazed earnestly at Su Yan and bent her little thumb toward him. Let's make a deal. If you have any good songs to sell in the future, you have to think of me first. Su Yan froze. then couldn't help but laugh out and pull the hook with her. Okay, I'll save you any song that suits you. Song Ching arched her eyebrows, revealing two small pear swirls. Be true to your word. After dinner, Su Yan went back to school alone. He had just arrived at the entrance of the bamboo garden when he ran into Lin Xueching's suitor, Lu Yusheng, who was also from the music department. Seeing Su Yan, Lu Yusheng snorted coldly. Yo, isn't this our big star Su Yan? How much did you spend on the song this time? As soon as these words came out, the gazes of the surrounding crowd were instantly attracted. Isn't this Su Yan? It's the same Su Yan who popped out to steal a song. No, isn't it reversed? His new song is really good. That man should know Su Yan. He said this kind of words. Could there be a reversal in this matter? The gazes of all the people all landed on Su Yan's body, and they were talking. Su Yan glanced at Lu Yusheng with a cold gaze, not wanting to bother with this kind of person. Lu Yusheng, however, stopped him and also opened the cell phone live broadcast. Everyone hurry in, this is the song stealing Su Yan. Su Yan, don't go. I've known you for so long, how come I never knew you could write songs? If you stole the song, just admit it. Don't slander Mr. Ching on the internet and reverse it. One is a professional singer and the other is a journalism student who has never touched music, and it's easy to see which is which. What do you say? Live bosses? Lu Yusheng looked at Su Yan provocatively. He was in the same class as Lin Xueching and chased her for 2 years, but in these 2 years, Su Yan had been following Lin Xueching around, creating many obstacles for him. He loathed Su Yan to the core. Moreover, before he saw that Su Yan was showing signs of a little fire, he invited him to live with him regardless of previous suspicions. Turns out the kid ignored it. What reversal? He had known Su Yan for 2 years and had never seen him play music. And Goddess Lin had said that Su Yan didn't know anything. How can a guy like that write a song? Will he believe it? Some good people followed. Yes, Su Yan, tell us clearly, did you steal the song or not? If you didn't steal the song, we'll go and clarify it for you. And if you did, you'd better hurry up and admit it, so don't lose our school's face. Su Yan's face went cold and he was just about to speak when a rush of footsteps came. Fu Lei rushed over with a group of boys from Bamboo 5 with brooms and kicked Lu Yusheng in the ass. Groove. Lu Yusheng, are you out of your mind? Can't you see that our Yanzi was created on the spot? Lin Xueching didn't like you and asked Yanzi to reject you, so you're blaming it all on him, aren't you? I've never seen someone as stupid as you, bullying my third brother. Do you really think we have no one in Bamboo 5? Fu Lei took the broom and shouted angrily. The rest of the boys from Take 5 also spoke up. Lu Yusheng, you're so damn like a clown. Isn't it just that you wanted Su Yan to go to your live room before and Su Yan didn't go? You're always targeting him. Why should he help you? Just you have a big face? Still running a live stream. What kind of persona are you selling here after failing 2 more subjects last year? Bastard. You know that Yanko has reversed his strength, and you still run to cause trouble? Have you eaten too many brain-dead tablets? The rest of the onlookers were also stunned into silence by the aura of Bamboo 5's crowd. Lu Yusheng covered his butt and sat on the ground. You. Su Yan also did not anticipate this scene and froze in place. Fu Lei raised an eyebrow at him. I realized something was wrong upstairs. How was it? Brother's call is good, right? A warm current flowed through Su Yan's heart, and the corner of his mouth lifted as he gave him a thumbs up. The hostess and came out, and the crowd glared hard at Lu Yusheng and left Su Yan in the center. Lu Yusheng was so angry that she jumped to her feet. Su Yan, you. Su Yan looked back at him and slowly spat out 2 words. Stupid. Lu Yusheng's face was suddenly as difficult as the live broadcast. And then look at the live broadcast. The fans are also laughing there. These 2 words. Quintessential. Although I'm on Qin Lang's side. This wave. It's time to say no. The anchor is indeed stupid. When Su Yan and Fu Lei returned to the dormitory, Yang Mang was rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Seeing Su Yan, his eyes lit up and he quickly popped up. Third brother, why don't you call out to us today? Let us witness your highlights. I'll go. In the video, you're really handsome. Boss even exclaimed in the group today. After leaving Lin Xueching, you're really becoming more and more like a person. Su Yan's brows twitched, momentarily not knowing whether this was a compliment or a scolding. Fu Lei coughed. Get to the point. Yang Meng slapped his head and was busy pulling Su Yan away. By the way, Sango, there's something else important to tell you, so come over and see. Chapter 49. It's better to add flowers to flowers than to send charcoal in the snow. Su Yan was pulled into a stagger, his head full of confusion. What are you looking at? Yang Meng pulled Su Yan to the edge of his seat and pointed at the computer, his face full of excitement. Sango, look. Su Yan bent down and after taking a look, he froze and sat directly on Yang Meng's seat. On the computer was the interface of Weibo Chat, and the top line boldly read, Word King Fan Weibo General Group. Yang Meng's chin lifted up as he said smugly, the 2 of us, Fu Lei and I, created it together, and in the span of 3 hours, there are already more than 300 people all of whom I carefully screened. There's still a group of people who applied and haven't passed my scrutiny yet. That's right. Fu Lei hit Su Yan's shoulder in a serious manner. This is your first fan group. Those who come in have to be Essence Big Powder. I counted it. Currently 60% are sisters. Su Yan rubbed his sore brow. I won't ask anything else. I just want to know. Who came up with the term king of words? Of course it's your second brother me. Su Yan is the king. How fitting for your temperament. Fu Lei pretended to be dashing and fell back his hair Suyin. On the other hand, Qin Lang had just finished attending the program when he saw the message on Weibo, and his face was ugly to the extreme. Hong Lan walked over quickly. Mr. Qin, there are a lot of reporters surrounding outside right now. Also, Fanjin called over. The netizens are picking up on her black history, and the strongest voices side has already stopped letting her be a judge, and they want us to help them out. Qin Lang grunted. I was asking her to make things difficult for Su Yan. She was good. She gave me a surprise and now she wants me to step in and help? Leave her alone. Okay, what about all the messages on the internet? The Navy is down, but it's not very effective. The board has already expressed their displeasure, and there's no word from the chairman yet. Qin Lang took a deep breath. The chairman of Starlight Entertainment was his uncle who was currently abroad, and that's why he's doing so well in the entertainment industry. My uncle is now thinking of retiring. But my cousin has no idea about Starlight Entertainment. The reason why he was allowed to return to the company early was also to test his ability out if he does well during his time at the company. There's no telling if his uncle will transfer his shares to him in the future. There's a lot of eyes on him right now. So that means he's got to be good every step of the way. It's not just his personal development. He needs to bring out some artists and speak with results, and Lin Xueqing was one of his choices. How's that thing I asked you to do going? Qin Lang asked. I went and checked with the bar owner's wife, and the guy wasn't a resident singer. And she didn't know the rest of the information. I asked the boss's wife to pull up a piece of surveillance for me. Although I couldn't see the face clearly, I could roughly make out the clothing, and it looked like a child from a commoner's house. It's just that this surveillance also starts in the middle of the song. And the owner's wife said it just so happened that maintenance was done yesterday and all the surveillance in the front was gone. Qin Lang took Hong Lan's cell phone and glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. It was hard to see the face, but the man's build was pretty much in line with his. The clothes seem a little familiar. After thinking for a while, Qin Lang shook his head. This simple t-shirt, which is worn by a lot of people on the street, should be overthinking him. He tossed his cell phone to Hong Lan and walked quickly outside. Leave immediately for River City. Qin Lang had just gone out when a group of reporters surrounded him. Qin Lang, Su Yan improvised at the strongest voice audition today with extraordinary ability. Are you sure he stole your song? Can you finish what you didn't finish last time? What do you think about Rockin' Old Mo's shout out? Are you trying to steal Suin's song because you don't have a masterpiece? The reporters scrambled to ask questions, and Qin Lang, with a sullen face, simply left. And at that moment, the hot topic on Weebly had changed. Hot search number 1, hashtag the ugly one, hashtag hot search number 2, hashtag Suin is suspected of stealing songs, hashtag hot search number 3, hashtag stars in support of Suin, hashtag hot search number 4, hashtag netizens ask Qin Lang to tell the truth, hashtag hot topic number 5, hashtag Vanjin difficult contestants compilation. And the hashtag Su Yan steal songs had fallen to the 10th position of the hot search, the top 10 Weibo hot searches. Su Yan alone accounted for half of them. And that topic of Fanjins was also related to him. This kind of heat is even scarier than a lot of divas. Not only the netizens, but also the artists in the entertainment industry had their jaws dropped when they saw this scene. Zhou Xiuhua, who has taken 5 Best Male Vocalist in Chinese music, including 2 consecutive reigns, the well-deserved heavenly king of China's music industry has a high status even today. His songs are still in the front row of all major music platforms and are regarded as classics. He had just finished practicing his song and was still wiping away the sweat when his manager, Lucy, came over. Someone from the Music Association got in touch and asked if you're competing in the Pop Gold chart this year? Zhou Xiuhua pulled out a bitter smile. I would like to participate, but I can't write a song. He hadn't written a satisfying new song in almost 2 years, although he did put out a song in the past 2 years, and it was well received. It was far from the gold he had in mind. Last year his new song didn't even make the top 10 on the gold charts. It was still suppressed by his own old songs. The fact that his songs are still on the charts is also entirely due to the support of his old fans, and he also knows that although he is in the music industry, he is not as hot as a lot of idols and traffic fresh meat today. She looked complicated. Actually, you don't have to be so demanding of yourself. This is the era of traffic. When you look at the songs on the charts, most of them are mouthfuls. And the point is to be magical. There are many songs like that you could write with your ability. Zhou Xiuhua's eyes darkened. But how long will those songs be hot? Even though this is the era of traffic, I still believe that quality is still king for songs. If I'm asked to pander to capital for exposure, to pander to traffic, to write these kinds of songs, I'd rather quit the music industry. He is the recognized king of the music industry in China. so how could he not know the public's preferences today? But can any of those so-called Netflix songs become classics? It will only disappear quickly with the passage of time. If he goes and writes this kind of song, can he afford the fans who have been supporting him all these years? Can he stand up to his own love? Lucy sighed. I knew it. You can't change this dead nature of yours. Recently there is a kid named Su-yen. His new song is very good, it's only been around for a few days, and it's strangely hot. We can wait and see, and if he's consistently certified in his creative abilities, I think, we can go talk to him. Zhou Xiuhua was slightly stunned. Su-yen? I've heard his Becoming Whole. It's indeed a very good song, but isn't he caught up in the song stealing fiasco? Well, but he created another song today. Still improvised. So listen to it. Lucy handed her cell phone to Zhou Xiuhua, who took out his headphones and put them on, and clicked on the video. The video was initially of Fanjin giving Su-yen a hard time, and the sound was noisy. Zhou Xiuhua's brows furrowed and he was about to ask Lucy when Su-yen's song rang out. If the world is dark, I'm actually beautiful. In and out inside love. Consumed at best. Zhou Xiuhua was stunned and couldn't help but tremble after listening to the entire song. He took off his headphones, his eyes reddening a bit. It's a song that sings to his heart. He always said that he didn't care about the exposure, just the music, but in reality, he is again very concerned about his exposure to the masses, his popularity, knowing what's right, but can't help but be pushed by life and go with the flow. Isn't that the ugly one from the song? Xiuhua, if we can confirm that the boy didn't steal the song, we must befriend him. A junior journalism student, only out of the gate, not even close to being out of the gate, and in a week's time, he's written 2 quality songs. In my experience, these 2 songs are sure to pass the test of time and become pop gold. This kid is an absolute genius. If his creative ability continues, he can be a great help to us, Lucy said as she retrieved her cell phone. Zhou Xiuhua took a deep breath and looked certain. There's absolutely no way this kid would steal a song. Icing on the cake is not as good as snowing on it. We want to befriend him, and now is the best time to do it. Now you send a tweet for me, retweet the video, and like it. You're right. The fact that a song like Ugly could be created in a short period of time is enough to tell the truth about what's going on. Lucy nodded in thought and immediately took out her cell phone in preparation for tweeting, and at this time, a hot search parachuted into Weibo, and when she saw the topic name, Lucy's face instantly changed. Wait, things have changed. Chapter 50, Xinlang, do you dare to come to the mic? 2 minutes ago. On Weibo, netizens were still arguing about Su-yen and Xinlang. Fans of Su-yen, Shui Jifei and others rallied to demand justice under Xinlang's Weibo, and right on cue, a hashtag went straight to the airwaves. Hashtag found the bar long-legged guy. Hashtag the hashtag searching for bar long-legged guys has been trending for a while now, only to be placed aside in the past 2 days when more attention has been paid to this whole song stealing thing. Seeing this hot search at this moment, the netizens were all stunned as their eyes lit up and they clicked in to take a look. In the dormitory, Su-yen was registering the copyright, although the domestic copyright awareness is weak. Even if registered, many times it is difficult to defend your rights if you are infringed, but it's always better to be registered than not. At this time, Fu Lei suddenly let out a crap. Lao San, look at the Weebly. It says they found the bar long-legged boy. You've been found. Yes? Su-yen was slightly stunned, took out his cell phone and opened Weibo, tapping into the words. His complexion slowly sank. The first entry on the talk page is from a marketing number called Entertainment Journalist Xiaoli. Today, Xiaoli came to Jiangchuan with the intention of interviewing Su-yen, but I didn't expect to make another discovery. Jiangchuan Xiaoxi Bar. The bar's long-legged boy is suspected to have reappeared to sing Xinlang's work dream, because the little brother has been wearing a hat. Xiaoli did not see the real face. Followed up, but found that this person is just recently returned to the country, will be caught in the public opinion storm. Xinlang. See the video for more details. The clothes and body shape are almost identical to the little brother who sang Bon Voyage to you that day. Below the text, there was a video of the man in the hat singing on stage in the first part, and in the second half, Xinlang removing his hat before getting into his car, revealing his true face. The internet was instantly in an uproar when I saw the tweet. Xinlang's fans were still a bit weak and could only make a hard noise, but now they were all agitated. My goodness, the long-legged guy at the bar is actually our Xiao Lang. Lang is amazing. Su-yen's fans, get the hell out of here. Didn't you tell us to create something? You've got a face, don't you? Hurry up and admit it. You're thieves. Things aren't even confirmed. Call Nemo, call. The voice sounds different. Yo, confusing things here again. Lang's clothes are almost exactly the same as what little brother wore that day, and he was also at the Xiaoxi bar. Who else could it be if not him? Since Xiao Lang is the bar's long-legged boy, there's no doubt about his creative ability, right? Even if Ugly was composed by Su-yen himself, it doesn't prove that he didn't steal successful. What the hell? This isn't even a hammer? The long-legged guy is definitely Xinlang. If not, I'll run upside down. It didn't take long for the topic hashtag Ching Lang is a bar long-legged boy hashtag to hit the hot search for a while. Ching Lang's fans once again prevailed. And many others crowded underneath Ching Lang's Weibo to congratulate him on the injustice. The topic hadn't appeared for 10 minutes before Ching Lang posted a tweet. I didn't expect to be found out by everyone. Laughs and cries. .jpg. I did go to the Bridges West bar. But what bar long-legged boy? I don't know. Oh. Doghead. .jpg. The text is clarifying that he's not a bar long-legged boy. But the partial addition of a dog's head means something different. Netizens already love to brainstorm. And this one is even more certain that he's a bar long-legged boy. Ching Lang's fans, in particular, kept swiping the word comments. Yo, Ron still won't admit it. Okay, we spoil you. You're not okay, right? Ha 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 ha. Ron is so funny. But I'm afraid that when a certain Yan's fans see this tweet, they're going to take it to task again. Aren't they? Let's not forget business, everyone, and brush up on the phrase hashtag Suin Stolson. Our brother Lang proved his songwriting ability. Who dares to say wish you a safe journey isn't good? Didn't the brainwashed fans say that we, Lang, don't have the creative ability, so Suin won't steal the song? I'll throw the link in your face, so go listen to it properly. Of course there were also students who were at the Chaoshi bar at the time who came out to speak, stating that the bar's long-legged boy did not look like Ching Lang, but also by Ching Lang's fans to press the head as speech powder in the slander, under the brush of Ching Lang's fans. The video of Suyin singing Wish You a Safe Journey in a bar saw its retweets and hits soar. The hashtag Suyin stealing songs topic has risen in popularity once again. Yuxing Lu also posted a tweet. I'm Suyan's college classmate. I've never seen him touch music before this. Which is right or wrong? Netizens think for themselves. Hashtag Suyin steals songs. Hashtag his tweet, 2, was soon topped to the first few entries on the talk page. See? Suyan's classmates can't even look away. I now suspect that the ugly bastard also came from the wrong place. I'll go. I can't say that ugly is also Ching Lang's song. He wrote Wish You a Safe Journey and Completion. Who else has that kind of talent besides him? It's really possible. I'll go. If that's the case, I'll step on Suyen for the rest of my life. This is stealing a song from our music industry genius. Suyen flipped through a few entries, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a sneer. 3 men make a tiger. The ancients are true to their word. Fu Lei had already started cursing. Asterisk. Damn it. This old dog coin wanna have no face off? The bar long-legged little brother is obviously the word son. He is here to pretend his father. And this Lu Yuxing dog thing, I should have kicked him in the focus with that kick just now, and kicked his mouth to pieces. Yang Mang was also furious. Wish You a Safe Journey is obviously the song our third brother sent to the boss. Ching Lang said it was his, so he sang the front as well. I still have the recorded video here. I'm going to post it now and curse this dog to death. As soon as Sango took the stage that day, he took out his cell phone and recorded it, including the very first thing Sango said, just take it out and the rumors will not be broken. Mang is awesome. Fu Lei's eyes lit up. Hurry up and send it to the group. We'll top it. Su Yan suddenly spoke out to stop the duo. Don't send it yet. This is not the time. Fu Lei wasn't happy about it. If we don't post it now, when will we post it? Our teacher taught us that the best time to handle crisis communications is within an hour of an event. What if you post it late and Ching Lang's group of brainwashed fans say you tampered with the video? Su Yan lowered his head as he was pressing his cell phone. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a seemingly smiling arc. Didn't they say I stole the song? Then let's take it head on. Fu Lei froze. Head on? What do you mean? Before he could finish his sentence, his cell phone rang with a ding-dong sound. You shivering clouds? After reading the content of the prompt, Fu Lei clicked on the shivering cloud, and in the next second, his eyes abruptly widened. Su Yan sent out a shaking cloud with a caption. Tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. live broadcast, clarifying the original, becoming whole. At Ching Lang, do you dare to come and connect? Chapter 51. The old thing that is about to go out of fashion. What's the point of jumping out? Although ShakeCloud and Weebly operate in different forms, there is one thing that is very consistent, that is, there is never a shortage of people to eat. It hadn't been long since Su Yan sent out this shaking cloud, and the amount of retweets and comments skyrocketed. I go. Was it Suin himself who sent the shaking clouds? Su Yan is so daring. Directly at Ching Lang. Just based on this, I believe you. Does it have to be 8 a.m. tomorrow? I want to go to 8 a.m. Help me. Fucking shameless dog. What new trick did you come up with this time? Suggest Su sneakily go listen to Wish You a Safe Journey and reconsider whether or not to link up with our Ron. Oh, what's the gimmick? I think it's because you know that our Ron is a bar long-legged boy and you want to apologize live, right? There are many common users of Shivering Cloud in Weibo, and this Shivering Cloud of Su Yan was soon sent to Weibo as well, and there were countless hot debates for a while. Hashtag the topic hashtag Su Yan. See you tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. has also been put on the hot search. The netizens said different things, but more people remained on Ching Lang's side. believing that Su Yan was in a hurry and wanted to take advantage of the last to reap another wave of heat. On the other side, Qin Lang was sitting in his car, and when he saw the message on Weibo, he snorted. Live streaming a clarification? Does he still think this is the age when you can make people believe by having a press conference? Hong Lan asked. So, should we respond even? Qin Lang shrugged and tossed his cell phone aside, leaning back in his chair. What's his status? Is he worthy of linking up with me? Immediately limit the stream and have Shivering Cloud's side find a reason to block his live room. Okay, I'll communicate with Weibo's side to limit the flow, but I'm sure Shivering Cloud's side won't agree. After all, the heat of this matter is so high. Hong Lan said, the corner of Qin Lang's lips hooked up. Will agree? Starlight Entertainment. Plus me, Qin Lang, plus the identity of the bar's long-legged boy. Shivering Cloud knows who to choose. Bar long-legged little brother side. The network department has been watched. Once someone comes out to recognize this identity, immediately limit the flow of press down. Also, he'd send out a fire to find the long-legged guy at the bar. As soon as he found someone, he could keep that identity planted on him. Taking civilians is easy for him. Su Yan, I'll see how you break this one this time. A vegetarian. How dare you fight me? Mr. Qin. Su Yan's live broadcast heat this time can't be suppressed. At this time, Hong Lan, who was sitting in the passenger side, spoke with difficulty. Qin Lang froze and took a look at his cell phone. His face instantly changed. Just a moment ago, the king of the music world, Zhou Xiuhua, retweeted the news of Su Yan's live broadcast preview that was carried over by netizens with the caption, looking forward to it. For a while, many netizens thought they had misread it. Zhou Xiuhua hasn't logged on to Weebly in many years. What the hell? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Zhou Tianwang has had his number stolen? Oh my god. Hua is blown out of the water. I have to go to this live broadcast. I didn't realize that Zhou Tianwang and I were both eating melon in the same melon field. Kind of looking forward to tomorrow's live broadcast. Su Yan is bullish. He can get Hua's backing. Could it be that successful is really his? Oh, Su Yan's fans are just narcissistic. Who said that Zhou Tianwang this is supporting Su Yan? He is supporting our Xiaolang. Speaking out for our Xiaolang. The netizens were so excited that they felt like badgers in a melon field as one big melon after another came crashing down on their faces. Qin Lang looked at them eager. His face ugly. What's an old thing that's about to go out of fashion doing running out and jumping around? Think you can go against my Starlight Entertainment just because he's the number one of a heavenly king? Hong Lan took a deep breath. We don't know Zhou Xiuhua's true intentions now, but the heat of this live broadcast is definitely not going to be low. Will there be any changes? Qin Lang's eyes narrowed. What are you afraid of? With the name of Bar Long Leg's little brother around, Su Yan can't do anything about me. Besides, what can he do live? Write songs? 2 songs are already the limit. How many more songs can he have? Even if you're a genius, inspiration can't be constant. That's true. It's just a matter of finding out who that person is as soon as possible. Hong Lan nodded, and suddenly she thought of something. By the way, Mr. Qin, today Creation Practitioner has already had its premiere set recording, and the preliminary stage will be recorded tomorrow afternoon. On Lin Xueqing's side, should we contact the mentors in advance and give her the highest score? Qin Lang shook his head decisively. It's on the cusp right now, so don't make it too obvious. Moreover, Yukari was already the best among her age group, and on her own, taking first place on the preliminary stage would not be a problem. When she gets first place, reveal some information appropriately to build up her momentum. I'm going to show those old-timers the strength of my star-making. On the other side, Su Yan also saw the Weibo posted by Zhou Xiuhua and looked surprised. Why would Heavenly King Zhou suddenly come out to speak for him? Can it be that Shui Jifei and the others also helped? Crap! Lao San, you're a bullseye. Fu Lei was dumbfounded. Yang Meng quickly struck the keyboard. Hurry up. Notify the fireworks to quickly forward it. Before 8 o'clock tomorrow, make sure to fire up the heat. The fireworks? Su Yan froze. Yang Meng gave a thumbs up in his direction. Su Yan fan club name? I thought of it. Suyin. Before he could speak, his cell phone rang, and seeing that the caller was Song Qingyue, Su Yan immediately picked it up. Soon, the pleasant voice immediately came over. I've seen it online. Where are you planning on broadcasting tomorrow? Su Yan did not think twice. In the dormitory. Song Qingying blinked. This live broadcast is the first time you've officially appeared in the public eye. Moreover, you're still going to sing. Do you have a microphone in your dorm room? No. What about fill light, sound, backing track, power supply? No, you're live at 8 a.m. If someone is on early 8, it's going to be noisy. Do you have any noise-canceling equipment? The more she asked, the more vain Su Yan became. Ahem. I can sing directly into the computer. Song Qingying smiled. And then have the school's jammed campus network play a little current sound to accompany you? Cold sweat broke out on Su Yan's forehead. I'll take a look at the live room near the school now. He's really still inexperienced. He'll have to learn more in the future. Or, you go to my house? There's no one else either. Song Chingy thought for a moment. Go, to your home? Su Yan froze. His expression tensed up. Isn't this not good? Song Chingyue was amused by him. Two small pear swirls shallowly rippling at the corners of her mouth. What's to think about? I have a small house in Jiangchang. The equipment has just been moved in and it's very complete, but it's only been 3 months since the renovation. And even though there shouldn't be much formaldehyde left, I still want to wait a while before I move in. If you don't mind. I'll give you the combination to the combination lock and you can go straight there tomorrow. You'd better turn off the bounty this live broadcast. Don't leave words for Qin Lang's fans. Su Yan's ears were burning, and he secretly gave himself an earful. I want you to learn from Fu Lei. He coughed and pretended nothing was happening. Okay, I got it. So send me the address and I'll go straight there. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyue sent Su Yan the address. Thinking about the conversation just now, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unsurprisingly, that kid should have been sweating from his own question just now, right? Taking advantage of her free time, she and Su Yan chatted on WeChat again. Lin Weiwei just entered the house. What she saw was Song Qingyue looking at her cell phone and laughing. She couldn't help but worry. Sister Qingyue, Song Qingyi looked up at her. What's wrong? Looking at the smile that couldn't be covered by her eyebrows, Lin Weiwei became even more worried. Sister whispering, you're not in love, are you? Song Qingyin was stunned, glanced at the cell phone, instantly understood what she meant, and said with a wry smile, of course not. So fond of gossiping. Then let me also ask you, how does it feel to find out that Qin Lang is your husband? Lin Weiwei's complexion cracked, and she received a 10,000 point blitz inside. The following morning, Su Yan woke up at 7. Fu Lei and Yang Meng had a specialty class in the morning and couldn't go over there together. Fu Lei regretfully pounded his chest, and in a rare moment, he got up earlier than even Su Yan and styled him. Damn! Laozi's craftsmanship is good. Lao San, if you had changed your hairstyle earlier, you would have become a male god. Ching can't even compare to you. Yang Meng dozed off and stared wide-eyed. I go. Third brother, you're so handsome. Much more handsome than Sa Lei. Fu Lei. Su Yan glanced at herself in the mirror and was also satisfied. He is quite handsome. Suddenly I understand why Fu Lei likes to look in the mirror. At 7:30, Su Yan arrived at the house that Song Qingyue had mentioned. It's a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom suite of roughly 120 square feet, decorated in a minimalist atmosphere. He found the live broadcasting room that Song Qingyue had said. The piano, guitar, drums, a full set of equipment, and soundproofing measures had been done around it. Su Yan took a deep breath, and after briefly trying the sound, he opened the Shivering Cloud to prepare for the live broadcast. Chapter 52. If it's him, it's him. And on this day, there were a lot more people with black eyes on the road. They had to get up early in the morning again today after eating melons all night yesterday. Students are okay. Young and energetic. The commuters are cursing in their minds. Doggone Su Yan. When is it not good to broadcast live, but to put the time at 8 o'clock in the morning? Most of them were on their way to work at 9 o'clock, and by now on the subway they had their phones out, ready to tap into the live feed at any moment, and online. It's even more hotly debated at the moment. 10 minutes to 8. It's so cool. Showbiz hasn't been this exciting in a long time. I'd like to see how Su Dog clarifies. Stealing a song and not admitting it. I've never seen anyone with thicker skin than him. Now the matter is not even finalized. Yesterday the reporter interviewed Qin Lang. Qin Lang also does not respond. Surely just do not dare to respond. Are you guys upstairs brain dead? Xiao Lang saved Su Yan's face for old time's sake. But it's still his fault in your place? Don't you know that Xiao Lang is a bar boy with long legs? No need to talk to a bunch of bogeymen. Wish you a safe journey throws them in the face. Even if it's not the full song, it's still enough to punch those pigs in the face. If Su Yan can clarify today, I'll go upside down. You're here again? Netizens are buzzing with anticipation for the next live broadcast. Music platforms such as NetCloud are also keeping a close eye on the broadcast and will take action as soon as the results are in, especially for NetCloud Music. Sinwen gathered the department in the conference room early in the morning to guard Su Yan's live broadcast. I hope Qin Lang can win in this public opinion. Sinwen clenched his fists nervously. He had offended Su Yan before, and it would never be good for him if Su Yan clarified. They weren't the only ones. The Shivering Cloud platform was also watching this. Ding Wei, the manager of Shivering Cloud's operations department, stared at the background data with burning eyes. Su Yan's live broadcast in a while included almost all of the recent popular characters. Su Yan, Qin Lang, and the bar long-legged little brother. Even the long-dormant Zhou Tian Wang was involved. They had opened the live streaming privileges for Su Yan yesterday, and now the live stream had already flooded with 300,000 people before it even started. The black screen live streams are getting millions of heat. You know, at this time of the day, 8 a.m. This heat has already surpassed a number of first-tier artists. Manager, Starlight Entertainment contacted us and told us to shut down Suyan's live room. Ding Wei sneered. Jokes. How can we not pick up such a big wave of heat? Pay no attention to them. It was nice that Starlight Entertainment was a big brother. But he, Shivering Cloud, was no slouch either. Usually gives some face. But at critical moments, how can they be at their mercy? Mr. Ching, Shivering Cloud isn't replying to messages or answering the phone. Starlight Entertainment. Honglan walked quickly into the office. Qin Lang's gaze was fixed on the computer, and he was not surprised by the result. Keep in touch. The sailors are all set, right? Yes. We have people lurking inside. No matter what Su Yen says, there's a way to deal with it, and the sailors will follow the wind. Qin Lang nodded his head, a touch of viciousness crossing his eyes. Su Yen, after this time, you will completely be unable to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. You asked for it. At 8 o'clock sharp, Su Yen debugged all the equipment for the live broadcast, closed the reward, and then clicked into the live broadcast room. Su Yen had just entered the mirror, and the overwhelming pop-ups instantly flooded in. Scrolling madly. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'll spray first. I'm Su Yin's father. Garbage singer. Give us back Becoming Tehran. Suyin, go for it. We fireworks will always believe in you. Should I say no? The first time I saw my little brother's face so clearly. Quite handsome. Much more handsome than Qin Lang. What's wrong with your eyes upstairs? Comparing a trashy thief to a Ron? I don't believe it when you're so young and can write ugly and becoming. And also, why isn't Qin Lang online yet? Fu Lei and Yang Meng were also secretly playing with their cell phones, and when they saw so many people cursing Su Yen, they immediately became angry and cursed all the swear words they had learned in their lives. Stealing. Stealing Nima it? Bullshit. Do not note here beeping. Brain fucking loaded with a few pounds. Qin Lang's fans fucking drank corkscrew? Open your mouth and scurry. So fond of recognizing your son. Are you infertile? I wish you to be infertile and have many children and grandchildren. The numbers. Yulei is super handsome, and Meng is very masculine. Disliked the black fans like crazy. The aura was horrifying, and it was hard to kill a bloody path in the midst of thousands of troops. Sister whispering. Do you think Su Yen can successfully clarify? Starlight Entertainment isn't that easy to deal with, or we wouldn't have done it before. In the hotel, Lin Weiwei looked at the pop-up curses and was a little worried. Song Qingyin looked intently at the live broadcast, her voice certain. If it's him, it must be. Su Yen also saw the contents of the pop-up, and he took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. Hello everyone, I'm Su Yen. Becoming complete is my own work and has nothing to do with Qin Lang. He just said the beginning. The pop-ups were cursing. Oh, your classmates have come out to testify that you can't write songs at all. You must have stolen the ugly one too. You shameless dog. Zhou Tian Wang are not online. Yesterday must have been stolen number. But to give you this thing a chance to breathe, get your ass out here and apologize. I'm this dog's classmate. I'll prove it. He's the one who copied it. I heard him when he was talking to his roommate earlier. You heard a halberd bully. Mouth free to go lick the toilet. Here to force Lai Nima it? You're the one who's gonna tell us what to believe. We have to believe it? Fine. If you're so great, improvise a few more songs. Yeah, write some more songs if you can. Well, I know. It sure doesn't help to talk your way out of it. Su Yen looked at the camera and slowly spoke. So, today, you all come up with the theme, and I'll sing. Qin Lang even came up with the trick of running to the Chaoshi bar and pretending to be a long-legged boy. He naturally had to give Qin Lang a surprise. Qin Lang wanted to see what he was doing. He was lazy and just wanted a direct brick to the head. If you throw one punch, you can avoid 100. The moment he said this, the netizens watching the live stream froze. What the hell? Is Suyin trying to improvise on the air? Starlight Entertainment. Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the scene. Live improvisation? Is Su Yen crazy? Fine. As he wishes. It's not hard to improvise, but to create a great song on par with Becoming? The sky's the limit. As for Ugly, LOL, if that song was really improvised by Su Yen, he'd take his head off and use it as a stool for him. In the pop-ups, the netizens have swiped up. Crap? Is Su Yen going to create something on the spot to prove his innocence? So brave? Asterisk 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 now. Lao Zi is a bit heartbroken for Su Yen. Being pushed to this point, Qin Lang's sailors also descended on the field after receiving instructions. Okay, since you're going to prove your innocence, the song created can never be worse than Becoming. Su's secretly anxious have the ability to draw the title from the waves of the sea inside the big powder? Or it is a backdoor operation. Pull back. It must be another pre-prepared song. Su's sneak is the best at this kind of trick. No one will really believe that Ugly is his, right? Among them, Qin Lang's big fan. Lang is the one, directly sent a voice link after Su Yen agreed. A shrill female voice came over. Su Yen, since you want to prove yourself, let me make the proposition and you sing it. And the song must be on the same level as fulfillment. Do you dare? She was a certified longtime fan of Chin Lang's fan club and instantly responded with a call. That's right. If you're capable of letting Sister Unique propose. If you don't dare, you're weak-minded. Only Sister has been a fan since Ron was a young man. So she's trustworthy. Su Yen is panicking, isn't he? If you don't dare, hurry up and kneel down and apologize. Chapter 53, look. He's even mocking the questioner. Chin Lang's fans swiped the screen along with a group of water armies. And many passers-by followed suit. Fu Lei and Young Meng were both anxious, frantically typing and cursing, but the other party was mic'd up. So they were useless. Lang is the one, looked at the pop-ups and couldn't help but sneer as well. Su Yen, what are you still hesitating for? Is it that you don't dare? Su Yen was amused. Okay, I won't hesitate, but listen to you guys for everything. I always have to ask for the prize. If I create it, what do you guys say? You lay brother is very handsome, if you have the ability to let your rightful owner live eat. How dare you? You lay brother is very handsome, you waves count a dilemma. What all listen to you? Speak up. If our speech king created it, dare to force your main owner to eat live. Brother Meng is very masculine, that's right. You guys have all the words? We prove our innocence and you guys just pat your asses on the back. It's not that good. The pyrotechnics recognized the duo as the mainstay of the group and immediately kept up the pace. Yes. You see, waves do not want to be said to bully people based on the number of people, right? Forcing us to testify against ourselves. That succeeded. Let Chin Lang live eat it. Support Chin Lang to eat live. Support Chin Lang to eat live. Ron is the only one, is off-screen, holding his face red with anger. I can't be Ron's master. If you Su Yen can really sing it, I'll eat myself live. I'll go. Chin Lang's big powder can be playing so big? Suyin, you put some effort into it. I want to see her eat live. The only sister is so touching. You're the only sister in our waves. Oh, don't be cocky, Suyin fans. Let's see how your rightful owner punches you in the face in a moment. Su Yen smiled. Okay, remember what you said. Then you come up with a question. Ron is the one, thinks for a moment and sneers. Okay, I'm planning on eating fish tonight, so sing a song on the theme of fish, and make it inspirational, warm, and healing. The pop-ups instantly exploded when she said that. So hard? It's hard enough for inspirational songs to stand out, but to have something to do with fish? What's so inspirational about fish? This is too difficult a title, isn't it? Inspirational songs are always high songs. How can they be warm? Have you ever come up with a question like that? It's disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Well done, Sister Unique. I'm rooting for you. It was Su Yen who agreed to our only sister's question. And now the fans are jumping up and down. What? If you can't sing, get out and apologize. Yes, get down on your knees and apologize. Chin Lang watched the live broadcast, the corner of his mouth hooked up. Well done. Ron is the only one who's been a fan of his since he was in high school, and they've met privately, and it's a sister, average looks, but a body he tried on. And it was substantial, and this sister is willing to drop a lot of money and has handled a lot of trouble for him. One of his agency team's coping kids is, Ron is the one. Inspirational songs have long been proliferating in today's music market. It's the kind of thing that, more of it, is tasteless. Hardly any singers will touch this theme nowadays because it's hard to think outside the box. It's so hard to create inspirational songs that are recognized by everyone anymore. He hasn't sung a relevant song since Dreams, and that's exactly why. And while inspirational songs have always had to rip their voices out and shout appeals, Ron is the one, favors the warmth and healing that contradicts that, and, to feature a fish, let alone improvising. It's a rare song in this genre that comes along in a decade. Lang is the one, sounded smug. I'm done with the topic. Since it's an improvisation, it can't take more than 5 minutes at most, right? I'll start the timer now, right? Fish, inspirational, warm and healing, right? Su Yen smiled gently, got up and walked over to the piano next to him and sat down, turning the camera on himself. What the hell? Don't tell me he's trying to get out now? Faking it, right? I don't believe he could come up with it so quickly. And it's such a difficult theme. Su sneakily stopped pretending and get the hell out to apologize. Fulei and Yang Mang looked at the live broadcast screen and both sweated for Su Yen. Lin Weiwei in the hotel was equally tense. This is clearly making things difficult. Sister whispering, what should we do? Can Su Yen really come up with it? Song Qingyin looked at Su Yen's expression on the screen, and a smile rippled out from the corner of her mouth. Sure, look, he's even mocking the questioner. Su Yen brushed his fingers across the keys. The song, it's called Walking Fish. The words were followed by the sound of a piano, which fell into the ears of every viewer through the internet, soothing and long melody. Listen to people's hearts like a warm breeze. Originally restless heart are quiet a lot immediately afterward. Su Yan's song rang out. Write a song for you. When he heard the first sentence, Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sure enough, Suyin was being hardcore. The melody was good. But the lyrics? Because it was improvised. The first line was "write a song for you"? It's just ridiculous, but the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Suyin's song continued. Come pay homage to your shade. People preach courage. And may I not? Love your weeping heart. Love your emotions. And the mask you put on yourself. It hurts to pull. Doesn't it? I know you. Pretending not to be afraid and laughing violently. The gentle and somewhat broken singing voice came out. And the netizens watching the live broadcast were all stunned. The pop-up screen dissipated a large portion at this moment. And it was those water armies that Qin Lang had hired that couldn't help but stop their hands from hitting the keyboard when they heard this die in the hotel. Song Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened. And there were already crystals flickering in her eyes. She wasn't one to cry that easily. But the song had only just begun and it hit the softest part of her heart. Ever since she was a little girl, she was seen by outsiders as outgoing, strong and optimistic. At that time, her friends at the orphanage commented that she didn't seem to be afraid of any difficulties, but the truth is, how could she not be afraid? There is no one investing in the orphanage. And she is afraid. Afraid that she will be abandoned again working as a waitress in a restaurant. She was afraid. Afraid that the customers who like to talk dirty would come back after being used, snowed under, and scolded by so many people at Starlight. She was also afraid. Afraid that she wouldn't be able to get the #1 spot on the new song charts. And would have to take on a huge amount of debt. The so-called fearlessness is only because no one can help her. She can only persuade herself not to be afraid and make herself strong, because growing up, no one loved her crying heart, her self-hatred, a whole person. We all seem to, like a fish walking on land, to learn to breathe, alone and hilariously amphibious, moving forward with pain. Suyin closed his eyes, and the corners of his eyes were also a little moist. The original singer of the song is called Su Jiaying, and the lyricist, Tang Tian, and the composer, Wang Su Taki, are also among the top musicians on the planet. But the first time he heard the song in his head was a version from a variety show. The three singers sang every line to his heart, especially the rap, which he couldn't help but tear up the moment he heard it. Fish live in water, and when they first set foot on land, they are bound to go through all kinds of hardship and pain, but there's no way around it but to try to move forward. It's like every ordinary person. Who doesn't want to live a carefree life? But there's no way to remove the burden from their shoulders. But yes, dream on. Growing up, how come you're not happy? Crying while throwing, decadent while chasing, forget all the toys for the adult shell. So sad, so humorous. You walked by me. Chapter 54, is Scamper here? You can sit at the same table. In the classroom. Fu Lei and Yang Mang sat dumbfounded, as if they were bewitched. In front of the screen, many netizens couldn't help but redden their eyes as they watched the singing Suyin. Especially office workers who had been through the knocks of life have been hit in the gut by this song. Obviously you wanted to be an adult so much when you were a kid. How come you're not happy when you grow up? Now that they are old enough to have a family, they have to act like adults. Otherwise, how can they take on the pressures of life? How can they reassure their parents and loved ones? Obviously, I wanted to be an adult so much when I was a kid. Why do you want to go back to your childhood so much now? At that time, they could cry if they wanted to, make a scene if they wanted to, and be themselves without fear. But now, with so much responsibility on them, those sadness, heartbreak, and vulnerability can only be borne in silence by themselves. The adult world, even the collapse, is silent. Don't back up. Listen to me. People love your light. I favor your blackness, your stupidity, your fault. Use the imperfections to be our, find each other, marks. And at that moment, Suyin opened his eyes. His eyes were a scorching light, and his tone raised. It's okay, you must love my imperfect heart. That's the deal. Never mind the world's positive drama and farce. Let's have fun together. In the live room, the pop-ups completely disappeared at this moment. The audience in front of the screen could no longer hold back at this moment. As tears continued to fall from the corners of their eyes, Song Qingyue looked at Suyin in the screen. Tears fell silently, but the corner of her mouth curved up into an arc. Yeah, why care so much about someone else's love? She loves herself. So what if others don't love her imperfectly? It's enough that she does, the imperfect one. Song Qingy, you don't have to hide it because I will always love you. We agreed to have fun on this trip through life. Qin Lang hadn't reacted until now, and he breathed heavily as he quickly got up and walked out. Everyone, try to contact Shivering Cloud by all means. Suyan's livestream must be blocked immediately. Immediately. Suyan pressed the piano keys twice with great force, his eyes looking at the camera as a rap quickly chanted out of his mouth. Lingering bad feelings always floating around in the wind. I've used up all my strength to stay alive. What's the point of living in their eyes? I no longer want to see in every dark night you break your teeth and swallow them. Whole of the audience in front of the screen was stunned when this segment came out. Crap. In the classroom, Fu Lei couldn't hold back and stood up with a miso. Yang Mang was dumbfounded, tears still hanging on his face. To I in the hotel. Lin Weiwei's mouth dropped open in shock. My god. The lyrics. The pace of speech. Song Chingyin was equally shocked, clenching her fists tightly. Suyin, how much more talent are you hiding? Write you a song to honor your shadow. People extol courage. And may I not love your crying heart? When the song ended, Su Yan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He looked to the camera, his voice light. Okay, I'm done singing. The pop-ups went wild at this moment. I'm going. This is an improvised song? What the hell have I been listening to all these years? Who's in front of the screen listening to the pain? Oh, it's me. Fish, healing, warm, inspirational, and it really makes him sing. When the king of words comes out, who's going to fight the needle? That rap was so straight to the heart. I cried like a fool on the subway. Fu Lei and Yang Mang were already standing outside the classroom at this moment. As soon as Fu Lei wiped his eyes, he typed quickly, Yu Lei is super handsome, Lang is the one and only, and those fans of Qin Lang, just ask if you're convinced. Brother Mang is very masculine, saying that our king of words stole a song? This is a song improvised by our rightful lord. Can Qin Lang compose it? The pyrotechnics kept swiping at the pop-ups. Yes. Saying that our king of words stole a song. Can Qin Lang improvise such a song? Our king of words needs to steal songs at this level? Qin Lang's fans come out to speak. Ron is the only one. Hurry up and eat live. Yeah, Ron's the one. Talk. I'm a passerby. This wave of Su Yan is finished. Shouldn't Qin Lang come out and make things clear? In the office, Qin Lang's face was unsightly to the extreme, and his fingers couldn't help but tremble. Impossible. How is it possible? Su Yan clearly hasn't studied music. The door was pushed open and Hong Lan walked in quickly. Mr. Qin. Shivering cloud side hung up on us directly, and there's no response to sending messages. Qin Lang's face was pale, and he didn't know how to react at this moment. In the live broadcast room, the corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked up. It seems that everyone is fine with the song. So may I ask you, ma'am, when will you fulfill your end of the bargain? Lang is the only one. His face is pale, and his back is already drenched in cold sweat. In the past few years, she had helped Qin Lang carry a lot of rhythms, and she had also done things like going over to the live broadcasting room to bully her. Never been pushed this far before. Su Yan, I'm a woman. Don't go too far. A big man bullying a woman want to be shameless? Su Yan laughed at the sound. Before he could say anything, the pop-ups were already spewing up. I'll go. This punch has to be 30 years powerful, right? Aggressive when he embarrassed Su Yan before. When you lost a bet, you just said I'm a woman? Sisters, be a man. Can you not embarrass us girls? What's wrong with women? Women can't eat live? Don't you have a mouth? Live eat. Live eating. Lang is the only one, really can't top it. Okay, let me live eat can. But Su Yan, do you dare to do another song? You even came up with a rap for this one. Who knows if it's your previous stock? Since we're betting, you have to convince me, right? Su Yan raised his eyebrows. So you eat 2 pounds? Lang is the only one, gritting his teeth. Okay, just 2 pounds. Do you dare to do another song? Su Yan smiled and lifted his chin towards the camera. It's a rare day when I'm on the air, and I hear I've got a fan base. 2, smokers, do you want to hear it? Being cued by Su Yan, the pyrotechnics were flattered, and the pop-ups immediately rose. Wants to hear it. Wants to hear it. Some passers-by mingled and followed, saying they wanted to hear it. After all, after listening to Su Yan's song, they realized that they really hadn't had any good food all these years. Okay, then I'll sing another one. It's rare to be out in front of so many people, so it's a good time to work on yourself. Also, for his first live broadcast, he wanted to give his fans some benefits. The corner of Su Yan's mouth rose slightly as he looked toward the location of the connecting microphone. Go ahead and make the questions, and save me the trouble of trying to think of a song to sing. I'll go. That's a wild statement. It's worthy of being our king of words. You just sang a good song, didn't you? I'll see when you're finished. That's right. It's our only sister who was soft-hearted and didn't give you a tricky title. Besides, who knows if Unique Sister's topic matches the song you've prepared. Yo yo yo. Qin Lang's fans are jumping on the bandwagon. We also understand that powder follows the rightful owner. Qin Lang likes rumors, and fans like to lose face. 2 pounds have been memorized. Scurrying thin brother is not there? You guys are just right for a table. Ron is the one, clenched his fists and was about to speak. At that moment, she received a message and a bright light crossed her eyes. Chapter 55. Do you guys know what the one song that echoes becoming is? Soon. Ron is the one, S voice came through. Su Yan. My request this time is simple. I want you to sing a national style song and it has to be related to love. As long as you create it. We at Wave will never say another word. Hiss. National style songs. When she said this, Many viewers in front of the screen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. National style songs are highly respected in China, but they are also extremely rare. There are only a few national songs that have been ranked for over a decade. Sure, there are singers who try to storm the field every year, but the public has high standards for national style, and you can't just muddle through with a few lines of literature. It has led to many singers who were doing well to have their careers still in the doldrums because they sang the so-called national style songs. Even the three major music platforms in China have cancelled the national wind chart as a list, and one of the easiest national style songs to be cursed by the public is the one related to love. Su Yan, do you have what it takes? Ron is the one, the corner of her mouth lifted. It was a good thing Ron had sent her a message to remind her, or she would have almost forgotten about this thread even if Su Yan improvised this time. But according to the country's strictness on national style songs, but whenever there was a problem, Su Yan would definitely be scolded. When that time comes, they will bring a wave of rhythm along the way, and they are still afraid that they can't help Xiaolang to get back successful? Ha 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 ha, well done sister Unique. Suyin, do you dare to sing? Only sister on the big score. Yes, as long as Su Yan can write a good national style song, we at Ocean Wave will admit that successful is his. This title is too disgusting, isn't it? Is it a deliberate attempt to mess with Suyin? This is the pattern of Qin Lang's fans. What a fucking noob. Brother Suyin, there's no need to listen to them. You've proven yourself. Yes, walking fish is enough to show your creative ability. They can only hack it hard. And even though the number of pyrotechnics is still small, we're not afraid of them. In the office, Qin Lang's eyes were gloomy. Shivering Cloudside hadn't been answering the phone, and he absolutely couldn't let Su Yan's scenery continue. The national theme is definitely a big pitfall for singers. Su Yan, I don't believe that you can be a genius to this extent. In the hotel, Lin Weiwei got nervous. The field of national wind. Now it's a situation where one touch is death. Su Yan shouldn't have agreed. Song Qingyin's brows stretched. The field of the national wind can die at the touch of a button, and it can also explode at the touch of a button. Qin Lang's fans will regret it. Just then, the piano sounded once again, and the viewers of the live broadcast didn't even react. Su Yan shook his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth. National songs that combine with love are indeed rare in their area, but on Earth, there are many of them. Ron is the only one. Giving him this title is actually helping him out. In China, national style songs are most likely to ruin a singer, but they are also most likely to make a singer. Soon the song started. A sadness of separation. Standing alone in the window. I'll be behind the door, pretending you people haven't left yet. Old places are like revisiting, and the full moon is even lonelier. The candle that is awake in the middle of the night cannot bear to criticize me. The first paragraph just came out and the pop-ups exploded. Oh, shit, that's it? What the hell? Is Su Yan writing poetry? Are all journalism students this good? Mom, Suyin is a god, isn't he? I've got goosebumps already. A pot adrift. The waves are hard on the throat. After you're gone, the wine warms the memories and the thoughts are thin. Water flows eastward. How time is stolen. The blossoms ripened just once and I missed it. The smile at the corner of Su Yan's mouth had long since retracted. Sinking into his emotions, the song is called East Windbreak. The original singer is Zhou Dong. The song came out for a year, then won a lot of awards. This is also the song that made the theme of national style become a landscape in the Chinese music scene. The song is about a pair of childhood friends who are separated for some reason, and the boys revisit their hometown and miss their old friend. Mourning, not hurting. In the backstage of Shake Shack, Ding Wei looked at the rising heat, and his breath caught. Although the number of people in Su Yan's live broadcast room at this time has not broken a million, the heat has been soaring. It's not often that heat like this occurs anymore, except when top artists come to them live, and that's on a weekday morning. Manager, Starlight Side sent another message over. They said that as long as they can shut down Su Yan's live room, they can talk about anything. The staff said. Ding Wei sneered. Tell them that unless they get all of their company's artists to set up an exclusive contract with us, they are exempt from negotiating. How could I not take the heat that God sent me? When Qin Lang received the reply, he was so angry that he overturned everything on the table. Exclusive contracts for all the artists? He, Ding Wei, has such a big mouth. In the live broadcast room, Su Yan's song continued. By this time, the chorus was playing. Who's playing a song on the lute about the east wind? The years peeled off the walls to see childhood. Judah remembers the year when we were all very young, and now the sound of the lyre is haunting. My waiting you have not heard. The viewers watching the live broadcast were all shocked by what they heard. Zhou Shuhua had just finished his work and came out, and Lu Shi hurriedly greeted him with her cell phone. I'm watching. Listen. Before he could see the screen, Su Yan's singing voice came into his ears. He broke out in goosebumps. The song. Who's playing a song on the lute about the east wind? The maple leaves color the story. The ending I see through. The old road outside the fence I led you down. Even breakups are silent in the year of the barren and sprawling. A light of departing sorrow. A pot adrift. It's a shame after all. After the last line was sung, Soo-yen exhaled a breath and felt some regret in his heart. It's actually a song that would be more effective if it could be played on an instrument like the pipaguchin. It was just that he didn't know how to play these two instruments. And even with the memories of Earth to augment him, he didn't dare to easily display them in front of a live broadcast without practicing. This song is called East Windbreak. Soo-yen spoke softly. The pop-ups were silent for a split second before exploding. My scalp is numb. Holy shit. This is improvised? I can't believe it. Is Soo-yen so fast? My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the broadcast. I'm crazy. I got caught watching the live broadcast at work, and now the boss has called the whole company into the booth. Ron is the one. Eat fast. Now. Come on. Where's Rarity? It's your turn to play. Fu Lei and Yang Meng crouched in front of the classroom door, their scalps numb. Crap. 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 Fu Lei couldn't help but shout out directly. Yang Meng dumbfounded. Quick. Quick. I want to see Lang is the only eat. In the classroom, the acting class professor, his forehead bruised, walked out quickly with his ruler. I'm not going to beat these two brats to death today. Qin Lang's fans and the water army he hired were speechless at this moment. How does that make them black? Sure, it could be hard-hacked, but wouldn't that be seen as them being professional sailors? Having sung two good songs in a row, Soo-yen also felt a lot of pain at this moment, and the corners of his mouth lifted up. Now can you prove that the becoming is mine? The lady? 2 pounds. Oh, Lang is the one, couldn't take it anymore, and directly broke the connection and went offline. Soo-yen froze. Ran away? The pop-ups were all laughs. Ha 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 ha. The king of words is so brutal that he scared her away. No, I must see her eat 2 pounds. I'm in a hurry. Qin Lang's fans speak up. Ah, and dare to say that successful was plagiarized by Soo-yen? Lang is the one. You come out. Qin Lang, you come out. Lian Mai, come out and prove your strength too. Having been shaded all this time, Qin Lang's fans were not able to sink their teeth into it. Don't go too far, you guys. Our brother is a long-legged little brother. He also has the ability to create, and it can't be proven right now. And Soo-yen creates so fast, maybe it's his stock. When he said this, he was immediately created to fly by the pyrotechnics and the road users. You're a bastard. And you're just as much of a bastard as your master. How about even if it's stock? It's still Soo-yen's own song. Breaks. Proving it to you is giving you face. Soo-yen suddenly thought of something and cocked his head. It just occurred to me. Do you guys know what the one song that echoes becoming is? Chapter 56 8 minutes past 10. All hands on deck. And the song. It's still a song that echoes becoming. The netizens' faces were red with excitement, and their fingers were rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Right at this moment, the screen suddenly flashed, and Soo-yen's live broadcast room went black. Immediately afterward, a prompt appeared. This live room has been banned due to violations. The netizens were confused, and in the next second, they were all angry. Slot, there's a dog money report. Which dog doesn't speak martial arts? You're going to report it at this time? You should have waited for him to finish his sentence. Grooving. What the hell is a song that echoes becoming? It's fucking awful. It must have been reported by Qin Lang's fans, said Soo-yen. Bet with others to eat? How else would it be blocked? Groaning, do you dogs have any humanity left? I was a passerby, but now I'm turning black on Qin Lang. After such a comment came out, the rest of the netizens immediately shifted their fire to the waves. That's a hell of a lot of cursing. Qin Lang's fans are feeling aggrieved. Yes, they are Soo-yen's opposite house, but they also want to know what the song corresponding to becoming is. Backstage at Shivering Cloud, Dingwei slapped his hands together and said angrily, who banned Soo-yen's live broadcast? Get the hell out. He was the manager of the Shivering Cloud operations department, but no one had informed him in advance of this matter of banning Soo-yen's live broadcast. The staff member approached with a cell phone. Manager, Starlight Entertainment's side contacted the director. Smashed a lot of contracts. Nearly half of Starlight Entertainment's artists. The banning was ordered by the director. What's half of the artists? Can't the director see that in time? Soo-yen's traffic alone will surely be able to offset the artists of Starlight Entertainment's entire company? Dingwei's face was ugly as hell and he clenched his fists fiercely. Short-sighted. The rice that God feeds into his mouth. He spits it out. The staff gulped, not daring to squeak, but in his heart. He also thought that Dingwei had gone too far. Soo-yen improvisation ability is very strong. There is the potential to burst into flames, but it is not so much to resist Starlight Entertainment, a company, right? Starlight Entertainment has even produced a few divas. On the other side, Soo-yen froze as he looked at the prompts in the live broadcast, but at this moment, he didn't intend to go back online live, and after putting his things away, he got up and left. And at this time, there was already a furor on Weibo because of this live broadcast. Hashtag topics such as hashtag walking fish, hashtag East Windbreak, and hashtag Suyin improvisation have crowded the hot search. At the recorded screen from Suyan's live broadcast was also posted on Weibo by netizens. There are countless comments on the live talk page. Holy shit! You call that improvising? I can't believe I'm hearing this. One song made me weep violently and one song gave me goosebumps. Ching Lang, come out and say something. A song called Ugly you guys say is nothing. So what about now? At Ching Lang, Suyan has such strength that he would steal your song? Many people rushed to the bottom of Ching Lang's Weibo. At Ching Lang, come out and say something. Did Suyan really steal it? Your fans lost a bet and ran away. Is it a shame? I advise you to hurry up and call her back and eat 2 pounds of. Oh, I am a passerby. This wave of watching down. The results still need to ask? Which is Suyan wants to steal a song. It's you who wants to steal a student's song, right? Just return to China and you're engaging in this kind of tawdry maneuver. Ching Lang, since you said that becoming complete is yours, then you should do the same as Suyan and improvise. Someone posted a comment, even if Suyan has strength, our brother isn't bad either. He's a leggy bar boy. Those words instantly woke up Ching Lang's fans, and they went down to the field to put up a negative fight. That's right. Wish you a safe journey is enough to prove Xiao Lang's creative ability. We can't deny Xiao Lang's talent when Suyan proves he's talented, right? Since Xiao Lang can create wish you a safe journey, he can create fulfillment. It's hard to say what's right and what's wrong. Our Xiao Lang has never responded to this, but Suyan's fans have been jumping up and down there, annoyed and angry. Brainwashed fans are called brainwashed fans precisely because they are brainwashed enough seeing that they couldn't step on Suyan in terms of strength. Ching Lang's fans simply ignored it and created a hashtag Ching Lang. Wish you a safe journey, together with the help of the Water Army. This topic was quickly topped on the hot search. The first item on the homepage is a video circulating online, and the character in it, directly subtitled by the waves, is characterized as Ching Lang. Our family brother is super strong. Welcome to wishing you a safe journey. 3 songs are strength, but 1 song is not? Wish you a safe journey crushes the bureau. Waves, there is no need to prove anything to others. We know Lang's strength well. The clearer the clearer. The clearer the clearer. On the other hand, Suyan had already returned to the dormitory. Fu Lei and Yang Meng were driven back by the professor to write a review, and at this moment, they were frantically pairing up with Ching Lang's fans online. Don't care what they say. Let's just dislike them with 1 sentence and let Lang be the only one out to eat. Fu Lei sent out instructions in the general group of the Word King's fan weebles. Yang Meng, as the leader, led the Speech King squad around to dislike the brainwashed fans. Now, Ching Lang is also too shameless, taking out wish you a safe journey again and suppressing our comments. Yang Meng cursed and looked at Suyan. Sango, it's time to post the video, isn't it? Suyan glanced at the time and raised his eyebrows slightly. Pick a good time. 8 minutes past 10. Fu Lei and Yang Meng looked at each other, and both of their mouths grinned. The Smokies are asking about it in the King of Words fan weenie mastermind group. What to do? Ching Lang's fans are so disgusting, going back on their word and denying it even now. Right. Still using the fact that Ching Lang is a long-legged boy from the bar to press the subject, when it's clearly not confirmed. At Yulei is super handsome. At Meng is very masculine. 2 bosses. How to break this game? Yulei brother is super handsome, directly threw a video into the group. Everyone get ready. 8 minutes past 10. All hands on deck. After watching the video, the group exploded. Crap. Brother King of Words, Bullseye Plus. In the office, Ching Lang looked at the topic on Weibo. His expression slightly slowed down. Mr. Ching has already brought the tempo to the fact that you're the bar's long-legged little brother. As long as the netizens think that Wish You a Safe Journey was composed by you, then no matter how powerful Suyan's side is, he won't be able to completely clarify the situation. Hong Lan said. Ching Lang's eyes were gloomy. Continue to pour money into Weibo and suppress Suyan's topic. This thing about me being a long-legged little brother will stay in the top 5 of the hot searches for at least a week. The internet has no memory. And naturally there won't be much discussion when the heat is over. The guy from the bar. Still no luck? I need the entirety of Bon Voyage. It's the only way the netizens will be convinced. Hong Lan took a deep breath. Already got the barman's wife working on fixing the surveillance, and asked the woman if she remembered the lyrics from earlier in the song, and she said she wasn't listening carefully. Ching Lang clenched his fists. Keep looking. Suddenly, the office door was opened and an employee hurried in. Mr. Ching, the chairman is on the phone. Look at the Weibo. Chapter 57, this melon will last me a year. 8 minutes past 10. Yang Meng punctually posted the video of Suyan singing Wish You a Safe Journey at the Jiaoxi bar on Weibo, although, this video also couldn't see Suyan's face clearly. The words that Suyan had initially said were crystal clear. This is a song that was clearly given to a roommate by a student. How can it be him when Ching Lang has graduated? In addition to the video, Mongo is masculine also posted a tweet. My third brother gave this song to my boss at the Bridges West bar the night before he was to leave for his internship. When we came back, We had registered the copyright, but Sango had been caught up in the song-stealing fiasco, so the matter was not dealt with in a timely manner as we searched the internet for the long-legged boy from the bar, but I didn't expect that the identity would be assumed by someone with a heart of gold, and used it to attack our third brother among the people who listened to the whole song at the Chaoshi bar that day. There were quite a number of students of Zhengchuan, and I hope that they will come out to testify. This video of me, it's absolutely true. Below the text, a screenshot of the copyright registration for Bon Voyage was also issued. It didn't take long for him to send out this tweet before some of the students from Zhengchuan retweeted it. I was at the Chaoshi bar that day, and although I don't know if that person was Su Yan, it definitely wasn't Qin Lang, and this video is completely real. As I said before, the song was given to my roommate by Xiao, and it was obviously sung by a student, but as soon as I posted it, Qin Lang's fans called me a black fan. I can testify to that. I can also testify. The guy with long legs at the bar is not Qin Lang. There was an instant uproar on Weibo. What the hell? Qin Lang is not a bar long-legged boy, but has become Su Yan? Things reversed again? The eyes of the melon-eating netizens were green as they kept tapping on their keyboards. What's going on these days? Reversal after reversal. This melon is enough for me to dish out for a year. This video doesn't have the slightest trace of editing. The bar long-legged guy is definitely not Qin Lang. Then why did Qin Lang post that green tea meme before? Crap. Does this mean that Wish You a Safe Journey is also Su Yan's song? How can Su Yan be so awesome? This is too atrocious. The pyrotechnics had split up into teams by this time. At Qin Lang. Ask Qin Lang to come out and explain the truth. At Qin Lang, you're clearly not a long-legged bar boy, so what gives you the right to bring the original topic of Wish You a Safe Journey? At Qin Lang, did Su Yan mess with you? Stealing his successful again and impersonating him? You'll do anything for a hit? Is this the new hope of China's music scene? Qin Lang's fans were really tired this time, and except for a few fans who were so brainwashed that they were still fighting back, many of them no longer knew how to respond. A fan in Qin Lang's fan group came out to speak. What about the video on Weibo? It seems like Ron did it wrong this time. I don't know what to say. It's a bit disappointing to be honest. At Rang is the one. Sister only. Go persuade Xiao Lang. Let him come out and apologize. Who can't make a mistake? If he apologizes, he'll still be our Xiao Lang. A few sensible fans came out and spoke up, which instantly drew a lot of empathy. The rest of the fans wanted to chime in, but before they could say anything, they received a group alert. The fans who had previously come out to urge Qin Lang to apologize were all removed from the group chat. Ron is the only one. We are a big group of sea waves. All of us in this group are Iron fans who have followed Ron for years. Don't we still believe in Ron? Those people who just spoke don't deserve to be Xiao Lang's fans anymore. If there are still people who don't believe in Xiao Lang, please just quit the group. Now that Xu Lang has encountered a crisis, what we have to do is to support him, help him and accompany him to tide over the difficulties. At this time, I will not allow any discord to arise. Sister Unique is right. No matter what Xiao Lang does, I support him. That's called absolute love. Support Sister Unique. Support Xiao Lang. It's Su Yan who is shameless. So what if success is his? Our Xiao Lang even indirectly helped him publicize it. But how can we help Rang now that the online buzz is so unfavorable to him? Lang is the one. The bar long-legged guy didn't even show up in the video. So what makes it Su Yan? All the waves, diverting the netizens' attention, focusing the matter on Su Yan's impersonation of the identity of the bar's long-legged little brother. Su Yan's fans ask all kinds of questions as if they can't see it. It's the online situation that we want to change. Roger that. Roger that. The waves were responding with fervor when a series of unholy messages were sent. Oh, a bunch of F***ers. Go check the Weebly messages again. I'm quitting the group. The latest video is out and I've quit the group. This is a disgusting thing for Ron to do. I'll see you all again in the jungle. Becoming a wave was the downfall of my life. Immediately afterward, more and more people dropped out of the group. A group of big fans looked at their hearts and hurriedly clicked on the Weeble. A minute ago, Xiaoxi Bar Shangmenru retweeted Meng is masculine tweet with the caption, I'm the owner of Xiaoxi Bar. I can prove that the bar's long-legged boy is Su Yan. HD surveillance on the top of the homepage. Netizens on the scent immediately clicked into her homepage to top it. I am the top video. The person singing on the bar's resident stage is not Su Yan. Who is it? The truth. Crying out. Before the netizens could react, another heavy news slammed down. Zhou Shuhua retweeted Yang Meng's tweets. Zhou Shuhua, unfortunately, only caught the second half of the live broadcast. Su Yan is a well-deserved genius in the music industry. Walking Fish is a look into the eyes of the self. And East Wind Breaks is a masterpiece of Hua Guofeng. Now I just want to know what the song is that Echo's becoming. I don't believe that such a genius would go and steal a song. If there's a chance, when I do another tour, I'd like to have Mr. Su Yan as my guest. At Mongo is very masculine. I hope this little friend can pass on the message for me. No one could have imagined that Zhou Shuhua the king of the music industry in China, would send such a tweet after a few moments of silence? Weebly blew up. Fuck. Crap. Fuck. Zhou Tianwang has come out to do right by the king of words. Did you guys notice? He's shouting for Mr. Su Yan. I just started playing Weibo, and I've come across this kind of extravaganza? At Qin Lang. Come out and say something. Qin Lang is so damn shameless, slandering Su Yan for stealing a song and impersonating the identity of the bar's long-legged boy. At Qin Lang. Come out and say it clearly. This wave, don't even think about it. I'm standing for Su Yan. The fireworks reacted super fast and immediately ran to line up underneath Qin Lang's weenie. At Qin Lang. Please Qin Lang come out and explain clearly why he slandered King of Words for stealing the song and why he impersonated the bar long-legged boy. At Qin Lang. Please Qin Lang come out and explain clearly why he slandered King of Words for stealing the song and why he impersonated the bar long-legged boy. At Qin Lang. Please Qin Lang come out and explain clearly why he slandered King of Words for stealing the song and why he impersonated the bar long-legged boy. Chapter 58, is this called begging for a hammer to get a hammer? Under the voices of Yang Meng, Shang Manru, and Zhou Shuhua and a host of others, the situation on the internet was suddenly reversed. The few people who spoke up for Su Yan before, Dashi, Old Mo, and Chen Gu, also came down to support Su Yan. It didn't take long for hashtag Su Yan to be a bar long-legged boy. Hashtag please Qin Lang to tell the truth. Hashtag Zhou Tianwang to support Su Yan. Hashtag what's the song that echoes becoming. All of these words are on the top of the hot search, and the topic hashtag please Qin Lang tell the truth hashtag has topped the hot search #1 on the efforts of Su Yan's fans and melon-eating netizens. And there is an explosive word at the end of the topic. Starlight Entertainment. Qin Lang's nails almost pinched his palms as he watched the scrolling comments on the real-time topic page. How could it be him? How can it be him? No wonder when he watched the video the other day, he thought the man's clothes looked familiar. The bar's long-legged little brother, surprisingly, was Su Yan. Honglan walked in with an ugly face. Mr. Qin, I was tricked by that bitch. She clearly said that the surveillance is broken. I really don't know. Shut up. Qin Lang's forehead veins rippled and he shouted lowly. What did Weibei say over there? Zhou Tianwang went down. They can't suppress it now. The chairman wants you to solve this matter as soon as possible. Don't affect the company. Mr. Qin, how do we resolve this matter? Qin Lang's face was pale and he sat down on the chair as if he had given up his breath. Next, focus everything on the new song charts. In this case, he has no chance of winning. The other side, Shui Zhifei also saw the news online after hearing the song Su Yan sang today. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Genius. This is absolute genius. Perhaps I can ask him. Buzzing before he could finish his sentence. His cell phone vibrated. The caller was his close friend, a well-known director in China. Sulian. Shui Zhifei picked up the phone. Lao Su, old Shui. You know Su Yan, right? Sulian's voice was anxious. Shui Zhifei froze. Recognize? What's wrong? I'm going back on Saturday, so make an introduction for me. I have a favor to ask him. It's a deal. Make sure you introduce him. Before Shui Zhifei could ask what it was about, the phone was hung up. Hearing the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, Shui Zhifei's forehead was covered with black lines. Bold thing. Doing it again. And at this time, in the dormitory room, Su Yan also saw the Weebly. King Zhou is going to ask me to go on his tour? He was a little confused, even with Mr. Shui's help or Zhou Tianwang's appreciation of talent. There's no need to go to this extent, right? Moreover, heavily King Zhou addressed him as teacher Su Yan. What can he do? Yang Meng was so excited that his round face turned red. Sango is so bullheaded that he's even been a D by the King of Heaven. Sango, sign up for a Weeble and respond. Su Yan shook his head. You reply for me. Just say that I thank him for the invitation, and that it would be an honor if I had the chance to perform with him on the same stage. He didn't really like Weebly as a platform. It was too hostile. At least for now. He didn't want to sign up for Weebly. Yang Meng nodded and immediately replied to Zhou Shuhua for him. Brother Meng is very masculine. I'm Su Yan. Thank you for the kind invitation of Zhou Tianwang. It would be my honor to have the opportunity to perform with you on the same stage. Zhou Shuhua replied. No, it's my honor. A bunch of netizens got excited again when they saw the duo interacting. Crap. Hua is actually taking such a low stance towards a new singer. He really thinks highly of Su Yan. The pyrotechnics thanked the Zhou Heavenly King for lifting up his juniors. At Qin Lang. At Starlight Entertainment. Where is everyone? Why don't you come out and talk? At Qin Lang. Come out and say something. I'll brush it off for a day if you don't speak up. Damn. Stealing songs and pretending to be a long-legged bar boy at Qin Lang. Playing us netizens for fools. Aren't you? The netizens were not overwhelmed by the excitement and remembered that the serious matter was the battle between Su Yan and Qin Lang's becoming. And then there's the matter of Qin Lang coming out and pretending to be a long-legged barfly. Ron is the one, sent a tweet under pressure. Lang is the only one. I've accompanied Lang for so many years. and I've been through a lot of storms. We know exactly what kind of person he is. And as long as Xiao Lang doesn't make a sound, the waves will always believe in him. The tweet was an instant hit, that's right. As long as Koro doesn't admit it himself, we'll believe him. We know what kind of person Xiao Lang is. Who knows if the video is edited? Moreover, even if the bar's long-legged boy is also Su Yan, does that mean that becoming is Su Yan's? We'll always believe our brother until there's something solid. A bunch of bogeymen. The video is out and they're still begging for the truth. Is Qin Lang your mom or dad? You've gone so far as to protect your master. Ad Lang is the one. Dog thing. Dead out Hurry up, live to eat. I believe in brother Ron. If the complete isn't Ron's, I'll stand upside down and run away. Oh, shit. Scamper Thin is out again. Ad Ron is the one. Catch it now. Qin Lang's fans knew that the matter had been finalized, and they no longer refuted the netizens, supporting Qin Lang on their own, putting the word out that they would believe Qin Lang as long as he didn't come out and admitted himself. And it was at this time that Qin Lang's homepage posted a tweet: Qin Lang just returned to China. Really busy. Busy with the new song charts. Busy running notices. For the news on the internet did not pay much attention. I never said that Suin stole my song off. Cockedhead.jpg. He's my hairdresser. And the melody of the song does sound like I've heard him hum it before. As for the long-legged guy at the bar, as I said before, it was the reporter who misunderstood. Not me, however. It's also because I didn't pay attention to the internet and didn't explain the situation in time that I made such a mess. I'll pay more attention in the future. I'd also like to congratulate Suin for creating such a great song. I'm a hairy guy who has to try to catch up with you. I've got the songs ready for the new song list at the beginning of next month, so be sure to support me. Happy.jpg. The waves that were still clamoring to believe in Qin Lang fell silent at this moment. Is that called begging for a hammer? Passerby netizens, on the other hand, were furious. Nima, because of your inexplicable words, we gave you a few days of justice and wrongly accused Su Yan. Now you're saying you didn't respond before because you didn't notice the internet? What about playing? I've never seen such a brazen man. When you said you were a long-legged bar boy, you came out and responded quite quickly. And now you're saying you didn't pay attention to the internet before? I believe you a ghost. But whenever Qin Lang comes out and apologizes, I recognize him as a man. Coming to say such a thing. What about the netizens? Damn it. I'll be black for the rest of my life. Our Ron indeed did not say that becoming is his Moreover, he also issued a Weibo denied that he is the bar long legs boy. This matter. You guys misunderstand yourselves and still blame him? Get out of here. Halbert Buster stuff. He misled the public. And now he's still here pretending to be innocent. And he wants us to support his new song? How many pounds have you got in your head? It's you guys who are misunderstanding yourselves. We, the waves, didn't think there was anything wrong with Ron's words. Pretending to be Nima scolded Su Yan to steal the song. The most joy is you guys. But also forced Su Yan live improvisation. Damn. Owed 2 pounds of have not eaten. Chapter 59, Third Brother. Do you want to sign with me? Netizens are not stupid, granted. It's true that Qin Lang hadn't explicitly stated before that becoming was his. Nor had he outright stated that he was a bar long-legged kid, but he was deliberately leading the crowd to think in that direction. All of them are frantically at Qin Lang at this moment, asking him to come out and apologize. The fans of Qin Lang were completely speechless. They had just been saying that they would believe Qin Lang as long as he didn't admit it himself. As a result of this moment, they were severely punched in the face by their rightful owner. One person after another in the Wave fanbase quit the group. I didn't expect to be hit in the face by the rightful owner one day. All these years count me wrongly paid. See you in the jungle. Begging for the hammer. Ron's wave belongs to the backstabbing of us. He's no longer the simple Ron he was before. Any genuine stargazing is going to be rewarded. Things to this dust settled. Yang Mang also took the opportunity. Well, Su Yan will be the day after tomorrow business show things announced. Immediately many netizens have begun to grab to Jiangqing tickets. Netcloud Music Someone gripped her cell phone tightly. Sweat pouring down her forehead. Did you guys get through on the other side of the phone? I got through. But Su Yan hung up as soon as he heard it was our platform. The employee replied, Manager Tsun, the director wants you to come to his office. At this moment, the director's assistant pushed open the door and informed Tsunwan's face went pale, and his entire body directly collapsed into the chair. Meanwhile, Su Yan received a call from KK Music. Mr. Su Yan, are you really not considering a buyout? Even though you have high traffic right now, in the end, you're just a rookie singer. If we buy it out, we can put more publicity into your song, which will also raise your profile more. After seeing the news on the internet, KK business manager Wang Tong called the first time. Su Yan didn't hesitate. I definitely won't sell the full rights. If there are the rest of the programs we can discuss. Otherwise there's no need for us to talk. Wang Tong was helpless. As early as when Su Yan made a statement to clarify on air. She believed Su Yan 80% this time, with 5 songs in a row. A normal rookie singer could only get 3 million at most. and she applied for 8 million for Su-yen, but Su-yen was too stubborn and refused to buy it out anyhow. Then in that case, I can offer another program on my side. Our platform can provide a $1.5 million in royalties. A 5-year contract, split into 6. 4. This is the biggest interest I can fight for. 5 songs for $1.5 million? Yeah, 5 songs. At those words, Su-yan's brows furrowed. Becoming a man. Wish you a safe journey. Ugly. Walking fish. Eastbound and down, which one is not a gem? Moreover, these 5 songs are now very hot online, and once he releases them, they will definitely attract a large number of listeners. $1.5 million for 5 years? This contract is so unreasonable. Sorry, Manager Wang. If this is the proposal given by your platform, then I can't accept it. Su-yen directly said he had never had experience signing a song with a platform, but he had seen Earth's signing contracts in his head. If there was only $1.5 million in royalties, he might as well just put these 5 songs into free play on all platforms and take the traffic revenue than this earns. Wang Tong was patient. Mr. Su, you are indeed very hot right now, but there are too many examples of one-shot successes. Not many can stay popular. If there is no one to help you, no matter how talented you are, you can only become a shooting star. Are there not many examples of songs that are hot and people that are not? I really appreciate you. I'll apply for up to $500,000 more. What do you think? Su-yen smiled at his words. Since we can apply for $500,000, that means there is room. Not saying it all at once is just trying to pull the wool over his eyes, but he didn't want to strain the relationship, and didn't reject it outright. I'll think about it. Wang Tong also knew that it was useless to persuade any further. Mr. Su, I can also tell you that the rest of the platforms can't possibly offer any better conditions. If you sign on our platform, I can guarantee the publicity effect and pull more resources for you in the future. I hope you can seriously consider it. Okay, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Su-yen shook his head. No one knows better than him how golden these 5 songs are, all golden songs that can stand the test of time. God gave him such an opportunity. Definitely not for him to use it to sell cheaply. Third brother, is the music platform looking for you to sign? Yang Meng turned his head and asked weakly. Su-yen was stunned. Is it because I turned the sound up too loud and disturbed you? No, Yang Meng was busy waving his hand. I just want to ask you. Jingle bells at this time. Su-yan's cell phone rang again. He glanced apologetically at Janmon and picked up the phone. Mr. Su. Hello, I'm Jiang Wei from Penguin Music. Our company wants to buy the exclusive license of all the songs you're holding. We know that NetCloud and KK must have contacted you as well. And we can promise to give you a split contract of $1.5 million a year, with a 50-50 split on music distribution, for 5 years. Before Su-yen could ask, Jiang Wei dumped out all the conditions at once. Su-yen was stunned. KK's side was $1.5 million for 5 years. Penguin Music was atmospheric. $1.5 million a year is $7.5 million for 5 years, and it's still a 50-50 split. Su-yan's eyes lit up, but he still didn't forget to ask, are there strings attached to the contract? This was what Song Qingyue had reminded him of. She hadn't asked about the contract before, and that was why she had been tricked into signing a 5-year license for her lyrics by Starlight Entertainment. There is. It's that we not only sign songs, but also people, and the rest of your songs within these 5 years will only be available on our platform. Su-yen blinked. What about the treatment? That's in the contract above. It's all included, and of course the split remains 50-50. As if he was a bit vain, Jiang Wei added, but we won't force you to write songs. And moreover, we'll bear the publicity fees for all your new works afterward for free. Su-yen laughed at the sound. This means that apart from these 5 songs now, his songs for the following 5 years are kind of free for the Penguin platform. As for the split fee, it would have been his due. Then I'd like to ask, if I provide songs to your platform afterward, is the contract for those songs also a 5-year deal? One more question, is the signing of the song afterward going to be along with me as a person? 2 questions were thrown out in a row. And Jiang Wei's back broke out in a cold sweat. It's a common routine he uses in his business, with new singers who don't have a manager. Just say something in their favor about the treaty, even if the new singer questions it afterward. It's only their fault for not reading the contract. When the average new singer hears the price, he presses on. This Su-yen was an exception. Jiang Wei coughed and didn't answer positively. This is all negotiable, and what I can assure you is that for a new singer, this contract is definitely considered generous. A coldness crossed Su-yen's eyes. Indeed, for the average new singer, this contract would not be a loss, but it was different with him. Penguin Music didn't tell him beforehand and hit him with the idea of tying him to Penguin Music. If he signs hastily, what awaits him after that is another 5 years after that. It's still a good plan. Okay, Manager Jiang, I feel the sincerity of your platform. I'll think about it. Jiang Wei heart is not good. Su-yen, we platform. Before he could finish his sentence, Su-yen directly hung up the phone, listening to the busy tone on the other end of the cell phone. Jiang Wei's face was ugly. This kid, He's more resourceful than the average person. However, I forgive you for not being able to find a better deal than what we have here. Su-Yan's face didn't look good. He had heard that the entertainment industry was full of traps, and he had only stepped half a foot into it, and he was experiencing it firsthand. Third brother, are you also dissatisfied with the contract on Penguin's side? Yang Meng asked. Well, not quite. By the way, what were you just about to say to me? Su-Yan looked at him. At those words, Yang Meng's face immediately turned red. That's it. Stammering for a moment, he closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, shouting out, Sango, do you want to sign with me? Chapter 60, the big brother is by my side. Su-Yan froze in a daze. Sign what contract? Janmon let out a breath and tensed a bit. Sango, have you ever heard of Thousand Music? Su-Yan nodded. Thousand Music, a music platform from long ago, has a longer history than any of today's big three. It was also a huge dragon in the music industry back in the day, but it just didn't evolve well, and now it's long faded from view. If Yang Meng hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have remembered this music platform. Janmon coughed. Actually, Thousand Music is my second uncle's company. My second uncle knows that you and I are roommates, so he let me help hold a line. Su-Yan's eyes widened abruptly. It's your second uncle's company? What the hell? The big guy is next to me? Not exactly. My second uncle is in charge now, and the company used to be quite big, but now it's down to a small broken shell. The headquarters is in Jiangchang, so my second uncle wants to talk to you. Sign or not? Yang Meng was afraid of putting pressure on Su-Yan and added, you don't have to look at my face either. I made a deal with my second uncle. I'm only responsible for conveying it. Su-Yan directly agreed. That's a face I'll have to give. And it just so happens that there's only one class this afternoon, so I can go over there today. Yang Meng's eyes instantly lit up and the corners of his mouth grinned. Sango, you're my only brother. I'm going to call my second uncle. After making an appointment with Yang Meng, Su-Yan went to class. On this day, he naturally received warm treatment from many of his classmates, and there were also some people who had previously believed in Qinlang who made a special effort to run to their class to apologize. And the other side was Shanghai. The recording venue for creation practitioner, Lin Xueching, had just finished her performance and earned the first A class spot in the house. Yukari, you did so well. You're definitely the top score of the day. Just as she stepped off the stage, Zhang Rong greeted her with a face full of envy. The highest scores can have a separate dormitory, and there's a separate shower room. Lin Xueching wiped the sweat from her forehead, her expression unchanged. This result was expected by her, and the rest of the people were too weak. Hongling goes on stage. When Jing starts to get ready, the staff shouted. Lin Xueching turned her head to look at Wen Jing. It was only after she came over yesterday that she realized Wen Jing had come to the show as well. Wen Jing, what program are you preparing this time? Zhang Rong asked. Wen did a warm-up. Becoming. Lin Xueching froze and got up to ask after him. What did you say? Wen Jing didn't even look at her. Success. Su-Yan authorized this song for me to sing. Lin Xueching's face suddenly turned ugly and she clenched her fists tightly. Zhang Rong said angrily. What does Su-Yan mean? He didn't give it to Xueching when she asked him for fulfillment, but gave it to you instead? How can he say he likes Xueching when he's like this? Wen Jing, you're still a member of our dormitory. You clearly know Xueching and Su-Yan's relationship. How can you want his song? Wen Jing gave her a strange look. Didn't Xueching reject Su-Yan? Are they still in a relationship now? Zhang Rong choked. Lin Xueching bit her lip. Wen Jing, I advise you to think clearly. Fulfillment is a song stolen by Su-Yan. The judges won't let you pass if you sing this kind of song. The girls went into closed practice yesterday and were unaware of any outside news. Wen Jing didn't care. I trust Su-Yan. It was just about that time that the staff came to call out to her, and she nodded towards the duo and went forward to the waiting room. This bitch, Zhang Rong scolded. I've seen her in the dormitory. I can't say she's rolled with Su-Yan long ago, or else why would Su-Yan give her success? Xueching, don't you think so? Lin Xueching sat back down. Her eyes darkened. The two of them aren't together, because Su-Yan and Song Qingyi are together. Thinking of Song Qingyue's contemptuous eyes yesterday, Lin Xueching only felt a ball of anger churning in her chest. Song Qingyi, favoring Song Qingyi. Su-Yan, no wonder you gave up so easily. So it's because you have your eye on Song Qingyue. Yes, it's true that Song Qingyue is better looking than me, but haven't you heard about her popularity? You'd give me up for such a loser? Wait for it, I'll show you what regret means. And at that moment, when Jing was already on the stage, she first sang Becoming Complete, and then she danced, which drew applause from the whole audience. Awesome! Some of the participants couldn't help but applaud. But wasn't Becoming caught up in the sneak attack fiasco? Would it be bad for her to sing that song? Another girl said. Zhang Rong hummed and whispered. So what if she performs well? Xueching, just wait and see. Mr. Qin has cooperation with the show's team. And when Jing is sure to be eliminated if she doesn't take Mr. Chin seriously like this. Lin Xueqing didn't say anything, her eyes looking straight at the stage when Jing, I've already reminded you that since you trust Su Yan, you're just waiting to be eliminated, and just then, the three instructors lit up the scores. 8, 9, 8.5, the moderator's voice rang out. Congratulations to Wen Jing, earning a total score of 25.5, the highest score in the room so far, and entering Class A. There was thunderous applause. How? Zhang Rong immediately widened her eyes and looked at Lin Xueqing, who was already pale at this moment. After the afternoon class, Su Yan took a car and went to Qian Music. Yang Mang also had a class in the afternoon and did not join him out. Su Yan had just arrived at the location when a man in his 40s greeted him with a smile that filled his face with folds. Su Yan took a few glances and raised his eyebrows slightly. I have to say, Yang Mang and his second uncle still look quite similar. At least, the faces are round. Mr. Su Yan, hello, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Yang Meng's second uncle, Yang Liqing, and the person in charge of Thousand Music today. Instead of the other party neglecting themselves based on their status as Yang Meng's elders, they personally came out to greet them. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted up as he politely shook hands. Hello Uncle Yang. Hearing this title, Yang Liqing was so excited that his round face turned red. Well, come on, I'll show you our company. Su Yan nodded and followed Yang Liqing to Thousand Music. We used to have a lot more branches, but now we just keep this place, mainly because the rent is low here. I'm sorry to hear that. Yang Liqing brought Su Yan around the company and smiled. Su Yan waved his hand. You're welcome. It really isn't that big compared to the big companies that have a whole office building. However, the office environment is very nice. The atmosphere among the staff is great and the departments are clearly separated. You can tell from this that Yang Liqing has the strength to lead a team. After the tour, Yang Liqing brought Su Yan to the conference room, where several executives from Thousand Music were also inside. Seeing Su Yan, several people were so excited that they rose to greet him. Hello Mr. Su. Mr. Su, I watched you live and those two songs of yours were fantastic. Su Yan politely nodded and smiled at them. Yang Liqing poured Su Yan a cup of water and coughed. Mr. Su, Meng should have told you what I mean by inviting you over. Our platform wants to sign an exclusive license contract with you. Well, I know. Su Yan acted in a cloudy manner, but Yang Liqing was a bit nervous. You first listen to our conditions. Of course, if you do not want to sign, I have absolutely no problem. After all, I also know that the current situation of the Thousands of Music, but still hope that you can listen to it. Su Yan smiled. Uncle Yang, you don't need to be so polite when speaking to me. Go ahead, I'll listen. Yang Liqing breathed a sigh of relief and took a contract and handed it to Su Yan. Here's the contract we've prepared. We're offering you $1 million signing bonus on our side, and the split is half and half. Su Yan raised his eyebrows, smiled, and didn't say anything more. $1 million for 5 songs? He will definitely not agree to this price. Let's just give Yang Meng a face and listen to him chatting. And then, we can offer you 51% of Thousand Music. At those words, Su Yan's hand shook and the contract fell to the ground. Chapter 61. What's so funny about following your dreams with all your might? What did you say? Su Yan thought that he had heard wrong, and busily pulled out his ears and asked again. Yang Liqing said sincerely, Mr. Su Yan, I won't lie to you. 1 million is the highest price we can offer, because there's still a bunch of employees on hand, so we have to ask for 50% of the split. When the company first collapsed, a large number of people left, and they stayed voluntarily by taking a pay cut. I can't take it for granted that I can squeeze them, even though they volunteered, and I have to take this cut to pay them. I know Mo is a good kid, and his friends can't be bad. From the very beginning, I have decided that becoming is yours, and I believe that you will have the ability to lead our Thousand Music back to the top. I know our platform is now off the radar, but don't worry, a few of us have talked about taking out a loan to promote your song. It's the kind of fee we would never save, and if you back out afterward, we won't force you to stay. Yang Liqing got up and bowed towards Su Yan. I give you Thousand Music. I only hope that you can lead us to realize our original dream together. Su Yan hurriedly got up to support him. Uncle Yang, please don't. To be honest, he was confused until now. Don't they say that all bosses are capitalists? Are capitalists that generous? You just met him and you're giving him a stake? The network manager's eyes reddened a bit. Mr. Su, you may find it funny to say it. Our group of people, we care about money, but we care more about our dreams. When Thousand Music was first established, we were still small employees, and we watched the company grow step by step. At the time, it wasn't the bills we got that mattered most, it was the sense of accomplishment. But after that, there was too much competition on the music platform, and coupled with the leadership's decision-making problems at the time, our platform was almost in a state of closure. But we, the old guys, were still not happy, so we got together. We don't care about this what management writes or who owns the company. We just want Thousand Music to come back to the public. We believe in you. The rest of the people also rose and bowed towards Su Yan. Looking at this group of people, Su Yan could not help but be shocked. Society has gotten faster and faster over the years. More people are trying to get on with their lives, and fewer are following their dreams. The group in front of us, on the other hand, is out of place in today's society. They would rather not have equity or a company. They want to fight for their dreams. This kind of behavior, Su Yan thought he couldn't do it, but it didn't stop him from admiring it. It was as if he saw in them the epitome of an era. What's so funny about people who follow their dreams hard? Su Yan took a deep breath and took the contract and carefully flipped through it. Everything was the same as Yan Liqing said. He didn't say anything, picked up the pen and signed the contract. The eyes of Yan Liqing and a group of executives lit up. Yan Liqing was thrilled. Mr. Su. Su Yan smiled and extended his hand towards him. Cheer together later. The corners of Yang Liqing's mouth lifted as he hurriedly shook Su Yan's hand. Yes. Cheer together. From now on, you're our company's Mr. Su. I'm going to ask the finance to call the money. Yang Liqing didn't delay for half a second, and in no time, the finance paid the money to Su Yan's account. A group of executives also thanked Su Yan and wanted to drag him to meet with the employees. Su Yan cried and laughed. There's no rush. First introduce me to the current state of the company. Which singers have been signed? Yi Wen-ming, the manager of the business department, immediately opened the computer. Here are the singers we're currently signed to, and the prices. So take a look. Su Yan took it over and looked at it. Somewhat helpless. Thousand Music was even more downtrodden than he had imagined. With less than 100 singers signed up combined, and they are also all unknown artists with few users listening to the songs. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before Thousand Music goes out of business. The financial manager also handed Su Yan the financial statements for the previous years. Su Yan looked through it, his brows furrowed. What's with the big expense this month? Every year on September 29th, World Heart Day, the Cardiovascular Alliance puts out a song campaign for all the major music platforms. We spent money to get a lot of lyricists to help us out. Only the money was spent and we didn't get any good songs. Yang Liqing laughed bitterly. World Heart Day? Su Yan looked puzzled. This kind of public service song, there's usually no platform to pick it up, right? Every year the top launches various campaigns for benefit songs, but for the past decade or so, hardly any music platforms have bothered to worry about this aspect. The returns on public service music are so low that it's far inferior to pop music. People listen to it and are moved for a while, but they won't remember it, unless they come across some major events, and the public service music that comes out at that time will be more noticed by the public. Indeed, Yang Liqing pulled the corner of his mouth. But our company has been concerned about public welfare since before, and our previous leaders have said that what goes out is what comes back. You could say it's a tradition in our company, and I don't want it to be lost in our hands, but that's a portion of the money that we won't be paying out of the company, and we'll pay it back next month. Yeah, Yi Wen-ming, the manager of the business department, sighed. Actually, if the public service song is well written and the top sees it, it will be very powerful publicity for us. There just aren't a lot of people who want to write anymore. And it's better to have a benefit song that can be tied to a pop song, a genre that's, like, so hard. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Is the Heart Society the only one currently campaigning for a song? Of course not. There's the Relief Society, the Hemophilia Care Society, and they sponsor a song campaign every year. But the closest at the moment is the Heart Society. Yang Liqing said, is there a limit to the type of song? There's no limit. Just bring the public welfare nature. But today is the last day to submit songs to the Heart Society. And we don't plan to participate. Yang Liqing smiled bitterly. Su Yan didn't say anything, directly took the computer and tapped on it. Yang Liqing's few people looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing, but they didn't bother. 10 minutes later, he turned his computer to a few people. You guys, are these songs okay? Yang Liqing was stunned and took the computer to watch it, and in the next second, his entire body froze. A few executives looked at each other, thinking that Su Yan's writing was too bad, and couldn't help but advise, Mr. Su, writing songs is not a joke. How many songs can you write in such a short time? Yes, Mr. Su, your ability to improvise is great, but public service music is not that simple. Mr. Su, I know that you want to lead us to take off earlier, but don't be in a hurry. First, crap. Suddenly Yang Liqing picked up the computer and shouted excitedly, 3 slots in a row. The employees of the company were all shocked and panicked. Chapter 62. I didn't think you'd go this far for me, Mr. Yang? Yi Wen-ming called out tentatively. Yang Liqing hugged his computer, his round face red, and smiled like a fool. Good. Yes, another 3 good ones in a row. Yi Wen-ming looked at Su Yan awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Our general manager Yang usually doesn't have a seizure. Su Yan didn't hold back his laughter. You're the one having a seizure. Yang Liqing glared at Yi Wenming and displayed the computer in front of the crowd. You guys take a good look at these 3 songs. Yi Wenming and the others immediately came over. And immediately after, a crowd rose in the conference room in shock. Crap, it's only the lyrics, but I'm still freaking out. What else can I cherish, if I can't even get a hold of my own pulse? It's so damn heartbreaking. And this one, if everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better place on earth. That's poetry, isn't it? In the conference room, it exploded. Su Yan smiled and looked at Yang Liqing. What do you think of these 3 songs? He wrote, if I become a memory, may you be tenderly treated by this world. And love's devotion. Yang Liqing sucked in a mouthful of cold air and held Su Yan's hand tightly. Good. Just great. The words are absolutely fine. Have you thought of a tune? Su Yan nodded. Let's go to the recording studio. Several people sniffed and immediately flocked Su Yan to the recording studio. When Su Yan sang If I Become a Memory, Yu and Mingwen fell into tears when the love was so deep. When singing May You Be Treated Gently by This World, Yang Liqing and others were moved to grab each other's hands. A few smiled and looked kind as they sang Devotion of Love. Su Yan's eyebrows twitched as he watched. No wonder these guys can play together. They're all actors. After the 3 songs were recorded, Suyin started to do the backing tracks again, and also recorded a few of the previous songs. After Yang Liqing submitted the song, he didn't forget to hold Su Yan's hand tightly. Picked up a treasure. I'm really picking up a treasure here. Su Yan looked at the way he was crying and laughing. His heart was a little creeped out, and he drew his hand back. Those songs I recorded, when are they going to be on the platform? Yang Liqing smiled and said, it'll be online tomorrow night, and I'll send out a Weibo today to warm up. Su Yan nodded and glanced at the time. It was already 6 in the afternoon. Yang Liqing pulled Su Yan for a meal and personally drove him back to school. Few after getting out of the car, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief along the way. Yang Liqing had a mouthful of little Mr. Su, so enthusiastic that he didn't even get used to it. He was just about to enter the school gate when Yang Liqing's car suddenly drove back. By the way, Mr. Su, there's one more thing I forgot to ask you. Su Yan was slightly stunned. What is it? Yang Liqing grinned. Which is the song that echoes becoming? Suyin. Confidential for now. After saying that, he nodded at Yang Liqing and turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, Yang Meng was again moved when he learned that Su Yan had signed a contract with his own second uncle, Sango. I didn't think you'd actually go this far for me. Su Yan pulled the corner of his mouth. It's not for your sake. The bastard doesn't realize that his second uncle has given himself 1,000 pieces of music. Jingle bells. Just at that moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing that the caller was Shui Jifei, Su Yan immediately picked up the phone. Mr. Shui? Why are you calling? Shui Jifei had helped himself a lot during this period of time. Su Yan had always been grateful to him and his attitude was much warmer. Shui Jifei's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Su Yan, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you are not a thing in the pool. It really didn't let me look away. Now the netizens can call you king of words. Su Yan is the king. Ah. Ha ha ha. Su Yan sweated. Mr. Shui, don't tease me. I've caused you a lot of trouble in these days, so I'll have to treat you and Brother Chen to a meal together when I have time. Shui Jifei laughed. I just said a few words online. What's that worth? It's only because I'm calling today that I'm really looking for your help. If there is anything I need to contribute, you can just say it. Su Yan replied very quickly. He was a person who knew how to return favors. Shui Jifei had unleashed his kindness on him, and he was naturally willing to return the favor. On the other end of the phone, Shui Jifei was silent for a while before he spoke. Su Yan, I actually want to invite you to participate in this edition of Stars of Tomorrow. The Star of Tomorrow? Su Yan froze. As I recall, isn't the registration period for Stars of Tomorrow already closed? Stars of Tomorrow is also a music talent show in China, and it's been recorded for 3 seasons. The reason he knew something about this program was because Lin Xueqing had thought about participating in the girls' version of this program before, but after the first season, the contestants were of varying quality, and many were paid to be stuffed. This has led to the show becoming less and less watchable, and the ratings are considerably worse than they used to be. As some predicted that the show would run for up to 5 seasons. Shui Jifei nodded. Yes, but this time, a few of the selected contestants have broken their contracts. The program group is also looking for someone temporarily now. And I thought of you first. I know that the show's ratings aren't what they used to be, and I think you have what it takes to bring the show back to life. Also, through you, I want to redeem the original intent of the show and show the contestants who want to use the show to become famous that strength comes first. Su Yan was a bit hesitant. Am I going to compete with those vegetarians? He took Earth's songs and beat up those vegetarians? He always felt it was a bit inhumane. Shui Jifei pulled the corner of his mouth. Apart from the first season, which was a vegetarian, where was there a single vegetarian in the 2 seasons after that? Some of the contestants were even hotter than us mentors. The show, it's almost becoming an idol program, and the winner chosen at the end is no longer a fight for strength, but a fight for fans. Suyin, I know you're hot on the internet right now, but take away my selfishness of wanting to keep the show. And I don't want you to be a shooting star like the rest of them, you need a show to set you up in the music industry. And Stars of Tomorrow is perfect for you. Su Yen pondered for a moment. When will it be recorded? At those words, Shui Jifei's eyes immediately lit up. Early next month. I'll send you the schedule to look at first. We won't know the exact process until the recording. Soon after, Su Yen received the race document from Shui Jifei. He looked it over roughly and nodded. Okay, I'll join you. The corners of Shui Jifei's mouth grinned. Good boy, count me as owing you a favor. But I can tell you in advance. You have to pick my track. You can't cheapen the remaining two. Su Yen couldn't help himself. Okay, I know. I have one more thing to ask you. What is it? You say. Shui Jifei blinked. Which song is the one that echoes becoming? Anyway? Su Yen was stunned, then lost his smile. Shui Jifei guessed that he didn't want to talk about it yet and didn't pursue it. By the way, there should be a music platform looking for you to sign in the next 2 days. I suggest you pick Penguin Music, although their contracts aren't as friendly to newcomers. The publicity is great. Do you want me to put you in touch with the contacts? Oh, no. I'm already signed to another music platform. Already signed? With which one? KK or NetCloud? Su Yen smiled. Thousands and thousands of music. Ha! Shui Jifei's pupils suddenly widened and his volume unconsciously raised. As he was doing so, he glanced at his cell phone. And on Twitter, there was a new message. Chapter 63, surely still clearly stupid college students at 8 p.m. Thousand Music posted a tweet. Thousand Music. Welcome hashtag Su Yen to our thousand music family. King of Words 5 songs, becoming complete. Wish you a safe journey. Ugly, East Wind Break. And Walking Fish will be online at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Download Thousands of Music and you can play it on a loop. In addition, on the 29th of this month, Thousand Music is joining hands with Suyin to release a song for World Heart Day. Hashtag what's the song that echoes? Hashtag Suyin is a long-legged boy. Hashtag becoming whole. Thousand Music brought along the big hit of the day. The tweet came out and immediately gained tons of attention. Netizens are still discussing Suyan's 2 songs today in Chin Lang's TikTok online. All confused when you see this message? It didn't take long for the comments to scroll wildly down the topic page. What do you mean? Su Yen signed with Thousand Music? He's crazy, isn't he? Thousand Music. What an ancient name. Didn't the rest of the platforms go to Su Yen? How did you let Thousand Music snatch it over? I'm an employee of Penguin Music, and our family and NetCloud KK have all gone to Su Yen, and all of them were rejected by him. But I really didn't expect that the one who beat us was Thousand Music. Su Yen is confused, right? What can we give him when Thousand Music has collapsed? Sure enough, Suyin is still the clear and stupid college student. Chi Music, do you have any heart to trick Suyin into signing with you? For a while, the bottom of Thousand Music's Weibo was filled with curses, and the topic hashtag Suyin signed to Thousand Music hashtag was also topped by netizens. Thousands and thousands of music. Yu and Ming hurried into the office. Mr. Yang, the netizens are cursing our company. They've already cursed tens of thousands in just a moment. Yang Lai Ching put the phone down. But, platform users, soaring the two looked at each other and both revealed lewd smiles. Hey! And the 3 giants who saw this message were all so angry that their faces turned blue. Su Yen refuses to sign with them, but it's actually for Thousand Music? Are you out of your mind? Penguin Music. Business manager Jiang Wei was so angry that he dialed a phone directly to Su Yan. Su Yen had just finished his shower when he saw the incoming call and pressed the answer button. Mr. Su Yen, you've signed with Thousand Music? That tone of voice. It's coming from a bad place. Su Yen raised his eyebrows slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Wei's face was ugly. Mr. Su Yen, you're giving up the great contract we gave you to sign with such a company? Thousand Music used to be fierce, but now they're going out of business. So what do you get out of signing with them? You've been so indiscreet this time. After contacting Suyin earlier, he also got someone to inquire about the contract given by KK, which was much worse than what they gave. He assured the director in front of him that he would be able to take those 5 songs. And just waited to receive the call that Suyin had confessed. As a result, Su Yen actually ran off to sign with Thousand Music? Isn't that a pure slap in his face? Su Yan's eyes sank a few points. Manager Jiang, did you call here just to lecture me? Jiang Wei took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Mr. Su Yen, our platform can give you another chance. I'll give you a lump sum of 5 years worth of money, and you'll use that money to pay for the breach of contract of Thousand Music. But I'll be honest with you. NetCloud and KK are also upset about your move to sign with Thousand Music this time. We spent a lot of effort in the first place to run Thousand Music out of business. You say, do you think we'll let Thousand Music grow up? You've chosen the wrong path. This time, Jiang Wei's tone carried the slightest hint of threat, and Su Yen let out a cold laugh as he listened. I don't have the right to choose a signing company for my own songs anymore? Chi gave a better offer than you guys. so I chose Chi-Chi. What's the problem? Trying to force him to sign a contract and have him pay off the default on his own, that's quite an appetite. That's true, but that's not true. There's only so much traffic, and our 3 platforms don't even have enough to share it. So how can we allow thousand music to squeeze in? Mr. Su, I hope you'll be a smart man and revoke your contract with Chi-Chi Music immediately. I can also pretend this time that it didn't happen. We, Penguin Music, have some influence in the music industry, so I hope you remember that. Jiang Wei's chin was slightly raised and he looked arrogant. He had assured the director that he would sign Suyin over, then no matter what means he used. He had to make Suyin compromise. Penguin Music was now the largest funded music platform in China. Did Suyin dare to offend them? Unless, of course, he doesn't want to be in the ring anymore. Suyin gasped and laughed. Manager Jiang, does your company know about the trap you set up for musicians to drill? Jiang Wei's face changed slightly. What did you say? First, they hid specific information about the contract to try to lure the singer into signing. Now it's using threats to force the singer to sign. I think all of this should just be your personal style, right? Jiang Wei choked, and after a long time, he gritted his teeth. Mr. Su, please don't change the subject. I know you are very talented, but there are many talented people. Do you think talent can beat capital? Su Yan smiled. Try it then. Jiang Wei's forehead veins rippled. Su Yan, don't give your face. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Su Yan directly hung up the phone. Fu Lei worriedly said, Lao San, who are you arguing with? Penguin Music. Su Yan smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and told the Fu Lei duo about Jiang Wei's words. Fu Lei was so angry that he jumped to his feet. What the hell? I'll uninstall Penguin Music here. And you're playing with threats. Yang Mang was a bit worried. Penguin Music is very powerful. Third brother, you have to be careful. I'm afraid they'll deal with you. Su Yan nodded. Okay, I have it in my heart. On the other hand, Penguin Music Jiang Wei walked out of the director's office with an ugly face. He had previously sworn that he could sign Su Yan, but it turned out that the kid was greasy, causing him to be scolded by the director. Su Yan, you wait and see. Jiang Wei made a snap decision and contacted Wang Tong of KK and Sun Wen of NetCloud, proposing to join forces to snipe Chi-Chi Music. Sun Wen was holding a grudge because Su Yan was almost demoted, and when Jiang Wei finished, he agreed. It was Wang Tong who was still a bit hesitant. Su Yan is a makeable talent with an unlimited future. I don't want to offend such a character. Jiang Wei was sullen. Manager Wang, you're doing things too fearfully. Are there fewer geniuses these days? Is a rookie singer also worth your scorn? It's fine if you don't want to offend Su Yan, but we're both in the business. And thousand music collapsed with great difficulty. Do you want to bring it back to the surface? Wang Tong was silent for a moment. So what do you say? Jiang Wei grunted. I've spoken to the superintendent. The top will take certain measures, but I don't think that's enough. Didn't Thousand Music say they were going to release a new song on World Heart Day in conjunction with Suyin? We take the songs that are ready to be released during this time and release them at the same time on that day. A public service song that's as good as pop? Jiang Wei's chin lifted slightly. Suyin, we'll see. You want to fight with capital. Do you have that ability? At 7 o'clock the next morning, Su Yan was still sleeping. Instead, early risers have noticed that Weebly, it seems, is out of whack. Chapter 64. No need to wait for tomorrow. I'll sing it for you now. Obviously yesterday the hot search was all about Su Yan. Today it was actually all removed. Even the hashtag Zhou Tian Wang supporting Su Yan has disappeared. As if everything yesterday was like a dream. What's going on? Where's my melon? My melon is gone. The search is searching, but it's being suppressed. What's going on? Su Yan was targeted? Up. It must have been squashed by that dog Qin Lang. The old man's melon field. I don't even feel like going to work today. Upstairs, don't bring everything to our Lang. There's nothing wrong with Lang. It's your misunderstanding. Brainwash is still washing up here? I carried my head around looking for my melon and only found 2 hairs. In Su Yan's Weibo fan group, the fireworks were also anxious. At Yulei is super handsome. At Mang is very masculine. Bosses. What's going on? Why was King of Words hot search removed? Did you offend someone? It must be that son of a bitch Qin Lang. Let's punch him in the weebs. Brother Su Yan's song is still going to be online tonight at Thousand Music. And with the heat dropping so much, it's sure to affect the listening rate. The pyrotechnics were worried and kept it Fu Lei and Yang Mang waiting for their orders. It took until 8 a.m. for the group to respond. Yulei is super handsome. Don't worry, everyone. When Thousand Music releases the music, collectively repost the link. Yulei is super handsome. In addition, the King of Words will hold a commercial show in Zhangchang Lihong Shopping Plaza at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please run and tell everyone. Copy that. Copy that. Starlight Entertainment. Qin Lang looked at the message on the Weibo and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yan. Ah, Su Yan. A hand of good cards is hard to beat by you. Hong Lan laughed. This time, we didn't even wait for us to make a move. But Penguin's side had already made a move, giving up the Big Three's invitation to sign with Thousand Music. I really don't know what Su Yen was thinking. It should be that Thousand Music offered the highest price. Short-sighted. Qin Lang's eyes were disdainful. I actually lost to such a person. It's just a coincidence. The songs on the new charts are ready for you and will build momentum ahead of time with Mr. Yuan, the gold medal lyricist, and our punching bag. The number one spot on the new song chart this time is yours. Hong Lan laughed, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth slightly hooked. Don't release the news to the public yet. I'll show up when the storm passes. Everything now serves the new song list. As soon as there's any movement on Su Yan's side, tell me immediately. The music triumvirate is joining forces to deal with him. I'd like to see how he's going to break this. Hong Lan looked at her cell phone and raised her eyebrows slightly. Mr. Qin. Su Yan's roommate tweeted. Qin Lang immediately opened his cell phone. 3 minutes ago, Janmon posted a tweet. Brother Meng is very masculine. Hello everyone. I'm Su Yan. I'll be attending a commercial show tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. At the Jiangcheng Lihong Shopping Plaza. There will be a new song released at that time. So please look forward to it. When his tweet came out, it was immediately retweeted by Thousand Music. Today at 6 p.m. 5 songs by talented singer #Su Yan will be online on time. And new subscribers will also have a chance to win a 1,000 gift pack. The pyrotechnics also scrambled to retweet it and run with it, although the heat of the topics related to Su Yan were swallowed up. There were quite a few fans accumulated by this number yesterday. For a while, the number of comments went up. I'm going. Suyin has a new song? He's so fast? Luckily I bought my ticket to Jiangcheng yesterday. Ha ha ha, I'm going to see Su Yan live. Su Yan's wave of operation is bullish. Weibo presses his heat and he comes with a new song. This is going against Capital. I've downloaded Thousand Music. I'll start by playing these 5 songs on a loop all night. Also against the Capital. Su Sneak himself is the Capital. Right. Hype without limits. Weibo is a good restriction. Oh, another new song? If Su Yan doesn't have a team behind him, I'll go upside down. Scramble rare brother. Maybe you know each sister? Everyone ignore those black people. Again new song I created the topic. Everyone top it together to support Su Yan. Such a good singer. Absolutely can't be ruined by that son of a bitch Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at the microfiche and his face sank slightly. Trying to turn the tide with a new song again? Su Yan. Where in the world did you get your backbone? Hong Lan. Our side also stepped in to suppress Su Yan's heat. Also, find a way to get your hands on the list of singers who will be participating in the same commercial show as Su Yan tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Qin. Meanwhile, in the dormitory. Su Yan is talking to Yan Liqing. Mr. Su. The publicity department has already forwarded most Weibo. We've been in touch with the shopping plaza side and they've agreed to let us broadcast live from the commercial show tomorrow. It's also my fault. If I hadn't asked you to sign with us, Penguin and the others wouldn't have targeted you. Yang Liqing said with some guilt. Su Yan looked at the microphone. His expression bland. Uncle Yang, it's not a big deal. It's a blessing in disguise. No one can be sure of the winner until the end. After speaking with Jiang Wei yesterday, he knew that Jiang Wei would definitely find a way to deal with himself fittingly. It's in action today. Any explanation or accusation in response to this situation is useless. So with that said, he decided he wanted to just come up with a new song to prove the strength. Aren't you guys trying to put the heat on me? Then I'll show you what it means to be all about talent. But hearing Su Yan's tone, Yang Liqing's heart was much more solid still. He had a question. Mr. Su, who is Sian? Suyin. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Yan went to the cafeteria to eat. He had just left the bamboo garden not long before his cell phone rang. Songqingy sent a message. It's a picture of a bar in Bridgeview. Songqingy, waiting for you. Without saying a word, Su Yan reversed his direction. Soon, he arrived at the Chaoshi bar, where Song Qingyue was sitting in a corner seat. Waving at him, she wore a floral dress on a white background today and simply tied a ponytail. Looking very fresh, very much in keeping with the schoolgirl image. A flash of amazement crossed Su Yan's eyes and he took a step over. So many people at the bar today. He looked around. The last time he'd been here there hadn't been many customers. Today it was all full. Only Shering didn't come over to sing today. It was all the customers who were singing on stage. Song Qingyue deliberately joked. Isn't it because someone sang here and attracted a lot of people over to squat? Bar long-legged little brother? Su Yan couldn't help but smile. Where did that high and cold light whispering sister go in the beginning? Song Qingy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, no more joking with you. I'm going back to Shanghai tomorrow. Drink with me today. Without saying a word, Su Yan immediately poured her wine. Isn't it a few days before the beginning of the month? You're going back to Starlight now? Song Qingying pulled the corner of her mouth. There are some things that are really out of my control. Hong Lan called her today and forced her to return to the office tomorrow for an interview. If she doesn't participate on the new song chart side, the company will revoke her entry. Su Yan patted her shoulder soothingly. everything will pass. Off the subject. You're going to the commercial tomorrow. What song are you going to sing? I thought you'd ask me first why I signed up with Thousand Music. Su Yan raised his glass toward her. Song Ching laughed. Since you've made a choice, you have your reasons. I don't bother asking. Just support you. Su Yan was stunned at his words, and his eyes moved slightly yet he lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curving up involuntarily. Song Ching took a sip of wine, her eyebrows slightly raised. You haven't said what type of song you plan to sing tomorrow. Su Yan laughed. What type of song would you like to hear me sing? Do you sing whatever I want you to sing? Song Ching blinked. These 5 songs you published are all tearjerkers. Change your style tomorrow and come up with a lighter, sweeter love song. So I'll be happy to hear it. A sweet love song on the lighter side? Su Yan smiled. Then there's no need to wait for tomorrow. I'll sing it to you now. With that, he got up and walked to the resident stage. Chapter 65. Elementary school students are so easy to fool. Suyin. Song Ching's gaze was surprised and she called out in a small voice, and at this moment, Su Yan had already walked to the resident stage and picked up the guitar that was placed aside. The bar was dimly lit at the moment. Plus the fact that the customers had been singing on stage by themselves since the doors opened today, the patrons at the table didn't pay much attention to Su Yan. Drinking their own wine. Su Yan tuned his guitar and grinned towards Song Ching. It's a light-hearted sweet love song, then he's too good at it. As it happened, I had recently heard a sweet love song with a great flavor in my head, and since Song Ching wanted to hear it, I would sing it to her. Meeting Su Yan's gaze, Song Ching's face inexplicably burned a little. Soon the guitars started. The light-hearted melody quickly captured the crowd's attention. A customer's eyes lit up. I'll go. This little brother's body shape is a bit like Su Yan's. Ha, that's him, isn't it? Boss lady, bring out the lights. Is it really Senior Su Yan? I was planning to go to his commercial show tomorrow. There was a lot of talk in the bar, and some people couldn't help but excuse themselves to walk over to the side of the resident stage to see if it was Su Yan. Shang Manru had just returned from the restroom and looked surprised to see Su Yan on the resident stage. In the next second, Su Yan's song sounded. Drink plain white soy milk. It's pure white romance. Looking at your cute face, and the look of your innocence. Switching styles. The patrons in the bar all froze. The 5 songs Su Yan had sung before were either bitter songs or so visceral that they provoked tears, but this tune today, it sounds sweet. Song Ching's heartbeat suddenly stopped for a beat, and she hurriedly lowered her head. Looking chagrined. Song Ching, Su Yan isn't confessing to you. What are you shy about? I giggle at you. It's the antidote to your sorrows. You said I was like a donut. It's simple yet beautiful. The song is called Soy Milk Donut and was originally written by JJLIN. It is said that he created the song because he loved eating soybean milk and donuts for breakfast and felt that the two foods were inseparable. Just like lovers who cannot be separated, the song's lyrics aren't amazing, but there's something about them that's just plain good. The melody, in particular, is really catchy. Su Yan looked in Song Ching's direction with a smile in his voice. I know you and I are like soy milk donuts. It has to be eaten together for the flavor to be the best. You need my giggles. I need your hugs. That's what love is all about. It's not monotonous. The patrons of the bar all looked to the stage and heard an anti-smile. The young lovers looked at each other and smiled brightly. A couple of students sitting on the left side of the bar also narrowed their eyes at the sound. The man was spellbound by the sound and subconsciously reached out to put his arm around his girlfriend's waist beside him. He had just placed his hand on it when the man next to him shivered and stared hard at him, cradling the opposite. The old man is a man. There was a burst of laughter from the table. Song Ching's cheeks flushed red. Just sing. Why are you looking at me? Kinda. Sorry. I know it needs to be noisy sometimes, but always also knowing that you're the only one who treats me the best. Soy milk can't stay away from donuts. Makes me love you till I'm old. That's how love needs to be. It's happy and beautiful. The song had a light melody, and Su Yan sang it happily. Unable to resist swaying slightly to the melody, Shang Manru swept a glance at the customers in the audience. There is one counting one, all full of anti-smile. The corner of her mouth hooked as her gaze turned to Su Yan. This kid. He's a real gem. The song came to an end at this point as well, and the corner of Su Yan's mouth curved out into a nice-looking arc. I know it all. You know it all. Okay? Don't snicker and let me know. I know it all. You know it all. Okay? Don't snicker. Just let me know. The song ended and the bar immediately erupted in applause. Listen well. It's really Su Yan, isn't it? Is this your new song again? It's sung so well. This song is so sweet. Senior Su Yan, I want to be your soy milk. Another boy put his arm around his girlfriend and shouted, Dude, when is this song going to be online? I want to sing it to my girl too. This one can be had. I want to sing it to my girlfriend too. It's time to come out for a drink and be fed dog food? At the bar, a chorus of laughter rang out. Su Yan put down his guitar, smiled and bowed slightly towards the crowd. This song is called Soy Milk Donut. I'll upload it to Thousand Music as soon as possible, and I hope you'll support it. Snap. The applause from the stage resumed. Su Yan once again nodded his head toward the stage in greeting before returning to his seat. Song Ching pretended as if nothing had happened and gave him a thumbs up. It's nice to hear. Su Yan smiled. It's good that you like it. A simple sentence. But it caused the latter's ears to turn red and hastily lowered his head to take a sip of wine. This song? You originally intended to give it to Lin Xueching? Putting down the wine glass, Song Ching didn't hold back from asking. Two black lines appeared on Su Yan's forehead. Big sister. Can we not mention spoilers? Pop. The walnuts in Song Ching's hand were shattered by her slap. She looked at Su Yan with a smile. What did you just shout at me? Su Yan was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Miss Sister. Beautiful Miss Sister. Is this sister so brutal? Song Ching turned her head to look at the walnut pliers she used when Su Yan was singing, and couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Elementary school kids are so easy to fool. At this time, Shang Manru walked over with 2 cocktails and said with a smile, We have 2 honored guests at the bar today. Ah, come on, taste it. This is my special cocktail. She was still in her cheongsam today, bright and colorful. Thank you, Sister Manju. Su Yan took the wine and politely said. Song Qingyue also nodded her head towards Shang Manru in greeting. Shang Manru toasted the 2 of them and looked at Su Yan with a smile. Classmate Su Yan, thanks to your blessing, the bar's business is getting better and better. When the video of you singing goes out again at night, I'm going to have a full house here. The corner of Su Yan's mouth rose slightly. You did me a huge favor with the online thing before, so this song is my way of repaying you. Wouldn't I have made a fortune then? Classmate Su Yan, if it's convenient, I'd like to have a chat with you. Shang Manru laughed. Su Yan froze. Sister Manru, what do you want to talk about? Song Qingyin raised her eyebrows slightly and picked up her cell phone. Do you need me to recuse myself? No need. Shang Manru smiled and sat down before turning her gaze to Su Yan. Su Yan student, I know that with your current fame, you won't agree to a residency with us, but I really admire you, and I thought that maybe we could work together in a different way. Chapter 66, I was only looking for a spokesperson, but ended up finding a partner. A different way of working together? Su Yan was a bit curious. Sister Manru, be more specific. Shang Manju smiled lightly and took out a contract from her bag. I'd like to ask you to be the face of our bar and license a few of your songs to our resident singers, and of course, I would only allow them to sing in my bar. Not for the rest of the commercial shows. Endorsement fee, 5 million a year. If the benefits are good, give you a 3% cut. Su Yan's heart moved. You know, most bar singers sing and don't pay royalties at all. In fact, even if the resident singer here sang his song, he wouldn't know it. But now Shang Manju is actually offering to pay royalties. That means he'll get $5 million in endorsements just for licensing his songs to Bridges West Pub. You only paid for the right to use it, and it's not an exclusive license, and you get an easy $5 million? What's the difference between that and picking up money? But, Shang Manju's words changed. I need you to come to our bar at least once a month. All the proceeds from your singing are yours personally, and, when the time is right, I need you to advertise our bar. Su Yan pondered over it, and it didn't seem like a difficult task. That he was just about to open his mouth when Song Qingyin pinched him. Her pear swirls shallow. Sister Manru, if that's the case, I don't think $5 million a year is enough. Shang Manru looked at Su Yan. Suyin rubbed his nose. I think so too. Shang Manru frowned slightly. The price I gave out is absolutely fair. I can guarantee that. Sister Manru, let me do some math for you. It's only been a little over a week since Su Yan sang successful, but he's hot. And he's not far behind the top-tier singers. After that, he will enter the music industry, and his fame will definitely increase gradually. 12 times a year, the appearance fee will not be low, and he will also advertise for you, and he's definitely going to license his new songs after that to you guys. Song Qingyin swept a glance at the customers present and smiled. Look, it's only been how long since the last time Su Yan sang until today? The business of this bar of yours is quite different from before, isn't it? Shang Manru's eyes moved slightly. Song, you're from the entertainment industry. You should know very well how fast the entertainment industry is renewed, right? I remember. Miss Song was previously known as the little diva of the Chinese music scene. But now, speaking of this, she smiled apologetically. I'm a person who speaks rather straight. I don't mean anything else. Don't blame Miss Song. Su Yan's face sank a few points. Song Qingyin patted his hand, signaling that nothing was wrong, and continued. Sister Manru, I understand what you mean, but no matter how the entertainment industry is renewed, people with strength can't be squeezed out. Suyin is only 20 years old now, and I'm sure you're aware of the quality of his few songs. Behind him there is Mr. Shui, Zhou Tian Wang as a guarantee. As long as he does not make principled mistakes, the music industry will certainly have a place for him. And besides, when doing business, what kind of business doesn't involve gambling? If you win the bet, won't the Jiaoxi bar be a national chain? Song Qingyi's voice was gentle. But her attitude was very sharp. Su Yan couldn't wait to applaud Song Qingyue at this moment. Yeah, he's been able to bring in so much traffic to the bridgeside bar right now, and after that, even though the songs all need to be certified by time, with the songs in his head, he is confident that he will turn the Chinese music scene upside down within a year. It's a year in which his fame is sure to grow. He'll come over and sing again, and advertise the place again, and it will definitely bring in more than $5 million a year to the Bridge West bar, and that $5 million includes the rights to all his songs for the year. Su Yan looked at Song Qingyue in admiration. Sure enough, he had a lot to learn, and he would have to ask this great man for more advice in the future. Sean Monroe was silent for a moment. You guys wait for me for a while. With that, she got up and left. Looks like this cooperation is yellow, Su Yan said. Song Qingyue blinked. You don't blame me for ruining things for you? I can't thank you enough. Su Yan smiled. Otherwise, I would have really suffered a great loss. Moreover, I'm not afraid of not cooperating in the future. Song Qingyue looked at the returning Shang Monru and revealed two small pear swirls. This cooperation is not necessarily yellow yet. Shang Monru walked over with quick footsteps, took out the freshly printed contract and placed it on the table. Looking at Su Yan, I'm preparing for the branch, and I don't have that much money left on the books, but I can give you 20% of the shares. How about that? Song Qingyue had just taken in a mouthful of wine, and when she sniffed, she choked and coughed. In fact, the conditions initially proposed by Shang Manru were considered more favorable, but Suyin couldn't compete with the rest of the rookie singers, so she stepped in to fight for Suyin. I thought that Shang Manru would only raise a few more millions upwards, but I didn't expect that she would directly dump the shares of the BAR. Su Yan was busy handing her paper and patting her back. Song Qingyue immediately passed a glance towards him. Su Yan nodded his head with certainty and looked towards Shang Manru. Sister Manju, 30%. 30%. I'll sign directly. Song Qingyue instantly coughed even harder. I'm surprised he even raised the price. Shang Manru's face turned ugly and just about to refuse. Su Yan tapped his cell phone and handed it to her, seeing the content on the cell phone. Shang Manju took a deep breath. Alright, 30 is 30. Su Yan, I'll bet on you once. She re-entered her office and printed out another contract. Su Yan didn't hesitate this time and directly signed his name on the contract. Shang Manru sighed. Originally, I only wanted to find a spokesperson, but I ended up finding a partner. Su Yan. In the future, Xiaoxi Bar, you can't just ignore it. Suyin clinked glasses with her. Of course, after signing the contract, Shan Manju went about her business. What did you show her? Song Qingyue was curious. Su Yan handed her the cell phone, seeing the invitation email 4 stars of tomorrow above. Song Qingyue was enlightened. I thought you didn't read my hint, so I did. No wonder you dared to raise the price upwards. Su Yan smiled. I'm just citing one example. On the other hand, Thousand Music. At 6 p.m., Suyin's 5 songs went live on time. Yan Liqing didn't even eat, and kept staring at the backstage data to watch. Ye Wenming sighed. The broadcast volume is almost stable at 500,000. There is still a big gap from our goal. If it wasn't for Penguin purposely suppressing Mr. Su's hotness, the airplay would definitely be more than that. It seems like we can only wait until Su Yan's commercial performance ends tomorrow. Yang Liqing was also somewhat disappointed as he looked at the number of plays that had only sporadically risen. In order to be able to attract users, they purposely spent money to upgrade the content of the platform, and also splashed money on publicity, but it seems to have had little effect now. Ye Wenming patted Yang Liqing's shoulder. Alas, it's already good enough to have made so much progress. There's no hurry. Let's go eat first. Yang Liqing nodded. Right. There's no rush. Everyone else get off work too. Side by side, the two were ready to go to dinner. The employees were also packing up and getting ready to leave. An employee was just about to put away his computer when his eyes suddenly widened. Wait a minute. Why is the airplay jumping upwards? Chapter 67, this look is too easy to cause crime. 5 minutes ago, Shan Manru posted the video of Su Yan singing at the Xiaoxi Bar online and at Yang Meng, Shui Zhifei, Zhou Xiuhua and others. The video didn't take long to come out, and the fireworks that were guarding the bottom of Yang Meng's Weibo immediately noticed it and reposted it at the first opportunity. Netizens who are surfing on 5G are all eyes. I'm going. Suyin sang again? Suyin changed his name to So Quick. I'll go listen to it. Su Yan is a recent internet sensation, and when a video about him comes out, passerby netizens can't help but click in to watch it. A few minutes later, the comments blew up. Me, you, mom, another new song, and it's sweet. Nima, a breakfast can become a song in his hands? What kind of idiots were those who said Su Yan stole the song before? This song is too sweet too. Ooh, but I'm so scared. Is brother Suyin in love? A few days ago, it was successful, but today it's soybean milk and donut. That's too big a span, isn't it? I don't believe Su Yan wrote this song. It must be hype again. How long has it been? And this is the 6th song? Suyin is treating us like idiots? There must be a team behind this. This song is very average. Sweet songs are still our Ron's strength in this area. Strong nymphets. Black fans get out of the way. Sweet and greasy don't mix. I don't know if Su Yen is in a relationship or not. Anyway, I hear that I want to be in a relationship. I have donuts. Someone help me make soy milk. Shy.jpg, something's not right upstairs. Upstairs dislikes can't get in. John Wei looked at the rising hashtag soy milk donuts topic on Weibo and his face darkened. Damn. No martial arts. Didn't you say you'd sing the new song at the commercial tomorrow? What's with the song today? He didn't guard against that. Thousands of music backstage. Yang Ching looked at the rising airplay and smiled from ear to ear. Wen Ming made an immediate decision. Everyone, work overtime and immediately cut out and upload the video of General Su singing. The employees hadn't seen this kind of spectacle for a long time, and they were all gleaming with excitement. The single Becoming has over 500,000 plays. Walking Fish and East Windbreak also broke $500,000. Damn, they're listening along, aren't they? Ugly and Have a Nice Trip broke $500,000 too. The corners of Yang Liching's mouth were about to break into a grin. Penguin music. They shouldn't be able to imagine that the heat they spent so much money to press was broken by Suyen's one song, right? Su Yen caught them off guard with this wave. Yi Wenming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Yang Liching smiled. He. What a treasure I've picked up. By the time Penguin music reacted, hashtag soy milk donut had already been topped by netizens in the top 10 of the hot search, and 1000 Music's Weebly follower count has gone up by more than 200,000. They couldn't stop the current momentum and could only stop in time. Withdrawing Su Yan's hot search again. It caused a bunch of netizens to run to the bottom of Qin Lang's Weibo to curse angrily. Qin Lang's face darkened as he looked at the comments. This bunch of curs. They can bring me into everything? Hong Lan walked in. Mr. Qin, we've already made a deal with Penguin's side, and for the preview session before the new song chart, they'll push your demo as compensation for this incident. Qin Lang's expression cleared up slightly. Did you get the list you were asked to ask for? Got it. Hong Lan handed over the list. One of the ones going to the commercial show this time is an artist from our company called Cheng Tian, also a junior, debuted earlier this year, has a great stage presence and is very good at attracting fans. Cheng Tian. I know him. Good momentum. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly and flipped through his information on the computer. Go knock him around. Hong Lan was stunned. Ha? Qin Lang put the list down, adding a hint of sinister to the bottom of his eyes. He and Su Yen are both considered newcomers, of similar age. And Su Yen debuted even later than him, but does his achievement compare to Su Yan's? Hong Lan's mouth grinned as realization dawned on him. Alright, it just so happens that Teacher Yuan has a few more songs licensed to us. I'll pick a suitable one for him. Qin Lang gave her a thumbs up. Smart. Hong Lan was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and turned back. By the way, Mr. Qin, Song Chingy is going back to the company tomorrow. She really prepared songs for the new song list. Should we? Her strength is good. But can she be compared to Ms. Yuan? It's not enough to be feared. Having her back is just borrowing her to hype up the heat and divert the public's attention. Qin Lang directly interrupted Hong Lan's words and leaned back in his chair. After all, this girl's hotness isn't low, okay? Mr. Qin. For becoming a shareholder in the Bridgewater Bar. Yen went back to the residency stage and sang Fulfillment and Ugly before leaving with Song Chingyue. Song Chingyue drank 2 glasses of wine. Her cheeks were scarlet, and her walk was a bit wobbly. Can you even go back like this? Su Yen handed over a bottle of water. Black lines rising from his forehead. It was clearly a small sip. And I didn't even finish my second glass. What's the point of asking him to the bar if he can't hold his liquor? Can go back. Song Qingyin waved her hand to indicate that nothing was wrong. I'll just call a chauffeur. Su Yen looked at her watery eyes and flushed cheeks. The air's got a little hot with Song Qingyue in this state. He didn't dare to leave her alone with the chauffeur. It's too easy to cause offense. Thinking for a moment, Su Yen called for a chauffeur, put the mask on for Song Qingyue, and followed her to the car. Song Qingyue was confused. Are you going to send me back? Yeah, I'll take you back. What hotel are you staying at? It's at. After a couple of words, there was no sound. Su Yen turned his head to look over. The little girl had already fallen asleep with a smile on the corner of her mouth. He sighed and took out Song Qingyue's cell phone, wanting to call Lin Weiwei, but there was no way to unlock it. Where's the destination, sir? The valet asked. Su Yen thought for a moment. Go to the forest neighborhood. The house that Song Qingyue had bought in Jiangcheng was there, and he knew the password there, so he could only go there at this moment. As for getting a room in a hotel, it's not good to take out both his and Song Qingyue's ID cards. Moreover, the hotel room. Su Yen coughed, and his color became a little uncomfortable. Arriving at the location, Su Yen placed Song Qingyue on the master bedroom bed and covered her with a quilt. Obviously you look quite thin. How come you're so heavy when you're drunk? Su Yen wiped the sweat on his forehead and glanced at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He had to hurry back to his dormitory or he would have to go over the wall again. Su Yen had just turned around when his arm was tugged, and his entire body stumbled back a step and sat on the edge of the bed. Song Chingyue hugged his arm and leaned toward him, murmuring. Su Yen didn't hear clearly and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Want some water?" Song Chingy whispered again. Chapter 68. There's only one Su Yen. The girl was disoriented. Her voice weak. Su Yen really couldn't hear clearly, so he had to bring his ear to her mouth. Song Chingy's exhalation hit his ears, and Su Yen couldn't help but shake a little. "Mommy Song." Light Whisper was good today. It's Light Whisper's turn to listen to a bedtime story. Listen carefully. Su Yan's complexion rose. He remembered that Hao Feng had said that Song Chingyue had grown up in an orphanage with all those children. She must have longed for the love that was all hers, too, right? Su Yen took a deep breath. Looking at Song Chingyue's hand that clutched his clothes, his heart was a bit stuffy. "I thought you weren't afraid of God telling stories." Song Chingy looked like she was a little upset. Her small fists clenched a little tighter. Su Yen was helpless. "Okay, I'll tell you a story." He leaned back against the bed, reading softly from the children's book in his head. In ancient times, there was a craftsman who sewed for a living. He was badly off, a very poor man, and the couple had only one only son named Aladdin. At 6 in the morning, Su Yen yawned and opened his eyes in a dazed eye, and the next second, his whole body was sober with fear. Next to him, Song Chingyue was asleep on her side, breathing evenly. He got up in a hurry and glanced down. "It's okay. It's okay. It's fully clothed." He was so mesmerized by the lecture yesterday that he didn't know when he fell asleep. Su Yen wiped the sweat from his forehead and tiptoed out. Hearing the door close, Song Chingy slowly opened her eyes, her cheeks bursting red. She was drunk yesterday, but not to the extent of being disconnected. And she still remembered that she was the one who pulled Su Yen yesterday and didn't let him go. She really didn't know how to face Su Yen, so she could only pretend to sleep. Her Song Chingy touched her burning cheeks and was just about to get up when there was the sound of the door opening again, and she hurriedly closed her eyes. Not a moment later, the door was closed again. Song Chingy waited for a while to make sure Su Yen had left before she walked out. "What's with the trip back?" she muttered and walked to the living room, freezing when she saw what was sitting on the table. Followed by a smirk lifting the corners of her mouth, there was a breakfast on the table: soy milk, donuts, and that morning, breakfast joints all over the place were filled with people. Su Yan's parents, Xiali and Su Xian, all had long lines in front of their stalls. "Boss, I'll have a soy milk donut." "I'll have the same. 2 cups of soy milk and 3 fries." "Give me one too." "Okay, wait a minute." Xiali was so busy that her forehead was sweating. Su Xian also quickly beat the soybean milk, and before a while, the soybean milk donuts that the two had prepared were sold out. "I'm sorry, they're all sold out. There's still siumai and bean skins," Shelly shouted. The face of the customer in line instantly collapsed. "This is already the 3rd one in my line." "Forget it, one siumai. I'll look for the rest of the breakfast places." Shelly wiped her sweat and looked puzzled. "Old Sue, really let you guess correctly. Today really many people order soybean milk donuts. Really rare thing. I know that sometimes you need to make noise." Su Shin hummed in a small voice, looking smug. The last time his son had taught him how to play Weebly, he secretly listened to his son's song and didn't tell his wifey, who makes sons and wives closer. "It's not just them. The same thing is happening at breakfast places all over the country. On the street, many couples are holding soybean milk donuts and laughing. There's also a phrase out on Shakein, the hashtag soy milk donut effect. Hashtag some merchants who predicted this in advance have introduced soy milk in donut packages." And Su Yen was on his way to the commercial show at the moment. Zhou Wan had previously introduced him to 2 commercial shows, and the one at the Left Bank Western Restaurant had listened to rumors and cancelled his show. Recontacted him the day before yesterday, but he rejected it. There's also a commercial show at the newly opened Lihong Shopping Plaza, because of his recent hot streak. The appearance fee has been mentioned as $500,000 for 3 songs. Jingle bells. Su Yen hadn't long gotten off the bus when he received a call from Chunhai. "Suyin, where have you been?" "Already got off the subway." "Brother Chen, are you looking for me?" Su Yen swiped his card and left the station. Chunhai's laughter came from the other end of the phone. "My brothers wanted to see you. I brought them over to watch your commercial with me. We're right at the sea." The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted. "Okay, I'll be right there." He quickened his pace, and just as he exited the sea exit, he saw a white SUV. Chunhai waved at him. "This way." Su Yen immediately walked over. In addition to Chunhai, there were also 2 people sitting in the car. Similar in age to Chunhai, the bald man took off his sunglasses and held out his hand with a smile. "Comrade Su. Hello, I'm Oishi, the bassist of the Flames." Another, more civilian-looking man, also introduced himself with a smile. "Ding Changdong, keyboardist of the Flames." "Suyin, hello." Su Yen was busy shaking hands with the 2 of them. "Brother Sure, Brother Dong, how are you?" Both had spoken for him on Weebly before, and this was the first time he'd seen them both. Chunhai smiled. "All right, get in the car." I'll take you to the square. Su-yen nodded and quickly got into the car. Dashi and Ding Changdong are really into Suin and have been discussing music with him. Su-yen hadn't been idle during this period of time, taking time out every day to learn knowledge. Plus Earth's music knowledge was much more ahead of its time than here. After a chat, Dashi and Ding Changdong appreciated Su-yen even more. And on the other side, Lehong Shopping Plaza, the organizing manager, Wang thundered through the preparations. Is the crew from the live stream over at 1000 Music here already? It's already here. The cameras are set up, and there's already a crowd gathered at the door, the staff said. Wang Jie nodded. Luckily we prepared an emergency channel for the guests to all go that way. Have you contacted all the guests on their side? Especially Su-yen. I'm sure a large portion of today's audience is here for him. Su-yen will arrive in 10 minutes, and the rest of the guests have been contacted. But Cheng Tian's side has offered for you to bring 2 teams of security personnel to pick him up at the intersection, the staff said. Wang Yi fumed. Su-yen's side didn't even say anything about security. But his side is being pretentious? The staff side. But Cheng Tian is an artist of Starlight Entertainment, and has developed well this year, and has more fans on Shivering Cloud than Su-yen. A lot of people are coming for him. So what if we offend him and he doesn't come on stage? Wang Jie's veins popped on his forehead. Forget it. Take the security personnel with you and come with me. The leader had entrusted the opening show to him and absolutely nothing could go wrong. At the intersection, Cheng Tian sat in his car and frowned. Why hasn't security been sent over there? Inviting me over for a commercial show and you don't even know basic etiquette? The assistant in the front row put down his cell phone. Brother Tian, the organizer's side has already called and will be here soon. Just then, Wang Jie led 4 security officers over to the car window in quick steps. Sorry, Mr. Cheng Tian. I guess I've kept you waiting. Seeing him, Wang Jie immediately squeezed out a smile. 5 minutes. Cheng Tian swept a glance at the security personnel. His eyes cold. Didn't I say I wanted 2 teams of bodyguards? Didn't you see how many people are surrounding the front? Wang Jie inwardly cursed a thing pussy. How many? No more than 100, right? And they're not necessarily coming for you. But he still had a smile on his face. Today's opening? The rest of us just can't spare the time. It's our problem for slowing you down. How many people have you arranged to greet Su-yan's side? Cheng Tian's eyes were gloomy. Yesterday, the manager gave him a lecture, saying that Su-yan was a student like him, and also debuted later than him, but Su-yan's hotness was quite a bit higher than his. And the number of fans had almost caught up with what he had accumulated over the past half year. For 2 whole hours, he was lectured and pressed to listen to several of Suin's songs over and over again. He thought to himself that within the newcomers, he was already better than quite a few of them. And the netizens as well as his superiors had previously evaluated him as having a promising future. As Su-yan came out on the side and stole his thunder, Wanger froze. No one is scheduled. Cheng Tian's face looked much better as he put on his sunglasses. Let's go. As soon as he got out of the car, a group of people surrounded him, and others were pulling banners. It's Tin. Tian is brave to fly. Orange juice is always with us. A couple of other little girls squeezed in, desperately trying to pass their books and pens forward. Brother Cheng Tian, can you give me an autograph? I want an autograph too. Tian, I especially like you. I've been a fan of yours since you first debuted. Mr. Chang really does have a lot of fans. Wang Jie quipped, signaling a glance towards the security personnel. Slow down. The corner of Cheng Tian's mouth curled up with a smirk of triumph as he took the book from one of the girls. Since I'm a fan who's been supporting me since my debut, I have to sign anything you want me to sign. The girl got excited. Thank you Tian, just sign for me. I'll be damned. Aren't you Suin? Suddenly, a shout rang out. Chapter 69. It's a long time coming. It's a long time coming. Suyen. Several people drove to the intersection, but there were too many people surrounding them to find a parking space. Little Sue, get out of the car first. Let's find a parking space elsewhere. Chen Hai braked the car to the side of the road. Suyen nodded. Okay, we'll be in touch later. After getting out of the car quickly drove away. Suyen looked at the crowd surrounding the intersection in front of him, put on his mask, and intended to squeeze through the center. As a result, halfway through the squeeze, the mask fell off, and the fan who was rushing towards Cheng Tian's side saw him, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. I'll go. Are you Su Yen? Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, dozens of gazes landed on Su Yen in unison. Cheng Tian also saw Su Yen. His face suddenly sank as he grunted and prepared to sign the book. Shoo! The next second, his hands were empty. The girl who said she had been a fan of him since his debut snatched back her book and rushed towards Su Yan's side like the wind. Aha! The king of words! It's the king of words! The crowd boiled over. Su Yen, I'm here for you. Brother Su Yen, I ate soy milk donuts in the morning. Can we leave our contact information? Su Yen, what type of new song are you planning to sing today? I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Suin, Please, keep up the current pace of new songs. With the recent favorite just appearing in front of them, the people present were all excited and surged over in Su Yan's direction. Quickly, get over there and help. Seeing that Su Yan was surrounded by the crowd, Wang Jie hurriedly brought his security personnel over to evacuate the crowd. By the time Cheng Tian returned to his senses, his palms were also empty, and the people who had originally surrounded him were few and far between. He clenched his fists, his forehead bruised. Su Yan was already surrounded by people at this moment. The security personnel were too overwhelmed to stop them. Wang Jie, don't get congested. Everyone, there's going to be more traffic passing through here in a while. Crowd, Suyin, Wang Jie, everyone step back. Don't delay the commercial. Crowd, Suyin, give me an autograph. Black lines went up on Wang Jie's forehead. Damn it, do these people only see Su Yan in their eyes? Get out of the way. All of you. At that moment, a loud voice reached the ears of the crowd. The crowd froze and turned their heads. Fu Lei and Yang Meng, one of them holding a trumpet in his hand, were followed by two long lines behind them, and came towards here in a great formation. Wang Jie was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Yang Meng shouted into the loudspeaker. Zhang Chuan's pyrotechnics are escorting King of Words into the plaza, and the rest of you are helping the security staff evacuate the crowd. A large group of people went up to evacuate the crowd in a neat and organized manner. On the other hand, the students of Zhang Chuan surrounded Su Yan on both sides, giving him space. A crowd of people watched in awe. What's going on here? There are fans who are so orderly? Su Yan was also confused. He didn't know his fans were like that either. Fu Lei walked up to him and smiled. He. Yesterday we gave a shout out to the group and gathered the pyrotechnics who were coming to see the commercial show, as well as a number of people from our school who joined spontaneously. This group of people are all brought out by our monk. How's that? It didn't embarrass you, did it? Su Yan was silent for a moment and gave a thumbs up. Handsome. Escorted by the pyrotechnics, Su Yan walked towards the square step by step, during which he also signed autographs for a few people. Cheng Tian's face was ugly. His back teeth clenched. Must be a hired gun. What's the point of pretending? Arriving at the plaza, Su Yan thanked his fans, and they spontaneously went to line up for entrance. Wang Jie hadn't recovered from his shock. Mr. Su, this is the first time I've seen such a quality fanbase. There must be thousands of them, and they're still managed so well? It's a long time to live. It's a long time to live. Su Yan smiled. It had to be said that Yang Meng was indeed a good hand at managing his fans. Wang Jie brought Su Yan into the lounge, and at this moment there were already quite a few guests in the lounge. Seeing Su Yan, several people all got up and came over to greet him. You're Su Yan, right? I heard your song yesterday. It was so good. I just saw a lot of banners with your name written on them outside. So powerful at such a young age. The younger generation is fearful. Your song Walking Fish was so good. I had tears in my eyes listening to it. Su Yan smiled and shook their hands. Thank you. He had just finished greeting and sat down when Cheng Tian walked in. Su Yan sat on the far side and subconsciously got up to greet him. Hello? If it isn't Sister Kanzuya. It's been a long time. Cheng Tian, however, directly skipped over him and greeted the rest with a smile. Su Yan looked at his hand that was stretched out in midair, his eyebrows slightly raised, and he silently sat back down. Cheng Tian greeted everyone but ignored Su Yan. Meh. It's only red for a few days. What's there to be proud of? Something. At 8 a.m., Lihong Shopping Plaza, the commercial show officially began for the first time. Thousand Music has opened its live streaming platform to all Thousand users for a while. Many netizens registered their accounts and joined the live broadcast. Penguin Music Zhang Wei also stood guard in front of the broadcast, looking nervous. Obviously, they all suppressed Su Yan's heat yesterday, but this moment, 40,000 to 50,000 people still broke into the live broadcast. Manager Jiang, the director's side, is also paying attention to Su Yan's live broadcast. I don't know what actions will follow. The employee from the business department hurriedly walked in and Zhang Wei's face turned ugly. Stupid. Is that even a thought? Yesterday, Su Yan used a song to break the game, and had already attracted the upper echelon's attention. If Su Yan sings a new song this time. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and stared tightly at the screen. He was now only hoping that Su Yan would not be able to sing a good song. After the salute, the shopping plaza's commercial show began. Lihong Shopping Mall is still more powerful than the Western restaurant. The first on the stage is in the cloud has millions of fans on the Netroots blogger, attracted a burst of screams on the stage. After her, several guests took turns to appear, all of them well-known netizens, and the atmosphere was very warm. The pop-ups were quickly brushed up in the live room as well. Big deal. Even my treasure blogger has been invited over. This business show is a bit interesting, but I'm here to see Su Yan. With the strength of the King of Words, surely he should press the stage to appear. Suyin, I love you. You're the only one in my eyes. Su Yan's fans don't have a seizure here, okay? It's really annoying. It's not like they're all coming for Su Yan. Fans don't lose favor here. A few programs passed in a row and Wonger walked into the lounge. Mr. Su, your first show is about to debut, so get ready. Mr. Chang, your show is after Mr. Su. You can get ready too. Su Yen nodded and got up to follow Wan Jie. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Cheng Tian got up and called out to the duo. Chapter 70, Sudden Stage Accident. Wan Jie turned around. Mr. Chang, what's wrong? Cheng Tian frowned. How many programs does Su Yen have? 3. Cheng Tian's complexion instantly went cold. Obviously he was the one with the most fans out of all the guests. Why did he only have 2 programs while Su Yen had 3? Manager 1. Switch the order of my program with Su Yen. I want to sing first. Wan Jie froze. This. Cheng Tian looked at Su Yen with a condescending expression. I've had a lot of announcements lately, and I want to take a break from singing ahead of time. I don't think Mr. Su is so petty that he won't even agree to this request, right? Su Yen looked at him. Well, you can sing first. Cheng Tian smiled contemptuously. The goon. Su Yen said strangely. But can you not point your nostrils at me? It's quite dirty inside. Cheng Tian's face was instantly a burst of green and white. Wan Jie was busy rounding up. Since Mr. Su has agreed, I'll go inform the host. Mr. Chang, you come with me as well. Cheng Tian grunted heavily and took a piece of paper and walked past Su Yen. You wait for me. Su Yen looked at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was not sure where Cheng Tian's malice towards him came from, but he was not a soft touch. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Mr. Chang, I've communicated with the host and the band is ready. In the waiting area, Wan Jie said. Cheng Tian looked down and fiddled with his cell phone. Got it. Okay. Looking forward to your performance. Wan Jie flashed a smile. To be honest, he couldn't wait for Cheng Tian to finish singing earlier. There's too much going on with this pussy. Get it done early and leave early before you give him a hard time. The singer on the stage has finished singing. The host smiled and walked onto the stage. Next, let's welcome Cheng Tian, the rising star of the music industry. With his hit song Wish, the stage instantly erupted in applause, especially Cheng Tian's fans on the left side of the stage, pulling banners and shouting, Brother Sky, Tian is brave to fly. Orange juice is always with us. Cheng Tian listened to the cries outside. The corners of his mouth lifted up as he walked onto the stage. The applause on the stage instantly became even more enthusiastic. Although he was not the most curated of today's commercial guests, he was the one with the highest traffic. There were also hundreds of spectators who had come for him, and it was a very lively scene. The pop-ups bristled as well. Wow, brother Cheng Tian is here too. Who is Cheng Tian? What's wrong with you upstairs? You don't know about Cheng Tian? His hit song Heart's Desire made it to the top 50 on the rookie chart, and he was also in the top 10 of last year's The Greatest Voice. He's a genius. I only recognize Su Yen as a music genius. Can Su Yen's fans get the hell out of here? Don't KY here. It's our Cheng Tian brothers' home turf now. Cheng Tian revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and gestured towards the band. The melancholic music instantly rang out and he began to sing as well. Su Yen looked at Cheng Tian on the stage and nodded. The singing was pretty good, with a stage presence that surpassed the vocals off stage. Oi, she frowned. What kind of trashy mouthful of a song? It's got airs and graces. How can you call this an up-and-comer? Chen Hai patted his shoulder. Bear with it for now. It's almost time for Su Yen. Soon after the song was finished, the host walked on stage with a smile. Thank you Mr. Cheng Tian for bringing us Heart's Desire. It makes my heart ache to hear it. So once again, let's give him a round of applause. The stage immediately erupted in applause. The host smiled towards Cheng Tian. Then first, please ask Mr. Cheng Tian to come off the stage and take a break. Next, please Su, does everyone want to keep hearing me sing? Suddenly, Cheng Tian directly interrupted the host's words and shouted towards the audience. His fans immediately scrambled to shout, want to hear it? Encore! Encore! Many of the audience also thought that it was Cheng Tian singing in the back and shouted along. On the stage, the host's face changed instantly, and he was busy saving the day. I know everyone wants to continue to listen to our brother Cheng Tian singing, and after that since everyone wants to hear me sing another song, I'm going to bring you another song. Cheng Tian interrupted the host again, the corner of his mouth hooked up. First, welcome my band to the stage. Backstage, several people came up with instruments and played them in order to demonstrate. A cheer went up from the stage. Backstage, Wan Jie was so angry that his face turned blue and he slammed his hand on the table. What's going on? Who put these people on stage? The employee was anxious. It was Cheng Tian's assistant who brought them in. I didn't think he would let them on stage. What's to be done about that? He's got one more song to sing, and then the guests will be delayed after that. And so many of them even have tickets for the return trip. These are peak days and it's hard to change your visa. Up! Wan Jie kicked his chair away. I knew this thing was going to make a mess. Doesn't he have a program behind him? Cut it off directly and pull him into our blacklist afterward. The staff member hesitated. But he added a band showcase segment. so even if we cut his program, there will be a time delay. Won Jie sighed. I'll go discuss this with Su Yen. With that, he hurried off to the backstage lounge. In the lounge, a few of the guests who hadn't been on the show yet were already sitting a bit on the edge of their seats. Many of them had come from out of town and had things to do in the evening. Seeing Won Jie, several people hurriedly got up. Manager Won, what's going on? I've already bought my ticket. It's too late to change it now. Yeah, I didn't say before that he had a show to prepare for, and now his band is still doing a showcase. How long is this going to take? Won Jie walked directly to Su Yen, looking ashamed. Mr. Su, there was an accident on the stage. Because the remaining guests are all coming from out of town and have to catch a bus originally. According to the process, after you and Chang Tian switched the order, you should be the one who sang 3 times in a row in the back, but now that there's been an accident, could you sing one song first and put the remaining 2 at the end? I'm really sorry. I'm really out of ideas here. Chang Tian added programs on the fly without informing us. And we'll cut the programs after him. We'll get another car to take you back and try not to hold you up in class. Okay? Today was a working day, and Su Yen had spoken to him. There was another mandatory class at 10 o'clock in the morning, but right now, there was really nothing else he could do. You can't just cut the rest of the guest shows. Yes, Su Yen directly agreed. His eyes sank as he looked at Cheng Tian on the stage. He knew very well that Cheng Tian was coming for him. Manager Wan told Cheng Tian that he had 3 shows, and Cheng Tian was not convinced. He didn't want to get the rest of them involved in his business, but Cheng Tian, he won't let go today. Wan Jie breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him, and went back to placating the rest of the guests. In the audience, Fu Lei cursed. The next one is obviously Lao San's show. This dog, trying to steal Lao San's heat. Most of the people, both live and in the booth, we're here today for Lao San. Doesn't this kid intentionally make all these tawdry maneuvers just to take advantage of Lao San's heat and get hot? The more Fu Lei thought about it, the angrier he got. I'll rip him off right now. Yang Meng hurriedly pulled him back. Maybe the organizer changed the order. Don't make a scene. Third brother signed the contract. On the other side, Boulder was so pissed off he was about to roll up his sleeves. The message Su Yen sent just now was saying that he's on stage behind this dog coin, right? What's he doing? How can a band of this caliber pull out and show it off? Chen Hai and Ding Changdong hurriedly held him down. Don't make a scene. If you make a scene, how will Su Yen sing his new song? The band demonstration ended with thunderous applause from the stage. I've always felt that a true singer must not be limited to one style. The kind of singer who plays a piano, plays a guitar, and sits there with no live presence at all is bound to not last long. Even if he's hot right now, today, I'll also give you a change of taste. Next, please listen to my new song. A rock song written and composed by Mr. Yuan himself. Dry. Cheng Tian picked up the microphone, the corner of his mouth hooked up, and his gaze sharply looked at Su Yen, who was waiting at the entrance. Chapter 71, Bastard. You're even more stubborn than I was at first. The moment Cheng Tian's words came out, the stage instantly murmured. The pop-ups bristled as well. I'll go. It's even a song written by Mr. Yuan. Or rock. Brother Tin is great, playing a piano and a guitar. Why do I feel that Cheng Tian is targeting Su Yen with this comment? I remember Cheng Tian retweeted Su Yan's song-stealing Weeblet earlier. Is there a conflict between them? Brother Tian is bullish. How dare he fight Su Yen directly? Cheng Tian is a bit sick, isn't he? Did King of Words mess with him? What's he rubbing off on here? Anyway, my friends around me are all rushing Su Yen to see the commercial show. This kid we simply do not know. Wanna fire, wanna go crazy. Wan Jie's face was already hard to see bursting. Mr. Su Yen, don't bother with him in general. In the future, our shopping mall definitely won't hire Starlight Entertainment's people anymore. There's too little contractual spirit. He's an artist from Starlight Entertainment? Su Yen was slightly stunned. Right, if I had known that, Starlight Entertainment would send someone like this over. I would have killed myself not to invite them and spent a lot of my budget. Wan Jie repented. Su Yen smiled. No wonder. Xin Lang really couldn't think of a good trick to send such a dumbass over. All this blabbering in front of the live camera. Fine. Then play with them. On stage, the dynamic music was already playing. Cheng Tian turned to the microphone and bent down to shout. Let's get together and get dry. Shouts erupted from the stage. The whole arena heated up. Many people swayed to the music. Worthy of being Mr. Yuan. This song is so good. It's so nice to hear. Cheng Tian performed well too. Dry up. Dry up. The fans on stage all screamed. And the atmosphere was fiery. As the song goes, the whole place went dry. Cheng Tian was very satisfied as he watched the reaction of the scene after his manager criticized him yesterday. He asked him to pick one of the songs written by Mr. Yuan. Without thinking, he picked this rock song. Although rock is still a niche song in China, it has a big advantage when it comes to singing live. When listening live, the audience prefers to hear songs that blow up, and when they do, they come back for more. Singers who come on stage after him are bound to suffer. That's why he's switching the starting order with Suin. Pop-ups dash, it's worthy of Mr. Yuan's creation. It's so awesome. It's been a long time since I've heard rock music that burns like this. Chang Tian's voice is fine. It can hold such a high pitch. The next one to go on stage is going to suffer. The atmosphere is so heated. Who's going to listen to the songs he sings? Sure enough, playing in a band is the best. Brother Tin is so handsome. They all say Su Yan is a genius. Is he even halfway comparable to our brother Tian? Su Yan listened to the song and raised his eyebrows slightly. China has had few great rock songs in recent years. A lot of people are screaming that rock is dead. And just like a country song, a competent rock song has a big impact on the masses. It had to be said that the rock song sung by Chung Tian had already reached the passing line in their time, but it's only a passing grade. Under the stage, Fu Lei and Yang Meng listened to the shouts around them and their complexions turned ugly now that the venue has gotten so high. How many people will be able to calm down and enjoy themselves when Su Yan goes on stage later on? A sneer crossed Oishi's lips. Surname Yuan is getting worse and worse. Commercial rock is written in such a generic way. And for that, it's worth so many people screaming? Chen Hai frowned and got up to go backstage just as he walked to the lounge. He saw Su Yan. Little Su. Chen Hai hurriedly walked over. Su Yan smiled and greeted him. Brother Chen, what brings you in? No time for more chit-chat. Which rock song do you know? Hurry up and I'll call on Boulder to accompany you. Su Yan was stunned. Ha? The song I prepared is not rock. Chen Hai's brow furrowed. I know that rock is not your area of expertise, but right now Starlight Entertainment and also Penguin Music are staring at you. As well as various media outlets. Chang Tian is clearly trying to get heat by suppressing you, believe it or not. Once you are pushed over by him today, you don't have to wait until tomorrow. All the media will praise him and step on you, and make a big fuss about you. That's why it's important that you sing a song that will crush him. And now that the arena has been heated up by him, you'll have a better chance of survival if you pick a rock song and have a few of us sitting in on it for you. A warm current surged into Su Yan's chest. Brother Chen, thank you. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to implicate you guys again. I know in my own heart. Chen Hai was a little anxious. Su Yan, there is no time. This is not the time to be pretentious. Brother Chen, thanks a lot. Su Yan nodded at him without saying anything else and headed to the waiting area. Chen Hai sighed. Brat, even more stubborn than I was back then. On the stage, Chang Tian finished his performance with thunderous applause and shouts. He walked off the stage just in time to meet Su Yan, who came face to face. I'm sorry. There might not be an audience that would be willing to listen to your song in a while. The corner of Chang Tian's mouth lifted. His voice mocking. Su Yan glanced at him faintly. Is that so? Chang Tian waved his hand towards the outside and laughed. Look, what kind of heat has the venue gotten into? On stage, the high song is king, unless you can also sing a song that hi-hats the whole audience. Otherwise, what are you going to beat me with? Wrong. It's not high song that's king on stage. It's music that's king. Su Yan didn't pay any more attention to him. Pretender. Who do you think you are? Chang Tian snorted coldly and headed straight to the restroom. Wang Jia looked embarrassed. Mr. Su, do you want to change the song? Su Yan shook his head. Well, prepare a piano for me. At this moment, the host on the stage called out Su Yan's name. Next, let's welcome the talented singer who has recently exploded all over the internet. Su Yan. Soon. Su Yan walked out. Snap. The stage instantly erupted in applause. Suin. Su Yan. Suin. Su Yan. Fu Lei held up the sign and shouted through his voice. King of words. King of words. Su Yan is the king. Detonate the whole place. Go crazy for you. At the first call, the pyrotechnics instantly shouted along with them. King of words. King of words. So words for king. Detonate the whole place. Go crazy for you. On the stage, Su Yan nearly failed to stand still. I in the restroom. Chang Tian's face didn't look good. He didn't make this much noise when he came out just now. For the sake of building momentum, you've invited all your fans over, right? That's just right. Let all your fans see how you were crushed by me. Chang Tian snorted coldly. He was very confident in the song he had just done. What's the point of having a warm atmosphere now? As long as Su Yan's song wasn't as high as his, the venue would soon go cold. Su Yan bowed slightly towards the stage, and the band teacher moved the piano up at that moment. Seeing the piano, the cheers from the stage were noticeably less enthusiastic. Everyone had just been so excited that they couldn't keep still for a while. There was even a discordant sound from the left. Ha! Really let Chang Tian get it right. It's the piano again. The style is really set in stone. It's no fun. It's no fun. Let's have Tin come up and sing another rock song. What are you guys making a scene for? I just love to hear Suin sing love songs. I admit that Su Yan singing love songs is quite good. But this is on the spot. He was playing so high just now. Is he going to chill out? Brother Sky. Brother Sky. A few of Chang Tian's fans received instructions and deliberately waved their glow sticks and shouted Chang Tian's name. Oishi's face hardened. Are these people trying to cause trouble? Chen Hai looked at Su Yan inside. The lights hit, and the scene suddenly became much quieter, with only Chang Tian's fans still heckling and deliberately shouting Chang Tian's name. Let's get Tian on stage. It's no fun. Go down. These dog coins. Fu Lei was so angry that he was about to roll up his sleeves, but Yang Meng tugged at him. Don't talk. Look at Third Brother. Chapter 72 in the world of music. Only music is king. Fu Lei froze and looked over. Su Yan was currently sitting in front of the piano. He wasn't affected at all, his hands brushing the keys, his demeanor unchanged. He had not watched many music programs, but he had discovered a LAW.INA competition program. No matter whether the singer is good or bad, if he sings high, the stage will ring with screams and vote for him. It seems like a lot of people think that a song with a high note is a good song, and a singer who can hit a high note is a good singer. It also doesn't matter if the high notes sung are pleasant or harsh. It is for this reason that hi-hat is so popular in stage competitions. Chung Genius would tell him so surely that on stage singing, high song is king, but he didn't think it should be. There is no such thing as a hi-hat song being king. In the world of music, only music is king. So, even though he had a lot of great rock songs in his head, he just wanted to sing one in peace. Today, some may find him obstinate, but that's what he is in his truest form. Ching Tin, didn't you ask? Who do I think I am? I'll answer you now. Su Yan closed his eyes, and soon, the sound of the piano came into the ears of the crowd like flowing water. The audience on stage was a little disappointed to hear the melody. They were still reminiscing about Chang Tian's song just now, and had thought that Su Yan's appearance would make them even more high. Asa result. The melody. How is it like a lyrical song? Pop-ups dash. I didn't realize that the one who sang after Chang Tian was Su Yan. Unfortunately, it's definitely a good song, but I can't be bothered to listen to it quietly anymore. The king of words is playing the piano again. Look forward to it. The tune is good, but it's too flat. It's supposed to be lyrical. Ugh. Singing lyrical songs behind rock and roll. Isn't that asking for a fight? Penguin music. Zhang Wei watched the live stream, the corners of his mouth grinning. Suin, this is fate. Lyrical versus hi-hat? You're bound to get crushed by Ching Tin in this one. As long as you're pressed over by Chang Tian, I'll immediately throw an olive branch to Chang Tian so that I won't be held accountable from above, and you, destined to be a flash in the pan. On the airplane. Song Qingyue was also watching the live broadcast, and Lin Weiwei's little face was wrinkled. How come it's this kind of tune? Suin, why don't you sing a high song? Hurry up and kill me. Song Qingyin looked at Su Yan in the screen, not saying a word. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. She had an inexplicable trust in Su Yan. Since he had chosen such a song, he was certain that he would win against Process Sky. On the stage, along with the melody, Su Yan sang softly into the microphone. I am what I am. I'll always love me like this. Su Yan's voice was low and very gentle, inexplicably reassuring to listen to. Many of the spectators on the stage were stunned and looked at him. On the left side, those few fans of Chang Tian from before shouted again. It's still really lyrical. It's no fun. Want to see brother Chang Tian? I want to listen to hi-fi. The scene was quiet, and the voices of the men were extraordinarily clear. There were people around casting disgruntled glances, and a few people didn't care. They were still there, laughing and joking. In the backstage lounge, the guests who stayed behind looked at Chang Tian in a different way. Chang Tian fell back with the corners of his mouth raised. Qin Lang also smiled as he watched the live stream. This is his new song? And I'll always love me like this? The lyrical thing? It didn't work this time. Hong Lan gloated. Mr. Qin, your move is too high. Su Yan's song can't compare to Mr. Yuan's rock. At that moment, on the stage, the piano melody suddenly rises a few keys, pleasantly melodious. A series of melodies instantly grabbed the ears of the crowd. Chen Hai's eyes brightened abruptly, and Disher's pupils shrank as he sat up straight. Joy is that there is more than one way to be happy. Most honored is he who is the glory of the maker. No need to dodge and live for the life I love. Stand in the corner of the light without powder. The audience only felt a knock on their hearts as their gazes all gathered on Su Yan. On the airplane, Lin Weiwei was stunned and immediately turned her head to look at Song Qingyue. Song Qingyin watched the screen intently, her eyes moving slightly. What the hell has Suin been through? Obviously only 20 years old. The songs are full of life experience. Off stage, Chen Hai's eyes were a little sore. No need to hide. No need to paint. Just live the way you like. Doesn't that speak of him as a young man? It was also his lifelong quest. Dashi and Ding Changdong clenched their fists and gazed at Su Yan. In the backstage lounge, Chang Tian's face abruptly paled as he clutched the armrest of the sofa. Also, just average. The piano is gentle, simple, and yet striking. Su Yan raised his head slightly and looked ahead. His eyes were firm and unyielding. I am what I am. A firework of a different color. The sky is the limit. Be the strongest bubble. I like me. Letting the roses bloom in a way that bears fruit. Lonely in the desert. As blooming naked. His voice was a few shades higher. Clear and bright, the song is called I and the original singer is Leslie Chung. An amazing musician, the song struck a chord with many when it was released, and in the same year, it won the Songwriters Association's My Favorite Chinese Golden Song Award. I am who I am. Bright and clear. No need for whitewash. A unique being in this world. I'm not afraid of your comments. I'm not afraid of your tirades. And I'm not going to change or be swayed by what you say. No matter what label you put on me. I still love the person I am and will still try to create a life that is just for me. My God. Fu Lei's eyes widened and he couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Yang Meng hurriedly covered his mouth. His eyes already are red in the audience. Many people shuddered in their hearts when they heard this. For this song, the high notes aren't much higher, and the accompaniment is simply a piano. There were even some flaws in the live acoustics. But why? For what amounts to a clean song? Does it hit so close to home? The audience in front of the live studio was stunned at this moment. A good piece of music really makes them can't help but get immersed in it. Shahai. Shireng watched the live broadcast. Her face was already full of tears. I am who I am. A firework of a different color. She was an admittedly good girl when she was a child. Her family told her to study hard. She had to go home after school, and she couldn't play with her classmates on vacation, because that's how her sister-in-law, who got into watching, came to be. She also rebelled against going to the store with her tablemates after school to buy peripherals of her favorite singers, but the end result was that mom and dad tore up her collection and ran to school and loudly reprimanded her tablemates for not letting her near them. Since then, she's had no friends and acted according to the box her parents drew for her, even what she wears and what she eats every day. She doesn't get to decide. They would pretend to come and ask her opinion, but in the end they would discipline themselves according to their own ideas. That's how your sister-in-law came to be. If only you were as smart as your sister-in-law. Look at Lian next door. She doesn't even study much and still does so well on her exams. Why can't you? Words like that stayed with her through high school, because others are so. She must be like them. Unable to be herself, and going to music school was the most deviant thing she'd done since she was a kid. That day, after learning that she had changed her volunteer, her mother cried and clamored for her to resume her studies. Dad gathered all the relatives in the family and criticized her, saying that if she insisted on attending the conservatory, they would not cover her tuition and living expenses. She that time, finally hardened once, took her luggage and left alone, joined the band and earned her own money to support herself until now. She is who she is and she just wants to be her. Why did mom and dad, however, not want to love her like this? Brother Xiao Yan. Shireng wiped her tears and lightly bit her lips. Chapter 73. Su Yan's product must be of high quality. What a joy to live happily in a glazed house. Say to the world what is bright and open. I am what I am. A firework of a different color. The sky is the limit. Be the strongest bubble. Su Yan's eyes were also a little moist. The first time he listened to the song, he was just captivated by the spontaneity and uninhibited nature of the song, but after listening to the song on a loop a few times, he realized that it wasn't just about spontaneity and uninhibitedness, but also about pain and stubbornness. Who doesn't aspire to a life where they are free to be themselves? Who doesn't want to be brave enough to move forward in spite of what others say? But if it were really that easy, then the song wouldn't be there. Su Yan took a deep breath. He was considered lucky his parents were open-minded and always treated him with respect. Even so, he encountered a lot of negativity from others while growing up. The rest will surely suffer more. And in the long run, even they won't be able to believe themselves. Obviously, they have good ideas, but they are afraid to propose them for fear of getting people in trouble. It is clear that you have the ability to take advantage of a good opportunity, but then you start to suspect that you are not as good as others when the rest of them step up to the plate with confidence. Come back in the dead of night and blame yourself for not believing in yourself and encourage yourself to live your life afterward. But then when the same thing happens again, it's hard to change. Off stage, a couple of the girls had gone red, and some of the boys clenched and unclenched their fists, taking deep breaths. Fu Lei looked at Su Yan. His throat choking. Jane Man reached out and patted his shoulder, gently reassuring. It's okay. He knew the situation in Fu Lei's family. Parents divorced. Fu Lei followed his mother, stepfather on the surface of the good to Lei, but in fact, or will pour more love on the youngest son. Fu Lei was taught from a young age to be sensible, to take care of his younger brother, and not to cause trouble for the family. Once during the summer vacation, Fu Lei went home. The house was empty, and only after calling his mother did he realize that they had taken his younger brother on a vacation and had forgotten about him coming home. Even Fu Lei's room at home has become his brother's toy room, and he can only sleep on the sofa in the study. Everyone reminded Fu Lei that he was an outsider in this family, so he studied hard, got a scholarship to the school, and got into the acting department of Jiangchuan. When Fu Lei told them about it, this is what he said. I'm not trying to prove anything to them. I'm just trying to live the life I want. Thinking of this, Yang Meng couldn't help but redden his eyes as well. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the piano became powerful. Su Yan's gaze was firm as he raised his tone once again. I am what I am. It's fireworks of a different color. The sky is the limit. be the strongest bubble. Whoa, the crowd raised their heads in a huge manner. And Su Yen, who was staring dumbfoundedly, looked at them. Chen Hai's blood was boiling, and he only felt his pores stretching out. On the airplane, Lin Weiwei opened her small mouth falsely. Her breath was a little out of breath. Sister Whisperer. Song Qingyin raised her hand to signal her to be quiet as she looked at Su Yen on the screen, her eyes glittering with crystals. I like me. Let the rose bloom with a kind of result. Lonely in the desert. Just as blooming naked. Su Yen closed her eyes and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The photographer hastily adjusted his lens to record the scene. At the end of the song, the stage was silent, and only a few sobs could be heard. Su Yen took a deep breath and got up and bowed towards the stage. A me for everyone. Thanks for listening. Snap. In the next second, thunderous applause rang out from all directions and swept across the room. Fu Lei red eyes. Niso Arai shouted, King of words! King of words! At the first call, the audience in the room shouted along, King of words! King of words! A few of Chang Tian's fans were anxious and were busy wiping away their tears trying to make a mess. Not good at all. Far worse than brother Chang Tian. Before they could finish their words, an angry gaze was instantly thrown at them. Oishi flashed a smile at them. His gaze sharp. Chang Tian's fans were silenced and didn't dare to speak. The pop-ups exploded at this moment as well. My god. Suyin is finished. Chang Tian spent so much effort to make the whole field dry up, and Su Yen easily made the whole field quiet again. I am who I am. A firework of a different color. That's right. I am who I am. Why should I be afraid of other people's eyes? I don't need their love. I want to love myself. Suyin's productions are sure to be fine. And sure enough, my decision to touch the fish and watch the live broadcasts was the right one. No one is more honorable than the creator. No one is more noble than anyone else. At least, I cannot look down on myself. I saw my dad in tears for the first time. The song touched him deeply. I guess. Ugh. I just want to say 2 words. Su Yen. Bull. The applause was enduring. The guests in the backstage lounge all listened with tears in their eyes and applauded spontaneously. Chang Tian's face was a shade of green and white, his nails nearly digging into his palms. He knew full well that he had lost. A crushing defeat. It's okay. I have another song. I'll ask my manager to ask Mr. Yuan for another song. Desperately consoling himself, he dialed his agent. Sure. Useless thing. Mr. Yuan's song can be defeated in your hands. Mr. Qin is very angry right now, so you personally go over afterward to make amends. Before he could finish his sentence, a curse came from the other end of the phone, and immediately afterward, it was hung up. This time, Wang Jie walked in with 2 security personnel and said coldly, Mr. Chang Tian, your unauthorized addition to the show has affected the flow of our commercial show. The show behind you has been cut. Go back. After that I will communicate with your agent about the handling of your breach of contract. Chang Tian's face abruptly paled. Manager 1. Please. Wang Jie's brow furrowed and he took a step to the side as the security officer made a gesture of invitation. Chang Tian gritted his teeth fiercely and led his assistant out of the lounge, just in time to meet Su Yen, who had gotten off the stage. Su Yen, don't be complacent. This is just one time. Next time, I will never lose. Su Yen glanced at him faintly. Well, I believe it. Chang Tian's face darkened. After Suyin's performance, many of the audience were ready to leave the stage. Wang Jie hurriedly asked the host to tell the audience that the last 2 programs were also Su Yan's. The audience made a snap decision and quickly returned to their seats and waited for the show. The video of Suyin singing I during the commercial performance had been cut online by netizens. In just 10 minutes, the video was retweeted tens of thousands of times, and hashtag I was topped on Hot 6. Suyin's new song really didn't let me down. I am who I am. A firework of a different color. And that's going to be my motto. It's so touching to hear that since I was a kid, Mom and Dad never seemed to approve of me, and it's always someone else's kid that stands in my way. But I'm just me, so why would I want to be someone else? This song is obviously very plain, but it has a magic power that hits the heart, and the more you listen to it, the more addictive it becomes. Is Su Yen really still a student? I can't believe it. Mr. Yuan's creation has lost out to Su Yen. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the front. Chapter 74, Su. I have a favor to ask of you. There are even netizens who have started a hashtag campaign for the song. Hashtag have you been yourself today? Hashtag campaign slogan. I hope everyone will be brave enough to be themselves, starting with 1 small thing a day. And welcome daily punch cards. A number of internet users have participated in the event. I turned down a classmate's request for me to run an errand today. And I don't want to be a good old boy anymore. I've never liked mushrooms. Mom and Dad know about it, but they force me to eat mushrooms at every meal. I'm having a showdown with them today. If I eat any more mushrooms I'm going to self-flagellate. Big brother upstairs. It doesn't have to be like this. They haven't forced me to do it since I got a perforated stomach from eating cilantro. It's not just the netizens, but the musicians in the songwriting world have come out to speak up as well. Rocker Lao Mo. I watched Suin's commercial live. And I'd like to say, what kind of rock is that song? Dry. Rock is not a hi-fi song. It's not just yelling. That song, does it have substance? It doesn't even compare to the commercial rock of old. Well, after him, I heard Suin's I Am Me. A firework of a different color. The sky and the sea. To be the strongest bubble, this song, sung to the heart of the old mo. This kind of is the real music. Do not play those false. Also can be deafening. I so wish I could meet this kid. Sooner or later this kid is going to grow into a singing sensation. Musician Chen Gu, Su Yan is the gem of the Chinese singing scene. Nowadays too many singers just want to take shortcuts to sing that kind of lip-syncing songs without caring about the quality of the music. Su Yan has shown me the hope of the Chinese singing scene. All musicians should learn from Su Yan. And even we old things should think about whether we've lost our beginnings. Zhou Suhua retweeted the video, Shui Jifei retweeted the video, Zhangwen retweeted the video, even director Su Lian from the movie industry was blown out of the water and retweeted the video. The Weebly, once again, is sensational. Thousands and thousands of music. Yan Liqing looked at the rising background data and was so excited that his breath caught. The data is starting to go up again. Quick, extract the music from the video and notify the live users. Let them listen to it for now. Yi Wenming hurried over with the freshly printed statement. It's only been a little over an hour, and there are 500,000 more users on our platform. 200,000 of them are returning users. Suin didn't just drive his songs, but the rest of the artists on the platform also saw their song plays increase dramatically. Moreover, there are people who have registered accounts on our live streaming platform. We can move in the direction of live streaming afterward. 500,000? Yang Liqing's eyes glazed over as he snatched the statement, and in the next second, he laughed so hard that his mouth was crooked. Baby, that's a big one. Penguin Music. The director called an urgent meeting with the top brass. Jiang Wei, I don't care what methods you use. You must dig Su Yan over. It's only been 2 days, and thousand music subscribers have grown substantially, splitting up a lot of our traffic. You haven't had any trouble with Su Yan before, have you? The matter of us pressing his flow in the past 2 days must not be known to him. Jiang Wei's forehead was sweating straight up the day he learned that Su Yan had signed a contract with thousand music. He called Su Yan to bully him, offending the kid to no end. The superintendent glared at him. Speak up? You wouldn't have offended Su Yan, would you? No, of course not. Jiang Wei quickly waved his hands. The superintendent's brow furrowed at the look on his face. There's something wrong with you. You call Suin right now. In front of me. Superintendent. Su Yan is attending a commercial show. It's not his turn to go on stage. Fight immediately. The superintendent slammed the table hard. Jiang Wei's heart went cold, and he could only harden his heart and dial Su Yan in the lounge. Su Yan and Fu Lei were chatting with the two of them. When he saw Jiang Wei's incoming call, he raised his eyebrows slightly and picked it up. Su Yan student. I'm the manager of Penguin Music. Jiang Wei is it convenient for you to talk now? Unlike last time, Jiang Wei's tone was much better, even with some flattery. Su Yan smiled. Manager Jiang, what is it that you are looking for me for? Isn't this trying to find an opportunity to work with you? I've applied for an A-sign contract for you this time. Do you think you have time to have a chat in person? The superintendent signaled Jiang Wei to put him on speakerphone, and Jiang Wei was so nervous that his fists were clenched. I'm sorry, Manager Jiang. I'm a person of high quality. Wait a moment. Without saying a word, Su Yan handed the cell phone to Fu Lei's mouth. Chat your mom before deliberately set up a trap in the contract to let Su Yan drill. Su Yan did not drill. Chose thousand music, and you call to threaten, and now you have the nerve to come and talk about signing? Are you a dog? If it wasn't for your age, I'd have cursed you. Have seen shameless. Have not seen such shameless. Fu Lei gas or not with gasp. The speed of speech is fast. Penguin Music. Jiang Wei snap hung up the phone. He looked at the furious director and his back went cold. Director, after being chopped and scolded for half an hour, Jiang Wei walked out of the conference room trembling. The director issued a final notice to him that if he didn't sign back Su Yan, he would be done as a business manager. Originally, he had already planned to snipe thousand music on the 29th. But how could he dare offend Su Yan now? Jiang Wei sighed and was about to contact Sun Wen and Wang Tong. At that moment, his cell phone rang. Manager Jiang, this is Hong Lan. Is it convenient to talk now? Convenient. Looking for me for something? Jiang Wei said Penguin Music and Starlight have collaborated, and he and Hong Lan have met a few times. It's like this. Manager Jiang, I heard that you contacted NetCloud and KK to snipe Chen Chen on the 29th. We, Starlight, are willing to provide a helping hand. At the end of the month we'll have 8 new people releasing songs, and I sent the list to your cell phone so you can check out the songwriters. As long as you can give the best promotional spots, these 8 songs can sign an exclusive license with Penguin. Hong Lan directly said. Jiang Wei frowned. Who told you about this? Hong Lan smiled. You don't have to worry about that. I'll wait for your reply. The phone was hung up. Jiang Wei clenched his fists and opened the list sent by Hong Lan. Then his eyes instantly lit up. Of the 8 on the list, 6 are new singers with high callouts that carry their own traffic. There are 2 others, Wu Yan and Wei Jun, a former diva and a veteran singer-songwriter. Moreover, 3 of the 8 songs were written by Mr. Yuan, and the remaining 5 are from famous lyricists. Once this publicity hits, it's bound to set the internet ablaze. At that time, who will still listen to Suin's songs? As long as Suin is squashed, he'll sign the songs to exclusive contracts again, and it'll be wearing out his welcome. Jiang Wei's breath caught in his throat and his eyes glowed. Even the heavens are going to help me. When the commercial show ended, Wang Jie thanked Su Yan repeatedly and gave him an additional $50,000. Chen Hai offered to send Su Yan back to school, and Su Yan didn't push back, taking Fu Lei and Yang Meng to the car with him. Fu Lei was already a fan of the Flames and was so excited that he wailed and asked the 3 for autographs as soon as he got on the bus. He was originally a self-centered nature, and Dashi was very chatty, and the 2 of them sang together and patted each other on the shoulder, which was a bit of a forgettable friendship. Little Su, I heard from old Shui that you're going to Zhahai to participate in Stars of Tomorrow? Chen Hai asked. Su Yan smiled. Mr. Shui already told you? Yes, Mr. Shui sent me an email. I'm going over there at the end of the month. There are 3 days of closed rehearsals, recording on the 4th. Chen Hai hesitated for a moment. Little Su, in fact, I'm looking for you today. There's another thing I want to ask you. Chapter 75, this is what cultural heritage is all about. Begging me? Su Yan was shocked and waved his hands. Brother Chen, if you have any use for me, just say so. Don't say anything about begging or not begging. Chen Hai pulled out a smile. There are 4 of us in the band, and the one who didn't show up today is called Shu Weisheng. When we made some money and quit singing, we went our separate ways and found our own jobs. The 3 of us are fine, but Shu Weisheng has had a rough time of it. First, his father suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and spent more than 100,000 yuan on an operation. Later, he also failed in business and hitchhiked a lot before and after. We tried to help, but he was a stubborn man who preferred to break his brotherhood rather than take the money. Later, we managed to get him a couple of commercial shows, and he opened a small noodle shop, which is doing quite well. It would have been nice to live in peace and quiet like this, but this time, when he said this, Chen Hai's throat choked. Su Yan's heart tightened. Did something happen? Ding Changdong was silent as well, and Oishi sighed and continued behind him. Shu Weisheng had a hard life. He went to get some goods some time ago and accidentally got his hand caught in a machine, and his left hand was amputated. Ah, big brother Shu Weisheng? He's a drummer. Fu Lei's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. He'd seen the Flames play. Before each song, Shu Weisheng would slam the drums down hard and yell out, "Hello everyone, we are the Flames." His drumming skills were so superb that he was a soulful presence in the show, and was known as the #1 drummer in China at the time. A drummer with a broken arm? Fu Lei was a bit unable to bear thinking about it, and his eyes were a bit hot. This kind of blow, it's almost fatal. Su Yan put away his smile and looked serious. Brother Chen, can I help? Arriving at his destination, Chen Hai pulled over to the side of the road, patted Su Yan's shoulder, and sighed. I don't know if the law works. Shu Weisheng loved your songs, especially the song Walking Fish, and I asked Song's permission to listen to a deo for him. He had given up on life, and has sort of picked up some energy in the last 2 days, but still doesn't talk much and is disheveled throughout. Su Yan, you have the magic of singing to move people's hearts. I hope you can write a song for him to rekindle his fighting spirit. Dashi was also busy saying, feel free to mention the labor fee for writing the song. We'll chip in and give it to you. Ding Changdong also looked at Su Yan with red eyes. The 4 of them, although they met much less often after quitting the singing world, but the emotion of knowing each other in the slightest and supporting each other is not something that can be easily washed away by time. They had, some time ago, gone to see Shu Weisheng together, and with just one glance, the 3 of them had reddened their eyes. What a man who used to be the most wild and uninhibited, the most spirited, and not even emotions could be seen on his face now. And when he saw them, he just pulled out a hard smile. That smile, it was worse than crying. They could contribute money and effort, but they couldn't pull Shu Weisheng out of the abyss. The only thing that could lift some of Mizuno's spirits now was music. Su Yan shook his head. There's no need to mention the money. Brother Chen, do you guys want me to sing on the stage of Stars of Tomorrow? I can sing in the preliminary round. The song to be sung, he had already thought of. He'll do his best to interpret it to the best of his ability. Earth had given him inherited memories, and it would be too selfish for him to use them only for his own fame and money-making, using one world's civic culture to save another world's people. That's what cultural heritage is all about, isn't it? Chen Hai was slightly stunned, then a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Putting it on someone else, agreeing so quickly and even coming up with a song. I definitely think the kid is insincere, but when it comes to you, I actually don't find anything strange about it. You can keep the song a little longer and we'll talk to you ahead of time. And we'd like to bring Shueishing directly to the venue, even if it's the same song. The impact it brings live is definitely much stronger than watching a TV program. Su Yan nodded. Okay, everything is at your disposal. Time passes day by day. On the 28th day, Su Yan asked his counselor for a leave of absence and headed to Zhahai. Although closed rehearsals will not begin until the 1st, he and Hao Feng made an appointment to go to Zhanhai to play for 2 days in advance. In the afternoon, Su Yan took a plane to Zhahai, and in the past 2 days, his songs are still hanging on the hot search list, although the rankings have gone backwards quite a bit. But the users of Thousand Music are realistically growing, and the number of pyrotechnics has risen quite a bit as well. At 1 p.m., Thousand Music posted a tweet. In the wee hours of tomorrow morning, Mr. #Suyen #S new song for World Heart Day will be online on time on Thousand Music. #Suyen write songs for World Heart Day #. So stay tuned. As soon as this tweet came out, many netizens came out to comment. The #, Suyen write song for World Heart Day was also constantly quoted and retweeted. I almost forgot about this one. I thought I was just going to have to dive in quietly until the new song charts. Finally, I get to hear a new song from King of Words again. I'm most looking forward to his songs now, but it's a pity that King of Words debuted late and definitely didn't make it in time to compete in the new songs chart. Otherwise, with the songs he sang, he would have killed through the charts. Okay, I'm excited to see Suyen's name now. Either there's a good song or a big melon. To be honest, I'm not really looking forward to it. Has there been a single good benefit song over the years? It's all just melodrama for the sake of melodrama. It doesn't play well. That's it. Su Yan is just trying to brand himself with this kind of public service song. He already likes to hype, and he even borrowed our Lang to move up the ladder before. Oh, what's wrong with you upstairs? You're full of shit? Do you really think the netizens have forgotten about your main man's antics? In the usual style of Qin Lang's fans, seeing that the heat of the matter has passed, they scurry out to try to tamper with netizens' memories. Su Yan fans don't go too far. Xiao Lang never mentioned Su Yan stealing songs from the beginning to the end. Okay, it's you guys who misunderstood. Oh, it wasn't you guys who preferred to eat and let Su Yan testify against himself in the first place. Don't you know that your rightful owner is now nicknamed Shelon? Ever since the song stealing incident, fireworks and ocean waves had become rivals, and the fireworks, under the leadership of Yang Meng, never took the initiative to draw out the war. However, the waves are remembering the original forced revenge, and underneath the topic related to Su Yan, they always pop up to make a couple of yin and yang sentences. The pyrotechnics were not afraid to take the dislike quotes that Fu Lei had posted in the group, and disliked the waves every time they jumped. And just as the two sides were bickering on Twitter again, a comment popped up. Crap, don't argue, you guys go see the hot search. Big bang. Seeing this comment, netizens were stunned and hurriedly clicked into the hot search page. Seeing the topics on the hot list, they were all shocked. Chapter 76, Sniping from the Triumvirate. The Weebly Hot List. Chi How new song teaser. The Guardian's new song will be released tomorrow. Mr. Cho will write another song. Diva Wuyan's new song Mo Lost Mo Ast will be online tomorrow. A hot search topic came out like a fish, and there were actually 10 or so in a row. And on the hot topic are now the popular singers. In addition to them, there are a lot of new or slightly cold singers are released. Microblogging. Announced that they will be releasing a new song tomorrow. Moreover, many of them have song lyricists who are well known in the circle. All of them are big names who have written many pop gold songs. Crap, is there something wrong with my eyes? Or is the dog micro malfunctioning? Wu Tiandang is back in action. And there's Mr. Wei Jun. He hasn't released a song in 2 years. Aha! Recommending my treasured music blogger Nanan to you all. He's releasing a song too. Early this morning on Penguin Music. And my Mimi, releasing a new song on NetCloud. My god, it's New Year's Eve. Aside from participating in events like the new songs chart that require entries, there has hardly ever been anything like this in the music industry, where singers release songs on the same day on a massive scale, and the people who released songs this time were not small in terms of popularity, especially Wu Yan. Although her popularity was not as good as before, she was still a former music diva. The flurry of hits blew up to the delight of the netizens. All the major marketing numbers are also out in force. The music scene is in full swing, and according to the cumulative total, 23 artists will be releasing new songs in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Penguin, KK, NetCloud. The 3 major music platforms will strike hard tomorrow, and a number of music platforms will be impacted. What do the big 3 intend by choosing to jointly release music on the 29th? 3 platforms cooperating, suspected of pointing the sword at Shanshan. Can Su Yan's new song stand out? One amazing eye-catching headline after another came out of nowhere. Netizens are not stupid. During this period of time, after Su Yan joined Thousand Music, Thousand Music's exposure on the internet grew, and after Thousand Music announced that Su Yan will release his new song in the early hours of tomorrow morning, So many singers have released new songs to preview their new songs, and also at the same time as Suyeon's new song, and when these singers post their tweets, they all at the relevant music platforms, none other than NetCloud. KK and Penguin, singers of such notable popularity, usually don't choose to release their songs at the same time in order to avoid splitting their traffic. This situation today makes it clear that the big three have made a deal with them to snipe at thousand music. That is, sniping at Suyin. There are even PK topics posted by users of public service music versus popular songs, Suyin versus Gunster, thousands of music versus the big three. Of the three poll topics, only 12% voted for the former, and the latter finished. And at this time, Suyin had already met with Hao Feng and also stayed at the hotel Uncle Yang called him just now, and he had already seen the news on the internet. Yanko, they are clearly trying to join forces to suppress you, and the goal should be to get you to terminate your contract with thousand music and join their platform. Hao Feng looked at the Weibo and frowned. He had just started and it was a busy time, and he was only taking the time to follow the news online. It was also after Suyin talked to him today that he realized the entanglement between Suyin and the three giants. Suyin put his cell phone down, his face not looking good. He has been contacted by all three on numerous occasions and has raised his dissatisfaction with the contract. They don't change. They choose to sign with thousand music themselves, and they jump again. First Jiang Wei coerced him, then he intentionally pressed his heat, and now he's intentionally stacking the songs to be released at the same time as him to snipe at Chen Shan. That's pretty rude. Do they think that they can just cover the sky with their hands? Suyan's eyes were cold. Hao Feng took a deep breath and patted his shoulder. Even though I'm only halfway into show business, I've still been exposed to a lot of things. In the entertainment industry, there is no such thing as fairness and justice, and these several music platforms stood in their present position in the first place by monopolizing the music market and suppressing the rest of the platforms. Back in the day, when copyright management wasn't strict, NetCloud also did the tawdry operation of packaging fake albums for sale. They've come this far with a lot of bad blood in between. Thousand Music was a big player in the industry back in the day, and it was so hard to keep them down. They must have tried everything they could to stop Thousand from making a comeback, and since Chi-Chi is currently relying on you alone, I'm afraid they'll still block you if you don't work for them. Hao Feng glanced at Su Yan and comforted again, but now it's the age of the internet. Besides, there's still Zhou Tianwang and Mr. Shui behind you as guarantors. They shouldn't dare to be too desperate in what they do, so don't worry too much. I'm not worried. Su Yan took a sip of water. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. Fortunately, this time we made all the preparations. In the face of absolute strength, capital must also be deterred. And, after he recorded If I Become a Memory, he asked Uncle Jan to run an errand. Something that would add another dimension to the song. Starlight Entertainment. Qin Lang looked at the message on the Weibo and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Yan, it's time for you to see the power of capital. Hong Lan smiled and said, this time, the three major platforms have joined forces. No matter how talented Su Yan is, he can't rely on one song to beat 23, right? And we've got Mr. Wu Yan and Mr. Wei Jun out this time, and they're very vocal. Qin Lang nodded his head. When the heat of this time passes, the preview of my new song list will also begin. So this time, it must be foolproof. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, the publicity department is ready. We're definitely going to occupy the top spot this time. Hong Lan said. Qin Lang clenched his fists. It was intended to elevate his status in the music industry with Becoming so that he would have more of a presence when he appeared as the mystery mentor on The Greatest Showman, but this matter was ruined by Su Yan. And this time, the new song list, there was no way to lose. By the way, Mr. Qin, I've inquired about a piece of news that director Su is looking for someone to write the theme song for the movie he's going to release recently. Hong Lan flipped through her cell phone and said, is it director Su Lian? Yeah, it's him. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth immediately lifted. Find a way to contact him on his end. And whoever the lyricist is, the singer is going to be me. And preferably the lyricist is going to be my name. He just came back to the country. And although he has traffic, he's not very national. If he could sing the theme song inside Su Lian's movie, more people would recognize him and his position in the music industry would be more stable. Su Lian's endorsement is not low in gold. Got it. Mr. Qin, I'll go make arrangements. Hong Lan hadn't been out of the office for long when an employee hurriedly approached. Sister Lan, Song Qingyue is back. On the third floor. Song Qingyue? The corner of Hong Lan's mouth revealed a touch of contempt. Well, I'll go over there now. She was the chief manager of Starlight Entertainment and had brought out a number of top-tier artists. Those newbies were dying to get on their knees and beg her in order to be assigned to her crew. Song Qingy, on the other hand, was the one she picked herself. When she saw this girl on The Greatest Voice, it was clear to her that this was definitely a superstar prospect, and it's a great way to take her handful of artists with her. But this ninny, she won't listen. What's the point of pretending to be noble when you're in showbiz? On the third floor of Starlight Entertainment, Song Qingyue and Lin Weiwei were sitting on the sofa in front of the recording studio. Song Qingyue didn't wear a mask, and the surrounding employees cast strange looks. Whisper, "It's been a long time, I've missed you." At that moment, Honglan's voice came over. Chapter 77, Song Qingyue, you did it on purpose. Honglan came out of the elevator and smiled as she walked up to take Song Qingyue's hand. After giving you such a long vacation, you should have figured it out. There's a dinner party tonight. It's all about opportunity. Song Qingyin drew her hand back and said coldly, I've already handed in the song. According to the previous agreement, it's time for me to return my weebles. Honglan's eyes crossed a touch of coldness. You're still not dead in the water. Ha! The company is helping you to run Weibin. Why do you have the right to take it back? When it was written in the agreement, after Sister Light Whisper handed over the song, she could publicize it on her own. How are we going to publicize it if you don't give us the weebles? Lin Weiwei blocked in front of Song Qingyue and glared at Honglan. Honglan's brows furrowed. You've been dismissed. Who allowed you in? She is now my personal assistant. Song Qingyue placed the previously signed agreement on the table. Her eyes light. By the way, I bought this song. The ownership doesn't belong to Starlight Entertainment. And you should stop playing around with the idea of stealing the song. What happened to Qin Lang these days should have caused the company's stock price to drop quite a bit. You threaten me? Honglan's eyes narrowed. Song Qingyue, don't forget that your contract with the company hasn't expired yet. Well, I know. I recently looked at the contract. It says that if I'm not satisfied with the agent, I can change to another one. I'll change to Sister Jiang Xia, and she will set my work arrangement during this period of time. You guys can contact Sister Jiang Xia for specifics. I've already turned in the song, so I won't keep it much longer. Honglan's face turned ugly. Song Qingyue, you did it on purpose. Kong Ha, the head agent before her, is now in her 50s and vacationing abroad, and Jiang Xia has a characteristic that when she is on vacation, she turns off her phone and no one in the company can reach her. Even if she wanted to go and confirm with Kong Ha, there was no way to do so. Don't forget, you have an interview tomorrow and I have to account for your speech. Honglan gritted her teeth. I'll ask Sister Xia about these. Song Qingyue didn't turn around and left straight away. Honglan blackened her face. She's already turned in the song? Who is the lyricist? There's no lyricist's name written on it. The song is called a Diao. Do we want to listen to it now? The music teacher asked. A Dio? Honglan sneered. A song that even the lyricist doesn't dare to fill in the name. Just toss it aside. When the new song list is over, I want her to personally kneel in front of me and beg me to give her a chance. Online, the heat of thousand music has been completely overshadowed by the release teasers of over 24 musicians. Sun was indeed very hot during this period of time, but the popularity had not yet been certified by Time. Of the 23 people who will be releasing songs tomorrow, the worst newcomer has 1 million followers. Besides, China hadn't had a music festival like this for years, and for a while, the netizens' attention moved away from Suyan's body penguin music. Director's office. The director narrowed his eyes. Manager Jiang, are you sure that with this method, you can sign Suyan to our platform? Jiang Wei smiled confidently. Superintendent, I've been in contact with Suyan. He's just a newborn calf. He won't know any better until I teach him a lesson. This time, the three of us teamed up to snipe him, letting him know that he can't stand up to us on his own. And with the traffic from thousand music, after that I'll throw him an olive branch and offer him a contract and he'll definitely agree unless Suyan can really stand out. But this possibility is extremely low. The superintendent nodded. He does have a lot of heat, but it hasn't been long since he debuted and he doesn't have much of a fan base yet. Thousand music is too strong today to help him win the traffic war, and songs written for charity are not popular at the moment, but we can't give up on this talent. Let's sign him back after his hot streak passes, and we can help pay for the liquidated damages on Thousand Music's side. Yes, superintendent. After leaving the director's office, Jiang Wei's mouth revealed a touch of smugness. Suyan, this time, you've kicked the bucket. If Suyan was still persistent after this time, then he would come so many more times. He just didn't believe that every song of Suyan's could be that good. By the time Suyan's heat is completely squashed, the man will have pretty much disappeared from the music scene. There's no use keeping genius if it doesn't work out for him. Later that night, Suyan had gone to bed quite early, but quite a lot of people were in front of their cell phones and computers. Thousand music, Yang Liqing and Yi Wenming, as well as many employees, did not bother to go back, and stood in front of the computer, waiting for the early morning to come. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:55. Yang Liqing was so nervous that he clenched his fists tightly. Once we survive this one, we'll consider it an official comeback. The combined sniping of Penguin and KK and NetCloud is a crisis and a turnaround for them. If we win, Thousand music will surely be a hit. If you lose, no, it's impossible to lose. Yang Liqing's eyes flashed with a fine light. Sun not only recorded the song, but also had them prepare a music video, paired with the music video editable. If I become a memory, it would be absolutely king. Yi Wenming's palms were also sweating, concentrating on the computer. The hour and minute hands turned to 12. The early hours of the morning arrived, and the music platform songs went live on time. Many netizens' eyes lit up as they lay in bed listening to the new song. Ching Media University. Fu Lei and Yang Meng were already in front of the computer. They ignored the rest of the songs and clicked into Thousand Music first. If I Become a Memory, this song title doesn't seem like a public service song. Yang Meng scratched his head. Whatever. Listen to it first. Increase the airplay for the oldest. Fu Lei directly clicked the play button. Soon the music started, and the main instrument was still the piano, accompanied by the melody. Su Yan's singing voice came into his ears. Tired and trying to stay awake as usual. Missed you too as usual. So afraid of a relieved sleep. The heartbeat stops when it doesn't obey in a dream. Just after listening to this paragraph, Fu Lei and Yang Meng abruptly widened their eyes and looked at each other. Good to hear. A lot of songs are meant to be heard in the chorus to know if they're good or not, but then the melody at the beginning of the song is so good to the ear, that they want to keep listening. Listen. Breathe like a wave lapping. The more beautiful it is, the more apprehensive I am. What else can I cherish, if I even have a hard time keeping track of my own pulse? The song continued to play. Su Yan's voice was low, with a hint of sadness and hopelessness. Hearing Yang Meng and Fu Lei both had their hearts clenched. Yang Meng is an extremely emotional person. Usually watching a TV series can be read in the eyes. Hearing this, he forced his nose to be sore, not wanting to be laughed at by Fu Lei. Next, the chorus arrives. If I become a memory and quit this life, leaving you crying in dismay, my cold body can't embrace you. To think that I let you, whom I love so much, travel alone on the sea. I would hate myself for being so cruel. If I turn out to be a memory, I'm finally not so lucky. There's no chance of gray hair, hobbling around holding you, watching the evening sun set. Long time someday you will be sad and healed. If anyone can, let him accompany you. I don't blame you. When Su Yan recorded this part, he thought about what was in the music video, and his voice choked a bit on one line. He would have liked to re-record it once more. But Yang Liqing chose to keep this version, and that choking sound from Su Yan completely pulled the Fu Lei duo into the emotions of the song. Fu Lei clenched his fists slightly, and Yang Meng lowered his head, forcing back tears. If I turn out to be a memory, the greatest fear is that I'll be too indisputable, stubbornly clinging to the air, hogging every inch of your heart, every crevice. Even you who still love me suffer painfully to bear the loss. That's not fair. Please do your best. Forget me. Chapter 78. The effect is even better when consumed with MV. When the song ended, Fu Lei took a deep breath and couldn't say a word. Yang Meng's eyes reddened and his throat choked. Worthy of being third brother. Worthy of being third brother. Saw Lei, we don't have to worry anymore. Fu Lei nodded his head, and at that moment, he suddenly saw that the music video for If I Become a Memory had been released on the homepage of Thousand Music. And a music video? Fu Lei clicked into the music video. The music video opens with the sound of an ambulance siren. Immediately afterward, the diary was opened and the boy's voice rang out. You're 21. I'm 27. I'll wait for you until you're 27. And we'll spend 31, 41, 51, 60, 70 to 100 together. While talking, the boy came out with a cake and celebrated with the girl. They blew out the candles together and made a pact to move forward in life together, both with happy smiles on their faces. And in the next scene, the girl walks alone in the middle of the street with her bag, looking up at the rooftop as memories flash back. The boy suffers from heart disease, and his doctor told him that proper exercise can improve the heart's tolerance of the situation. So the girl and the boy agree to meet later on the roof of the girl's house. The boy did it, and they cheered together on the roof of the building. A moment when they must have felt they had beaten the disease, but life goes on. The boy is afraid to sleep, and when he does, he has nightmares. And whenever he is about to fall into the water and suffocate in his dream world, the girl always pulls him back from his nightmares. They met more and more often at the penthouse, and the boy's health seemed to be slowly getting better, as they hugged each other and encouraged each other, looking forward to a better life ahead. Yet another day comes, and while the girl waits on the rooftop as usual, the boy collapses at home. The story ends with the sound of an ambulance and the boy and girl standing on the rooftop, the boy spreading his arms wide with joy and cheering. I did it! But in the next scene, the girl is the only one left. The MV plot is simple, but along with Su Yan's song, it's heart-wrenching to watch. Fu Lei clenched his teeth. Lao San is cheating. Jan Mon sniffled. His voice choked. We can't be the only two people having a hard time with this song. The two of them glanced at each other, and their eyes both flashed with a brilliant light. A few moments later, I and the large group of Jiangchuan students, Fu Lei forwarded the link to the music video of If I Become a Memory in. Everyone listen to this song. Support our school Suin. I have to say, this song is really too healing. Listening to my body and mind stretching. With the music video to eat, the effect is even better. Oh, at all members Young Mong immediately quoted. +1. What they didn't realize was that after them, The students of Bamboo 5 took the field. Ha ha ha. Yes, this song is really super healing. Everyone must listen to it. Oh Suin. It's worthy of being Suin. After listening to this song, I feel like I'm going to be able to have beautiful dreams today. I'm also at all members. You must listen. Fu Lei and Yang Mang looked at a message, looked at each other, and people were dumbfounded. Fu Lei opened the door to the next dormitory. The next dormitory roommate just finished watching the music video, red-eyed grinning at him. Destroy them all. How many college students sleep early? Especially the School of Media. More concerned about the news on the internet. Many people are waiting for the song in the early hours of this morning. Fu Lei and Yang Mang are sort of jamming to the song. And at this point in time, there are still a lot of people who haven't heard If I Become a Memory. Seeing so many people strongly recommending the song, they were curious and immediately clicked on the link. Better with a music video? I'll have to watch the music video then. 5 minutes later, the large group, which had only a few people chatting, boiled over. It's really healing. Ha ha ha. Big brother who sent the link. Which class are you in? Let's meet? At all members, I won't allow you to not listen to this song. Support Senior Suin. Yeah, it really stretches my mind and body to hear it. At Yu Lei is super handsome. I've got some goodies for you. I'll send them to you tomorrow. Oh, Fu Lei and Yang Mang's acting professor, who was also not sleeping at this moment, saw Fu Lei and Yang Mang's news, and his eyes showed a touch of relief. Knows how to share and is brotherly. Just usually a little rowdy in class. Still a good kid. With that, he clicked on the link as well. After a moment, he took off his headphones, took a deep breath, and sent a message to the group. At Yu Lei is super handsome. At Meng is masculine. You two have a quiz tomorrow in acting class. In addition, we are to support Su Yan's classmates. This song, everyone to the next college also forward. I have already sent it to the teachers group. Professor Bull. That's right. I've got a group. I'll pull people in. So let's fight and run. Big guy. This day, the groups at the River City Conservatory of Music and the River City Academy of Fine Arts all received links as well. Unity of speech. Healing music. The first thing the students did after hearing this was to go to the person who sent the link and settle the score, only for the other person to have already withdrawn from the group and fled. College students are always enthusiastic and don't hesitate to choose to make things difficult for their buddies together. So, on this night, a lot of people were attacked by the cure of If I Become a Memory. The next morning, the first time Jiang Wei woke up, he opened his cell phone to look at the data, and then the corner of his mouth lifted up. From the wee hours of the morning until now, the traffic on their platform has been much higher than ever before. The airplay is climbing. Immediately afterward, he opened the Weibo. 100 flowers blossomed on Weibo. Everyone was discussing Wu Yan, Wei Jun and the others. He scrolled through a few times, but he couldn't turn up any news related to Su Yan. On the rookie chart, below Su Yan's previous songs, many of the newcomers who had released songs yesterday had squeezed in, except for Su Yan's new song. Su Yan. Ah, Su Yan, you chose the wrong path this time. Jiang Wei flashed a smug smile and got up to head to the office. And thousands of music. Yang Liqing slept at the company yesterday, and when he woke up, the first thing he did was rush to the data department. How's it going? Yi Wenming's eyes were all red-blooded and he looked excited. It's not a big increase, but the numbers keep going up and it's very popular among the college population. Expect a substantial increase after 10 o'clock when the students are up. Yang Liqing hurriedly came over. So far in the wee hours of the morning, If I Become a Memory has reached 200,000 plays. Is there any chance of breaking out? He asked. Yi Wenming took out his cell phone. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. Just look at the shaking clouds. Weebly hashtag Wuyan. Lost and unquestioned hashtag new song by the guard hashtag Chi How Sings Rock Again hashtag. The conversation continues to climb for the singer who released a song yesterday. Netizens have been discussing it all over the internet. Mo Lost and Mo Asked is so good. It's worthy of being Ms. Wu Yan. She's the #1 in old-fashioned songs. Brother Chi How Burned Me. I've been playing it on loop all night. Yesterday enjoyed a musical feast. The quality of this batch of songs is not as good as Suin's songs, but it's still pretty good. Su Yan's fans, don't go around giving your main man a hard time, okay? A public service song can't beat Ms. Wu Yan's song? I'm still remembering Su Yan's slandering of our Lang. Who would want to go listen to his songs? I didn't even go to listen to Su Yan's songs. Who goes to listen to public service songs when there's good pop music to listen to? Isn't that cheap? Ha ha ha, the heroes are the same. Public service songs are framed, forced to be melodramatic and awkward. If Su Yan can break out of this frame, I'll go upside down. Scamper. It's been a long time. Welcome to my Twitter page. Scramble rare brother. Quickly go to the toilet and squat down to watch the shaking cloud. It's easier for you to play. Go to the toilet and watch the clouds. Chapter 79, Healing Songs to warm you all day long. Seeing this message, Some netizens got curious and opened the Shake Cloud. The first item on the Shakein homepage's hot search is hashtag if I become a memory music video. College students prefer to play with shaking clouds than weebles. After being devastated in the wee hours of the morning, they immediately reposted the video on Shakein, recommending it like crazy. Healing song. Everyone must listen to it. The warmest public service music I've ever heard. Warms you up all day. College students are the strongest public service music. Please eat with the music video. College students go to bed late, wake up late. And these messages are hours old. The netizens who came over from Weebly all froze when they saw these testimonials. If I become a memory? That doesn't sound like a public service song, does it? Is this the song Suin sent? Come what may. They also clicked on the music video. After all, college students are certified, so you can warm them up all day. If I turn out to be a memory, the greatest fear is that I'll be too indisputable, stubbornly clinging to the air, hogging every inch of your heart. Every crevice. Even you who still love me suffer painfully to bear the loss. That's not fair. Please do your best. Forget me. The song ends and the music video is played with the sound of an ambulance siren. The netizens in front of the screen looked up with red eyes. Healing songs? Warm me up all day? Certified college students? The world is finally epileptic. Starlight Entertainment. Sheen Lang read the Weebly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How are the numbers over at 1000 Music? Currently Su Yan's new song only has 200,000 plays. Hong Lan hesitated, but I listened to Su Yan's song, and the quality is very good. Sheen Lang frowned slightly. How does it compare to the rest of the songs? Hong Lan had a complicated look on his face. Not knowing how to answer, Sheen Lang waved his hand. Who cares about the quality? There are too many songs with good quality but no one asks for them. As long as they don't have heat on Weibo, they can't make waves. Keep an eye on your side as well. Get in touch with Penguin's side, and once Su Yan's heat is about to rise, just squash it. Buzz buzz. Just then, Hong Lan's cell phone vibrated. It was Jiang Wei calling. Hong Lan glanced at Sheen Lang, who nodded, and only then did she press the connect button. In the next second, Jiang Wei's roar came through. Surname Hong, you fucking killed me. The music video for If I Become a Memory was republished on Weebly by netizens and not many people commented initially, but less than an hour after the college students woke up en masse, the hashtag If I Become a Memory appeared on the Hot 100, quickly soaring, under the recommendation of the college students. Healing song and warm you up all day. More and more Weibo users listened to this song. After that, the topic page comments blew up. How can this be a public service song? I was fine with it, but now I'm feeling sick to my stomach. Who says college students are clear and stupid? Where's the clarity? Ooh, I'm crying to hear it. Brother Suin is too atrocious. College students are too atrocious. What we've suffered, you won't escape. Who understands? My girlfriend is a diehard fan of Suin. We had a hard time meeting yesterday. The room was all set up, but she started crying after listening to the song. And then what? You cried with her? Brother, you're so miserable. No, I didn't cry. I was more excited to see her cry. Then she scolded me for not having a heart. Dead pervert, and kicked me out of the room. Su Yan, I hate you. Ahem. I'm a firework, but Big Brother upstairs. You hate him? I have nothing to say. No comment. In addition to the netizens who were stimulated by the music video and flirted with it online, there was also a group of people who, after listening to the song, are still in tears to this day. Heart Attack Supertalk. The Supertalk host retweeted the MV and topped it.I in the superlatives. A number of people came out and shared their experiences. I have a girl I really like. She's silly and kind and loves to pester me and ask me how I'm cold to her. In fact, I want to smile at her and be close to her, but I don't dare. I'm afraid that after I'm deep into it, I'll end up leaving and she'll cry, and I don't want to see her. Why.as Suin sings in this song. What else can I cherish? If I even have trouble keeping my finger on the pulse, what do I deserve to cherish? Happy. When will it end? Which moment is the last moment? Suin, this song sang my heart. I am genetically predisposed to heart disease. My mother passed away last year from a heart attack, and I try to act lively and fearless so that my family and friends don't worry, but I'm really scared. I'm afraid that if I fall asleep one day, I'll never wake up again. I'm also glassy-eyed, and I've seen a lot of netizens joke about heart disease before, saying it's the standard for female leads, and I didn't find it funny at all at the time, thinking that no one would understand a heart patient except ourselves. Thanks to Suin's song, it lets me know that there are still a lot of people who are paying attention to us. Otherwise, how could he write a song that understands us so well? If I become a memory, I hope that when that day does come, I'll have left all the people around me with good memories. The netizens who were surfing on the internet, who also paid attention to the content in the superlatives, all had their noses turned sour. They only felt that Su Yan's songs were heartbreaking to listen to, but they didn't seriously think about the fact that there was really such a group of people who were experiencing the bile of Su Yan's songs for a while. Many netizens left comments under these meager messages. Although words are useless, they also hope to help these patients through the goodwill of so many people. Shahai. In the hotel song Ching had finished listening to the song, and next to her, Lin Weiwei looked at the comments on Weibo. Her eyes had long been red. Sister whispering, Su Yan has performed another miracle this time. Worthy of being my long-legged little brother. Worthy of being my husband. Song Qingying turned her head to look at her with a sharp gaze. Lin Weiwei was startled. Sister whisper? Song Qingying withdrew her gaze. Her voice faint. Your husband is Qin Lang. Don't mess with Su Yan. Vivian Lin. How long is she going to play this stunt? And the other side, how phone went to work early in the morning. Su Yan didn't wake up until 10 in the morning, and was talking to Yang Liqing at this moment. Yang Liqing was thrilled. Mr. Su, we got through another hurdle this time. The number of new subscribers has increased by 300,000, and the broadcast volume has reached 800,000 already. And have you seen Weibo? It's already on the 10th of the hot searches. Penguin and the others can't be that fast if they want to suppress the heat now. Su Yan looked at the message on the Weibo, his eyes flickering slightly. The song, originally sung by Tank on Earth, was then nominated for the 2009 Entertainment Boiling Point Hottest 10 Golden Songs, and in the same year it was also named one of the top 10 Pioneer Golden Songs of Hong Kong and Taiwan on the Music Pioneer chart. Tank's sister suffers from a genetic heart condition, but she is optimistic and has a boyfriend who loves her very much after a long love affair. Her boyfriend has proposed to her. They are already preparing for marriage matters and everything seems to be going in a happy direction, but it was at this time that my sister had a heart attack and passed away in a fitful sleep. All that was good in the past has become a memory. The original music video for the song featured a diary opened from Tank's point of view to tell the story of the hero and heroine duo, but he didn't make it clear to Yang Liqing, and when he filmed it, there was no such scene. Uncle Yang, I have a favor to ask of you. Chapter 80, Su Yan is killing mad today. Yang Liqing was in the middle of a gushing narrative, and at the sound of his words, the corners of his mouth grinned. Mr. Su, we don't need to be so polite directly. If you have anything, just explain me. After that, let's donate 10% of the proceeds from this song to the Heart Society. Su Yan flipped through the contents of the heart attack hypertext and opened his mouth. There is a saying on earth that if you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you are the world. He does love money, but he's not a miser. If he hadn't suddenly acquired the inherited memories of Earth, he wouldn't have been able to earn so much money. Yang Liqing froze, sighing. It is really a college student who still has the heart of a child. You are the boss. You gave the word. Of course this matter is no problem, but it's going to be late, and I'm worried that Penguin will still be pressing your heat, so we'll have to throw money at a wave of publicity then. Okay? I know. Before a sentence was finished, a Weeble airborne topic page. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrunk. Wait a minute. Uncle Yang, we don't have to spend money on publicity. Yang Liqing was stunned and was just about to ask a question when Yuan Ming walked in with an agitated look. Mr. Yang, Weibo, look at the Weibo. Just moments ago, the Chinese Heart Society retweeted the video for If You Become a Memory. Today is World Heart Day. Guarding health starts from the heart. Thanks to Mr. Su Yan's If I Become a Memory, which has touched hundreds of millions of netizens and brought more attention to the issue of cardiovascular health. At thousand music at Manga is masculine. We would like to use this song as an endorsement promo song for our society and look forward to hearing from you. The topic page stalled for a split second as soon as this tweet came out. Moments later, the comments blew up. Oh, my god, the Cardiac Society is coming down. And it's the Chinese Heart Association. I'm tired of saying the 4 words, Suing bullish. As a heart patient, I agree with the words of the Heart Society that this song could be a wake-up call for more people to protect their hearts. I agree. I hope you all have a regular routine, adjust your emotions, and take a load off your heart. Be sure to live a happy life. Upstairs, you've touched my heart. Woo-hoo-hoo. The whole network is looking for Brother Scamper. Come out and talk to me. Brother Scabbers. Suyin is doing 23 fucking hits today. Xin Lang was about to spend money to suppress Su Yan's heat. When he saw the meagerness released by the Heart Society, his face instantly became ugly to the extreme. Hong Lan sucked in a breath of cold air. This time it's equivalent to the official media coming down. After that we'll have to be more cautious if we want to deal with Su Yan again. Pop. Xin Lang slammed his palm heavily on the table, his forehead veins bulging. He'd been out for 5 years and no official media had ever come down for him. And Su Yan had only been out for a short time before he was recognized by the Heart Society of China. With this layer of aura in place, after that, unless Su Yan did something against the law and discipline, one would have to think twice before even thinking of blocking him. Moreover, the new song chart was about to start. And originally he had prepared everything to completely overpower all that heat on the internet, but when Su Yan made such a mess, his heat would definitely be split. Smash money on the Weibo side. Before tomorrow, the hot searches related to Su Yan must slowly drop down, and on Shivering Cloud's side, Make sure to minimize the impact of this on my new song list. Okay, Mr. Ching. I'll get in touch. Honglan took out her cell phone and was just about to call out when she was instantly dumbfounded when she saw the message displayed on the screen. Qin Lang's brows furrowed. What happened again? The Greatest Showman sends out a tweet. Qin Lang froze and hurriedly opened his computer. Shortly after the release of the Heart Institute's tweets, the official blog of The Greatest Showman was updated with a message. At Thusan Thousand Music at Mongo Very Masculine. Mr. Suyin was treated unfairly before due to the problems with our audition judges. After our discussion, we sincerely invite Mr. Suyen to participate in this year's recording of The Strongest Voice. Looking forward to your response. A lot of people retweeted and commented when this tweet came out. Oh, when I asked you guys to come out and apologize to Suyen before, you didn't come out. And now that you see that Suyen is on fire, you want to invite him to your show. So it's really a pawn and a stand. Even though I'm a big fan of The Greatest Showman, what the showrunners did this time is indeed a bit disgusting. Didn't the program team dismiss Fanjin? It's already possible. One way or another. I still kind of want Suyen to participate in The Greatest Voice. It's not appropriate for Suyen to participate now, is it? Did he go over to PK with the judges? Ha 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 ha. Kudos to the upstairs. 5 minutes ago, after the Heart of China Society released a microfilm, Zhou Jian, the general director of The Greatest Showman, urgently contacted the station to discuss the matter after the previous video of Suyen being given a hard time by Fanjin came out. A lot of netizens screamed and cursed underneath their Weibo. Oijan 1, who was also a judge of the audition, also advised him to post a tweet inviting Suyen to participate. At that time, there was too much controversy surrounding Suyen, and he refused Zhang Wen's offer out of protection for the program. But now, Suyen's fame was becoming more and more prevalent, and even the Chinese Heart Society was going to cooperate with Suyen. The ratings for The Greatest Voice are not as good as they have been for a year now, so he naturally can't miss the opportunity to catch heat right in front of him. With the station's permission, he had the publicity department release the Weebit in the first place. Have you found Suyen's contact information? Zhou Jian looked anxious. The assistant was busy saying, I've already found it. I'll contact Suyen now. No need to contact. At this time, the assistant director walked over and handed his cell phone to Zhou Jian. Suyen won't be coming to participate. Seeing the content on the cell phone, Zhou Jian's face instantly changed. Just moments ago, the showrunners of Stars of Tomorrow released a tweet. Star of Tomorrow Season 4. Will have its first round of recording on October 4th. This contestant is superb, so please look forward to it. Underneath the tweet, a picture was accompanied by the shadows of several singers, and the shadow of the singer on the third from the left, who was playing the piano, looked extremely similar to Suyen. Crap, the third from the left is Suyen, right? Suyen went to participate in Star of Tomorrow? I can't be sure because I only have a silhouette, but it really looks like it. It looks like the silhouette of Suyen singing at a commercial show. Crouching. First the new song exploded, then invited by the Heart Society to collaborate, then invited by The Strongest Voice, and now Star of Tomorrow seems to be doing it for him, deliberately coming out to respond to The Strongest Voice. Today Suyen is killing crazy. Suyen should have gone to participate in The Strongest Voice. Star of Tomorrow. Now the contestants are not low in popularity. Bring their own traffic. Suyen's heat in this period of time is very high, but only a short time after his debut. In terms of the number of fans does not take advantage of. What the hell do you care if he has the advantage or not? Just say, do you want to hear Suyen sing? Want. On this day, the melon-eating netizens were once again happy because of Suyen. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Suyen was going to wait for Hao Feng to have dinner with him, but Hao Feng was temporarily working overtime, so there was really no way to accompany him. Suyen first came to Zhahai, and did not want to stay in the hotel all the time. It just so happened that there was a music restaurant downstairs. Suyen put on a mask and walked in. He found a cubicle and sat down, and was just about to order when suddenly a figure stopped in front of his table. Suyen? Chapter 81. Do you know nothing about rock and roll? Hokage. Hearing the familiar voice, Suyen's eyes lit up and he raised his eyes to look. Song Qingyue and Lin Weiwei were standing in front of his table. It's really you. The corners of Song Qingyin's mouth lifted. I've booked a private room upstairs. Do you want to join me? Lin Weiwei's eyes were glowing green when she saw Suyen. Yes, yes, yes. Eat together. Good. Suyen didn't make any pretense, smiled and went to the box with them. Soon, the waiter began to serve the food, and the three of them chatted as they ate. So you didn't go to that interview? Suyen smiled. Song Qingyi nodded. I have a former friend with Sister Jiang Xia. I have her personal contact information. I said hello to her before coming to Zhahai, and she can only help me up to this point. Thinking about yesterday's events excited Lin Weiwei. Suyen, you didn't see how handsome Sister Whispering was at that time. Honglan's face was blackened by her dislike. She surely didn't expect that our sister Whispering had branched out this time and wasn't afraid of her threats at all. Looking at her hand-waving appearance, Song Ching-in couldn't help but be amused. She used to suffer silently for the rest of Honlan's difficulties with her in order not to go to the chaperone, and never thought of resisting, but now, Su Yen, I have to toast you. If I hadn't gotten to know you, I wouldn't have had such a great bottom. Song Ching-in's pearly swirls were shallow, and her eyebrows curved as she looked at Su Yan. Su Yen smiled and clinked glasses with her. You can just drink the juice. He felt that Song Qingyue was getting more and more different from when he first met her. She's in a state today that's close to what she used to be when she competed on The Greatest Showman, loves to laugh and has a great smile. Song Qingyin's mind instantly resurfaced with the image of seeing Su Yen lying beside her after waking up from the wine that day. Sister Whispering, why is your face red? Didn't you drink plain water? Lin Weiwei wondered. Su Yen froze and also cast a puzzled look. Song Qingyin forced herself to be calm. It's too hot. Lin Weiwei glanced at the air conditioner. Her small brows furrowed. It's not hot. Well, Song Qingyin picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. Looking over at Su Yen, you're not going to the show until the day after tomorrow? No, it's going over in the morning. Su Yen swallowed the food in his mouth and continued. Many of the contestants arrived yesterday, and Mr. Shui asked me to go over early as well. For 3 days of closed rehearsals and a theme song recording session, I'll be able to look at my cell phone when the first recording is done. And by that time, you should already be number 1 on the new song charts. The corners of Song Qingyin's mouth lifted. Borrowing your good advice. The three of them didn't chat for a while, but Song Qingyue had something to do temporarily, so she could only leave early with Lin Weiwei. Su Yen looked at the dishes on the table and sighed. It's only one person in the end. He ate a few simple bites and was ready to go back to the hotel as well. Hello everyone. We're the Monsters. We're going to participate in the greatest voice afterward, and we hope you'll support us. Just arrived downstairs. A soft voice rang out on the restaurant's resident stage. Su Yen was stunned, turned his head to look. Shireng stood on the resident stage with a red face, and beside her stood 3 others. A female drummer and 2 boys on guitar and bass respectively. All young. It's them. At this time, the 2 boys sitting at the table next to Su Yen discussed it. I've seen their video number. This female lead singer looks civilized and weak, but she's got a lot of strength. The drummer is also great, but on the contrary, the guitarist and bassist are a bit childish. And I've seen their audition video for The Greatest Sound. It's awesome. It was the only band that competed. The Voice? Su Yan's head buzzed and his eyes widened. So the band he had favored that day during the audition for The Greatest Voice was Shi Ying's band? On stage, the band began to play. Knock, knock, knock. The gentle-looking female drummer pounded away. The drums explode, followed by the sound of music blaring across the room. Shi Ying's eyes instantly changed, and she let loose into the microphone with an appalling air. Su Yen was shocked to hear this. He'd heard Shi Ying's solo, and it was also warm and soft, but singing with the band changed her demeanor all around. Becoming confident and bright, the sense of contrast was like a small rabbit turning into a small tiger in front of him. They were singing an old rock song. The original band's lead singer was a male in his 40s, and it's usually hard for a girl to portray the energy within the song. However, Shireng had interpreted a different version, and even in Su Yan's opinion, Shi Ying's style of this singing was not inferior to the original. The remaining 3, on the other hand, couldn't match the proficiency of the old band. But that playing was full of energy. The restaurant erupted in applause after a few people finished singing. Shireng adjusted her breathing and bowed toward the stage in thanks, her voice returning to its previous softness. Thank you. She just got off the stage. She saw Su Yen, who was applauding. Her face turned red and she nervously clenched the corner of her coat. Su Yen smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Singing is very good. Shi Ying's eyes brightened, and the corners of her mouth immediately curved up. Thank you, Ing. Who are you talking to? At this time, the band's female drummer Zhang Jiajia walked over, and when she saw Su Yen, her eyes abruptly widened and she nearly shouted out, Su. Shireng hurriedly covered her mouth. Jiajia, lower your voice. Zhang Jiajia was busy nodding her head, her eyes glowing. Brother Su, I am your fan. Go to our card seat and drink 2 cups together. It is also convenient to talk. Suin, brother God TM Su. Anyway, there was nothing to do in the evening. Su Yen followed the duo to the adjacent card table. Zhang Jiajia looks quiet, but her nature is very active. I really didn't expect to meet you here. I was listening to your song yesterday. Xiao Ying was crying. We coaxed for a long time. Su Yen, we have to clink a glass here. Shi Ying's small face suddenly flushed. No, just cried for a while. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted up, clinking glasses with the 2 of them. Thank you for liking it. The strongest voice is about to be recorded as well, right? Shireng nodded. Well, the program team asked us to do some publicity in advance, so we've been running caves at nearby bars and also music restaurants for the past few days. You guys sang very well. Someone should have been looking for you to sign in the past 2 days, right? Su Yan asked. He is very optimistic about this band of Shi Yings. Everyone can be strong and young. Good to train. The main thing is that they have a good understanding of each other. It's not the individual strengths that matter in a band. It's what comes out of the blend. He's now a shareholder in 1000 Music and wants to absorb some talent for the company. There is. The corners of Zhang Jiejia's mouth grinned. Several entertainment companies approached us. We didn't sign. There were too many restrictions. Shering blushed. It's also because our band is too small for them to offer a good deal. Su Yan nodded and was about to speak when a voice came over. It's those old things that don't have eyes. Fu Shou, the band's bassist, walked over and squeezed into a seat next to Shering, looking at Su Yan with hostility in his eyes. Suyin, why are you here too? You didn't come here after our showing, did you? I'm telling you, don't hit on our lead singer or you'll be treated impolitely. Fu Shou. Shi Ying's face instantly turned red and she hurriedly looked at Su Yan. Don't listen to his nonsense. What am I making up? You've been watching his videos and listening to his songs every day for a while. Is he that good? Yes, I'll admit. He's strong in songwriting, but it's limited to lyricism. At the last commercial show, Cheng Tian was clearly trying to rock against him, and he didn't sing out. Fu Shou rested one hand on the table and raised an eyebrow towards Su Yan. Tell the truth. Do you simply not understand rock and roll? Chapter 82, If you lose, you'll work for me for the rest of your life. Fu Shou. Shi Ying's eyes turned red. Niso stood up. If you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Unfortunately, she had a warm and soft nature, and even when she was angry, her voice was soft and sticky. Without any deterrent power, Zhang Jieja frowned. Fu Shou, almost got it. Su Yan didn't mess with you. Fu Shou also looked uncomfortable. Muttered, I did not say anything wrong. He originally does not know rock. Otherwise why not sing in the commercial performance? It wasn't that he actually disliked Su Yan. It's just that there were only 2 girls in the band who chanted about Su Yan every day. There's also his big brother, guitarist Fu Liang, who's joined the Something Smokin' fan club. He now doesn't even have much of a presence in the band. Su Yan's face coldened for a few moments. He and Fu Zhou met for the first time today, and he was naturally unhappy in his heart when he was inexplicably targeted. You know a lot about rock and roll? Su Yan asked rhetorically. Fu Zhou snorted. At least, it's better than you know. If you're capable, why don't you do a rock song too? If you convince me, I'll give you my life. Remember what you said. If you lose, I want you to work for me for the rest of your life. Su Yan put on his hat and looked at Shering. Can you lend me your guitar? Shering hurriedly nodded. Of course. Zhang Jiejia's eyes lit up. I'm going. No, I'll play the drums for you. The 2 girls followed Su Yan onto the resident stage. Who is that? At this time, Fu Liang came back from the restroom and froze when he saw the 3 people on the stage. Fu Zhou grunted and didn't say anything. He knew Su Yan's meaning of wearing a hat was nothing more than not wanting to use his fame to suppress him. Su Yan tuned his electric guitar and looked towards Shering and Zhang Jieja. You guys just play along with the music for a while. Don't worry about it. Zhang Jieja held up her drumsticks, the corners of her mouth grinning. Don't worry. Sister Technique is here. Shering also nodded with a red face. Su Yan took the electric guitar, looked in Fu Zhou's direction, and said into the microphone, this song is called Do What You Want. Listen up. I'll teach you what it means to be a rocker. The patrons who were eating sniffed and looked in the direction of the resident stage. What does that mean? Is this a declaration of war? That little girl sang quite well just now. Why is there a different person? As You Like It? That's a name I haven't heard before. But there aren't many rock songs to listen to these days. From the past to the present, rock has always been considered niche music in China. Before that, the definition of rock was very strict. But then with the changing times, there was also hard rock, folk rock, and so on. Originally, there were so many genres divided up in the hope that the rock world would blossom. But in the end, it's still the same songs from the very beginning that keep getting bandied about. The rest of rock either had poor song quality or couldn't stand the test of time. Fu Zhou's face was ugly as he sat on the chair. Fine. I'll see what good songs you can sing today. Su Yan ignored the comments of the rest of the customers and strummed his electric guitar. And soon the rhythmic melody spread throughout the restaurant. Immediately after that, Su Yan turned to the microphone and let out a loud song. Happiness is when people can't keep up with you. Troubles and sorrows have long since been left far behind you. All chances, no need to be careful to force them again. Remember this every day and every night, and you shall always feel that you are free. Crap. The customers who were still making a lot of noise were dumbfounded when they heard this part, staring daggers at Su Yan on the stage. Fu Zhou froze, disbelief written all over his face. What the hell? That's how you start off? Fu Liang rounded his eyes. Crap. What the hell? Is this our new lead singer? Shering and Zhang Jieja were already dumbfounded, and Su Yan smiled and gestured a glance toward them. Zhang Jieja immediately reacted and hurriedly began to add drums. Ching had only listened to a section and didn't dare to accompany it at will. Your love never needs to be heavenly or earthly. You never need any reason for your decisions. The blue skies are open for you, and luck is all around you. Remember, you're young and you're everything. And it's time to get your groove on. A smile spread across Su-Yan's face as he swayed to the rhythm. This song is by Compass on Earth. He chose this song because, for one thing, in their part of the world, the prevailing Chinese think that rock is all about playing deep and individualistic. Then he lets them know that rock and roll, too, can bring joy. The days are long and long. How many good plays are waiting for you to sing? This section has a different tempo than the previous one. Sounding relaxed and distinctive, the customers under the stage couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths as they listened. And many of them couldn't help but dance to the rhythm. The free-spiritedness of the song made them all a little hot under the collar to hear it. It's a long day. So what's the harm in having setbacks? We can always get through it. The important thing is to cherish every minute of the present and create your own world. Ching and Zhang Jieji looked at each other and both revealed smiles as Ching picked up the guitar and accompanied the music. Zhang Jieji pounded the drumsticks heavily and soundly. Do as you please in your world. And don't bother with the rambling, boring conversation. Do whatever you want in your world. As long as you live the best version of yourself. Do whatever you want in your dreams. Come join the freedom of one game. In your madness follow your heart. And life is an easy joy. Doesn't leave a trace. The venue got completely high when this segment came out. Some customers just stood up and shook their shoulders and laughed with their friends around them. There were also people bobbing their heads to Su-Yan's song, driving a group of people around them, whether or not they actually get to live as they please tomorrow like in this song, but at least for the moment, they were enjoying the freedom they aspired to. I'll go. Fu Liang was so shocked that he directly stood up. This is the real fucking rock. The lyrics. I'm so amazed. Fu Zhou's mouth never closed, and he looked at Su-Yan with more fervor in his eyes. The chorus music starts up again. Do what you want in your world, and don't bother with a sky full of boring topics. Su-Yan handed the microphone to Ching. This section was the same pitch as the previous one, and Ching opened her mouth nervously. Do as you please in your world. Su-Yan smiled and continued to sing. As long as you can live the best version of yourself. Zhang Jieji played the drums and sang. Do whatever you want in your dreams. Su-Yan, come and join the free-for-all in one game. Ching, do as you please in your madness. Su-Yan, a life is a complete joy. On the stage, Su-Yan signaled a glance towards Zhang Jieji, who understood in a second, and a rhythmic drumming section instantly punctuated out. The corner of Su-Yan's mouth lifted up as he sang into the microphone. Do whatever you want now. At the end of the song, a storm of applause swept the room. Chapter 83. Whoever doesn't sign this contract is a fool. Many customers even rose to their feet and applauded. Crap. Rock and roll. This is absolute rock. Man, this song is awesome. What band are you guys from again? I didn't search for this song. Encore. Encore. The little music restaurant was restless with this song. Su-Yan wiped the sweat from his head, bowed slightly towards the stage, and walked off the stage. Ching and Zhang Jieji were also sweating from the heat at this moment. Cool. It's been a long time since I've knocked so hard. Zhang Jieji gulped a mouthful of root beer and laughed out loud. Ching's small face turned red as she looked at Su-Yan in admiration. I was afraid that I sang the wrong words just now, but luckily it's exactly the same as the previous paragraph. Su-Yan gave her a thumbs up. It's okay if you sing it wrong. Originally this song is called Follow Your Heart, but I'm really envious of your memory. Ching instantly revealed a smile, a little embarrassed. Her voice soft and sticky. Shorthand lyrics and tunes are the basic skills of our profession. Su-Yan, or you're better. This song is another new song, right? Fu Liang was pouring water for a few people. When he heard that, the water cup in his hand almost fell to the ground. What, Su-Yan? Su-Yan took his hat off and smiled as he extended his hand towards him. Hello, I'm Su-Yan. Crap. Fu Liang's eyes widened as the nationalist blurted out. Su-Yan lifted his chin towards Fu Zhou. How so? Fu Zhou looked embarrassed. The song is quite good. I'm convinced. What do you want me to do? You can just say, but in advance, I won't do anything that is treacherous. King of words, Fu Zhou is a bit mouthy. I apologize to you on his behalf. If he can't do it, I'll do it. I'm his own brother. Fu Liang patted his chest and said. Ching and Zhang Jieji also looked at Su-Yan with a somewhat worried expression. Anyways, Fu Zhou was also a member of their band, and the relationship between them had been good for the past 2 years. They are also clear that Fu Zhou's heart is not bad, just good-faced. Su-Yan smiled. Since you said so, then I won't be polite. I want to sign you guys up. At those words, all four of them were stunned. Sign it? Zhang Jieji's eyes widened. Su-Yan, are you serious? Su-Yan nodded. I'm very optimistic about your band. Since you participated in The Greatest Voice, you should be looking for an agency afterward, right? There is this intention, and there are also agencies that have approached us. Fu Liang looked embarrassed. It's just that we've read the terms of the signing, and once we sign it, it's for 10 years, And the lyrics and music rights don't belong to us. And besides, we can't necessarily sing our own songs, so that's why. Fu Zhou gritted his teeth. A beat of the chest. A kind of strong man, a go and not return. Su Yan. It is me who lost to you. And they have nothing to do with them. I said to do it. I alone and you. He had wanted to create a heroic atmosphere of I'm not going to hell. Who's going to hell? Asa result. Halfway through his speech, he realized that no one was looking at him at all. And they were all discussing around Su Yan. Okay, I see. So you guys just want to be able to sing your own songs and then not have to sign the lyric rights, right? Are there any requirements in terms of treatment? Su Yan asked while memorizing the memo as young Jejia busily said. We don't ask for much in terms of treatment, just about the same as others. Fu Liang nodded his head as well. Yes, artists don't have a high base salary. That's something we know. At the very beginning, as long as we can make ends meet, you guys don't worry about this. Su Yan continued. After signing, you guys can sing your own songs, but you have to let the company review the songs before releasing them. Do you guys reject songs other than rock? It's not exclusive. We weren't meant to just sing rock. Fu Liang said. Su Yan nodded his head and looked at Shering, who hadn't said anything. Do you have anything to add? Shering gently bit her lip. Su Yan, is the company owned by you personally? I only want to sign with you personally in case Su Yan left the company. She could follow along. Shering didn't say this latter sentence. Su Yan froze. He had wanted to sign with them in the name of Thousand Music. Okay, that's fine. And to summarize, you guys can sing your own songs, but I'll provide you with songs as well. You have a yearly songwriting quota. But it's not forced. It's mainly to work on your songwriting skills also. If there is a suitable announcement for you guys, contact me first before deciding whether to go to the show or not. The salary aspect is in line with the rest of the company, and you'll still mainly earn a cut. Su Yan finished typing and placed his phone on the table. You guys can look at it too. Fu Zhou gritted his teeth. No need to look. I'll sign. I'll absolutely sign. Zheng Jejia gazed at Su Yan. If you sign, you can get you to write songs for free. Whoever doesn't sign this contract is a fool. Shering also laughed. Yeah, I'll sign it too. Forian was already searching the map. I'm going to find the print store now. Fu Zhou, can't I talk anymore? Su Yan's mouth grinned. Looks like it's time to put his opening a personal company on the agenda. After signing with a few people, Su Yan wrote down the lyrics of Follow Your Heart and licensed it to them, and wrote another song for them, Our Love. These two songs are enough for you guys to survive the preliminaries of The Greatest Voice. And if you guys can take the title of The Greatest Voice, that would be the first band in the history of China to win a championship in an audio variety like The Greatest Voice, and its popularity would skyrocket. Su Yan handed them the written lyrics and said, after reading it, several people sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Yan added, for this show, I won't be writing the rest of your songs, the rest is still up to you. If it's just the songs he writes, then any random roadie he can hold up, but then, it wouldn't make sense. He hoped that the memories of Earth could be used to promote the progress and development of their world civics. Otherwise, when all these memories in his mind were used up, in the following 10 years, people would have to miss the old showbiz again, just like they were doing now. Fu Zhou beat his chest with a bang. Brother Yan, don't worry, the champion of the strongest voice. I'll designate that I'll get it back for you. I will definitely not disgrace you. That's right, Lao Ao is the one who is going to be the #1 drummer in China in the future. Zhang Jiejiu raised her glass, her bravado clouded. To our Mr. Su. To Mr. Su. Fu Zhou and Fu Liang also smiled and raised their glasses towards Su Yan. Shering looked at Su Yan, wanting to speak, but finally only whispered, I won't let you down. Su Yan smiled and clinked glasses with them. Cheer up. It was just a group of students who were only 20 years old, just at the age of ambition and fervor. Go for it. A few people shouted with laughter. Despite being in a restaurant, early the next morning, Su Yan took a car and headed to the recording place of Stars of Tomorrow. He had just gotten out of the car when a staff member approached him. Hello, provide your name and phone number. After Su Yan reported over, the staff's eyes lit up. You're Su Yan. I especially like your songs. Su Yan smiled at him. Thank you. After identifying the name, the staff took him to the hotel. This is your room. We're going to have closed rehearsals starting tomorrow, but it won't be very busy. It's mostly going to be about quieting your minds down and recording some blooper reel footage. A video teacher will come to you tomorrow and you'll have to turn in your cell phone then. So grab it today and play with it. You won't be able to play with it for a few days after that. Thanks. Su Yan smiled after the staff left. Su Yan put his luggage away and gave Fu Lei a few people to report his safety. He was just about to go and rest for a while when suddenly, there was a knock on his room door. Su Yan thought that it was the staff who had something left to explain, and immediately went to open the door of the room. He froze when he saw the man standing in the doorway. Chapter 84. I'm not short of money right now. I'm short of songs. Su Yan, long time no see. Shui Jifei stood in the doorway with a smile, and next to him stood a man of about 40 years old. The man was wearing a suit and his body was quite straight. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted. Mr. Shui, why are you here? This one is? The man next to Shui Jifei immediately extended his hand. Mr. Su Yan. Hello, I'm Su Lian, a director. Su Yan was stunned, busy shaking hands with him. Hello Director Su. I've seen the movie you directed. The two of you please come in. Su Lian was a famous director in China, and his previous movies had won many awards in the country, and nowadays, the movies in China are getting worse and worse. The number of bad movies is gradually increasing, and the name Su Lian is the word-of-mouth signboard. A few people entered the house and sat down on the sofa, and Su Lian directly explained the purpose of his visit. Mr. Su Yan, the movie I'm shooting will premiere next Friday night, and I've come over this time mainly to discuss with you about the movie's theme song. Su Yan froze, puzzled. Discussing with me? It's going to be released next Friday. You guys wouldn't even have prepared the theme song by now, right? Movie theme songs, which are usually promoted the day before the release, so the producers will find a singer to record them early. He really didn't expect that Su Lian's movie was already going to be released, but he still didn't have a theme song. This could all be considered a movie accident. Su Lian took a deep breath and took out a contract and placed it on the table. The songwriter was approached before, but unfortunately, he had some recent problems and his songs are no longer available. I've looked for the rest of them and really didn't pick a favorite song. I listened to your song Eastbound and Down this time and it didn't fit as well, but I couldn't have found a better song. So I want to find you to buy the right to use this song. And after that, I also need you to cooperate with us to do publicity. The combined remuneration is $200,000. Do you think it's okay? Su Yan understood the fact that it doesn't work anymore means that songwriter has completely caved in the room. $200,000. It's his. Of course there's no problem. Su Yan smiled sincerely and picked up a pen to sign the contract. At that moment, Shui Jifei suddenly blocked him and looked at Su Lian. Old Su, didn't you say before that East Wind Break was appropriate? Su Lian sighed. It's the most appropriate song as of now, but it only reflects part of the plot, and it's not even the main plot, but I don't have time to delay now. It's going to be released in theaters next Friday. Alas, you say, it's not good to be peaceful when you've made so much money? Even my side has to suffer. Shui Jifei frowned. You've been preparing for this movie for a long time, right? I remember it's been a few years. 5 years. Su Lian tugged at the corner of his mouth. Who would have thought that something like this would happen in the 5th year? That can't be put together. Shui Jifei looked at Su Yan. There's still some time before the movie is released. Little Su, see if you can help write a song out? Su Yan nodded. I have to see what the movie is about first. Songs were plenty in his head, but it wasn't that simple to find one that fit the theme of the movie. However, he had recently learned a lot from the musicians of Earth and could adapt it appropriately. Writing now? Su Lian's brows furrowed. Don't you guys joke with me at this time? I'm in a hurry. The movie took him 5 years to make and the actors he chose were all powerhouses. All the pre-publicity has been done, and now a lot of viewers are just waiting to see it, while the most important thing about a movie is the plot. The theme song is also an important part of driving the audience's empathy. A good theme song connects the audience to the movie and adds to the viewing experience. He's been preparing for this for 5 years and doesn't want to fall on his sword on this. Shui Jifei smiled and said, in that case, isn't there still some time before the movie is released? Let Xiao Su think of it first, and if he doesn't think of it, you can then use East Wind Break. Su Lian moved. After all this preparation, he certainly wanted a proper theme song. Old Shui is a person he understands, unreliable in small things, never joking in big things. After hesitating for a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Su Yan. Little Su, that will be troublesome for you. I'll go back tonight and send you the main clips from the movie, and if you can write a more appropriate song, I'll pay $300,000. But this movie, you must never reveal it. He's not short of money right now. He's short of songs. Another 100,000 added. The corner of Su Yan's mouth lifted. Okay, I'll write it to you as soon as possible. After Su Lian said something about the requirements for the song, he was also anxious to go back. You might have to work a little harder after that. And when you're done recording, you need to meet me at my studio. The movie will be released soon, and I have a lot of preparations to make. But I asked Lao Shui, and it won't delay your recording. Su Lian sincerely held Su Yan's hand. Mr. Su Yan, I really need to ask you for help this time. Director Su, don't worry, I'll do my best. Su Yan said. Su Lian nodded before leaving. Shui Jifei looked at Su Yan. I'm also going to record the 3 days of closed training after that. You don't need to care too much. I've arranged a personal rehearsal room for you. You come on your own time. Let me know when the song that corresponds to Becoming is going to be sung as well, and I'll let the show do the promotion. Just a few steps away. Shui Jifei turned his head again and urged, remember, you must choose my track. Su Yan cried and laughed. Okay, I know. Sulian had just gotten into the car when his cell phone rang. What's wrong? He picked up the phone, the assistant's voice came on the other end of the line. Director Sue. Starlight Entertainment's side wants to ask us for a meeting and wants to participate in our theme song project. Sulian's brows furrowed. I didn't fancy the songs written by surname Yuan. Didn't you talk to them? If there's a song, have them send it directly to my email. Said so. But they said it wasn't Mr. Yuan's song. Said the song won't disappoint you, and strongly requested a meeting with you. We also have cooperation with Starlight Entertainment. It's not advisable to make too much of a mess. Sulian rubbed his sore brow and sighed. Alright, I know. Let's do it in a few days. It just so happens that I've found a lyricist on my side to make an appointment with. Okay, Director Sue. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sulian sent over the edited movie. The name of the movie is Palace Chaos and it's almost 2 hours long. Sulian first looked at the information that was sent to him. The movie was about a clear fight in a deep palace, the aging and suspicious king, the lonely and sentimental queen. Just the synopsis alone made Sulian's head spin. Although the quality of Sulian's work was generally not bad, but he really wasn't interested in this kind of harem dogma movie at all. After reading the information, Sulian didn't have the slightest clue and, moreover, had a headache. Just go straight to the movie. Sulian sighed and prepared to cast the movie to the TV to watch it. Just as he turned on the TV, his eyes sank. Chapter 85. At this moment, she really misses Sulian. The TV was playing the first installment of Creation Practitioner at this moment, and it happened to be Lin Xuecheng's turn to go on. Sulian didn't hesitate to turn off the TV and chose to watch it on his cell phone. Now that he saw the man, he could only think of two words: obscure. The movie played, and the first act made Sulian's blood run cold. Holy shit, that powerful? But watching it made him feel uninterested. The costuming was exquisite, but, to be honest, he thought it was bad. And in the same vein as a bad Earth movie he had in his head, there's at least an 80% or 90% resemblance. Fast forwarding through the movie, Sulian exhaled. Alright, almost at the bottom. That night, Sulian went to bed at 10 o'clock, and at 11 o'clock, the new songs chart preview began. At exactly 11 o'clock in the evening, the new song list webpage released the list of participating singers, but there were so many people that no one would pay attention to them except for a few at the top of the major music platforms. 2. Have begun to recommend the new chart demos off the participating singers, and netizens were surprised to find out that in this, Ching Lang had sent out 5 demos. I'm going, what the hell? Ching Lang is releasing 5 new songs this time? Except for one song lyricist who is Mr. Yuan. The rest of the people are all himself. I just listened to it. It feels great. The arrangement is a bit of a thing. Ching Lang still has some talent in him. I want to hear the whole song. Some netizens came out to scold. Oh, have you guys forgotten about Ching Lang's previous antics? Who knows if he stole these songs? That is, didn't Ching Lang's big powder say it was going to be eaten? How come it hasn't been eaten until now? And as soon as their comments were sent out, they were squashed over by the water armies. And there were even comments from people that were directly blocked. In less than half an hour, topics such as hashtag new songs list and hashtag Ching Lang contributed 5 songs were airborne in the hot search for a while. The square was all swept up by Ching Lang's fans and sailors under the guidance of public opinion. Many netizens were influenced to subconsciously pay attention to Ching Lang's songs. Starlight Entertainment. Ching Lang's office. Hong Lan smiled. The netizens wouldn't have thought that you would post 5 songs at once. By the time the song is released in the wee hours of the morning, the first day charts will be out tomorrow at 12 p.m. We've already bought the Waterboys ahead of time, and the numbers are sure to skyrocket. If the new songs chart wasn't so strict, we could have just bought the data and pushed for number 1. The rest of the lyricists and music teachers have already taken care of their side, right? Ching Lang asked. Well, we've already bought the rights to all 4 of those songs. They wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. Ching Lang's eyes flickered. That's good. Isn't Sulian closed for training these days? It's just as well. I'll give him a surprise when he finishes training. By the way, did you hear back from Sulian? It's already been arranged to meet next Tuesday, but from what he said, he's also arranged a lyricist to meet together. Hong Lan said. Ching Lang rambled. Well, it doesn't matter who the lyricist is, just that the final singer is me. At 12 o'clock noon on the following day, the new songs chart came out. Top 5 new songs chart. First place, Waiting for the Wind to Come. Lyricist, Yuan Xiu. Singer Ching Lang. Second place, The Dreamer. Lyricist, Ching Lang. Singer Ching Lang. 5th place, Are You Listening? Lyricist, Ching Lang. Singer Ching Lang. The top 5 of the new song chart, surprisingly, were all Ching Lang's songs. The internet exploded. Ching Lang's fans raised big flags and shouted wildly, 5 songs, striving for the top 5. Ron's rising. Worthy of our Ron. He's the new hope of the music industry. Musical genius. Not just anyone can come and rub it in. Ching Lang flies bravely, and the waves follow forever. None of these 5 songs are better than Sulian's. Deleted my comment, so I'll say it again. Where's Sulian's previous hit of 23? How long did it take for it to be removed? Qin Lang is rich. Who are you to drop our king of words hot search? A bunch of F***curs. Don't come to rubbing our Lang's heat. What kind of people are worthy to compare with our Lang? Ha 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 ha. Their comments have been silenced again. A certain word counts for nothing. I'll go. Is Qin Lang so awesome? These 5 songs are really good. Top 5 on the new songs chart. Well deserved. The internet is buzzing with hashtag Qin Lang powering his way to the top of the new song charts by the first 5 days hashtag. And this topic has been topped to the first of the hot searches. Many artists came out to like and retweet it. And for a while, there was no two ways about the heat. There are a lot of singers who take 5 songs to the new songs chart. But there's never been a singer who took the top 5 with 5 songs. The major marketing numbers are coming down the pike. 5 songs to take the top 5 on the new songs chart. Qin Lang, a true genius in the Chinese music industry. Perhaps Qin Lang is the one who has been wronged. His talent is there for all to see. Qin Lang, the miracle of Chinese music. A stream of headlines praising Qin Lang was endless. And even on the TV, images of Qin Lang singing were being shown. Yuan Xiudu, a famous lyricist in China, sent out a tweet. Qin Lang is the most spiritual singer I've ever seen. And he reveals sincerity in his songs. Not just any Netflix singer can be compared to him, this time. Qin Lang deserves his ranking on the new songs chart. Yuan Xiu is a gold medalist songwriter and is highly regarded in the music industry. When he sent out this tweet, it was instantly retweeted. And Qin Lang, who had previously disappeared from the internet for some time, now had a heat level comparable to that of a diva on Weibo. Qin Lang had just finished an announcement and came out, and was immediately surrounded by reporters. Qin Lang, the 5 songs you've released this time occupy the top 5 of the new songs chart. Do you have anything to say? Qin Lang, the netizens say you're even more talented than Su Yan. What do you think? You wrote the lyrics for all 4 songs on the new songs list. How long did it take you to write them? The microphone was almost squeezing Qin Lang's face, the corner of Qin Lang's mouth lifted. This kind of scene was exactly what he wanted. The Greatest Showman is taping tomorrow and will air soon. Before that, he had to get the netizens to recognize his position in the music industry so that he would have a voice in front of those 3 old things. And at that moment, the hotel song Qingyue was on the phone. Her face as frosty as ice. Hong Lan, what do you mean by this? My song was submitted a long time ago. Why hasn't it been released? She had been following the new song charts since the early hours of yesterday morning. And the demo she had prepared had not been publicized by the company for her. But it was just that she had not even released the song. On the other end of the phone, Hong Lan downplayed the situation. In this matter, you can contact Jiang Xia. I'm very busy and don't have time to care about artists that don't belong to me. I contacted the music teacher. And you're in charge of releasing the songs for the new song list. So you're now taking personal revenge. Song Qingyue's voice was ice cold. Hong Lan smiled at his words. Right. So what if I'm taking personal revenge? Song Qingyue, what can you do with me? Besides, that song of yours, Dio, right? It's so unattractive. I don't even want to hear it. Do you think there's an audience for it? You have so many black fans online these days. It's for your own good that I'm not sending it out right now. Song Qingying took a deep breath. I signed an agreement with the company and you broke it. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll send out your song. But not today. Just wait. I'm very busy. If you need anything, go find Jiang Xia. The phone was hung up. Song Qingyue held the cell phone. Her nails almost pinching her palm. She's done everything she can. Why? Why does Starlight Entertainment just refuse to let her go? If the song is not released within 3 days, the new songs chart will stop recommending it automatically. Will anyone even pay attention to her songs in a sea of songs by then? She deserves no such treatment for her Dio. Lin Weiwei clenched her teeth. Sister whisper. Let's re-register a Weibo. We'll publicize it ourselves. Song Qingyue closed her eyes, tears falling down the corners of her eyes. The Weebly certification from the day before yesterday hasn't gone through, and no one is going to pay attention to our new account now. Lin Weiwei was heartbroken and reached out to hug her, reddening her eyes. Sister whispering. It's okay, I'll always be with you. Song Qingying forced back her tears, flipped out Su Yan's phone number, and dialed it.at this moment. She suddenly misses Su Yan. Chapter 86 Star of Tomorrow October 2 ND. The Stars of Tomorrow is starting its first round of promotion online. There are 3 mentors this time around, all of whom are established names in the scene. Shui Jifei, a famous musician, lyricist and prince of love songs in China. Peng Jun, a singer from the talent show, has a great reputation and a group of die-hard fans, with his strength fluctuating between high and low, which is difficult to assess. For the previous 3 seasons, these same 2 were the mentors, but this season, the other mentor was replaced with Wu Yan, a former music diva. The internet exploded when this news came out, and at this moment, Su Yan is in the hotel. A video conference is going on in the TV, and the general director He Tao shows up to explain the system of the competition. The rest of the contestants retained enough mystery by not having to turn on the video. This year there are still 3 tracks. The beauty track, the magic voice track and the solo show track. The magic voice track is mainly about listening to voices, and the star promoter is Peng Jun. The dushio track is about comparing talents, and the star promoter is Shui Jifei, and this year's beauty track changed the star promoter. It's Ms. Wu Yan. The moment He Tao said this, the players couldn't help but chime in as well. Holy shit, Diva Wu? Diva Wu is really making a comeback? Ah, I came here for Mr. Yang, but it turned out to be replaced by Wu Tianho. Unfortunately, Diva Wu just released her song last month, so I guess it was considered a comeback last month. Is Su Yan really coming to our show? He stomped down Wu Tianho's song last month, and with Mr. Wu as a judge, he's at a disadvantage. Su Yan's eyes flashed slightly. If he remembered correctly, Wu Yan was a contracted artist of Starlight Entertainment. On the 29th of last month, Wu Yan was one of those who were pushed out to snipe at them only later. If I become a memory exploded on the internet, and Wu Yan's song went quiet in turn. He is not going to participate in the beauty track, but according to the previous rules, the 2 teams will have a PK battle later. There was no telling if this Wu Tianho would cause any trouble for him. Everyone be quiet. He Tao interrupted the crowd's chatter. Next is the race system. This recording, the first and second installments are newcomer battles. That is, track auditions. In the morning the staff has handed me the track you are interested in. Unlike the remaining 3 seasons, the rookie battle will be shortened to 2 installments. With 42 contestants per track and only 12 making the cut, the elimination rate is high. And with 2 more days to go, you must do your best to prepare. After the rookie battle, there is a promotion tournament, and only 9 people will remain at the end. Voted on by the live audience in the early stages, online voting will be opened at a later stage. The system is very cruel, so be prepared. There will be a crew with you on the 4th for the recording, during which you are all closed. Su Yan listened carefully to the match. His cell phone was put away. He could only use notes to write it down. After He Tao finished speaking, the video disconnected. Su Yan hurriedly picked up the remote control and wanted to tune in, but the next second, the TV went black. A few black lines crossed Su Yan's forehead. I don't usually see food delivery this punctual. He let out a long sigh. He now understood why there was that self-discipline challenge of not playing electronics for 30 days and getting the grand prize. It was a little hard for him after only 2 days of not touching this one. And besides, he wasn't usually one to play with these things. It's a good thing I still have Memories of Earth in my head, and I've listened to some great songs, and movies, and novels in the meantime. Yeah, the movie. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes lit up while he had the inherited Memories of Earth in his head. He was going to write a few more movie scripts out. Since he's starting a company, he's definitely going to be multi-faceted. It just so happens that the movie he recently watched didn't cost much, so he could get a head start on the script. Let's start with a small wave. Thinking of this, Su Yan didn't feel bored anymore, and immediately opened the computer that could only be used to code words nowadays, and struck on the keyboard. At 5 a.m. on October 4th, the staff knocked on Suin's room door, and Suin got into the car in a daze. The 7-seater business car, which by now had arrived with 4 players, was looking out excitedly. The back seat was a seat for 3 people. Only the center seat was left. Su Yan didn't want to squeeze and chose to sit next to a boy who was about his age. The boy had been catching up on his sleep, and when he turned awake in a daze, his eyes went wide when he saw Su Yan next to him. Crouch! Su Yan was startled, and he was busy signaling him to keep his voice down, but in the end, he was a step behind. Crap! Great God of the Speech King, you really came to participate. I'm your fan. My name is Lu Yuan Fan. I've been on the road for 2 years, and I really like you. Lu Yuanfan's face turned red with excitement as he held Su Yan's hand. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to participate in the same competition as the great god of words. I especially like your song East Wind Break. After that, please, when you get your cell phone, you must take a picture with me. I want to hang it above my bed. Suin, hang it above your bed to ward off evil spirits? Suin is here? The remaining few people were also woken up by Lu Yuanfan's loud voice, and when they heard this, they all looked at Su Yan in unison. Wow, it's really Su Yan. You've been so hot lately. The internet is saying that you came to Stars of Tomorrow. I didn't believe it. I met a god this time. It took me 2 years to get 2 million followers on Shaken. You did it in just over 2 weeks. I'm so envious. Unlike the first season, the people who come to Stars of Tomorrow today are all well-known celebrities on the internet. Many of them had more fans than Su Yan, and there were even professional singers who had already been active in the music scene many years ago and were just slightly out of fashion nowadays. However, the people currently traveling with Su Yan were not very old, and the longest time in the business was only 3 years, coupled with the fact that Lu Yuanfan was a casual acquaintance. Within a short while, a few people were chatting with each other, although Su Yan didn't have the most fans amongst them. He was by far the hottest and naturally became the center of conversation. Sun was a slow learner and was a bit uncomfortable for a moment, but still smiled and responded to them. Master, do we still have to wait for someone? It's been almost half an hour. Among the five, Ran Kai, the oldest, pushed up his glasses and asked towards the driver. The driver glanced at the time and said helplessly, "There's one more person to wait for. Who is it? Such a big shot? A car full of people waiting for him." Lu Yuanfan muttered in dissatisfaction. Just then, there was a rattling sound from the doorway. A man, about 180 in height and wearing sunglasses, walked up to the car, surrounded by three black-clad bodyguards. "Well, you guys can go back." The man barked a command at his bodyguard and stepped into the car. He swept a glance at the few people present and his brows furrowed. With that, he walked up to Su Yan and raised his chin contemptuously. "Hey, you, sit in the back." Chapter 87. The seat beside me is not for everyone. Su Yan frowned before he could speak. Lu Yuanfan beside him became annoyed. "Who are you? Making us wait for you for so long and directly ordering the king of words to give you a seat. Do you know how to be polite? King of words?" The man took off his sunglasses and laughed coldly. "It's just a fledgling kid. I don't care what king you are. I debuted 2.5 years ago. I'm your senior and now, I'm going to take your seat. Do you hear me?" After seeing him, the faces of the few people around him instantly changed, and they all stopped talking. Lu Yuanfan gulped and tugged on Su Yan's sleeve. "King of words, you take my seat. I'll go sit in the back. First of all, I only give my seat to the old, weak, sick and disabled." Su Yan pressed Lu Yuanfan, who was about to get up, and looked at the sunglasses man with a light gaze. "Secondly, only those who are not strong enough can only take out their seniors and juniors to talk. A third, I don't know you, and my seat, and the seat beside me, is not worthy of anyone." At these words, the air in the carriage was silent, and everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. At the sunglasses man's face was already so dark that it could drip. "Kid, you don't recognize me? You pretend to me again." Lu Yuanfan tugged on Su Yan's sleeve and whispered, "King of words, he's Gong Xinhua. That's the original singer of that, what do you want me to say, song? It's a fire on the internet. Don't you know him?" Su Yan frowned slightly and raised his eyes to survey Gong Xinhu. The corner of Gong Xinhu's mouth revealed a touch of triumph. "Kid, even if you don't know me, haven't you heard this song before?" Su Yan shook her head honestly. "Never heard of it. So can you sit over there quickly and not hold us up?" The rest of them all sucked in a breath of cold air, and Lu Yuanfan didn't even dare to speak. At the smile on Gong Xinhu's face cracked and he couldn't help but bite his teeth. "You, okay, hurry up and sit down. Was waiting for you for half a day. Grinding, no sense of time. Still want to participate in the program?" The driver's master just couldn't help but hear it and yelled directly. At the sudden roar scared Gong Xinhu and he shivered. After reacting, he glared fiercely at the driver and then looked at Su Yan with an icy gaze. "Kid, wait for me." After saying that, he walked to the back row and squeezed hard to sit in the center. Perhaps because he felt that he had just lost face, he put his sunglasses back on and pretended to have his eyes closed. The car is moving. It's 2.5 hours from here to the recording site. Su Yan was also ready to close his eyes and sleep, when Lu Yuanfan, who was on the side, looked at him with stars in his eyes. "King of words, you were too awesome just now." He lowered his voice, and looked worriedly at Gong Xinhu's side for fear of being heard. Ren Kai in the front row coughed gently, turned his head, and gave Su Yan a thumbs up. Su Yan turned his head, and the duo sitting beside Gong Xinhu were looking at him with the same admiration. Su Yan became a little curious. Is he bullish? Lu Yuanfan's eyes instantly widened. "You." Just as his voice came out, he heard Gong Xian use impatient tsk. Lu Yuanfan hurriedly lowered his volume and whispered, "King of words, you really don't know him?" Su Yan nodded honestly. "Never even heard of it." Lu Yuanfan cried and laughed a little, and was busy giving Su Yan the science. "I thought you were pretending." Gong Xinhu, shaking the cloud 10 million level of the big network read, "On a lot of TV programs? And now a lot of brokers are robbing him." He debuted through the strongest voice and was 15th at the time, but because he was so handsome and hot, he quickly caught fire after going to shake Cloud as an anchor. "I'm really surprised you don't know him. Didn't you and him have an online argument earlier?" Su Yan was filled with confusion. "Me and him? Argued online?" He searched all over his memory, but he couldn't remember that he had contact with Gong Xinhua, and he usually didn't like to argue. So how could he have ever argued with Gong Xinhu? Lu Yuanfan was all anxious and reminded. It's the time you opened a live broadcast in Shivering Cloud. He was singing a new song live at that moment, and it turned out that all the heat was snatched away by you, because of that incident. He even had you inside the video, saying that you intentionally hyped it up and was shady towards you. At that time, your two big fans even ran under his shaking Cloud and cursed him. You wouldn't be unaware of this, would you? Two big fans? That must be Fu Lei and Yang Mang. Su Yan understood at this moment it should have been Fu Lei and Yang Mang who saw Gong Xian's shady behavior towards him and went over to dislike the bastard. They just didn't tell him. Well, it's true that I don't know. Haven't paid attention to it. Su Yan said. Liu Yuanfan was speechless and could only give Su Yan a thumbs up. Brother, you're my forever brother. And Kong Xian still keeps treating you as a competitor. But it turns out that you don't know him at all. There was very little room in the car. And Gong Xinyu, sitting in the back of them, had heard it all. Pretending to be asleep but with his teeth gritted. Su Yan surprisingly really didn't recognize him. The few people in the car were refreshed by the time they slept in until 6:30 am, especially Liu Yuanfan. This kid hadn't stopped since he woke up and kept pulling Su Yan for a chat. King of words, what style are you really good at? Successful. Wish you a safe journey. Walking fish. East wind break. And most recently, if I become a memory. Love. Friendship. Inspirational. National style. Ugh. How come you know everything? Liu Yuanfan wiggled his fingers and counted them one by one. The more he said, the more he sighed. And his eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Su Yan. Ring Kai looked amused. This kid is in love with you. But I'm also quite curious. Usually singers have their own styles that they specialize in. But you are different, and you're not even a music major. No wonder Mr. Xue said you're a musical genius. You're a true genius. The rest of the group chimed in. Yeah, your song If I Become a Memory made me cry. 1:23. That's the first time I've seen that kind of scene. Su Yan, let's add a contact afterward. We'll exchange music together then. Su Yan smiled and nodded at them. Thanks. No problem. King of words, which track are you planning to enter this time? You're so good at improvisation. You should be going to the solo circuit, right? Liu Yuanfan thought of something and hurriedly asked. Su Yan nodded. Yes, it's intended to go to the solo circuit. I guessed right. Liu Yuanfan again did not hold back. Raised the volume. Eyes bubbling with light looking at Su Yan. Pretending to squirm. I'm also in this track. A track contestant. Can choose to live in the same dormitory. King of words, can I? Su Yan looked at him with the words quickly agree written all over his face. Black lines sprouting from his forehead. The kid said he was only a year younger than him. But the way he acted. Why did he feel a little bit without eyes? Meh. Gong Xinyu finally stopped pretending to be asleep and sneered. Even if Xue Jifei is the mentor of the solo track, the proposition song of the solo track is not up to him alone. And he still wants to hype the improvisation bit. Previously, he had always been a star-studded existence. Su Yan had not given him face before. And now he caused the crowd to ignore him. He had always had a grudge in his heart. Plus, when he released his new song on Shivering Cloud before, he was also robbed of a large portion of the heat by Su Yan, causing his earnings to plummet. Now that the matter of Su Yan's improvisation was mentioned again, he couldn't help but interject. Liu Yuanfan sniffed in annoyance. You're a big internet celebrity. I can tolerate it if you talk about me, but you say I'm a fake idol? Tolerance. What do you mean by fired? Previously in the Strongest Voice audition, Su Yan also created the song on the spot. It's hard not to believe that Ms. Fan Jin topped being sacked from Strongest Voice are going to help King of Words to act out this play. Moreover, during the live broadcast, it was also Qin Lang's big fans who came out to proposition. So it's hard to believe that they also helped our King of Words to deal with their rightful owner. It's all in our King of Words himself. He's just good at any style. He can beat 23 in 1. He can beat rock with lyrics. Can you? On your own? Gong Xinyu laughed. Only a simple-minded person would believe that there is no script behind it, and what's with playing rock with lyrical songs? That's just Chung Tian picking the wrong song. He's just speculating. After saying that, he lifted his chin towards Su Yan. So powerful. If you have the ability to win a game with a ballad, you know full well that ballads are weakest in the competitive arena. Su Yan pulled back Liu Yuanfan, who still wanted to argue with him again, glanced at Liu Yuanfan, and spat out 2 words with a straight face. Stupid. Chapter 88, King Yin. I'm sorry. The moment Su Yan's words came out, the carriage instantly fell silent. Put. The driver uncle didn't hold back and was busy coughing a few times. I've been having trouble with my throat lately, so I'm clearing my throat. And after he let out this one laugh, Liu Yuanfan's few people held their red faces, afraid that they would laugh out. Kong Xianyu's face was ugly and he clenched his fists. Ever since he became popular, no one has ever said anything like that to him in person, except for a few comments from some dumbass netizens, not to mention the juniors who have fewer fans than him. Su Yan, is this the attitude you have when speaking to seniors? Su Yan glanced at him faintly. No, it's the way I speak to you. Does he know this guy well? First he came up and ordered him to give up his seat, and now he's taunting him to his face and making demands that he sing ballads? There were quite a few ballads in his head, but it was up to him if he wanted to sing them or not. It's none of this guy's business if he's good or not. Liu Yuanfan's face was already close to horror. His eyes lit up as he sucked in cool air, worthy of the king of my words. Bull, bull, bull. More respect. Gong Sinyu's face was so distorted with anger that the powder on his face was about to fall off. He also felt that a big-name netizen like himself was degrading himself by cursing with Su Yan in public, so he could only hold back his anger and continue to pretend to be sleeping. No longer paying attention to Su Yan. Yuan Fan and Rinkai once again cast gazes of admiration towards Su Yan. Even the driver gave Su Yan a thumbs up in the rearview mirror. Stars of Tomorrow is a program produced by one of the leading online video providers in China. The ICO platform, the recording location is also in the studio hall on the first floor of ACU Video. The car arrived at its destination at nearly 8 o'clock in the morning. A lot of people had gathered in front of the ICO Video building, and security personnel had pulled up the guardrail straps. The produced promo will be sent out today, and the program will not need to continue to hide information about the contestants, under the escort of the staff. Su Yan's few people got out of the car. Gong Sinyu squeezed past the rest of the group, hands in pockets, and was the first to step off the bus. He had asked his manager to inform his fans yesterday that he was going to be on Stars of Tomorrow. At this moment, a large portion of the people gathered around were his fans. Ah, it's Kung Xinu. Brother you, look at me. I came all the way from Magic City. I love you. Sinyu, with the light, with my little inch of light, I will protect you for 10,000 miles of glory. Kung Hsanu's fans were screaming with excitement as they pulled banners. The corners of Gong Sinyu's mouth hooked slightly, glancing backward in Su Yan's direction with a smug expression. He ignored the fans as well, sticking his pockets in and walking straight ahead. Lu Yuanfan and Su Yan also got off wearing masks at this moment. Seeing such a scene, Lu Yuanfan rolled his eyes. He's the one who likes to make this kind of formalism. Who doesn't have fans on our bus? Su Yan only smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing Gong Sinyu, who was still walking slowly in front of him, Lu Yuanfan's eyes rolled and he pulled Su Yan's mask off. King of words, I'm sorry. The mask came off. Su Yan's face was revealed, and a scream came from the onlookers. My goodness, it's Su Yan. At that moment, a gaze turned in unison in Su Yan's direction. The next second, the crowd stirred. Su Yan, it's really Su Yan. Su Yan has come to join us. Suyin, I've been listening to your songs for the past 2 days. You're fantastic. I didn't realize Su Yan was even more handsome than on camera. My little heart is pounding. Even a few of Gong Sinyu's fans couldn't help but squeeze over when they saw Su Yan. Su Yan, sign for me. I especially like your songs. Do you realize that a few of your songs have dominated the new songs charts? And I voted for you. I'm sure you didn't know about the fight between your big fan and Shinhwa's brother earlier. Did you? You're not the calculating type. If I had known you were coming to this, I would have given you my support. The 4 girls squeezed over hard and stared at Su Yan with glaring eyes. Granted, there are a lot of brainwashed fans of the big network, but not the 3 of them. They're fraternity fans. The reason why they gave Gong Xinu their support was because they were not at all sure if Su Yan would come to the show. Su Yan looked at the banner they were pulling, Sinyu, with the light, and was a little confused for a moment, before he could react. A little girl had already handed him a book and pen. Su Yan subconsciously signed for them and sped up under the urging of the staff. The King of Words has given me his autograph. King of Words, so Words is king. Detonate the whole place. Go crazy for you. A little girl shouted through her throat. At once, a number of people shouted out. Su Yan's eyebrows twitched, and he could barely walk, and in front of him, Kung Shin was back, teeth gritted as he watched his fans mutiny. You guys go ahead and rest in the lounge. Just to let you know ahead of time, the taping has already begun in there, so pay attention to your grooming. The staff member gave an explanation and opened the door to the lounge. 160 people had gathered inside by now, chatting noisily. As soon as Gong Sinyu entered, a number of people were wide-eyed and got up to greet him. Yo, if it isn't Brother Yu. Long time no see. Brother Yu is here. TSK. Looks like this year's champion has landed. Brother Yu, which track are you going to choose this time? Don't let my little brother lose too badly this time. Come. The position is specially left for you. The people who came to compete were known online and had more or less heard of each other, even if they hadn't met before. A big netizen like Gong Sinyu, not to mention small netizens. Some stars want to befriend him to rub off on him. It happened to be recording at the moment, and the group naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity. In the lounge, the seats are arranged in a pyramid form. At this moment, other than Su Yan and a few others, the rest of the people had all arrived, but none of them dared to go and sit in the pyramid seat. Seeing Gong Sinyu, several people immediately led him towards the tip of the pyramid to sit down. Gong Sinyu's vanity was greatly satisfied, but his mouth was still pretending. I wouldn't dare sit there. That place has to be reserved for someone more capable. I still need to improve. Brother Yu, if you don't sit there, who else dares to sit there? We don't have any elders here. And with your seniority and strength in the music industry, Only you can sit there. A person flattered. Some of the rest of the seated contestants were also dissatisfied with what these people said to Gong Xinu. But in the end, they were recording and were too embarrassed to go over and retort. Suyan's few people also entered the restroom. At this point there were only a few spots left on the far side of the room, besides the highest, and they were all spread out. Lu Yuan fan said irritably, if it wasn't for Gong Xinu grinding away there, we'd definitely have a good spot next to us with less video footage. Run Kai sighed. Forget it, there's nothing you can do about it now. Go sit down. Lu Yuan fan swept a glance at the seats, and busily pulled Su Yan. It just so happens that there are still one seat in front and one in the back. King of words, I'll sit in the back. If you have anything to do, just turn around and look for me. Su Yan nodded. Thank you. He didn't say anything else and followed Lu Yuan fan to the seat next to him. Su Yan, didn't you say that there's no difference between seniors and juniors in the music industry? Only strength? Why don't you sit at the top? He had just sat down when Kung Xinu noticed him and purposely amplified his volume and shouted at him. Su Yan's face sank. Chapter 89. Old Shue found me a prick. As soon as Gong Xinu's words came out, the gazes of the contestants swarmed over to Su Yan, and many of them revealed a look of surprise as they spoke in a chorus. Su Yan really came to participate? I thought it was a gimmick played by the program. A formidable enemy has come this time. He must be going to Mr. Shue's track, right? Should we go over and say hello? But he's our junior. Strength is king regardless of the generation before or after? His words are a bit wild, aren't they? Looking at Gong Xinu, Su Yan must have messed with him on the way. When the few people around Gong Xinu heard this, their gazes towards Su Yan all turned unkind. They are mixed in the netizen circle, so naturally they are aware of how quickly the hot characters are updated, compared to the fledgling Suyin. Gong Xinu has been on the upswing in terms of heat and popularity since his debut. Moreover, many artists and Gong Xinu are on good terms, and many big companies are rushing to sign with him. Not so many people had the patience to gamble on a freshly minted Su Yan, and these few people coincidentally chose to side with Gong Xinu. Oh, Su Yan. Right, the recent heat is quite high, but in my mind, it's still Brother Yu's strength that's higher, and it's not his turn to sit on top in terms of seniority. There's still no difference between seniors and juniors. Only strength? Oh, the young man is quite mad. There was also a small netizen called Chao Ji, who even disregarded the fact that he was even recording, and simply frowned. Su Yan, why don't you hurry over and apologize to Brother Yu? Is that seat at the top something you can sit in? Apologize and send Brother Yu to sit at the top, and this matter will be over. Gong Xinu gave Chao Ji an admiring look and patted him on the shoulder, gesturing toward the camera. This means that there is nothing to worry about on the camera side. He has a way of cutting that bit out. Chao Ji understood in a second and hurriedly nodded his thanks towards Gong Xinu. Su Yan's face went cold before he could speak. Lu Yuanfan took the lead and couldn't help himself. In the car it was clearly Yu who was looking for trouble with Su Yan. I, the king of Yen, didn't say anything, so why should I apologize? Are you still being reasonable? Surname Lu, what business is it of yours? Since my brother Yu thinks Su Yan offended him, Su Yan has to apologize. Lu Yuanfan wasn't very famous, and Xiao Ji wasn't afraid of him, with a hint of threat in his tone. Moreover, Su Yan still knows Mr. Shui and can protect him a bit. What about you? Who's protecting you? The smile at the corner of Gong Xinu's mouth deepened as he stared coldly at Lu Yuanfan. Lu Yuanfan clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to speak at this moment. He knew that if Gong Xinu intended to target him, he would definitely not be able to mix after that. He hadn't made much money, and his grandmother was still waiting for him to make money to go back. At that moment, a staff member hurriedly opened the door and walked out. The instructors are in position. Contestants, the track gates are about to open, and for this format, all 3 tracks will be competing at the same time, so hurry back to your positions and get ready. With that, the staff member closed the door and left. Chao Ji immediately frowned at Su Yan. Why don't you hurry up and invite Brother Yu to sit at the highest place? Don't dilly-dally and delay everyone's time. You guys? Lu Yuanfan just opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to say anything, and could only look at Su Yan guiltily. Su Yan reached out and patted his shoulder. Standing up, almost all of the contestants who came forward slept in the car, and they were still a little sleepy, but now they were all refreshed, and their eyes were opened a little wider than usual. Chinese people. Who doesn't love to watch? Su Yan is compromising? Someone whispered. Definitely. He's hot right now, but his roots are unstable, and it's a matter of minutes for Gong Xinu to try to deal with him. Have you guys forgotten? There's still a Chinese Heart Society behind Su Yan. I think Gong Xinu is asking for trouble by doing this. The Heart Society is only working with Su Yan. It doesn't say it's his backstage. Gong Xinu has a wide range of connections. The crowd discussed in whispers, their gazes following Su Yan as he moved. They all thought that Su Yan must have been afraid and was going over to apologize to Gong Xinu. Gong Xinu felt the same way. The corner of his mouth raised as he stared at Su Yan with a sneer. Kid, So what if you're hot right now? I didn't spend the last 2.5 years for nothing. My fans, my connections, you can't beat any of it, you still want to fight me? Su Yan stood up and glanced at the highest seat. A seat? Is that so important? The corner of Gong Sinyu's mouth curved up. Haven't you seen the previous year's programs? That was the tip of the pyramid, a symbol of strength and guts. And after this time, only the champion can sit in that position. Xiao Ji didn't forget to kiss ass. I think the champion this time is definitely you. You, a few of the others chimed in. That's right, Su Yan. Come over and invite brother you up. Yes, they're all players. There's no need to make a scene. You is still your senior. Su Yan glanced at the tip of the pyramid. Oh, it's a symbol of strength and guts. With that, he stepped out of the passageway and headed for the center staircase. Gong Xinyu looked proud and was ready to wait for Su Yan to come over and help him to the tip of the pyramid. His arms outstretched. At this time, Su Yan was directly turning around, and under everyone's gaze, he walked step by step to the tip of the pyramid and sat down without hesitation. There was a silence, the people present froze. Surprised, angry, questioning, all kinds of emotions. It's true that in the past, those who sat at the top of the tower in the Rookie Wars didn't always get the final title, but everyone is at least humble and modest and pushy. You start off with a statement that it's a sign of strength and guts, and immediately after that, you're sitting on it all by yourself? What's that supposed to mean? Are you so bullish? Besides, Konyek Inu is still standing there? Gong Sinyu's face instantly sank. Chao Ji was anxious. Su Yan, are you sick? Is that for you to sit? Don't hurry. Yet, why aren't you sitting down yet? The tutor is going to call out. Hurry up. The staff member from before walked in again and chided Chao Ji and Gong Xinyu when he saw a few of them still standing. Gong Xinyu glanced at Su Yan with a cold face. Virtue does not match the position. There will be disaster. He had inquired before he came. And not many of the contestants who came to participate in Stars of Tomorrow this time could compare to his current fame, even if there are a couple of veteran singers. They're long past their prime these days. He had gotten up early this morning to have his makeup artist do his own makeup, just to get to the tip of the pyramid, and it turned out that such a kid took the spot. The thought of this, Konyek Inu breathed in sharply, so annoyed that his nails pinched out a few marks on his palms. On the other side, in the monitoring room, Director Yi Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw the scene. Old Shue found me a prick. The assistant director on one side laughed. This child's nature can definitely become a highlight of our program with talent shows. There is no fear of conflict, and the more conflict there is, the higher the ratings. Yi Tao smiled. Alright, let's start recording. As soon as he spoke, there was a knock on the door of the monitoring room and a staff member walked in. Director, Starlight Entertainment called us? It's something related to Su Yan. Chapter 90, this is the heat in the show Stars of Tomorrow. There are 3 tracks. The solo show track, the magic voice track and the beauty track. The solo show track is mainly about creative ability. The magic voice track is about listening to the songs. And the beauty track, as the name suggests, it's okay if you can be beautiful enough to have an audience and make them vote for you regardless of your strength. In the past, all 3 tracks have been in different rooms for rookie battles. But not this time. This time it's 3 tracks all in the same space for the show competition. Which means there will be 3 contestants on stage at same time. In order to avoid excessive time. If the mentor has found a problem in the middle, he or she can just call off the contestant and eliminate him or her directly. As soon the staff came into the lounge with a list of names to call out. Gong Xinyu, Zhou Liang, Zhao Zijian can enter now. Chao Ji, Yang Patrol, and Chen Jiejun make preparations. A few of the people who were called out got up and went forward to the performance area, before Gong Xinu left. He looked coldly at Su Yan at the highest place and gave him a middle finger. Su Yan glanced at it and turned his eyes back without changing his colors. Childish. Because of the length of the shoot, a large screen was purposely set up in the lounge area to broadcast the action in the performance area in real time. This also keeps the waiting contestants from getting too bored and gives a better idea of what the mentors are looking for. Su Yan swept a glance at the crowd present and secretly let out a breath. No wonder the previous staff newcomer battle had to be filmed at least until the latter part of the night, or even the early morning of the following day. With so many people, everyone has to go up there and perform, and it won't be until the middle of the night. Let's hope I get called out early. Su Yan yawned. He hadn't rested well yesterday, and his eyes were already fighting a bit at this moment. Soon, several people from Gong Xinyu arrived at the room. The 3 star pushers are already waiting inside. Gong Xinu smiled and greeted a few people. Mr. Shui, Mr. Wu, and Mr. Pang. Hello to the 3 teachers. The corners of their mouths lifted when the 3 saw him. Wu Yan smiled. Gong Xinyu, I've seen you on Shivering Cloud. Big internet star. Your previous results on the strongest voice were quite good. Pang Jun nodded expressionlessly at Gong Xinyu. Xue Jifei laughed. Empress Wu Tian has whetted my appetite, so I'll be listening in a while. Gong Xinyu glanced triumphantly at the remaining 2 contestants, but his mouth was still humble. Mr. Wu was flattered. Soon after, Kang Shin-woo began to perform. Su Yen strengthened his spirit. He also wanted to see Gong Sin-yu's strength. Kang Hsanu sings his own song. What do you want me to say? This song has recently taken Shake Cloud by storm, with many anchors singing it on air. And those who post short videos also like to use it to soundtrack their work for a while. Many players in the rest area couldn't help but sing along with him. The cameraman rushed to record the scene. Gong Sin-yu was the big name they had hired for the show, and he was arranged to be the first to go on stage to attract more viewers to stay. Most of the people were focused and were singing along. It's nice. It's got a great vibe. The cameraman nodded secretly, and when he swept the camera onto Su Yen, he froze. What the hell? How did Su Yen's expression reveal a wave of dislike? In her seat, Su Yen didn't want to listen anymore when she heard the chorus part. The song can be described as a purely commercial song and, well, you can't even call it a good commercial song, because it's not very musical. It's just a rather washed out mouthful of a song. The only thing that he could recognize was that Kang Shin-woo's singing voice was really good. In Kang's round, he was the only one who made it through, while the remaining two were eliminated immediately afterward. The next group of people came into the house to perform. Kang Hsanu had just walked back from the performance room when a group of people rose to congratulate him. You sing so well. The magic track suits you so well. Yeah, I got goosebumps down there. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Gong Sin-yu raised his chin in Su Yan's direction and exclaimed, I'm going back to rest first, and I'll come back to see your performance after I've had a good night's sleep. He provocatively signaled Su Yan and walked out. Su Yan's eyes sank a few points. Unsurprisingly, Kang Hsanu should have said hello to the program and scheduled him to appear at the end. He swept a glance at the 100 or so people still on the field, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a sneer. With so many people recording, the last person to go out on stage is bound to be very tired and not even in the best of spirits. Kang Hsanu is doing nothing more than playing with the idea of trying to tire him out to the point where he misses his performance. I have to say, this kind of law is really too pediatric. Thank you, Sister Erasure. I will definitely consider your company more after that. And you can also pick a few artists to come to my live room. Just after returning to his room, Gong Sin-yu called Hong Lan to thank him. Starlight Entertainment had always wanted to sign him, and he was well aware that some time ago, Su Yen and Starlight had fallen out. That's why he specifically called Hong Lan today and asked him to find a way to move the order of Su Yen's appearance to the end. After hanging up, he lay down on his bed and turned on the TV. Unlike the other contestants, he was a big name, so naturally he would be treated differently, such as a cell phone or a TV connected to the recording studio broadcast. Su Yen, I hope that when it's 10 hours later, you'll still be as tough as you are now. The corners of Gong Sin-yu's mouth hooked up when the TV screen turned on, and the smile on his face instantly froze. In the screen, Su Yen was actually sitting at the highest place. Sleeping? Gong Sin-yu gritted his teeth and immediately sent another message to Hong Lan. Su Yen leaned against the back of the chair without a care in the world, closed his eyes and fell asleep. He sleeps well and doesn't pick a place. Not only the camera teacher, but the rest of the contestants who had spotted it looked shocked. What's this kid doing? It's a competition now. Such a tense moment. And you're sleeping here? In previous years, no one would fall asleep before appearing on the stage, even if they were the last to do so. But I was too nervous to sleep at all because of the pressure on my mind. This kid is good. Just sit on the highest place without saying anything, and sleep on it? In the backstage monitoring room, the assistant director saw this scene and frowned. Quick, have the staff wake up Su Yen. How can you sleep when recording a program? General Director He Tao stopped him, a smile on his lips. This kid should have guessed from within what Gong Xinu just said. Let him sleep. Give him a shot that stays longer and cut into the trailer afterward. That's the heat. Just now, Starlight Entertainment called and said they wanted him to put Su Yen on last. They had a partnership with Starlight Entertainment, so it was naturally not good for them to refuse this kind of thing. However, the matter that Su Yen would directly fall into a deep sleep was something he really didn't expect. No wonder the kid is so hot on the internet. He's real as an anomaly in the entertainment industry. When Su Yen woke up, it was already dark, but he rubbed his bleary eyes and looked around. Many people had already taken their exclusive seats on each of the 3 tracks, and on their side, there weren't many people left. Lu Yuanfan waved at him with a tired look and smiled breathlessly. King of words, you're awake. Apparently, he was saved for last as well. You didn't catch up on your sleep? Su Yen frowned. Lu Yuanfan pulled the corner of his mouth. Too nervous to sleep. It's fine. I brought water. I'll be awake after rinsing my face in a while. Su Yen's face sank a few points. It didn't matter to him how Gong Sin-yu dealt with him, but to cause the rest to suffer because of him was something he couldn't accept. This time, the staff called out 3 more people to go in, and then said, Su Yen, Lu Yuanfan, and Miao Kai, make preparations. Su Yen took a deep breath and got up, about to walk into the passageway to wait. That moment, Gong Sin-yu walked over from the other side, looking proud and with his hands in his pockets. Su Yen, you've got some guts. You can even sleep during the recording. Are you that confident? Su Yan glanced at him lightly. None of your business? Gong Sinu's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten it. Put. Lu Yuanfan hurriedly covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously that he really didn't mean to do it. He just couldn't help it. Gong Sinu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Just wait for me. He had just contacted Honglan. He wanted to see how Su Yan would win this one. Alright, Su Yan, it's your turn to enter. The front three finished their performance and the staff hurriedly shouted. Su Yan yawned and walked into the recording room. Chapter 91. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and now the three of them were the last ones out. Seeing Su Yan, the contestants who had already passed were all whispering and murmuring. See, Su Yan and Lu Yuanfan offended Gong Sinu, and as a result, they've been kept until now. We'll have to pay attention in the future. Su Yan also drifted a bit and went straight to sit at the top. This circle is not just about strength, but also about power. The connections behind Gong Sinu are too big. Su Yan is out of control just because he has Mr. Shui to protect him. It's good to let this kind of newcomer eat a lesson. It's not just Gong Sinu. Before Su Yan also suppressed the heat of Mr. Wu's song. That's Mr. Wu's comeback song. Hard to get. Gong Sinu looked at the big screen. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a sinister look. Su Yan, if you dare to provoke me, you have to pay the price accordingly. I'll see how you'll take it this time. Soon, the trio arrived at the recording room. Seeing Su Yan, the corner of Shui Jifei's mouth immediately lifted, but it was still recording at this moment, so he couldn't act like he knew Su Yan too well, and only smiled at him. Wu Yan put down the document in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. This is the kid who beat me to Mo lost. Mo asked. I've heard your song. It's great. Su Yan nodded at her. Thank you. Pang Jun frowned slightly. Since Sister Yan is expecting you, you'll be the first to sing. What song are you going to sing? He is a music composer himself, and he became famous at a young age, but he had seen the video of Su Yan's impromptu singing, and with that level of impromptu singing, he didn't believe that there wasn't a team behind it to hype it up. The feeling towards Su Yan wasn't too good either. Su Yan did not feel anything and nodded towards the three. The song I brought is called Disappearance. Wait a minute. Before Su Yan could finish his sentence, Wu Yan interrupted him with a smile. You're so hot online. Everyone pretty much knows your previous style, and the songs are great, but by attending our program, we look not at the past, but at the strength of the moment. The hotter you are, the stronger you are, then the more you will naturally be tested. I've heard that Mr. Shui and you are very close, so you shouldn't want any netizens to raise some objections after the show airs, right? Su Yan's brows frowned slightly and unnoticeably. Shui Jifei immediately got up and said, Sister Yan, your words are ambiguous. Su Yan and I do know each other, but I dare swear that I will absolutely remain fair and impartial during the match. Wu Yan had a smile on her lips. Of course I believe this, but the netizens may not necessarily believe it. Since I become the star promoter of this program, I naturally have to be responsible for this program. It would certainly be best if the controversy could be minimized. Suin, don't you think so? Su Yan smiled faintly. Then how does Mr. Wu think this matter should be handled? Wu Yan smiled. Your style before was quite varied. Usually singer-songwriters have their own main style. It's hard to jump around like you. Already some of the internet is suspecting that you got different people to buy your songs. How about this? You change your style again today and sing a ballad, so that the netizens will know that you just have that kind of strength. A ballad? At those words, the contestants of each track were all wide-eyed. Heavenly Empress Wu actually asked Su Yan to sing a ballad? She should know that ballads are the least popular in this kind of talent competition. I haven't seen many people sing ballads during a competition. This kind of ditty isn't fit for a competition at all. It's a sure way to lose. Yeah, we don't have a few good ballads here either. Surely it's still Su Yan's previous suppression of Wu Tianho's song that pissed her off. TSK. Gong Xinyu looked at the screen with a satisfied smile and gave a thumbs up towards his assistant on the side. In the recording studio, Shui Jifei's face sank. Sister Yan, it's your first time on our program, so you might not know much about it. The contestants' songs are not chosen by the three of us, and all ballad singers have to have some experience. Su Yan hasn't even left society. How do you expect him to compose? Wu Yan shrugged her shoulders, looking innocent. And I didn't say I wanted him to compose a song live, did I? That's fine then. Su Yan, you can sing whatever you want. I'm only thinking about the program and Mr. Shui. If Mr. Shui doesn't appreciate this, forget it. Su Yan smiled upon realizing that Wu Yan was one of the star pushers. He knew that the people from Starlight Entertainment would definitely give him a hard time. Wu Yan has been talking about thinking about the program, and now she's saying she can sing whatever she wants. The words were all hers. If he didn't sing a ballad, by the time the program was broadcast, Starlight Entertainment would surely find a wave of sailors to create rumors. By then, the program and Mr. Shui will surely be affected as well. This sister kept smiling, but there was a knife hidden in that smile. Peng Jun's face was ugly. Su Yan, sing if you can. It's already late. Don't delay, the other contestants here. Su Yan glanced at him and placed his gaze on Wu Yan's face. Alright, since Mr. Wu made the request, I'll sing a ballad. Please prepare a guitar for me. Shui Jifei looked worried, but he couldn't say anything more at this moment, and instructed the staff to bring Su Yan another chair. Su Yan sat down on the chair with his guitar in his arms and tuned it up folk songs. Well, he had a lot of them in his head, and there was one song he really liked. Even though he didn't have all the experiences in that song, he could still feel empathy, moved and inspired when he heard it. The name of the song, it's called Once Upon a Time, Su Yan said softly, strumming his fingers on the guitar. Soon, a melodious and rhythmic melody came out from his fingertips. The original singer of this song is Su Wei, who was a red-hot hit on Earth. The song expresses nostalgia and no regrets for the years of youth. What adult hasn't regretted the past? And if they had done something on their own in the past, they would surely be better off now. So did he. And he wondered if he hadn't run back to Weisin County for Lin Shueching in the past, would he have already become a student at Huaqing or Beijing University? Getting into the school's math team and working on his favorite numbers would bring in an early income for his family and give his parents a better life. But after listening to the song, he came to a realization: all passages are experiences. Experiences on the journey of life. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and now. No need for regrets. Just keep moving forward. Were you? Shui Jifei's eyes lit up. He had heard a lot of ballads. None of them were called this. Could it be that Su Yan was going to sing a new song again? Wu Yan propped her chin with her hand and looked at Su Yan with interest. The kid can play the guitar pretty well. The contestants were all pumped up by now, staring intently at the big screen. Chapter 92, May you return as a young man after 1,000 sails soon. Su Yan's song rang out. Once I dreamed of going to the end of the world with a sword, to see the world go by. A young heart is always a little light-hearted. Nowadays you're on all fours. The warm and textured voice carried throughout the recording hall. Shui Jifei's eyes abruptly widened and he couldn't help but straighten his back. Wu Yan's beautiful eyes were surprised as she put down the documents in her hands and focused. Peng Jun frowned slightly and nodded. At the players' table, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Pretty good start. Ren Kai couldn't help but praise it. Gon Sinew clenched his fists, suddenly feeling bad in his heart. Zhao Ji, who was on the side, was busy saying, "What can you hear in the first verse? I can't say, it'll fall apart later." And next, Su Yan ruthlessly slapped him in the face. He clutched his guitar, a touch of bitterness at the corners of his mouth. The girl who once made your heart ache, now it has gone quiet. Love always makes you long and feel troubled. Had you bruised all over? At one time, he had dreams of becoming a mathematician when he grew up. Maybe for the rest of the people, those formulas were boring. But for him, those formulas that could be varied had a total attraction for him. But he had it coming. He had given up his dreams for Lin Shueching, had been a licking dog for 7 years, and had been hurt to the core. If he hadn't been lucky enough to obtain the inherited memories of Earth, today, he would still be studying a profession that he wasn't interested in, and would have gone to work afterward according to his professional plan. Wait until you're old and then come back and regret what you've done today. He's really lucky compared to the rest. At the players' table, many players heard this. Their faces were heavy and they secretly clenched their fists. Liu Yuanfan stood beside Su Yan, his eyes reddening as he looked at Su Yan. He once had a girl he loved, a high school classmate of his. His family was poor, so the girl would bring him food on the pretext that she couldn't eat, on the pretext that she had bought an extra book, and then give it to him. She had been careful to nurse his pride. They never confessed their love for each other, but they both knew how much they cared for each other. He studied hard and worked hard, just to earn more money to improve the environment for his family and be able to give the girl a future. But after the college entrance exams, the girl's mother approached him with a letter of confession, telling him that the girl wanted to stay away from going abroad for his sake and asked him to stay away from the girl and not to hold her back. That time, he really wanted to tell his aunt that he was capable of taking care of the girl and that he loved her, but at that time, he really didn't have the power. After that, the girl went abroad. On that day, he wrote his first song, waiting for someone, though he wasn't sure if that person he could wait anymore. At the judges' table, Shui Jifei's 3 people also had heavy faces as they listened. Peng Jun frowned and didn't say a word for his part. Shui Jifei took a deep breath, his fists unclenching and clenching, and Wu Yan didn't know what came to her mind and turned her head to wipe the corners of her eyes. They've all come through the lows, and in the midst of this song, they can hear who they once were. The love that was once so pure is now in this circle, and they can't find it anymore. And just at this time, Su Yan violently plucked the strings of the zither, his voice steeply rising. Dilla lilla dilla lida denda, di lilla la dilla dilla dida, di lilla la dilla dilla dida. Walking the path of courage. Dilla lilla dilla lida denda, di lilla la dilla dilla dida, di lilla la dilla dilla dida. There's sadness and there's excitement. In an instant, the people present raised their heads in a huff and looked in Su Yan's direction in shock. Some of them had held back for a long time, and after hearing this part, tears instantly flowed from their eyes. The humming had no lyrics, but it seemed to release all of their repressed feelings. Yes, their youth can't be replaced with any words. so why not use such a humming? Add all their emotions in it. Let them vent and let them release. In the backstage monitoring room, the staff could no longer hold back the tears from falling as they heard this. Director Hitao looked at Su-yen on the screen and took a deep breath. His eyes equally red. The assistant director wiped a tear from his eye with emotion. This part clearly doesn't have any lyrics, but how is it so moving to listen to? It's also a little heartfelt. Hitao stared tightly at Su-yen, his eyes glowing. This song is not just an accusation. Su-yen, it's definitely our ace this season. With that song alone, the show, it's already bursting at the seams. Every time I'm sad, just look at the ocean alone. Always think of your friends walking around you. How many are healing? The guitars stormed up, and Su-yen once again raised his pitch, his voice stirring. Dilla lilla dilla lida denda. Di lilla la dilla dilla dida. Di lilla la dilla dilla dida. I don't know how many lonely nights. Dilla lilla dilla lida denda. Di lilla la dilla dilla dida. Di lilla la dilla dilla dida. Waking up from last night's drunkenness. Crap. At the players' table, Renkai couldn't help but burst out and stood up directly, and around them, there were a few people who heard this and subconsciously stood up. They all listened in amazement. The humming of this section comes with more emotion than the previous one. There aren't many rich kids among them, and not many of them have the innate advantage of being netizen favorites right off the bat. Most people have fought their way up by themselves, step by step, from being silent, cursed, and flirted with, to slowly improving their strengths and reaching where they are today. If they didn't really have the strength, they wouldn't have dared to come to a talent show like Stars of Tomorrow. People around them think they are very clean and make a lot of money every day just by live streaming, but many a night, they made it through on their own. When they are too tormented, they will also drink to ease their sorrows, but they don't dare to drink too much for fear of delaying the next day's work. Who isn't fighting hard for their life? Gong Xinyu clenched his teeth. His face ugly. Chaoji busily wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, not daring to speak for a moment. Every time I'm sad, just look at the ocean alone. Always think of your friends walking around you. How many are waking up? Singing here. The corners of Su-yan's mouth rose slightly, and in his gaze was determination and fervor. Let's drink to that. A good man has a chest like the sea. Experienced the coldness and warmth of life's world. That smile is warm and innocent. Yes, looking back, we always wonder if we would be different today if we had chosen a different path, but it's not really necessary. Youth, by nature, is not a smooth ride. And that's why we grow. We can be sentimental and sad about the past, but let that emotion dissipate after a drink. A good man's heart is like the sea. May you read through 1,000 sails, and return to still be a young man. The song is over. Su-yen took a breath and got up, bowing slightly towards the three Shui Jifei people. Three teachers? I'm done singing. Shui Jifei was the first to react and rose to applaud. Wu Yan wiped her tears and revealed a helpless smile as she got up and gave Su-yen a thumbs up. Pang Jun didn't have anything to say at this moment and nodded towards Su-yen, and backstage at the contestants' table and in the monitoring room, the applause has long been thunderous. Chapter 93. Sister whispering is being bullied. Su-yen had been practicing music all this time, and his singing voice had improved greatly. Plus he's a big-hearted person with a great capacity for empathy. The song struck a chord with many in the audience. Lu Yuan fan wiped his tears. King of words, well sung. Another player, Miao Kai, was numb in person. How come it was recorded at the same time as Su-yen? With Su-yen, would the songs he sang afterward even make it to the ears of the judges and teachers? Su-yen smiled and nodded towards him before looking at the three Shui Jifei people. Shui Jifei looked at Wu Yan and laughed brightly. Sister Yen, how's it going? A ballad if you say ballad. You should have nothing to say this time, right? Wu Yan sighed and smiled back. There are no words. Su-yen, this is the best ballad I've heard so far. They say that ballads don't do well in stage competitions, and you've kind of turned my opinion of ballads on its head this time. I'll give you a pass. Here. Su-yen nodded towards Wu Yan. Pang Jun frowned. Su-yen, you did sing this song well, but you're a college student now. You shouldn't have experienced the things in this song. Under what circumstances did you write this song? Once upon a time, I went to media school, and my teachers used to tell us a lot of examples of our older brothers and sisters. Su-yen casually pulled an excuse, and Pang Jun nodded, not feeling strange, and directly revealed his promotion card. Shui Jifei smiled openly. I don't need to say anything. It's definitely advancement. Su-yen, come on, tell us which track you chose, he asked while squeezing his eyes towards Su-yen. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. She and Pang Jun both guessed who Su-yen was going to choose, and there was no point in pretending to fight for it. Sure enough, Su-yen quickly gave an answer. Solo track. Good. You're welcome at the Dokushu circuit. Shui Jifei's teeth were grinning as he glanced at Wu Yan and the two of them triumphantly and got up to embrace Su-yen. Good brother. Righteousness, he whispered in Su-yan's ear. Su-yen cried and laughed, and after a hug, he stood aside and listened to Lu Yuanfan and Miao Kai singing. Both of these two have good singing voices. Su-yen was still a little surprised. Lu Yuanfan's voice was quite normal when he spoke, but when he sang he was a little smoky voice, very distinctive. In the end, Lu Yuan fan advanced, while Miao Kai entered the waiting area and had to peek in with the contestants who had previously entered the waiting area. Su Yan and Lu Yuan fan headed to the contestants' seats and sat down. As soon as he appeared, many of the players got up and applauded, and others greeted him. Su Yan, you sang that song so well just now. This song is your original too, isn't it? I haven't even heard it before. I really didn't realize that ballads can be so powerful. I love this song so much. Su Yan, can you authorize this song for me? I want to sing it during the live broadcast. Su Yan nodded towards the few people, and after saying a couple of words of thanks, he found a seat and looked in Gong Sinyu's direction. Gong Sinyu blushed hard and avoided his gaze when he thought that he had also purposely explained to Starlight Entertainment's people to have Wu Yan force Su Yan to use the ballad competition. His face burned. He could even think that if this episode was broadcasted, Su Yan would definitely create another storm on the internet. The director's team now heard Su Yan's song, and I'm afraid they can't give up this heat. And after that, it will be hard for him to start from the director's team again. No. He had to find a way to eliminate Su Yan. Otherwise, Su Yan would be his biggest obstacle to winning the title. It took until 2 a.m. for the recording to end. Su Yan and the other contestants were sent to a hotel that was only 3 kilometers away from the studio. Su Yan was already too tired to move at this moment, simply took a shower and went straight to sleep. Even the cell phone that the staff sent back didn't have time to look at it. He has a day off before the next recording. He slept until 10 o'clock the next morning before Su Yan woke up, and he had just charged his cell phone when a message popped up. Su Yan froze. Before he could react, his cell phone rang. It was Song Qingyue calling. The corners of his mouth grinned and he immediately picked the phone up. Sister? Song Qingyue's voice soon came. You finished recording today, right? You must have advanced, right? Su Yan smiled and said, of course, we'll record the second installment tomorrow afternoon. Recording again tomorrow afternoon. Ah, you're really busy then. Song Qingyue's voice carried some loss. Su Yan was just about to ask something when Song Qingyu seemed to recover. Then Su Yan, you must do your best. I'm waiting for the day when you become a heavenly king of the music world. On that day, you'll be able to help me. Su Yan's brows furrowed, although Song Qingyue's tone was the same as before. He could clearly hear the last sentence, and there was a tremor in her voice. She's crying? Whispering, sister, did something happen? You sound a bit strange. In the hotel, Song Qingyue was sitting on the sofa, and after hearing this greeting from Su Yan, tears instantly surged into her eyes. She hastily wiped the tears from her eyes and pulled a smile. It's okay. I've had some colds lately, and I'm recording tomorrow afternoon, so why don't you hurry up and get ready, and look at your phone less. I'll be busy, so I won't talk anymore. After saying that, she simply hung up the phone. It's been 5 days, and she remembers saying when she and Su Yan were at the music restaurant that by the time Su Yan came out, a Dio should be on fire. But now, she didn't know how to explain this matter to Su Yan because of her. Diao can't be seen, and she's already raising liquidated damages. Su Yan, I'm sorry. Song Qingyin bit her lips tightly, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. Su Yan listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but clench his fists. He was now certain that Song Qingyi was just crying. I don't know why, but the thought of it made him feel so hard inside. Su Yan took a deep breath and was just about to dial Song Qingyue again when his cell phone rang again. It was Fu Lei. He had just picked up the phone when Fu Lei's angry voice came through. Lao San, you can finally use your cell phone. I'm telling you, Sister Whispering is being bullied. Bullied? Su Yan's brows instantly furrowed. What's going on? It's Wei Wei who told me that you wrote the new song on the charts for School Sister Whisper, right? It hasn't been released until now. Starlight Entertainment is too damn unprofessional. I heard that Sister Whispering signed a betting agreement with them. Now they are just praising Qin Lang on the internet and don't care if Sister Whispering is dead or alive. Lightspeech Sister re-registered a Weibo, on which she complained about Starlight Entertainment not releasing a new song for her, and was also scolded by Qin Lang's fans. I'm so damned. Su Yan could no longer hear the latter words. According to what Song Qingyi said before, only songs that entered in the first 3 days of the month would be given traffic recommendations by the new song chart platform, and today, it's already October 5th. It's like the best movie ever. If the theater doesn't give it a release, it won't go up at the box office. As good as Song Qingyi's singing of a Dia was, if she didn't release it, no one would know about it. Also, even if it was released now, there are already so many songs on the new songs chart that Dia would most likely be buried. Su Yan sank his face, directly hung up the phone and opened Weibo, and when he saw the Weibo hot search, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift up a cold smile.